Chapter 44 Beginnings. Otagakur. Somewhere deep in Otagakur, in a cave almost pitch black, stood a single figure, stoically looking towards his enemies. The cave looked more like a fighting arena than anything else. Huge stone walls surrounded the battlegrounds. A single man stood in front of hundreds of enemies. He had but only one purpose: to kill them all. The figure calmly observed his enemies as they tensed for battle. The figure calmly removed his blade from its sheath. Even in the dark cave, the sword glistened. It was a simple chokuto, a straight, one-edged blade with a black hilt. The sword glistened once again as the figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared on the shoulder of one of his enemies. The figure swung his blade effortlessly and watched as the enemy's head fell to the ground. Blood spurted from the wound, but the figure had already vanished. The blade sparkled with electricity as it electrocuted multiple enemies. The figure ventured deep inside in the arena, where the only thing visible were the sparks of the sword. Squelch! Thump! With a single stroke of his blade, enemies fell by the groups. The figure had yet to receive a single drop of blood on his clothes. An enemy managed to hit the figure with a fierce punch. The figure poofed in smoke to reveal that it was a clone. The enemy didn't even have time to understand what happened until he was pierced in the chest by the figure. Magnificent! A dark voice whispered in a corner. The said figure had golden eyes with a black vertical slit. He was a tall man with extremely pale skin, waist-length black hair, and purple markings around his eyes. And they say hard work can outgrow a genius. Orochimaru said, chuckling darkly. Genetics is what determines the skill of a shinobi, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Orochimaru was watching another figure train. This figure had a white lawn sleeve shirt which was open at the torso. He wore dark blue pants with a blue cloth hanging from halfway up his stomach to his knees. He also wore black arm guards that covered his forearms and stretched up to reach his upper biceps. He also wore a purple rope belt around his waist, tied in a bow, in which he carried his sword. Katon Gokyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, the figure said as he released a massive fireball towards his enemies, melting 3 of them. The figure ducked beneath a punch and disappeared in a show of speed. He reappeared a few meters away, only to watch his enemy's body being split in half. The figure continued his onslaught upon his enemies. They stood no chance against this figure, who had superior speed, strength, and sight. The figure disappeared, and another group of enemies fell to the ground. He flicked his sword and let the blood fall to the ground. The figure turned backwards to gaze at Orochimaru. His black locks of hair flowed freely in the wind. Blood-red eyes with 3 black temoes gazed impassively towards Orochimaru, who couldn't help but smirk. 1,000 enemies stood before him, and he didn't even flinch. Orochimaru thought to himself. You have done well, Orochimaru said, walking into the arena and placed his hand on his shoulder. Yan, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said, chuckling. I live to serve you, Orochimaru-sama, Sasuke replied as he bowed his head. Both of them turned around as they saw the Edo Tensei form of Kabuto walking towards them. Off you go, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said. As you wish, Orochimaru-sama, Sasuke said, bowing deeply and calmly walking out of the room. Kabuto watched as Sasuke left the arena and walked away before turning to his master. He has matured well, Kabuto said, and Orochimaru could only nod. How long do you think it will take until his physical conditioning is complete? Orochimaru asked Gege to take his new vessel. I'd say about a couple more weeks. He's already invulnerable to all poisons, and he has accepted the cursed seal very well, with full control over to level 2. All in all, I would say that he's an A-rank shinobi, borderline S-rank, Kabuto explained, and Orochimaru nodded, agreeing with the analysis. Though, I wonder why you call him Sasuke, Kabuto said, pushing his glasses up. He's supposed to be a clone from the original Sasuke, so I think that he should have the same name, Orochimaru said, shrugging his shoulders. In the meantime, get him a friend, Orochimaru said, chuckling darkly. A friend? Kabuto asked, confused, until Orochimaru nodded. You wish for him to awaken the Mangekyo, Kabuto said, and Orochimaru only chuckled. You realize that he's a half-blood. Unlike Naruto-kun, he's going to go blind should he ever use him too much, Kabuto explained. But Orochimaru shook his head in denial. There are many ways to prevent the loss of sight, Orochimaru said. Many ways. Senju Compound. A new day was just arriving at Konoha. It was summer, and as such, it was already a pretty warm day. Konoha always had nice weather, neither too hot in the summer, nor too cold in the winter. Not that it mattered for our favorite couple who were lying down together in their bed. Naruto was lying on the bed with Hinata on top of his chest. Both of them were awake. They were just enjoying the company and warmth of the other. Hinata shivered as Naruto softly ran his hand over her back. Hinata looked up to see Naruto deep in thought. What are you thinking so hard about? Hinata asked. Naruto looked down from the ceiling and towards Hinata. Nothing, Naruto said, gently kissing her forehead. I'm just going through the things I learned from the Akatsuki, Naruto said, sighing. Why didn't you tell me? I might be able to help, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded. Sure, but first I need to tell you a story, Naruto said, and Hinata raised an eyebrow. It was a time of war. And so Naruto told her everything he knew about the origin of Chakra, Rikudo Sannin, and the Jubi, their battle, the creation of the tailed beast, and the sealing of the Geto Mazo in the moon for protection. Wow, Hinata said, surprised that Naruto knew so much about how it all began. So the Akatsuki planned on sealing all the Bijus in a statue to bring forth the Jubi? Hinata asked, and Naruto pondered. Well, they didn't exactly say they wanted to bring the Jubi back, but it is the most logical outcome, Naruto explained, looking back to the ceiling. Why don't you summon the statue? Hinata asked, confused. You said that only a Rinnegan user can summon and control the statue, Hinata explained. I can summon the statue, but doing so will reveal that I have the Rinnegan. Something that I don't want them to know as of yet, Naruto replied. Space-time ninjutsu is the pinnacle of chakra manipulation. There is nothing preventing them to summon the Geto Mazo back should I ever summon it here, Naruto explained. That is my biggest problem. There is no way to keep the statue away from their hands until we kill Nagato and destroy his Rinnegan. If we destroy his eyes, we win, Naruto said. How about sending the statue to your dimension, Hinata asked, but Naruto shook his head again. The summoning jutsu can cross dimensions. Nagato can summon the Geto Mazo no matter where it may be. I have been thinking about a seal to block the summons, but I didn't get very far. Like I said, space-time ninjutsu is the peak of chakra manipulation. Even the smallest of techniques are dangerous, Naruto explained. Have you thought about destroying it permanently? Hinata wondered, but Naruto only chuckled. If the statue could be destroyed, the sage would have done it long ago, Naruto replied, sighing. You seem to have this well thought out, Hinata said, chuckling. Of course, Naruto quickly replied. I may be strong and have the Rinnegan, but I don't want to take my chance against a Jubi, Naruto said, chuckling. Pussy, Kurama replied from the room. Kurama only spent time inside the seal when Naruto was gone on missions, otherwise he would sleep on the floor or walk through the forest of Konoha. Says you, Naruto replied, throwing a pillow at the Biju. I would like to see you against him, Naruto replied. It's only the Ten Tails. How much stronger than Kyuubi could he really be, Hinata wondered. It's not just the Ten Tails. It's a combination of all the Biju. All of the power of the tail beast scattered under one host. It's the real god of this planet. Although he doesn't have a conscience, he's more instinctive, Kurama started. He's the primordial entity of this world, the first being, the creator and destroyer of everything. He's the one that breathed life into this planet, and the only thing that can take it away, Kurama said. He's the god that created countries and has the power to swallow oceans, split the land, carry mountains, and so much more. You can't even measure his power. If there was someone to refer as Mother Nature, it would be the Jubi, Kurama explained as both Naruto and Hinata looked at him with blank stares. According to the legends, should the Jubi ever be revived, it would mean the end of the world, Kurama finished, and Naruto blinked. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Naruto asked, groaning. He never thought the Jubi would be such a powerful creature. You didn't ask, Kurama replied before yawning and returning to sleep. You see what I have to deal with? Naruto said, turning to Hinata crying anime tears. Hinata could only chuckle. You don't need to worry so much, Hinata started. You are not alone in this. No man should carry this burden alone, Hinata stated. I know, but with me having the Rinnegan, I feel as if it's my duty to protect the planet, Naruto replied. But enough of this dark mood. How about we go for breakfast? Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. Senju compound, kitchen. Morning, Naruto and Hinata both said as they arrived at the kitchen, greeting everyone. Minato replied, only for Naruto's jaw to drop. You, Naruto served when Minato gave him the traditional Uchiha grunt. Kushina dropped to the ground laughing, and Minato couldn't hold back a chuckle as they watched Naruto stutter. You fell for it, Kushina said, but Naruto had a blank look on his face. It was a prank, Toriyama explained. Oh, so you are back, Naruto said, and Toriyama nodded. Tsunade has placed me as the new envoy towards Kiri, Toriyama explained, and Naruto nodded. It was a really good grunt though, Hashirama said, scratching his chin. Bitch, please, I can do better than him, Naruto said as he sat down at the table. I will take that bet, Minato says. He and the Senju brothers stared at Naruto in concentration. The ladies couldn't help but sigh and chuckle. They are all old enough, but they can still act like children, Minato said, shaking her head. Isn't that why we like them? Hinata rhetorically asked, and both redheads nodded. Naruto got up from the table and cleared his throat. He arched his lips ever so slightly to allow a small, arrogant smirk to appear. Naruto cocked his head slightly to the side, allowing this vein to slowly show his Sharingan eyes. Naruto released a deep grunt and smirked at their reactions. No! Minato wailed on the ground, crying anime tears. I worked so hard these last few weeks on that grunt, Minato cried on Kushina's shoulder while she patted his back. There, Kushina whispered in Minato's ear. I've gotta say, that grunt was a good one, Toriyama said, while Hashirama only laughed. How can you do it so well, Minato asked, curious. I'm older than you, Minato explained. You didn't have to put up with Sasuke for 6 years at the academy. He was the epitome of Uchiha-ness. I heard multiple grunts every single day, Naruto groaned as he explained. Ding dong. I will get it, Naruto said, walking towards the entrance of the compound as he heard the bell. He opened the door and was surprised to see who was at the door. Hanabi? Naruto said. The person standing in front of him was like a small version of Hinata. She was dressed in the traditional formal kimonos. What are you doing here? Naruto asked, surprised. Naruto-sama, I hereby accept your invitation to visit the Senju compound, Hanabi said, and Naruto blinked as he scratched the back of his head. Yeah, sure, Naruto said as he opened the door and allowed Hanabi to enter the compound. Naruto thought it was strange for Hanabi to come this early in the morning and without a bodyguard, no less. Wait here, Naruto said as he went slightly ahead to warn Hashirama and the others to put on their masks. It wouldn't be good should Hanabi find out the identity of the dragons. And that's Frank's secret discovered by an academy student. Like that happens all the time. We have a visitor, Naruto said as both he and Hanabi entered the kitchen. Hanabi was surprised to see so many people in there. There are at least 5 masked persons, each mask bearing a different color. There is Tamari, Kankuro, Gaara, Fu, and finally, Hinata. Hanabi? Hinata said, surprised to see her younger sister. What are you doing here? Hinata asked, confused. She never in a million years expected her younger sister to come to the Senju compound. No, Hanabi slurred as she poked her fingers. She didn't realize there would be so many people in here, and that alone made her a little shy. Naruto-sama said I could visit any time, Hanabi said, looking down and making Hinata smile. You are among family. No need for formalities. Besides, Hiyashi's in here, Naruto said as he sat down at the table next to Hinata. Breakfast? Naruto asked just in time to hear Hanabi's stomach rumble. She turned a shade of red that would put the old Hinata to shame. Don't mind them. They're just grown-up kids, Red, Kushina said as the male snickered. Red approached Hanabi and placed a hand on her shoulder, leaning her to the table and seeing her to Hinata's right. Hanabi hesitantly picked up a piece of bread as Hinata smiled and turned to her, handing her the butter. She ate the breakfast rather quietly and preferred to observe everyone else. Everyone talked and laughed out loud. It was such a different ambience from the Hyuga clan. The Senju clan was the only one besides the Uchihas that had enough statues to compete with the Hyugas. And yet, the Senju weren't all uptight with like her father and family. The Senju had a warm and welcoming ambience. She smiled slightly as she watched Naruto compete with the red-masked woman to see who could finish the meal faster. Everyone was sitting in random places. In the Hyuga clan, Hiyashi, the clan head, always sat at the edge of the table with his daughter, the clan heiress, to his right. It was a way to signify his power and status inside the clan. But unlike Hiyashi, Naruto sat in the middle of the table. He didn't even seem to care for manners while eating. Hanabi giggled as she watched Hinata wipe Naruto's mouth as he was completely stuffed. One thing you should know about the Senju, Hinata started gathering Hanabi's attention. When it comes to food, especially ramen, they can put the Akamichi to shame, Hinata said, giggling, as she watched Naruto glare at Red. Is it always like this? Hanabi asked in disbelief. She was surprised as to how the strongest clan in the world could act so casual. The compound was so full of life unlike hers that gave a cold and lonely vibe, even if the Byakugan could see through walls. Pretty much, Hinata replied and taking a sip. Though, it's difficult for all of us to gather together for breakfast. Each one of us has their duties and schedules that rarely coincide, Hinata explained, and watched as Hanabi picked up a napkin and cleaned her mouth very slowly. Hanabi then proceeded to straighten herself and adopt her neutral face. No need to be so formal, Hanabi-chan, Hinata said and watched as Hanabi's back slightly slumped backwards. How are you so strong? Hanabi muttered beneath her breath, but loud enough for Hinata to hear. Tosama always says that I'm weak and that I'll never be anything like you, Hanabi said sadly, breaking Naruto from his eating contest. Why would Hiyashi compare you to Hinata-chan of all people? Naruto asked confused, and watched as Hanabi became slightly uncomfortable in her seat with all the attention. She didn't want to come off as weak or needy. Tosama says that Hyuga blood runs strong in her. He says that I will never become as strong as her, and that I can only chase her shadow, Hanabi said sadly, making Hinata place her arm around her protectively. He's doing the same thing he did to me. And now he's undermining her because she can't reach his expectations once again, Hinata thought sadly. He always keeps tabs on the bingo book to track your progress, Hanabi replied. He says that you are probably stronger than Hokage, that you are the first S-rank shinobi of the Hyuga clan, Hanabi replied, and Hinata was surprised that her father was keeping tabs on her like that. Don't worry, Hanabi-chan, Hinata said, comforting her little sister. Me and Naruto-kun have a plan. You just have to wait a little longer, Hinata said, and Hanabi looked up confused. What plan? Hanabi asked, confused about what she was referring to. That is a secret, Hinata said, playfully poking her nose. If you want, I can help you train, Hinata said, and Hanabi looked dumbfounded. Why would you do that? Hanabi asked, confused. I've done nothing for you, and in the end, you would just be pleasing my father, Hanabi replied, frowning. Because you are my little sister, and regardless of what father says, you are strong in your own right, Hinata firmly replied. Really? Hanabi asked hopefully, with her eyes tearing up. Of course, Hinata replied, hugging her little sister for the first time. Hanabi cried for the first time in her life, releasing all of the sadness, anger, and loneliness she felt by living her whole life with an unsupportive family and a harsh and stern father. She had to leave her house to find her real home. Poor girl, Tobirama said, dropping his mask as he watched Hanabi fall asleep on Hinata's shoulders. It looks like the Hyugas are taking Uchiha's place. Either you live up to their standards or you become an outcast, Hashirama replied, sighing. Even back in the days in which he was Hokage, it was always difficult dealing with the Hyugas. Only the main branch is like that, and even then there are some exceptions like Hanabi. But all of that will change soon enough, Naruto said in a firm tone. You should be careful about what you're playing, Naruto, Minato warned. The branch house has always resented their lives as slaves. Should the main house ever falter, they might take their chance and that would lead to a civil war inside the clan, Minato advised. Not with what me and Hinata-chan have planned, Naruto replied. Once you become aware of what is happening, it will be too late. Our plan will be swift and effective. There will be no time for a civil war, Naruto replied, as he watched Hinata carry Hanabi away to their bedroom. The poor girl was exhausted. A few minutes later, Hinata returned with Hana. That prick is going to get it for not raising any of you properly, Hana said, pissed off that her husband would treat her children like this. Don't worry, Kasan. That will change soon enough, Hinata assured. In the meantime, why don't you get to know Hanabi-chan? She has never met you, Hinata said, and Hana was surprised but happy since she could bond with her younger daughter, the one she never got to see. Later that day. Ding dong! Ugh, again, Naruto groaned to himself, propelling himself from his bed. He didn't have much to do today other than train or meditate. Everyone else was busy. The dragons were busy in Anbu, Gar and his brothers had missions with Anko, Fu went to the Aburame compound, and Hinata was bonding for little sister and mother. Naruto opened the door and immediately frowned at who stood at the gate. He had long, black hair and white eyes. He wore a very traditional, loose-fitting robe with a long-sleeve brown haori. Hyuga Hiyashi was standing in front of Naruto with an impassive gaze, as if Naruto should be honored to be in his presence. Next to Hiyashi stood a single-branch bodyguard. That particular bodyguard was none other than Hyuga Neji. "Long time no see, Neji," Naruto said, and Neji simply nodded. "What can I do for you, Hiyashi?" Naruto asked, and Hiyashi scoffed at his blatant disrespect for his social status. And even more that Naruto greeted his bodyguard first instead of him. "I've come to fetch my daughter," Hiyashi replied, placing both hands in the opposing arm sleeves. "I know that she came to the Senju compound early in the morning," Hiyashi replied in his monotone voice. "What makes you say that?" Naruto asked, curious, making Hiyashi snort. "She is only an academy student. Do you really think someone of her skill level could evade our all-seeing eyes?" Hiyashi rhetorically asked, almost poofing his chest with pride. "A branch guard saw her and immediately informed me of what had occurred. I kept my distance and followed her here," Hiyashi explained. "I see," Naruto simply replied. "It just so happens that she is busy training with Hinata-chan. Why don't I drop her off at the Hyuga compound when she's done?" Naruto offered, and almost took a step back when he saw a small smile creep onto Hiyashi's face. "You planned for this to happen, didn't you?" Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes. "Not entirely," Hiyashi simply replied. "I knew that you invited Hanabi to visit her sister, and I knew very well that she would accept this offer. That is why I refused when she asked me, to further incentivize her into coming here, and into the welcoming arms of her older sister," Hiyashi explained, and Naruto shook his head. "You are going to lose her too if you keep treating her like that," Naruto explained, and Hiyashi scoffed. "I'm not stupid, Senju-sama," Hiyashi replied, almost smirking. "I know my daughter far better than you think I do. And I know that Hinata wouldn't hesitate to help her little sister should the need ever rise," Hiyashi replied, and Naruto just stared at him. "I'm a realistic person. I know just how strong my daughter has become, and I know that she grew into it without my supervision or guiding hands," Hiyashi explained, and Naruto wondered where this was going. "Who better than her to mold Hanabi into a strong shinobi?" Hiyashi asked, slightly smirking. Naruto simply smiled as two golden chains sprouted from the ground and snared Neji. "What are you doing?" Neji yelled as he struggled to get free from the chains. Hiyashi was about to question just that when Naruto blurred out of his sight. Hiyashi didn't even understand what happened until he was pinned to the wall with Naruto pressing his arm to his neck. "You bastard!" Naruto growled, increasing his pressure and making it difficult for Hiyashi to breathe. "You toy with people's feelings just to get what you want. You turn Hanabi into a shy girl just so she could find refuge in her sister's arms. All of that just so she could become stronger?" Naruto asked, glaring at Hiyashi, blood-red eyes glowing, and stared straight into Hiyashi's white ones. "Danzo-sama was right. Power is the only thing that matters in our world. Everything else is just a fairy tale. Do you really think that Konan became the strongest of the 5 nations by playing by the rules, or saying that the pen is mightier than the sword?" Hiyashi asked. "You are nothing but a naive kid," Hiyashi replied, making Naruto increase his grip. "I will do whatever it takes to keep our lineage strong and unyielding like it has in the past," Hiyashi replied, struggling against Naruto's grip. "There are boundaries, and family should be one of those. You already lost your first daughter, and if you keep this up, you'll lose Hanabi as well," Naruto said, seething. "And even after everything you did, Hinata is still going to forgive you," Naruto replied, calming down. because that is the kind of person she is. I should kill you right now, Naruto replied as his Sharingan started spinning. That is enough, Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she arrived in a Shunshin with Hanabi in tow. Naruto calmed down and released Yashi as he fell to the ground, coughing and nursing his throat. Hinata approached her father and quickly applied a healing juice to heal the damage she took. Thank you, Hinata-chan, Hiyashi replied as he stood up smiling and making Naruto growl at him. Father, Hinata said and walked very slowly to him. Hiyashi almost took a step back when he saw her smiling. Hinata approached Hiyashi and whispered into his ear, I'm going to keep an eye on you. If I find that you've continued this treatment of her, I will kill you myself. Hinata whispered and backed off, locking eyes with her father. Understood, Hinata asked, and Hiyashi nodded, going back to his stoic self. Come, Hanabi-chan, Hiyashi said, motioning his daughter to take his side. Hanabi hesitated for a moment before remembering what she and Hinata had agreed upon. Reluctantly, Hanabi walked forward until she was by her father's side. You are always welcome at the Hyuga clan, Hiyashi said towards Hinata, who remained neutral. Come, Neji, Hiyashi said as the three of them walked off. What were you thinking, Hinata asked towards Naruto. Why did you need to embarrass him? In front of Neji, a branch member of all Hyugas, Hinata asked. Just trying to make him see the light, but I know now that it's useless, Naruto replied, walking forward and placing an arm around Hinata. And don't worry about Hanabi. He will never do anything to her, Naruto replied. What makes you so sure, Hinata wondered. Regardless of what he wants, he needs an heir to the clan, and Hanabi is the only viable choice. He would never give it to a branch member, Naruto reasoned. Everything he did was to ensure that he got a strong heir to lead the clan. I think we should move up our timetable on dealing with them, Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded. It was time to begin their plan, and the preparations would take a few days. Tobi's hideout, Mountain's graveyard. A swirling sound could be heard in a cave deep beneath the earth. Tobi had just arrived from his rather colorful reunion with Senju Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Naruto had just threatened his entire organization with death, but the problem was that the brat could back up his threats. Naruto had just killed 2 members of his group. The Kyuubi brat intrigues me to no end, Tobi said to himself as he wondered how the Ghetto Mazo could react to Naruto's chakra. It's true that Naruto released enough chakra to match a Biju, but even then, something was off. The air around Tobi swirled again and Zetsu was dropped to the floor. Tobi narrowed his eyes at the plant-like man and wondered what he would do with him. What do you intend to do? The white Zetsu asked, breaking Tobi from his thoughts. If I gave an order that would conflict with Naruto's orders. Whose orders would you follow? Tobi wondered. My allegiance is to my maker, so Madara-sama's blood will always be my master, the white Zetsu replied, making Tobi curse in his breath. And your clones? Tobi asked. My clones are but blank soldiers. They can be programmed to obey only you if that is what you wish, Zetsu replied, making Tobi smile behind his mask. Excellent, Tobi replied. What will you do now? Zetsu asked. Naruto revealed that I'm not Uchiha Madara to the whole group at once. That will make Nagato an unstable pawn on my side. I'll have to try carefully dealing with him as of now, Tobi replied, bringing his hand to his chin. If it comes to that, I will personally kill him and take his Rinnegan, Tobi said, sighing. Though he still has his uses, Tobi said, chuckling. We will let things unfold for now. Let's wait and see what Naruto's next move is, Tobi said as he walked off into the hideout. In the meantime, I'm going to give Naruto a little present, Tobi said, smirking behind his mask. I'm going to show him that I am no prey, Tobi said, looking at the shinobi kneeling in front of him. I have a mission for you, Tobi said, making a shinobi raise her head and display her glowing blood-red eyes. Now, Chan. And that is the end of Chapter 44, Beginnings, and I hope you all enjoyed that chapter. It's a pretty good chapter in my opinion, and, you know, I think a lot of people would actually enjoy that chapter a lot, honestly, because it has a lot of build-up, honestly. In particular, the build-up with Naruto and Hinata's plan coming to fruition, which will be a thing in the coming chapters, so get ready for that. Anyways, let's move on to Chapter 45, The Choices We Make, Part 1. Here we go. Chapter 45, The Choices We Make, Part 1. Previously, I have a mission for you, Toby said, making the shinobi raise her head and display her glowing blood-red eyes. Now, Chan. Now. What's the mission, Fugaku-sama? Now asked, raising her head to lock eyes with her leader. Blood-red eyes with black timely shine behind her black bangs of hair that threatened to block her eyes. This mission is to be completed at all costs, Fugaku said behind his orange mask, and now only nodded. Naruto decided to threaten all via Katsuki, with death, and me in particular, since I was responsible for the death of his father and mother, Fugaku explained, and now simply heard what he had to say. I want to show Naruto that there are no lengths where I would go. There is nothing I wouldn't do to complete the Suki no Me Kikaku. I have the moon plan, Fugaku said, with his lone Sharingan glowing. You wish for me to assassinate Hyuga Hinata, now wondered? If Fugaku truly wanted to harm Naruto, she would be the most effective target in all of Konoha. No, Fugaku replied, making Now raise her eyebrows. I want you to kill the king of Konoha, Fugaku said, smiling darkly. The king? Now asked, confused, not knowing what he meant. The academy, Fugaku said with his Sharingan glowing. I want you to kill every single student in there, Fugaku said, and Nao's eyes widened. What? Nao yelled in surprise. Is there a problem? Fugaku asked, narrowing his eyes. You want me to kill some innocent kids who aren't even shinobi? Nao said, looking at the floor, not willing to lock eyes with her leader. I don't want them just dead. I want them bloody. Naruto will know that it was a mistake to irk me, Fugaku said, looking intently at Nao. You will follow my orders, correct? Fugaku asked in a firm tone and narrowed his eyes when Nao hesitated. Yes, Nao replied in a defeated tone. I will do as you wish, Fugaku-sama, Nao said. Excellent, Fugaku said in a happier tone. Don't disappoint me again, Fugaku said and swirled away. Nao sighed and got up and started walking away. Konoha's graveyard, middle of the night. If no one else is going to say it, then I am, Naruto said, crossing his arms. This is disgusting, even by my standards, Naruto said, pointing at the gates that led to the graveyard. What are you complaining about, Hinata huffed. I'm the one that's going to cut her open, Hinata replied, and Naruto's face contorted in horror. Bunch of hussies, Tobirama replied as he stood there with his arms crossed, watching the younglings. You aren't doing much either, Hashirama replied, making Tobirama's eye twitch. You are the Doton Earth user. It's your job, Tobirama replied, making Hashirama groan. So is Naruto, Hashirama replied, pointing towards Naruto. Oi, leave me out of this. You're the one with the Mokuton bloodline, Naruto replied. Will you shut up and get on with it, Tsunade roared, making everyone flinch at a sudden sound spike. Weren't we doing this at night to keep a low profile, Mito rhetorically asked towards the fuming Tsunade. If you keep yelling, you're going to wake up half of Konoha, Mito reasoned. How can you deal with those three, Tsunade asked, pointing towards Tobirama, Hashirama, and Naruto. They're like kids on a sugar rush, Tsunade said, sighing. You get used to it eventually, but why are you complaining? You are a Senju as well, Mito replied. At least Mito wasn't so loud since he was an Uchiha. The Uchiha were always a quiet bunch. In fact, the Uchiha and Senju were the opposite in almost everything, including personalities. Are we going to do this or wait until the Anbu find us doing their night patrol? Mito asked, breaking the fight going on. Fine, let's get on with this, Hashirama said and turned to Tsunade. Whose grave are we profaning again? Hashirama asked. Now Uchiha, 13 years old. She was the daughter of Mika Uchiha and Sora Uchiha, and had an older sister by the name of Nana Uchiha. Tsunade replied, opening and reading her file. She graduated at age 7 along with Itachi Uchiha, and both of them were enrolled on the same team. They both became Chunin at the age of 10. Then they split up. Itachi joined Anbu and now continued her job, becoming a Jonin just before getting killed, Tsunade read from the file. It says here that she was very talented in fire ninjutsu, even among other Uchihas. She was the only one that came close to even rivaling the Uchiha Itachi before he did the cleanup, Tsunade explained as she closed her file and everyone walked towards the gravesite. A good Uchiha is a dead one, Tobirama answered, much to the shock of everyone. Tobirama! Hashirama yelled, and Toyirama huffed. You know I'm right, Toyirama replied. What about Minato? Hashirama asked, pointing towards the blonde. He's alright, Toyirama replied, and everyone's sweat dropped. Let's just dig her up and be done with this, Tsunade stated. Here lies Uchiha now, a proud Uchiha. May she rest in peace. Hashirama kneeled, placing both hands on the ground. The ground shook a little bit as the earth slowly began to break apart. The ground split in two as the coffin slowly made its way towards the surface. Once the coffin was outside, Hashirama closed the hole. Who wants to do the honors? Tsunade asked, and Hashirama shrugged. Hashirama's arm turned into wood as he used it to crack open the coffin. The top of the coffin fell to the ground, and everyone coughed as a small cloud of dust was set free. What did I say? Naruto rhetorically asked, pointing towards the decomposed cadaver in front of them. Disgusting, Naruto replied. The cadaver in front of them at least still had skin, but it was all dried up and brownish looking. She was just a little girl, Hinata said, overlooking the cadaver of a 13-year-old. Hinata kneeled down and ran a small diagnostic jutsu. Prognosis? Tsunade asked as Hinata worked her magic on the cadaver. Her eyes are missing, Hinata said, shocked when she found empty eye sockets. Members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans have their eyes removed and destroyed at death to prevent exactly what we are doing right now, Tsunade explained, and Hinata nodded, going back to her work. Cause of death, blade through the heart, Hinata replied. It doesn't seem to be fake. All the normal indicators are here. This is a normal human body, Hinata replied, and Naruto took a kunai and cut off a piece of her skin. A blade for the heart, Hinata wondered out loud, gathering the attention of everyone. Once the blade pierces it, the organ structure is immediately compromised, and the blood flow is severed. The lack of oxygenated blood shuts down the human brain in just a few seconds, Hinata said, looking over the body of the young girl. Death is almost instantaneous, Hinata said sadly. What are you doing? Hinata wondered until she saw Naruto sit on the ground and go through hand seals. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, Impure World Resurrection, Naruto said, slamming his hands together as the ground glowed purple around the Shadow Clone. A few seconds later, and nothing passed. You're losing your touch, Minato snickered, only for Naruto to bring his hand to his chin and fought. He performed the technique correctly. Either Uchiha now is still alive, or soul is sealed somewhere else other than the pure world, Toyirama inferred as he brought his hand to his chin. Did she have any medical training? Naruto asked towards Tsunade, who looked over the file. Only the basics. She was strictly a taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu user, Tsunade said, and watched as Naruto looked around. What are you thinking, Naruto? Tsunade asked in a serious voice. Did the coroner or the one who performed the autopsy cross-match the DNA to the files? Naruto asked, and Tsunade narrowed her eyes. That's classified information, Naruto. Only myself and the top medical officers know that we have a DNA database of all our shinobi. Care to explain how you found out? Tsunade asked. When you found Sakura's remains in ash, you said so yourself, Naruto replied and got to thinking. According to Hinata, this is a human body and its DNA matched the one in the database, Naruto wondered out loud. A 13-year-old without any medical training while still a jonin wouldn't be able to fake her death to this extent, Naruto said as he walked around until he stopped next to another grave. Here lies Uchiha Mikoto, loved by her family, cherished by her friends. May she rest in peace. Naruto tapped his foot on the ground and watched the earth split itself and another coffin rose to the ground. Wait, Naruto, Kushina said as she rushed to her son. She was a dear friend. Be respectful, Kushina said, looking over the headstone. Naruto nodded and used his kunai to spread the coffin apart. Inside the coffin laid another cadaver. It was in a similar shape of Nao's. The skin was dry and withered, though this cadaver belonged to a fully developed woman. Like Nao, she had the markings of a blade in the middle of her chest. Naruto cut off a piece of her skin and sat on the ground once again. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, Impure World Resurrection, Naruto said as the ground glowed purple around the Shadow Clone. A few seconds had passed and nothing had happened yet again. Something is off here, Naruto said and turned to Hinata, but she was already on the cadaver of Uchiha Mikoto. It's a human body as well, Hinata replied, and Naruto was wondering what the hell is happening. Did Itachi use some type of sealing jutsu when he slaughtered his clan? Toyirama, Mito, Naruto called out, gathering the attention of both of them. Set up a small barrier around the graveyard so that we aren't interrupted, Naruto ordered, and both of them went to work on it. Father, Naruto said and turned to Minato. Set up a genjutsu on the barrier to disguise it, Naruto said, and Minato nodded. Who died and made you boss? Kushina asked jokingly, but Naruto didn't reply as he was busy. What are you playing, Naruto? Tsunade asked, curious about what Naruto had planned. Taju Kage Bunshin. Multiple shadow clones, Naruto called out with his fingers in a T shape. Spread out in groups of 2. Each group takes a tomb. Once Hinata is verified that the cadaver is really human, use the Imperial World Resurrection, Naruto ordered, and watched as the clones went to work. Hinata quickly made enough shadow clones to match the number of tombs, and everyone went to work. Something is off. The Uchiha were always secretive since they lived in the outskirts of the village, but suddenly one of their own turns on them and kills them all but leaves his brother alive, Naruto questioned in doubt. A few years later, not one but 2 Uchihas appear out of nowhere, and to make matters worse, their souls are not in the pure world where they are supposed to be, Naruto explained. Something is off in all of this, Naruto said out loud, and everyone nodded. This Uchiha massacre stinks, and Naruto would go to the end of it to find the real truth. It took half an hour for everyone to go through every single coffin in the Uchiha clan, and he wasn't able to revive anyone. Everyone's bodies were still there, minus the body of Uchiha Shisui. Do you think it's possible for Itachi to have sealed everyone somewhere? Naruto asked towards Minato, Mito, and Toriyama. Nothing like getting a second opinion. Possible? Yes. Although it's very unlikely, Mito replied. They were all killed by a blade for the heart. According to Hinata, that was the cause of death, which makes sealing their souls even more unlikely, Minato added, and Naruto nodded. Besides, sealing rituals take a considerable amount of chakra and time, and to seal everyone in the clan in a single night is highly unlikely, Minato explained, and Toriyama nodded in agreement. So the more logical outcome is that they faked their own deaths, Naruto said, and everyone agreed. We need to talk with the old man about this. He was the ruling Hokage at the time, Naruto said, and proceeded to bury everyone except Now, which Hinata was taken to the hospital for a more deep examination. Those were human bodies that had the same DNA. These clones of some sort require vast knowledge of medical jutsu to create. What about the Uchiha brat that remained, Toriyama remembered, and everyone stopped walking. Itachi had killed everyone but had left Sasuke alive. Why? Do you think that the Sasuke that remained was also a fake, Hinata wondered? What a mess this is turning out to be. No, he was the original alright, Naruto replied. What makes you say that, Minato wondered. Because Toby broke him out from the Anbu prison. If he was simply a clone, Toby would have just let him die like everyone else in there, Naruto explained, pointing to the graveyard. These are all suppositions, you know that right, Minato said, and Naruto nodded. I'll ask Shiraikun to keep an eye open for the Uchihas. Maybe a spy network can give us some hints, Tsunade said, and everyone walked home. They had to talk with Hiruzen in the morning and get the facts clear. Forest outside of Konoha. It was the middle of the day at the forest of Konoha. The birds were chirping peacefully and the wind was rustling through the leaves. Everything seemed quiet and peaceful until a blonde blur was seen jumping from branch to branch. The person running towards Konoha was Uchiha Now, although she was a little different. Instead of her usual black hair, she was now blonde, and the once pitch black eyes were now a dark brown. Her usual attire was also different. Instead of a traditional dark blue vest with the Uchiha clan crest and her sword on her back, she now supported simpler clothes, more civilian clothes to be specific. She wore a short sleeve pink shirt with the end of the sleeves and the collar being red in color and had black pants. Now continued jumping from branch to branch. She looked up and noticed the big green gates of Konoha. She was nearing Konoha. She jumped to the ground and started walking as a civilian should. Halt! Kotetsu yelled as he blocked Nao's path. Nao smiled as she stopped walking. Sorry for the outburst, Kotetsu said, scratching the back of his head. He had a little red tinge on his cheeks as he looked towards the beauty in front of him. No problem at all, Nao replied, smiling at Kotetsu's embarrassment. Kotetsu cleared his throat as he tried to regain his bearings. Reasons for visiting Konoha? Kotetsu asked as he tried to look professional. That would be telling, Nao smiled as her eyes gained a red color. She gazed at Kotetsu with her Sharingan to cast a small genjutsu. Of course. Enjoy your stay, Kotetsu replied. Nao smiled as Kotetsu went back to his booth and Nao went on her way. How nostalgic, Nao said to herself as she looked around the busy streets of Konoha. It was in the middle of the day and the streets were booming with activity. Nothing has changed, now smiled as she looked over Konoha. Everything was still the same as it was almost 10 years ago. The only difference she could see was the fifth face on the Hokage monument. Now had almost forgotten the warmth of Konoha. She looked to her left and saw a few villagers laughing. To her right, she saw a man trying his best to drag a drunk friend around. She went to a shop and bought a few dango sticks. So good. I've almost forgotten how good this was, now said as she continued walking while eating her sweets. She looked forward and her heart almost stopped when she saw two people coming right towards her. The male had long blonde, waist length, and spiky hair with bangs that framed his face and partially covered his right deep blue eye. He also had three distinctive whisker marks on each cheek. The female to his side had straight, waist-length, Hime-style haircut. Her eyes were white, trademark of the Byakugan. Thump! Now could feel her heartbeat increasing with each step she took. Step by step, she could see them getting closer and closer. She stayed herself as she couldn't do anything out of the ordinary. She knew that both of them were skill sensors and any alteration on her chakra and her mission was blown. Thump. Now took a deep breath and time almost stopped as she crossed both of them. She tilted her body to the side as she slightly grazed Hinata's shoulder due to the crowd. Now almost panicked but continued forward as if nothing had happened. She let out a breath of relief when she felt their chakra getting farther and farther away. Suddenly Hinata stopped walking and turned around to look at the crowd. Something wrong? Naruto asked as he noticed Hinata look at the crowd. It's nothing. I just thought I saw someone I knew, Hinata replied, and Naruto nodded. Hinata turned around and both of them went off on their way. That was way too close, Now thought to herself as she leaned against the wall in an alley. If she had been caught, she would have been killed. If I remember correctly, the academy was this way, Now thought, and made her way towards the academy. At the academy. Come on! Now heard as she arrived at the academy. Outside, there were a few students doing laps around the field as their instructor was cheering them on to make them run faster. Now made her way towards the main entrance of the academy and made her way towards the classrooms. It was amazing how everything was still the same. She continued walking around until she crossed one of the rooms she used to take classes. She focused chakra into her ears and focused on a lecture going on. Now, Iruka said, gathering the attention of his students. What can you tell me about the Hi no Ishi? Will of Fire, Iruka asked, and a girl instantly raised her hand. The Will of Fire is something that the Sandaime Hokage used to say in his lectures. He says that every Konoha shinobi must love, believe, cherish, and fight for the village's sake, as previous generations had done before them, the girl started. According to Sandaime-sama, this is what gives Konoha shinobi the strength to continue fighting against all odds, the girl explained. Very good, hero, Iruka replied, getting a toothy grin from her. The Will of Fire is the belief that should guide us. This is what gives us strength to fight for those we hold dear, Iruka explained, and continued on with his lecture. The Will of Fire? Now thought to herself. She had never heard anything like this before. Interesting how times and professors change. Flashback. Now had just gone back from her mission briefing with Fugaku and she made her way towards the graveyard. She stopped near a headstone with the name of Nana Uchiha. What would you do, big sis? Now wondered and thought. Now-chan? Now heard some soft voice and looked up to see a fair-skinned woman with long, black hair with bangs hanging on both sides of her face to roughly frame her cheeks and black eyes. She wore a simple dark blue blouse with the Uchiha clan's crest on the back and a black short skirt. Mikoto-sama now said, bowing to the wife of the clan leader. What troubles you, my dear? Mikoto softly asked. Nothing, Mikoto-sama. Now smoothly replied, but Mikoto could tell something was wrong. Your eyes tell a different story, and I'm not talking about the Sharingan, Mikoto explained. It's... Now started, but hesitated before gathering her thoughts. I'm not sure if I want to complete this mission Fugaku-sama gave me, now explained, and Mikoto nodded. There is only one thing I can tell you, Mikoto started and got Nao's attention. Never do anything that you think is wrong. If you think deep down what you will do is wrong, then don't do it. You regret it for the rest of your life, Mikoto sadly explained, and Nao got curious. Did you do anything now? Asked. I betrayed my best friend. We grew up together and she was like a sister to me. We went to the academy together. We trained together. We talked about clothes, weapons, boys. And yet, I'm the reason she and her husband are now dead, and the reason I now possess these cursed eyes, Mikoto said, flaring her Sharingan and displaying her Mangekyo for the first time. They are beautiful, Now said, enticed by the power Mikoto displayed. Looks like a flower blossoming, Now said, and Mikoto slowly nodded. Did you do it for your eyes? Now wondered, but Mikoto quickly denied it. I was presented with a choice, clan or Konoha, Mikoto explained, and Now nodded. Itachi-kun chose Konoha while I chose my clan. We are what we choose. So, think about it and be sure of your choice as you will live with it for the rest of your life, Mikoto explained and started walking away. Wait! Now suddenly screamed, making Mikoto stop. Thank you, Now said with complete honesty. Mikoto nodded, smiling, and continued walking until she was out of Now's sight. End of flashback. Damn him! Now hissed as she turned around and started walking away from the academy. I may be a shinobi, but even I have my morals and boundaries, Now thought to herself, choosing not to complete her mission. A few days later, Saratobi Compound. The Saratobi Compound, home of the Saratobi family. They had never applied for clan status, so they didn't possess a seat in the council, but that didn't seem to affect them. The Saratobi clan members were all extremely skilled in taijutsu and both earth and fire ninjutsu. Some members even managed to surpass the Uchihas in the skill with fire. Such example was, of course, Saratobi Hiruzen, the Sendaime Hokage. The man that was present in all 3 Great Shinobi Wars and led Konoha to victory in 2 of them. Extremely skilled in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and unstoppable in bojutsu staff techniques. Couple this with his personal summon Enma the Monkey King, Saratobi became known as the god of shinobi, and hailed as the strongest shinobi of his generation. And as far before that, Saratobi Sasuke was also an exceptionally strong shinobi, strong enough to hold his own against some legends of the old world like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Both of Hiruzen's sons were also strong in their own way. The only one currently alive is Saratobi Asuma, an elite join of Konoha, Wind Ninjutsu Specialist, and once member of the 12 Shinobi Guardians. Ding dong! The bell rang through the whole Saratobi compound. Staying at the gates were almost all the dragons with their masks, with the exception of both Naruto and Hinata. Tsunade was also there as she was the Hokage and she needed to know everything that went down in her village. The gates slowly opened and in came someone who had short, spiky brown hair with black eyes. He wore long gray pants and a pale green jacket with a dark green stripe down the middle. He also wore his long blue scarf and now bore a Konoha protector on his forehead. Naruto Nichan, Konohamaru greeted in happiness. Who's the brat? Blue Toyarama asked, pointing to Konohamaru, who huffed. That would be Saratobi Konohamaru, grandson of Saratobi Hiruzen, Naruto explained, and Green Hashirama crouched to his level. He looks like him, Green replied. Who are they? Konohamaru asked, pointing towards the masked guy staying next to Naruto, Hinata, and Tsunade. I'll tell you someday, Naruto said, ruffling his hair. We need to talk to the old man. Is he home? Naruto asked, and Konohamaru nodded, guiding them towards one of the many houses. This place hasn't changed, Green says. He looked over to the house where Hiruzen lived. It looked exactly the same as the last time he visited, and that was many decades ago. I've never seen you here before, Konohamaru said once he heard Green's comment. You weren't here at the time, Green smoothly replied, but Konohamaru shrugged his shoulders and led everyone towards Hiruzen's office. Konohamaru knocked at the door and heard his grandfather talking. He opened the door and Hiruzen could be seen smoking on his pipe as he was drawing some kind of painting. The room's window was open as he seemed to be drawing the landscape he could see from that. Can we talk? Tsunade asked, and Hiruzen noted the serious tone in her voice. He nodded and shooed Konohamaru away, closing the door. Mito quickly placed a few silent seals around the room to make sure that nothing got out. So, Hiruzen started blowing up a bit of smoke. What can I do for you? Hiruzen asked, and watched as the dragons removed their masks and everyone sat on the ground. Where to begin? Tsunade mused, and turned to Hinata. Why don't you begin with Kiri? Tsunade asked, and Hinata nodded, making Hiruzen focus on her. A few weeks ago, we were given the mission to help the rebel side of the Mist in the Bloodline War, Hinata started, and Hiruzen was already surprised that Tsunade had agreed to such a mission, but he didn't focus much on that. We won the war, but along the way I fought an Uchiha, Hinata said, and Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. And Uchiha, you say? Hiruzen asked, taking a deep breath and motioned Hinata to go on. She said she was Uchiha now, and she had an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I won the battle, but she managed to demolish the building where I stood, so I was unable to capture her, Hinata explained. I remember her, Hiruzen said, sighing. She was a good girl, and just as talented as Itachi. She didn't get much of a spotlight since, with Itachi being a prodigy and Cynthia the clan head, she remained in his shadow. Always had the impression she had a good heart, Hiruzen explained. She was strong. She could use the Amaterasu flames, Susanoo, and some type of genjutsu that would completely freeze the enemy's chakra network, paralyzing her opponent and leaving him completely exposed to an attack, Hinata explained. I understand, but still fail to see what you expect from me, Hiruzen wondered, curious. Uchiha now was supposed to have been killed when Itachi slaughtered his clan, Naruto said, making Hiruzen narrow his eyes at him. What can you tell us about the massacre of the Uchiha clan, Naruto asked, focusing his attention on the old man. Hiruzen says to release a small cloud of smoke. What is there to tell? Hiruzen rhetorically asked, bringing his pipe to his mouth again. Itachi slaughtered his whole clan with the exception of his little brother, Hiruzen explained. Then how do you explain that there are two Uchihas alive besides Itachi and Sasuke? Tsunade asked, narrowing her eyes at Hiruzen. That I do not know, Hiruzen simply replied. Why did Itachi leave Sasuke alive? Naruto asked. Only Itachi can answer that, but perhaps he intended on taking Sasuke's eyes for himself, Hiruzen smoothly replied. You are lying, old man, Naruto said, smirking. I can feel your emotions, guilt and regret, which means that you are not telling us the whole story, Naruto replied, and everyone narrowed their eyes at the third Hokage. Just tell us what this is all about, Hashirama said. Very well, Hiruzen replied, sighing. He never expected the truth to come out after so many years. The truth is that Uchiha Itachi was ordered to eliminate the Uchiha clan by me. Hiruzen replied, and everyone stared with their eyes widened at the man. You what? Tsunade yelled, making everyone wince at the sound spike. And she complains about the noise. If that temper is anything to go by, she's a true-blood Senju, Mito thought to herself. Why would you do such a thing, Hiruzen? Hashirama asked in disbelief. All that work you put into making the Senju and Uchiha clans form a village together. Wasted. There was no other choice. It was either that or civil war in Konoha, Hiruzen started. The Uchihas were planning a coup d'etat, and if it were to take place, Konoha would be divided and weakened. The other nations would have seized this opportunity to bring us down. In the end, Itachi volunteered to do the mission, and I approved it, Hiruzen explained. You did well, Hiruzen, Toyirama replied. How can you say that? Hashirama replied, getting up, locking eyes with Toyirama. You were always against the Uchihas, but this is a new low, even for you, Hashirama replied, getting angry. They chose their path. The moment they started planning it, Hiruzen started breaking the argument. I tried peace talks, and Itachi did try to persuade them to abandon their foolish goal, but they didn't cave. So I took steps, Hiruzen explained. You could have asked me for help, Naruto replied. What could you do? Hiruzen rhetorically asked. An 8-year-old, despised by most of the village. Not everything revolves around you, and if someday you should ever take the hat, you will understand that not everything is black and white, Hiruzen replied. Naruto was surprised by the harsh tone coming from Hiruzen. This wasn't a kind old man he knew. No, this was the man that led Konoha to victory through 2 great shinobi wars. This was the god of shinobi. You are still naive, Naruto, Hiruzen said, slamming his fists to the ground. One day, you will make choices that you will regret for the rest of your life. You will send your own people into missions that you will know they'll most likely never return. One day, you will understand just what kind of sacrifices you will have to do in order to protect Konoha, Hiruzen explained. Is this what it means to be Hokage? Naruto thought to himself. I'm disappointed in you, Hiruzen, Hashirama replied. This isn't the will of fire I preached about. All members of the village are family, and they shouldn't be exterminated like some infestation, Hashirama explained. He did the right thing, Toyirama firmly replied. Those half-bloods were never to be trusted. You think that I hated Madara, but he was the only one I trusted, Toyirama replied, making several jaws drop. He was a man of his word, unlike most of his clan, and he would never have sacrificed his little brother for his eyes. Those are lies fed to anyone that would be heard by those inferior in power to him. Those half-bloods would do anything to rise above those of true blood, Toyirama explained. Why do you think he left the village in the first place? Toyirama rhetorically asked, crossing his arms. Because it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't made Hokage instead of you. He got fed up with his pathetic clan, and since he was the last of the true-blooded line, he left, Toyirama explained. Then how do you explain him challenging me to a battle? Hashirama asked, narrowing his eyes at his brother. That I do not know, but he must have had his reasons. We will never know, Toyirama explained. Madara wasn't so power-driven like those half-bloods. You remember the battles very well. They used their Mangekos until they were consumed by their darkness. They used Izanagi like some toy, playing gods, just to try to get the upper hand, Toyirama said, gritting his teeth. Izanagi? Kushina asked out loud. Izanagi is a kinjutsu of the Uchiha clan and their ultimate genjutsu, Naruto started. By sacrificing an eye, the Uchiha can use this technique to gain the power to turn imagination into reality. It was said to be derived from my creation of all things, Naruto explained, and Kushina's eyes widened along with those who didn't know of this. Tobirama is right, Naruto replied, getting a shocked look from Hiruzen. If the Uchiha clan had committed to a coup d'etat and used Izanagi, then Konoha would have fallen in a single night, Naruto explained, and Toyirama nodded. How come? Minato wondered. He had never read anything about this Izanagi technique. Imagine for an instant that Hiruzen attacked the Uchiha compound with several hundred men. The battle would definitely go in Hiruzen's favor due to the numbers. However, a single Izanagi cast would wipe out his army, Naruto explained, and Hiruzen was shocked by the power of the technique. This is good and all, but apparently they are still alive, Hinata said, and broke everyone from their rant. What do you mean? Hiruzen asked, confused. Last night, we performed a mass exhumation of the Uchiha clan. Their bodies were all fakes. Every single member has apparently faked their own deaths, Hinata explained, but Hiruzen shook his head. It's not possible, Hiruzen replied in disbelief. We performed an autopsy on every single member and everything checked out. Besides, wouldn't Itachi notice them being fakes, Hiruzen asked? It was an assassination. The Uchiha clan never knew what hit them, Naruto explained. How can you tell that the bodies were fakes, Hiruzen asked, curious. Besides the fact that their bodies aren't in the pure world, the bodies are, for a lack of a better word, perfect, Hinata replied. I performed an autopsy on Nao's body and she was in perfect condition, Hinata explained. Shouldn't that be a good thing, Hiruzen asked, confused. She had no marks of broken bones, no scar tissue, or any type of bruising history. Now that would be fine for a civilian, but not for a shinobi. Besides, her medical history indicates she had broken her ribs before, and this body had no evidence of it, Hinata explained, and Hiruzen stared at her in disbelief. So let me get this straight, Tsunade said and gathered the attention to her. You ordered Itachi to wipe out his clan, and he follows your orders, leaving only Sasuke alive. In the end, it turns out the Uchiha clan is still alive, and faked their own deaths, Tsunade explained, going through the facts. I wonder why Itachi left his brother alive, Minato wondered out loud. It was his only request, Hiruzen said. We already made a huge request by ordering him to kill his own clan, but he couldn't kill his little brother. The deal was for him to kill the Uchihas in return of leaving little Sasuke alive, Hiruzen explained. A true shinobi. To think he sacrificed so much for Konoha, Toyirama replied. And he was a half-blood Tobirama. Even among them, there are some good souls, Hashirama said. Either that, or this Itachi's in with them on this whole fake scheme, Toyirama replied, and Hashirama shook his head at Toyirama's stubbornness. If Itachi had been in on this, then he would have killed Sasuke instead of leaving him here all alone, Naruto replied. Who knew Itachi would be the good guy after all, Naruto thought to himself, wondering why Itachi joined the Akatsuki after everything he did for Konoha. That makes sense, Toyirama replied. Who else knows about the real truth behind the massacre, Tsunade asked. Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo, since all four of us came to the final decision, Hiruzen replied. I have a question, Kushina said, and everyone turned to her. If the Uchiha clan is still alive, why have they been hiding for so many years, Kushina asked, throwing the question into the air. I have a feeling that Tobi has a hand in all of this, Naruto started. Don't you think it's strange that Tobi was in Kyuri and that was the first place we encountered another Uchiha, Naruto rhetorically asked, and a few nodded. It was too much of a coincidence. If so, then the Akatsuki become more dangerous if the Uchiha clan is in their midst, Tsunade explained. Let's keep this under wraps until we know more, Tsunade explained, and everyone rose. Some things are better off buried forever. And that is the end of Chapter 45, The Choices We Make, Part 1. There are 2 more parts to The Choices We Make chapter series, I guess. And we'll be going over Part 2 in this video and Part 3 in the next video. So I guess be prepared for that. And that's all I have to say. Let's move on to Chapter 46, The Choice We Make, Part 2. Here we go. Chapter 46, The Choices We Make, Part 2. It was night in Konoha, and it was a beautiful, starry night sky without any evidence of clouds to hide thousands of stars. The moon was shining high in the sky, bathing Konoha in a silver light. Everything was quiet in Konoha. There was no one outside, and the streets were deserted. The only sound was that of nature, the wind rustling through the trees and a few animals. Just outside of the walls, a single shinobi could be seen hopping from tree branch to tree branch. His high-colored black cloak with red clouds flowed in the wind as the shinobi blurred through the trees, intending to arrive as soon as possible. The shinobi opened his eyes, and a familiar blood-red color with black markings blazed to life. A free Tomoe Sharingan scanned the surroundings as the shinobi hopped down to the ground, still concealed in the shadows of the forest. The shinobi blinked as he saw a large, transparent dome around what seemed to be the entirety of Konoha. It was a sensing barrier to prevent any foreign shinobi access to Konoha without anyone knowing. The shinobi simply walked right through the barrier like it never existed, a perk of the job as he used to belong to the leaf. The shinobi looked ahead and noticed that the big green gates were closed. He jumped high in the sky and, laying on the wall, proceeded to run up them until he reached the top. The defensive walls of Konoha were the biggest structure of the village, with the exception of the Hokage Tower. The shinobi scanned the surroundings, making sure that no Anbu team was around, and jumped down and into the depths of Konoha. Senju Compound. Like all of Konoha, the Senju Compound was also quiet. Everyone was sleeping peacefully, not realizing that an enemy shinobi was approaching quickly. The same could be said about Naruto and Hinata, who were sleeping next to each other. Tok tok. Thumb. The moment Naruto heard a ticking noise on the window, he sent a kunai flying towards the target. He didn't even open his eyes as he was asleep only moments before. The kunai was embedded with lightning chakra, so it didn't break the window. It pierced the glass and hit whatever was on the other side. What was that? Naruto wondered in thoughts. He looked to his left and noticed that Hinata was slowly stirring. What happened? Hinata groggily asked as she raised herself from the bed. Tok tok. Naruto heard it again, but this time he was already fully awake. This sound was coming from the window. He looked up and noticed something pecking the window. His Sharingan blazed to life to allow better vision. It was a black crow pecking the window with his beak. What is he doing here? Naruto found in confusion as he slowly got up without disturbing Hinata and quickly got dressed. Nothing, Naruto replied, kissing her forehead. I'm going to get some fresh air. Go back to sleep, Naruto said, and Hinata mumbled something before going back to sleep again. Naruto suddenly got out of the room, leaving behind a shadow clone to guard Hinata. Just in case, Naruto thought, and walked out of the Senju compound, following the crow. Naruto made his way deep into Konoha and arrived to a training ground. Naruto watched as the crow flew and landed on the shoulders of someone staying on a tree branch. What did my crow ever do to you? Itachi asked, shaking his head. This is one ballsy move, Itachi, Naruto said, looking carefully at the other shinobi. I did not come here to fight, Naruto-kun. I only came here to talk, Itachi stoically replied. I know, Naruto whispered behind Itachi's ears. Itachi's eyes widened as he quickly jumped down from the tree. He landed on the ground and looked up to see another Naruto where he previously stood. He got behind me without me realizing it, and with my defenses up, Itachi thought in amazement, and watched as one of the Narutos dispelled in smoke. Naruto sat down on the ground, with his legs crossed. I feel no ill intent coming from you, otherwise you would already be dead, Naruto said in a serious voice. Now, what can I do for you? Naruto asked, focusing on Itachi. I have a few questions I was hoping you could answer, and in return, I shall tell you what I know of the Akatsuki, Itachi replied in his monotone voice. Really? Naruto asked, surprised. I thought you were loyal to the Akatsuki, but you are willing to betray them for this info I may not even have or be willing to share, Naruto explained. I will take my chances, Itachi simply replied, and Naruto chuckled. I still wonder what you are doing in that organization, Itachi, Naruto said, and Itachi raised an eyebrow. The same as every other member, capturing the tail beast, Itachi replied, but Naruto shook his head. I don't think so, Naruto replied, and Itachi just looked at him with a blank face. I have recently heard very interesting news about the Uchiha massacre, Naruto said, and watched as Itachi slightly tense. Actually, it's very convenient that you are here, as I also have a few questions that only you can answer, Naruto explained. What do you know? Itachi questioned. The Uchiha massacre was one of Konoha's deepest and darkest secrets. Only the Sendaime Hokage and his three advisors knew of what had happened. It was an S-rank secret that everyone swore to never speak of again. It was supposed to remain buried forever. Everything, Itachi, Naruto replied, and Itachi looked down. How all of that was a mission from the village since the clan was preparing a coup d'etat, Naruto explained, and Itachi could only nod. You killed your own family for Konoha, Naruto slowly said. You did something I could never do, Naruto replied, but Itachi remained silent. Although, you shouldn't beat yourself up since you didn't kill anyone, Naruto said, and watched as Itachi's head suddenly snapped up. Excuse me? Itachi asked in confusion. Was Naruto playing some sick joke with him? I did a mass exhumation on the clan, and every single member faked their own death, Naruto replied, making Itachi's eyes widen. No, Itachi replied in disbelief, slightly shaking his head. That's not possible. I would have noticed something different in them, Itachi replied. The bodies they left behind were perfect replicas, including their DNA. It was like some clone, although to cellular level, Naruto explained. I don't know how they did it, but cloning someone to that level takes years to accomplish, Naruto said, as every piece started coming together in Itachi's head. Setsu, Itachi replied in disbelief. He had been tricked by that Toby fellow. Him, that was supposed to be a prodigy like no other. The white and black plant thingy? Naruto asked, and Itachi nodded. One of his special abilities is to clone and take the appearance of anyone he touches, Itachi explained. If that is true, then you do realize that Toby is most likely some member of your clan, Naruto asked, and Itachi nodded. He played me from the beginning. He helped me with the massacre, but everything was planned from the beginning. Toby said that he was Madara, and I was a fool to believe him. I gave him information about the clan without knowing that he in fact belonged to it, Itachi replied, shaking his head. What will you do now? Naruto asked, and watched Itachi sigh. You could come back to the leaf, Naruto stated, but Itachi gave a hollow chuckle. I appreciate the offer, but I have much to do but not enough time to do it, Itachi replied, dropping to the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood. The amount of blood was so much that it even fell to the ground. Oi! Naruto said with surprise and rushed Itachi. Are you alright? Naruto asked, surprised. I'm dying, Naruto-kun, Itachi replied, chuckling. I just hope you have enough time to right my wrongs. I didn't expect this information, Itachi replied and said to himself. What is it you wanted to know? Naruto asked as he sat down. Is it true about what you said about Toby taking Sasuke-kun from his prison? Itachi asked, focusing on the blonde. Every word, Naruto replied, and watched Itachi sigh and raise his head to look up at the stars. I never wanted any of this to happen. The plan was for me to kill the whole Uchiha clan and leave my brother alive. By making him hate me, I wished for him to grow strong and one day come for me. By doing so, he could purge me of my sins and begin a new Uchiha clan. A better one, Itachi replied sadly. No offense, but that plan was flawed from the beginning, Naruto answered. While hate may make someone strong, they make them unstable, and look what happened. He murdered his own teammates in cold blood just for his eyes, Naruto replied, thinking about Sasuke murdering Sakura to achieve his Mangekyo. One of many mistakes I did in my short life, Itachi replied solemnly. And one I intend to fix, Itachi replied sadly. You're going to kill him? Naruto asked, surprised. I thought you left him alive because you loved him, Naruto said, confused. I do love him. He's my little brother, Itachi replied, gritting his teeth. but I cannot overlook what he has done. Even if he was to kill me and supposedly avenge my clan, he wouldn't be welcome back in Konoha. He would be a fugitive for the rest of his life, Itachi sighed. Once again, I'm forced to kill those I love for the greater good. I'm sure hell has a special place for someone like me, Itachi replied, and blinked as Naruto was suddenly at his face. Naruto brought up 2 fingers and poked Itachi on the forehead. Did he just poke me? The Itachi Uchiha? Itachi felt his eyes twitching, thinking about forgetting everything and killing the brat right here and now. Naruto's fingers started glowing green. After a few brief couple of seconds, Naruto released Itachi and watched as he fell to the ground. What did you do? Itachi asked in amazement. He never felt so strong and healthy. Itachi took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the night's cold air, and noticed that he felt no pain or difficulty. I healed your body and gave you a gift, Naruto replied, looking at Itachi. I hope you use it well, Itachi, Naruto replied seriously, and watched as Itachi rose from the ground. Itachi flexed his hands, taking another deep breath. He slowly flared his chakra and felt it cover his whole body. He never felt so strong in his life. His Sharingan flared into existence and started glowing in the night. Even his skin seemed to gain a stronger color. How did you do this? Itachi asked in amazement. Naruto had cured his disease, which everyone said to be incurable. Itachi had an autoimmune disease that every single doctor said to be incurable, and that Itachi had his days numbered, and yet, a single brat of 17 healed him in just a few seconds. Who knows, Naruto cryptically said, but allowed Itachi to see his silver eyes with several concentric circles. The eyes of the sage, Itachi said just above a whisper, as he stared at Naruto's silver eyes. He has the same eyes as Nagato, Itachi thought in disbelief. The Renegade's eyes were legendary and only appeared on a single figure throughout history, and now there were 2 users of them. Although Naruto seemed to be able to deactivate them, unlike Nagato. This Itachi, Naruto said, pointing to his silver eyes. This is the Sharingan's final form, Naruto said with his Rinnegan glowing in the night. You are full of surprises, Naruto-kun, Itachi said, chuckling. Not to sound ungrateful, but why did you do this? Itachi asked, confused. We tried to take you 3 years ago and even hurt your girlfriend, Itachi explained. You're a good person who got dealt a crappy hand, Naruto explained, shocking Itachi. And I believe in second chances for everybody, and this is yours, Naruto said. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Itachi replied, smiling. Now that he was fully healed, even his smile didn't seem that creepy. Here, Naruto said and threw a three-pronged kunai at Itachi. Should you ever need any help, give me a call. So to speak, Naruto replied, and Itachi nodded, stashing the kunai away. What will you do now? Naruto asked, curious. I'm going to keep tabs on Tobi while I wait for Sasuke. If anyone knows the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan, it's him, Itachi replied. And Sasuke? Naruto questioned further. I'm doing what I should have done all those years ago, Itachi replied, and turned his back to Naruto. Foolish little brother, Itachi thought as a single tear ran down his eye. Goodbye, Itachi, Naruto said, and watched Itachi disperse into a storm of crows that rose into the sky and flew away.
You place a great deal of trust in him,
Kurama warned.
A half-blood Uchiha out of everyone else,
Kurama explained. You could feel him as well. He has a pure heart, and I can feel the love he has for his brother. He'll prove a valuable ally in the future, Naruto explained.
Your call,
Kurama replied and went back to his slumber. Naruto strolled away and appeared inside his room. Hinata was already sound asleep. I'll fix that in the morning, Naruto thought, looking at the window and laid down, resuming his sleep. Next morning. So, let's see, Naruto says he shuffled the maze that was the Senju library. Saying that this library was extensive was saying something. Even more now that Naruto and Minato added the Uchiha library to it. These shelves seem to go on forever. Thousands upon thousands of scrolls ranging from medic jutsus to offensive ones, from history scrolls to journals. I am never going to find the right section at this pace, Naruto sighed as he went back to the beginning. There you are, Naruto heard and turned to the library's entrance to see Hinata lean on the door frame. Hinata-chan! Naruto yelled as he rushed her. Help me! I'm desperate! Naruto yelled, crying anime tears while he kneeled at Hinata's feet. Hinata just sweat dropped at his behavior. There, Hinata said, gently tapping Naruto's back. What are you doing here anyway? Hinata asked, curious. I'm trying to find the biology section, but I can't. Can you help me? Naruto asked with his best puppy dog eyes. You're such a big baby, Hinata replied, and Naruto grinned. It's this way, Hinata said, and Naruto gladly followed. They turned right and then right again, followed by another left until Naruto was lost. Here we are, Hinata said as she pointed towards the biology-related stuff. Finally, Naruto said as he scanned the shelf of the books he was looking for. Why are you interested in biology now all of a sudden? Hinata asked, curious, and looked over the book that Naruto picked up. Biology of reptiles? Hinata read out loud at the book's title. For what possible end would you want to read this book? Hinata asked. That is a secret, Naruto replied, chuckling as he scanned the content of the book. By the way, Naruto called out, gaining Hinata's attention. Shouldn't you be at the hospital? Naruto asked. I have the day off, Hinata replied. Well then, how about we start your senjutsu training? Naruto asked, and Hinata quickly nodded. Naruto placed an arm around her, and both of them swirled away. Training ground 8. Both Naruto and Hinata arrived at their old training grounds back when they belonged to teammates. We haven't been here in a while, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded. Seni Jashu! Hidden snake hand's voice echoed throughout the clearing. Both Naruto and Hinata walked towards the voice that seemed to be only a few yards away. They arrived to see Anko with her right arm extended with several snakes out of her sleeve. The snakes wrapped themselves around another shinobi who Hinata immediately identified as Kurenai. Kurenai burst into a cloud of pink flower petals. Kai! Anko immediately flared her chakra, dispelling the low-level illusion, only to see Kurenai on the side going through hand seals. Anko hurled several shuriken to prevent Kurenai from finishing her seals. Kurenai was forced to stop her jutsu and dive to the side to avoid the volley. Katon! Ryuka no Jutsu! Fire dragon technique, Anko said, pumping her lungs with air and mixing with chakra. She unleashed a torrent of fire that spread throughout the training grounds. Shit! Naruto thought to himself, pumping his own lungs with chakra. Suiton, Suijin Heki, water wall, Naruto said, and a large stone of water surrounded him and Hinata, preventing any burns. Anko stopped when she saw a large cloud of steam form around the training grounds. Futon Daitopa, great breakthrough, Hinata said, releasing a strong gust of wind that blew the steam away and cleared the vision of everyone on the grounds. You should be careful to where you aim those things, Hinata replied towards Anko, who recognized it too. The spar is over, Anko yelled and looked as Kurenai rose from the ground with her body completely covered with her dark hair. Once Kurenai was above ground, her hair started receding to its usual length. Naruto-kun, Hinata-chan, it's been a while, Kurenai replied, rushing towards the group and greeting them. Kurenai hadn't seen Hinata for a few months now. In fact, she hadn't seen her since their practice battle. The royal couple of Konoha, Anko said, getting behind Naruto and Hinata and dropping her arms around each one. So, Anko began with her eyes glistening. Have you two lovebirds done it yet? Anko asked and noticed both of them tensed. Anko! Kurenai yelled, flushing red at Anko's boldness. Well, Anko said, dragging her voice and wanting the juicy details. What we have, Naruto simply replied, making Kurenai's jaw drop and Anko grin, releasing both of them. Naruto-kun! Hinata yelled as she tried her best to avoid looking at Kurenai. What? Naruto asked, confused. Are you ashamed of being with me? Naruto asked, looking down. No, it's not that, Hinata quickly replied. It's private and it should stay that way, Hinata explained, and Naruto not feeling like a dumbass. Forget that, Anko replied and dragged Hinata to the side. So, how was he? Anko asked and noticed how Hinata began to poke her fingers together as a drop of blood ran down her nose. Oh my god! Anko yelled, staring at Hinata. She's a pervert, Anko thought to herself, grinning. You better go get Anko. We're supposed to train, and I feel like Hinata is about to faint, Naruto replied, looking towards Kurenai, who seemed to be drilling a hole in Naruto's skull. What? Naruto asked, confused by her glare. I hope you at least use protection, Kurenai said, crossing her arms in front of her chest. You're one to talk, Kurenai-sensei, Naruto sarcastically replied. What are you talking about, Kurenai asked, confused. What do you think I'm talking about, Naruto rhetorically asked. I'm talking about the fetus growing in you, Naruto said, pointing towards her womb. What? Kurenai asked, alarmed, looking at her stomach. Not that she would see much. You're pregnant. You knew that, right? Naruto asked, looking at Kurenai, who had a blank face. Are you sure? Kurenai asked. Not that she wasn't happy, but she had to be sure. I am. I can feel his life force already. If you ask Hinata, she can confirm it with the Byakugan, Naruto said. Be right back, Kurenai quickly replied, and went to fetch Hinata to confirm Naruto's diagnosis. Kurenai quickly returned with a green Anko who seemed to be sizing Naruto up and down, and a blushing Hinata who still couldn't look Kurenai in the eyes. Hinata-chan, can you use your Byakugan on my, womb? Kurenai simply asked, and Hinata got confused but did anyways. You're pregnant! Hinata said, making Anko's jaw drop. Congratulations, Hinata said, and hugged Kurenai fiercely. How come you didn't tell me? Anko asked, faking anger. Naruto-kun told me right now, Kurenai replied, and Anko nodded. So, Anko began. Who is the father? Anko asked, grinning while Kurenai blushed. Is it a chain-smoking wind user that we all know? Naruto asked, joining Anko in the teasing. Idiots! Kurenai replied, smacking them both. He is, Kurenai replied. What are you doing here anyway? Kurenai asked, trying to change the subject. We came here to train, Naruto replies. He looked towards Anko and remembered that she still had the cursed seal of heaven that Naruto promised to remove. Say, Anko, Naruto said, gathering her attention. I can remove your cursed seal now. Do you want to do it now? Naruto asked, and Anko almost jumped him, nodding her head fiercely. Lie down on the ground, Naruto said, and Anko quickly followed. Hinata and Kurenai took a few steps back to give Naruto space. This might sting a little bit, Naruto said, and channeled chakra to his index finger. Naruto placed his index finger in the valley of Anko's breast, right above her heart. Oi! Anko grumbled. These belong to Kakashi-kun, you know, Anko rhetorically asked, lifting her breast with her hands. Naruto could only stutter at her actions. Anko! Stop playing with them and focus! Kurenai yelled, making Anko scoff. Naruto cleared his throat to remove any perverted thoughts about Kakashi's relationship with Anko and, well, Anko's breasts. Anko gave a small gasp as Naruto released a small yet strong spark from his fingertip. The small spark was enough to shut down Anko's heart, effectively killing the Jonin. He killed her. Hinata fought in shock, looking at Naruto, who seemed to be calm like nothing had happened. You do know what you just did, right? Hinata asked fearfully. Of course. The cursed seal of heaven automatically disappears when the user dies, Naruto explained, and Hinata sighed in relief. Why would I force Anko for the pain of forcefully removing it when the seal itself already does that? Naruto explained and pointed to Anko's shoulder. The free tonalities of the cursed seal of heaven started spinning and sizzling. As they spun, a black smoke started erupting from it, and little by little, the seal started shrinking until nothing remained on her shoulder. If they didn't know any better, they wouldn't think she ever had a seal to begin with. Naruto placed one finger on her forehead and jump-started her body again. Anko opened her eyes like nothing had ever happened. Is it done? Anko asked nervously. She didn't know what she would do if Naruto answered no. You are free. Forever. Naruto replied, and Anko quickly got up and hugged him, spinning him around in happiness. Are you crying? Kurenai teased, seeing Anko's watery eyes. No, Anko quickly replied. I've got to go home and tell Kakashi-kun. Bye! Anko replied before taking off quickly. I have never seen her so happy, Kurenai replied, smiling until she remembered her being pregnant. Well, Kurenai said, running her hand over her stomach, I've got to break the news to Asuma-kun. See you later, Kurenai said, and shunshin away, leaving Naruto and Hinata alone. That was interesting, Naruto replied, and Hinata nodded. Both of them sat down in the lowest position, facing each other. Now, Naruto said, gathering Hinata's attention. What is chakra? Naruto asked, and Hinata simply stared at him with a blank face. Oh, come on, just humor me, Naruto replied, and Hinata sighed. Chakra is a mix of the body's physical energy and the soul's spiritual energy, Hinata replied. Exactly, Naruto replied, while Hinata just shook her head. We shinobi can use both of these energies separately. Some bloodlines, like the Nara shaman manipulation, uses more spiritual energy, making the chakra uneven. The same can be said for the Akimichi clan, who manipulate physical energy to grow parts of their body. Some genjutsu are even solely based on spiritual energy, like the Nandaime Misukage's genjutsu, Naruto explained, and Hinata raised an eyebrow. Never knew that, Hinata replied, and Naruto and I going on with his explanation about the origin and workings of chakra. Most of us simply mix the physical and spiritual energies in equal quantities to produce what we call chakra. Chakra is far stronger than the individual energies, and since it's made from energies that make our own body, if we use too much, we die. We need a minimum amount of these energies to simply keep our body running, Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded. Now, Senjutsu is a special kind of chakra. Senjutsu chakra is obtained when you gather what we call natural energy and mix it with the physical and spiritual energy to produce a new mixture far more powerful than regular chakra. Understand so far? Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. What happens if this mixture isn't in equal portions? Hinata asked, curious. You said that some jutsu use physical and spiritual energies on different proportions, Hinata explained. If you use too little natural energy, you don't get anything, but if you place too much, you turn into stone, Naruto said, giving a warning of the dangers. Stone? Hinata asked fearfully. Natural energy is very powerful, and there's a reason why there have only been a few to be able to use this type of energy since the dawn of chakra, Naruto explained. Only shinobi with big chakra pools can even think of trying to learn senjutsu. If you absorb too much natural energy, it can overwhelm you and turn you into a statue, Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded, taking everything in. Besides being difficult to learn, there are very few that can even teach this art. Sanin learned his from the toads, who, unlike other animals, share a stronger connection to nature. Hashirama learned from his summons, the Ents, and I learned from Hashirama since the foxes didn't have any senjutsu training, Naruto said. This training is divided into 2 steps. First step is learning how to feel and gather natural energy, and the second step is learning how to find the perfect mix with the other 2 energies to produce senjutsu chakra. When you have enough of this senjutsu chakra, you enter what is called sage mode, where your taijutsu, ninjutsu, or anything chakra based get a boost. Your self-healing also receives a huge boost, Naruto finished explaining, and waited for Hinata to process everything. Ready to begin, Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. I'm going to leave a clone near you at all times. Should you ever lose control of the senjutsu chakra, I'll put it out using my predapath, so you won't turn into stone, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. To be able to absorb natural energy, one must become one with nature. You need to remain perfectly still, but for now, I'm going to infuse some senjutsu chakra into you, so you can start to feel it, Naruto said. Naruto concentrated for a few minutes until he gathered enough natural energy to enter his sage mode. Say, Hinata started, will I also have those kind of markings on my face? Hinata asked, curious, not that it looked bad. That is an interesting topic, Naruto replied, bringing his hand to his chin. No one really knows why, but these markings aren't always the same. My markings are like Hashirama's, but in a different color, although they are completely different from Sanin's, Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded. Naruto placed 2 fingers on Hinata's forehead and leaked a small amount of already molten senjutsu chakra into Hinata. It's so powerful, Hinata said in a strained voice, as she tried to contain the powerful senjutsu chakra. Don't fight or try to constrain the chakra. Let it roam through your body, to your arms and legs, into your eyes. Embrace the chakra, Naruto advised, and Hinata tried just that. She channeled a small amount into her and activated her Byakugan on accident. What's wrong? Naruto asked, worried. He was restraining most of the senjutsu chakra just to give Hinata a feel for it before she tried to create her own. I can see it, Hinata whispered. I can see the natural energy. I can see it rushing through the trees and into the leaves. I can see it right on the ground. It's everywhere. It's beautiful, Hinata said as she observed the natural energy. You mean you can see the energy of your Byakugan? Naruto asked in disbelief, and Hinata just nodded. Unbelievable, Naruto thought to himself. He wasn't able to see the energy with his Sharingan. Naruto removed his hand and stopped feeding her senjutsu chakra. Hinata's Byakugan deactivated and her vision was cut off, making her frown. Well, at least feeling natural energy won't be difficult for you. Now you need to remain perfectly still and try to feel this energy that is everywhere. Once you start to feel it, you need to grab it and merge it with your other energies to produce senjutsu chakra, Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded, sitting on the ground in the lowest position. I'll be reading my book while you try it, alright? Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. relaxing every sense and focusing entirely on the feeling she got earlier. Say, Hinata suddenly said, stopping Naruto in his tracks. Can I use Shadow Clones to speed up my training, Hinata asked, and Naruto chuckled. You can, but only 9 at most, Naruto said, and made enough Shadow Clones so that each Hinata had 1 Naruto. Why only 9? Hinata asked, confused. Like I said, natural energy is very powerful. By using Shadow Clones, you split your chakra between them, lowering the quantity in each one. If you make more than 9, your chakra pool will become too low for you to absorb natural energy without repercussion. And if one of your clones turns to stone, it's the end for the original as well, Naruto explained, and Hinata nodded. Let's see. Naruto fought himself as he laid on the ground, up against a tree, and opened his book to start reading. He looked up and smiled as he saw Hinata deep in concentration. 1 hour later. Need help? Naruto asked as he noticed that Hinata was having problems remaining perfectly still. Even for someone who had extreme flexibility for combat, it was difficult. Animals were never meant to stay perfectly still like plants. I guess, Hinata mumbled beneath her breath, making Naruto chuckle. The original Naruto stood in front of all the Hinatas and slammed his hands on the ground. 10 spikes made of rock rose from the ground and stood at a good 7 feet from the base. After the earth spikes were made, Naruto made another one for himself and several rock platforms. To help you keep perfectly still, you place one of these on top of the spikes and try not to fall, Naruto said, pointing towards the earth plates. Naruto picked one and jumped towards one of the spikes, laying perfectly on it. Naruto sat down, and the platform didn't even waver as Naruto was completely still. Naruto chuckled as almost all of the Hinata clones fell to the ground instantly. Hinata glared at Naruto, who remained still on his own rock board, lazily reading his book. Naruto reminded Hinata of Kakashi, the way he was reading that book, lazily going over the next page. I'll get this eventually, Hinata thought to herself before she picked another piece of stone up and jumped towards the spike. Hinata fell once again and narrowed her eyes when she heard Naruto silently laugh. You keep laughing and you'll end up on the couch, Hinata playfully said. Hinata-chan, Naruto whined, making Hinata grin. A few days later, Hinata was returning from the training grounds as she finished her senjutsu training for the day. She was happy that she completed one of her new techniques that she was almost skipping for the road. She arrived near the Senju compound when she felt Naruto's chakra nearby. She quickly located him and went towards him, only to stare at him in shock. No. Hinata fought in disbelief, shaking as she looked towards Naruto. Naruto was grinding himself against some girl. He was kissing her all over her neck and chest, and by the looks of it, the girl was enjoying it. Naruto, Hinata said, gathering his attention. Ah, shit. Naruto fought himself as he stopped his ministrations and turned to see his girlfriend with a neutral face. Too neutral for his taste. Wait, Naruto said, detaching himself from the girl and waved his hands in front of Hinata. I can explain, Naruto quickly said. And what is there to explain? Hinata said, narrowing her eyes at her boyfriend. I guess you grew tired of me. Was that it? Hinata asked, with her voice getting louder. No, not at all, Naruto stuttered as he tried to quickly come up with an excuse. You see, Naruto said, but Hinata was already in front of him. After everything we have been through, you do this to me? Hinata said in a low voice. I gave you everything, and you betrayed my trust with some hussy? Hinata said, her eyes watering. Slap! Naruto was thrown backwards by its chakra power slap. He crashed into the building, taking down a wall. I hate you, Senju Naruto! Hinata yelled as she ran off in tears. The other girl was just curled up in a ball, trying not to faint from all the killing intent that was thrown around. Chapter 47. The Death of Hyuga Hinata. Hinata was returning from the training grounds as she finished her senjutsu training for the day. She was happy that she completed one of her new techniques as she was almost skipping for the road. A pair of white eyes followed Hinata from far away, the Byakugan blazing at full power as this Hyuga shinobi tracked Hinata's movements down the road. The shinobi adorned a white silk kimono as he jumped from rooftop to rooftop, concealing himself in the shadows. He decided to keep his distance as to not being either spotted or sensed. His eyes allowed him to track Hinata's path from far away. His eyes widened when he saw Hinata arrive near Naruto, who seemed to be otherwise occupied. The shinobi kept to himself and simply observed the events unfold. I hate you, Senju Naruto! Hinata yelled, running away with tears streaming down her face. This white-eyed shinobi couldn't believe what he had seen. Hyuga Hinata had caught her supposed boyfriend with another girl and it ended badly for Naruto. Hiyashi-sama wants to know about this. The Hyuga shinobi thought to himself before sinking into the shadows and disappearing completely from view. Damn! Naruto replied as he pushed the debris of the wall away. Naruto coughed as he got up and cleaned his clothes from the dust. Is he gone? Naruto asked towards the girl that was curled up in the corner. Said girl got up like nothing had happened and simply nodded. You know, Naruto started gaining the attention of the unknown girl. You look good in blonde, Naruto replied and watched the girl do a spin with her hair flowing in the wind. Though your clone could have been gentler with my face, Naruto replied, nursing his now bruised cheek. Poor baby, the girl says. She poofed and smoked to reveal the smiling face of Hyuga Hinata. Let me make it up to you, Hinata said, and very softly kissed his now bruised cheek. Naruto got goosebumps when he felt Hinata's soft lips on his cheek. Better? Hinata playfully asked. Maybe. Naruto half lied and chuckled. What happened here? Hana asked as she came through the new door on the wall of the Senju compound. We set our plan in motion, Naruto replied, and Hinata nodded as well. And did it involve bringing down a wall? Hana asked, shaking her head. It's your daughter's fault, Naruto scoffed. Oh sure, blame me when you were the one that destroyed it, Hinata replied, making Naruto blink. After you gave me a chakra-empowered slap, Naruto sarcastically replied. Big babies, Hana thought to herself, chuckling. I still wonder why you put on this show, Hana said, curious about everything they had planned. It's simple really, Naruto began. You know that for us to do anything in the Hyuga clan, we need an inside man, so to speak, so the first step is making Hinata a member of the Hyuga clan once again. Hiyashi is no fool, and he wouldn't simply allow Hinata to go back just because she wanted it so, Naruto explained, and Hana began to catch the big picture. While Hiyashi wants Hinata-chan back due to her being strong and somewhat famous, he doesn't want her if she can't be controlled, Naruto explained. So, we put on a little show, Naruto said, smirking. We knew that sometimes Hinata was followed by a Hyuga member that would later on report to Hiyashi, so we just had to wait for the perfect opportunity. Since me and Hinata have now officially broke up, Hiyashi will try to comfort her by giving Hinata her family back, Naruto explained, and Hana nodded, taking everything in. We will take this opportunity to take the Hyuga clan by storm and do things that wouldn't be possible for outsiders, Hinata finished, and Naruto nodded. Do you really think you will manage to remove it forever? Hana softly asked. We will, both Naruto and Hinata replied in serious and firm voices. Only the clan head and the elders have the power to stop the caged bird seal from being enforced onto the branch members. No one knows how to remove it, Hana sadly replied, and both Naruto and Hinata blanked out for a moment. Didn't you tell her? Naruto asked towards Hinata, who shrugged his shoulders. Tell me what? Hana asked, confused. Hinata-chan used to have the caged bird seal until I removed it, Naruto said, and Hana turned towards Hinata, shocked. Why didn't you tell me? Hana asked. Sorry, I must have forgotten, Hinata replied, chuckling, making Hana face vault. You still won't have the power to do it by legal terms, I mean, Hana said, but Hinata shook her head in denial. There is this law from the Clan Wars time that... Hinata whispered into Hana's ears, making her eyes widen in disbelief. Really? Hana asked, and Hinata quickly nodded, bringing a small smile to Hana's face. You just wait. Our family will be whole in just a few days, Hinata replied, and hugged Hana as a few tears ran down her face. Thank you, Hina-chan, Hana replied, hugging her daughter. Let's go home, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied, and all three of them began walking home. How long will your clone last? Naruto asked. I pumped her good with chakra. She should last a few days, and in the meantime, I'll replace her when the time is right, Hinata replied. With Hiyashi. Hiyashi was calmly walking through the dimming streets of Konoha. The sun was going down and Konoha began to shut down. Hiyashi was walking with back straight, his head up, and with a stoic look on his face as he looked towards the horizon. He had both hands on the opposing's arm sleeve. To his side was walking Hyuga Hanabi, his younger daughter and sister of Hyuga Hinata. Hanabi was forced to walk like her father, like Konoha should be honored of them living there. Hanabi's face was cold and completely emotionless. She had a face that mirrored her father's to the last detail. Hiyashi-sama, the main branch shinobi that was tailing Hinata, landed on the ground, kneeling before Hiyashi. I have news, the shinobi informed. You may rise, Hiyashi replied, and watched as a Hyuga member rose and locked eyes with his clan head. What news do you have, Yasushi? Hiyashi asked. It appears that Naruto-sama has betrayed Hinata-sama with another woman, Yasushi answered, and Hanabi was shocked. Though Hiyashi was completely surprised and bewildered by such a turn of events, his face portrayed none of those emotions. Are you certain? Hiyashi asked, and Yasushi simply nodded. I see, Hiyashi simply replied, taking everything in. Where is she? Hiyashi asked. I do not know, Hiyashi-sama, Yasushi replied, and gulped when he heard Hiyashi let out a sigh. She ran away from the scene in tears after finding Naruto-sama with another girl, Yasushi informed, and Hiyashi nodded. You may go, Hiyashi replied. Aren't you going to help her? Hanabi slowly asked, looking up towards her father. Of course I will. She is my beloved daughter, after all, Hiyashi replied, smiling. But let's give her a few hours so the betrayal may properly sink in. Hiyashi thought to himself and kept walking with his daughter in tow. A few hours later, with Hinata's clone. Hinata had tired out from running and simply walked into an alley and sat down. She only looked at the ground. Her face was filled with dry tears. She had a hollow look that could spook anyone. What do you want? Hinata asked without looking towards the newcomer. She didn't have to. She knew his chakra all too well. I only wish to help you, Hinata, Hiyashi replied, and almost took a step back when Hinata raised her head and looked at him with those white, dead eyes. It was like all the life had drained from her. Her eyes were white and plain, like there was nothing left. What can you do? Hinata replied as she looked back to the floor. She was curled up in a ball with her arms around her knees. He never wanted you, Hinata, Hiyashi began, and Hinata flinched when Hiyashi mentioned him. He only used you to shield himself from his pain and loneliness, and now that he's famous, he doesn't need you anymore, Hiyashi explained, and Hinata scoffed. Like you're any different, Hinata replied, getting up. You expelled me from your clan. Your own daughter, Hinata said, with the last part being just above a whisper. It was a mistake I deeply regret, and one I intended to fix, Hiyashi added. Take my hand and let me take you home. Your real home, Hiyashi said, extending his arm forward. Hinata bit her lip as she hesitated. I have nothing left, Hinata said slowly, and took Hiyashi's hand. Hiyashi smiled and brought his arm over her shoulder, leading her to the Hyuga compound to where she belonged. Hyuga compound. Both father and daughter arrived at the Hyuga compound and were immediately greeted by the two gate guards. Was that Hinata-sama? One of the guards asked while the other could only nod. She was. It's been years since I saw little Hinata, the other guard said. I feel some changes are coming, the guard explained, while his partner could only nod. Both guards belonged to the branch house, and like everyone else in there, they were waiting for their hero. It was quite a sight for everyone in the Hyuga compound. Hiyashi was walking with his head high, and to everyone's surprise, his daughter and the rightful heir to the clan had positioned Hyuga Hinata was walking next to him with an equal emotionless face. Excellent, Hiyashi thought to himself, surprised by Hinata's behavior. She's putting up her emotionless mask to hide the pain of Naruto's betrayal. She will make a fine clan leader in the future, Hiyashi thought to himself, proud of his accomplishments. Hinata, Neji called out, surprised to see his cousin in the compound and much less in the company of her father. Did I say you could treat me as such? Hinata calmly asked, turning towards Neji, who flinched at her gaze that promised pain. My apologies, Hinata-sama, Neji quickly replied, slight bowing his head. What is going on? Neji thought, completely confused by the turn of events. Ni-chan! Sister, Hanabi yelled as she ran towards her sister and hugged her as much as she could. Hanabi, Hiyashi said, and Hanabi squirmed under Hiyashi's stern gaze. Such behavior is unfit for a Hyuga member, Hiyashi coldly said, and Hanabi slowly nodded before detaching herself from Hinata and taking her place at Hiyashi's left. Ni-chan, is it true what happened with Naruto? Hanabi slowly asked, and Hinata turned her emotionless face towards her little sister. Yes, Hinata simply replied. Senju-sama has decided to indulge himself on other pleasures of the flesh, Hinata coldly replied. Hanabi asked, blinking, not really getting what she was saying. He cheated on me with another woman, Hinata replied in layman's terms, making Hanabi flinch at her dismissive tone. So it was true, Hanabi mumbled to herself. I always thought those two were inseparable, Hanabi thought as everyone arrived to the dining table. After everyone had sat down, Hiyashi rose again to make an announcement. As of today, my lost daughter has returned to us, Hiyashi said as Hinata rose and stood next to her father. Let us welcome back Hyuga Hinata to our family, Hiyashi said, and everyone agreed. A few days later, Hokage's office. Tsunade could only shake her head in disappointment as she stared at both Hiyashi and Hinata. Do you really wish for this, Hinata-chan? Tsunade rhetorically asked. Even if my grandson betrayed you, you are still my apprentice and heir, Tsunade explained as she tried to be there for the girl. I am certain, Tsunade-sensei, Hinata coldly replied. Swoosh! There was a swirling sound as Naruto arrived at the Hokage's office. Hey, bot, Naruto was saying, but quickly stopped when he noticed the presence of Hiyashi and Hinata in the office as well. Hinata-chan, can we talk? Naruto slowly asked. You have no right addressing me in such a manner, Senju-sama, Hinata coldly replied, and Naruto sighed. Leave us, Hiyashi said towards Naruto, but Hinata interrupted him. Let him stay. I want him to know what will happen, Hinata said, and Hiyashi nodded, forwarding the paper to Tsunade. You're an idiot, Naruto. You threw away a wonderful girl, Tsunade said, shaking her head. Last time I will ask this. Are you certain of this, Hinata? Tsunade said in a serious voice. In front of her were the papers to readmit Hinata back into the Hyuga clan, and as such, Tsunade would lose most of her authority over her. I am, Hinata replied, and watched as both Hiyashi and Tsunade signed the papers. Hinata, without even hesitating, went over and signed her own name, finalizing it. Is it done? Hinata asked, and Tsunade nodded. As of now, you belong to the Hyuga clan once again, Tsunade replied, smirking for the first time. Hiyashi was a bit thrown off by that smirk, but ignored it. Finally! Naruto yelled loudly with a shit-eating grin. You know how cold the bed was without you? Naruto rhetorically asked as he picked up Hinata and spun her in the air. Unhand my daughter, Hiyashi coldly said, but was confused when he heard Hinata giggling. Hyuga Hiyashi, Hinata began, drawing Hiyashi's attention to her. I, Hyuga Hinata, heir to the Hyuga clan and member of the main house, hereby challenge you for the position of clan head, Hinata replied towards Hiyashi, who was drawing blanks. What? Hiyashi asked, confused as he tried to process everything. Did little Hiyashi get a brain freeze? Naruto mockingly asked. I said that I'm challenging you for the place of clan head, Hinata replied, looking her father in the eyes. You set this up, didn't you? Hiyashi asked, narrowing his eyes at the laughing couple. You really thought I would betray my princess? Naruto asked, shaking his head in amusement. Looks like you don't know me at all. Your spy didn't even realize that the girl I was kissing was just a transformation of the real Hinata. The other was simply a shadow clone, Naruto said, chuckling, while Hiyashi had his eyes widen at the fact his spy was discovered. I thought about asking Fu to take her place as a favor since we weren't sure if this transformation would fool your little spy, but it looks like the Byakugan isn't all seen after all, Naruto explained, while Hiyashi was trying his best to contain his rage at being mocked and double-crossed. Enough playing around, Hinata replied, breaking her argument and stepping in front of her father. I challenge you for the clan head's position, Hinata said one last time. Why would I even consider making you clan head since I'm aware of this betrayal? Hiyashi said, clenching his teeth together. Because as of 5 minutes, I belong to the Hyuga clan, and one of the laws clearly states that any member of the Hyuga clan may challenge the current clan head for his position. Hinata replied, smiling, while Hiyashi's eyes widened in realization. This law is from the era of the clan wars and was created to ensure a strong leadership inside the Hyuga clan. Weren't you the one that was always pushing me to learn about laws and politics? Hinata mockingly asked. For what possible reason could you want my position? Hiyashi asked. Isn't it obvious? Hinata rhetorically asked. I thought you knew me better, father. One of my dreams was to abolish the caged bird seal and unite both families, Hinata explained, and Hiyashi couldn't believe it. Everything was coming down on him. If she destroyed the caged bird seal, it would be the end of the main branch's luxuries. I refuse, Hiyashi quickly replied. You can't refuse, father. The law also states that all challenges are to be accepted. Should the clan head refuse to challenge, his position is to be terminated immediately and a new worthy clan head chosen. Should the clan head be unable to fight, a period of recovery or preparation may be granted. Hinata explained, and Hiyashi could only stutter as Hinata quoted the law word by word. You see, father, I know my way around politics just fine, Hinata smiled, and Naruto beamed as his girlfriend laid it down on her father. You forget you were under my orders, and I could very well place the caged bird seal on you, Hiyashi replied, smirking. You are wrong once again, Hinata replied, making Hiyashi narrow his eyes. You already broke that particular law once. The caged bird seal may never be applied to the firstborn of the main branch, Hinata explained, and Hiyashi scoffed. I could always apply it to Hanabi, Hiyashi smirked. You could, but when I defeat you in combat and rise to the position of clan head, Naruto-kun would simply remove it, like he will do to every branch member. I will see you tomorrow at dawn in the Hyuga's main hall for our battle, Hinata explained, and Hiyashi scoffed, storming out of the room. That went well, Tsunade said while Hinata nodded. I could swear I saw a vein pop out of his neck, Naruto chuckled. It will do him good to be brought down a few pegs, Tsunade said, laughing. He has sick of his ass that would put some Uchihas to shame, Tsunade said, and Naruto chuckled. Let's go home. I want my pillow back, Hinata said, grabbing Naruto by the arm and dragging him home. Later that day, Hyuga compound. You were a fool, Hiyashi, one of the elders complained the current clan head's position. Hiyashi was sitting in front of the 5 elders of the Hyuga clan. They all belonged to the main branch, and of course they were all long past their primes. Hiyashi himself still didn't know why they held such a position in the clan, and even he knew that he alone couldn't overthrow the 5 of them. I was tricked to my everlasting shame, Hiyashi shamefully replied with his head down. He had been tricked by a couple of teenagers, although the fault didn't rest entirely on him. The supposed spy also got his fair share of punishment. What do you intend to do, Hiyashi, another elder asked, making Hiyashi raise his head. You may be strong, but no one in the whole clan can take down S-rank shinobi, the elder replied. I know very well my skill level doesn't match that of my daughters if the bingo book records are anything to go by, Hiyashi sighed, thinking what he could do to keep his position as clan head. I have no delusions about my strengths. I am a mid-A-rank shinobi at best, and the bingo book says that Hinata is high Kage level. Not to mention she is a splendid doctor, trained by the current Hokage herself, Hiyashi explained, and the elders nod with one simply chuckling, making Hiyashi look at him funny. The S-rank is not simply given to anyone, Hiyashi. I have fought a couple of S-rank shinobis throughout my career, and you have no idea the extent of their power. This rank is special, and not everyone can achieve it. S-rank shinobis are masters of every field and extremely valuable to a village, Hiyashi's father began explaining. They are also known as army killers. Their abilities are sometimes so far out of reach that they can decimate entire armies of enemies with a single technique. Their chakra levels can sometimes reach Biju levels. You know very well the power that all our previous Hokages had. Each Hokage alone could face an entire army and come out victorious, the elder explained. Look at the Shodaime Hokage, Senju Hashirama. He alone faced and took down almost 3,000 shinobi back during the first shinobi war, and he wasn't defeated by any of them. If it wasn't for the injuries he suffered against his battle with Madara, he wouldn't have succumbed to chakra depletion after fighting them for almost 3 days. Then came his brother, the Nindaime Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He alone forced back the Kingaku force, 20 of Kumagaku's elite shinobi, and among them, 3 S-rank shinobi. Tobirama died, but the Kingaku force returned to Kuma with 3 men left. Skipping the Sendaime Hokage, who was also strong in his own right, came the strongest and perhaps the scariest of them all, Namikaze Minato, the Undaime Hokage, the elder explained, and did a double back. Or should I say Uchiha Minato, son of one of the strongest shinobi to ever live, Uchiha Madara, the Enton no Madara, Madara of the Inferno style. You weren't there when Minato decimated the Iwa army using his Hirashin technique, the elder explained. You should have seen it, Hiyashi, the elder said, reminiscing about the battle. It was a beautiful show of death. An entire army of almost 1,000 shinobi fell in mere seconds. The few that he spared ran for their lives like they had seen death itself. Even we, the Hyugas and the Uchiha Sharingan, caught nothing of his speed. No one saw nothing but glimpses of this yellow light. It didn't matter what rank they had, if they were strong or weak, innocent or guilty, genin or jonin, every single shinobi fell before his might. Even Inoki's own son, an S-rank shinobi capable of using dust release like his father, and on par with him, the elder said as he released a dry laugh. He was strongest shinobi, but besides his father, before he could even blink, he caught a kunai to the throat, not even 1 second before Minato began his onslaught. You should have seen his days as Hokage. Even though he was young, no one dared to question his authority or power. His cold blue eyes and aura alone were enough to put the council in their rightful place, the elder explained. To think he was an Uchiha and the son of Madara himself, the elder said, shaking his head in disbelief. Look at him, Hiyashi. Minato was a monster and a legend in his own right, and he never used his Sharingan. Could you picture his power if he developed his eyes like a normal Uchiha would? And then came the Kyuubi. No other person was ever able to fight a Biju until Minato came along. Hashirama could only suppress their chakra with his Mokuton. You read the reports of the events that happened that night? He teleported a tail beast ball that would destroy the Hokage mountain, and he teleported himself and the Kyuubi itself away from the village. He teleported a Biju, Hiyashi. A Biju, the elder warned. You, Hiyashi said for the first time. You are afraid of his son, Hiyashi said in complete shock. He never saw his father in this state. He never showed any emotion, much less fear of all of them. I'm not afraid of his son, the elder quickly replied before frowning. I'm afraid of your daughter, the elder said, and Hiyashi blinked, not believing what he had heard. She may be strong, but not that strong, Hiyashi wondered out loud. You are taking her too lightly, Hiyashi, the elder said, gritting his teeth. You don't understand the gravity of the situation. For instance, look at the Uchiha clan. They never had an S-rank shinobi before Itachi, and when they did, look what happened. Itachi unlocked the Mangekyo and alone decimated his whole clan in a single night, the elder explained. The point is that there has never been an S-rank shinobi in the Hyuga clan. Only Kami knows what powers Hinata may have and how far her eyes may have advanced. An S-rank shinobi does not simply use others' techniques. A true S-rank shinobi creates their own weapons, and they alone wield them to their greatest extent. The elder finished his lecture. You think that Hinata has advanced her eyes into another unknown stage? Is that it? Hiyashi asked in confusion, but his father shook his head. There is no other stage. That much I am certain. We have used the Juken Taijutsu style together with the Byakugan for centuries. My concern lies with other techniques for the Byakugan. You saw her style at the Chunin exams. Her speed, her strength, her form. Perfect. In every sense of the word. Even by our standards, the elder explained. I fail to see the point, Hiyashi replied. Do you really think she stood idle and hasn't advanced her Byakugan? The elder asked, and Hiyashi's eyes widened in realization. He too did nothing more than stay in shape after achieving the rank of master at the Juken, but he knew his daughter wouldn't stay put and let her skills dull. I see you understand, the elder said, and Hiyashi nodded. What can I do? Hiyashi asked, troubled by the facts. You can forget about defeating her in a straight-up battle, the elder simply said, and Hiyashi made no comment to refute his claims. This is what you will do. And so Hiyashi and the elders planned their move to make sure their leadership would not fall. Next morning, Hyuga compound. It was a beautiful new day as the sun was just coming up at the horizon. It was still early in the day, but at the Hyuga compound, every single member was rushing through the halls. Today was a very special day. After all, it's not every day that the current clan head is challenged for their position, and by their own daughter, no less. The branch house all had their hopes up that Hinata would win. Hinata had always been a kind person and understanding of their position. She never once used a seal on them and never treated any one of them like the slaves most main house members thought them to be. The main training ground of the Hyuga compound was surrounded by strong and sturdy stone walls about 7 feet tall. The training ground was nothing but plain, rocky ground with a single tree standing at the edge of them. By the tree stood a small lake with crystal clear water that glistened as the sun came up in the sky. All around the training ground stood the entirety of the Hyuga clan, at least all those that weren't on missions or busy with other duties. To the left side stood the branch house, their looks filled with expectation, seeing the prodigal return of Hyuga Hinata. To the right side stood the main house. All of them had impassive gazes, but beneath that, anyone could feel their apprehension. It's not every day that the strongest shinobi of the Hyuga clan is challenged to a battle, and one that held a big prize for the victor. Such prize was the position of clan head, and such position could not be taken from the victor, unless the victor was later on defeated as well. Next to the main house, hidden almost from view, were the 5 elders sitting down on some pillows. In fact, they were the only members sitting down, and they held a quite good position to watch the match that would ensue in just a few moments. In the middle of the arena, we could find one of the main persons of this event. Hyuga Hiyashi was sitting in the middle of the training ground in lotus position with his back perfectly aligned. His legs were crossed with his feet placed on the opposing thighs and each hand resting effortlessly on each knee. Hiyashi took several deep breaths as he relaxed in his meditating state. A small wind rustled around him as he released his deep breath, and his chakra flared ever so slightly. Meditating is one of many methods of training chakra control, improving your reflexes, but most importantly, to be able to focus on a task at hand. Meditating teaches one patience, being calm, and concentration. Hiyashi slowly opened his eyes as a familiar soaring sound could be heard echoing around the training ground. The air was swirling in the middle of the training ground as 3 figures appeared out of thin air. The first one was obviously his adversary and his daughter, no less. Hyuga Hinata was the first person to arrive at the battlegrounds. Instead of the usual samurai-like armor she used to wear when out on missions with this dragon group he heard about, she now had different clothes. She was wearing an attire comprised of a loose-fitting, long-sleeved, dark blue and white zip-up jacket with dark blue over mesh armor with black pants and black, low-heeled sandals. On the back of her zip-up jacket, she had the symbol for yin and yang. She also had her long hair tied with a small ribbon at the end. Hiyashi also wore appropriate attire comprised solely of a white silk kimono. Hiyashi was an expert at taijutsu, so he needed to be flexible, and this attire would suffice him rather well. Mesh armor was useless against Juken strikes, so that would only slow him down, and he needed any advantage he could get. The swirling came to an end as both Hokage and her grandson stood there, standing side by side with Hinata in the middle looking straight at her father. Her face was one that spoke of strength and confidence. Hiyashi got goosebumps when he locked eyes with her and he remembered his father's words the previous night. This matter pertains exclusively to the Hyuga clan. You have no right being here, Hokage-sama, one of the elders said as politely as he could without insulting Tsunade. While that would be true, Hyuga Hinata is my apprentice, and, as such, I have every right to be here, Tsunade explained, and the elder frowned as she was right. The master did have some rights over their apprentices. My apologies. The elder apologized before turning to Naruto. While you may be present, your grandson holds no such right, the elder explained, deceivably smiling. This was the boy that tricked Hiyashi into this position. Are you crazy? Tsunade asked, faking shock. You want me, your Hokage, to stroll down the village alone? Tsunade rhetorically asked with a shocked face, making Naruto chuckle. Leaving the Hokage Tower unprotected could be quite dangerous, so Naruto-chan is my personal bodyguard, Tsunade answered, and the elder scoffed at being outplayed in politics. Naruto-chan? Neji smirked towards Naruto, whose eyes twitched. This coming from a guy that dresses like a girl, Naruto replied, glaring at Neji. Why you? Neji said, getting angry. Neji and Naruto turned to the source of the sound to see both Hinata and Tsunade glaring at them with gazes that promised pain and a lot of it. Both of them cowered beneath their gazes and immediately ceased their argument. Hinata quickly scanned her surroundings and noticed that almost everyone was there. If she had to guess, almost 90% of the clan had gathered to watch the battle. Her eyes landed on Hanabi, whose eyes were red with tear-stained cheeks. Hinata's eyes land on Hanabi's forehead, and a familiar green X-style tattoo was made visible. The caged bird seal. I can't believe that bastard went ahead and sealed Hanabi-chan, Hinata thought to herself in disbelief. Her father stood at nothing. But I do wonder why he would do such a thing. He knows very well that Naruto-kun can remove it, Hinata wondered to herself as she began to walk forward and watched as Hiyashi raised himself from his same position. Hinata looked backwards towards her sister and sent her a loving smile. Hinata managed to get out a small smile before Hinata turned to face her opponent and current clan head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hiyashi. Both fighters walked until they stood about 16 feet apart. One of the elders slowly rose from his same position and approached the battlegrounds. Hyuga Hinata hereby challenges Hyuga Hiyashi for the position of the Hyuga clan head. Hyuga Hiyashi, do you accept the challenge? The elder called out. I do, Hiyashi replied in a firm voice. Very well, the elder said and approached the middle of the battleground, staying exactly in the middle of both fighters and rose his right arm into the air. Hajime! The elder replied, bringing his arm down in a guillotine-like fashion before jumping away to safety. Hiyashi was the first to move, and in a split second he had crossed the distance and was at Hinata's face. Hiyashi began with a standard move and tried to juke strike Hinata's chest, only for her to sidestep and swat his hand away, pushing his right arm away. Hinata took advantage of Hiyashi's offensive stance and went for a single juke strike to Hiyashi's shoulder. Hiyashi saw this coming and simply jumped away to gain some distance. The fight had just begun and they were only measuring themselves against their opponents. Neither of them had activated the Byakugan as of yet. Hinata was trying to get a feel for her father. They say that when two high-class shinobi collide, they don't need to use words. Their fists do all the talking. Both fighters blurred forward as their fists met at middle ground in a resonating strike. Swirls of blue chakra were seen clear as day as their fists met once again. Hiyashi jumped back to gain some distance and quickly rose his arm, channeling chakra through it. Hake Kusho! Air Palm, a compressed stream of air was unleashed towards Hinata at high speeds. Hinata jumped up and backflipped mid-air. She watched as the jutsu passed right beneath her without even touching her. She landed on the ground gracefully before quickly turning around and pointing an arm at Hiyashi. Hinata fired the same jutsu, forcing Hiyashi to swiftly dodge to the side. Taking advantage of Hiyashi's momentary slip at his dodge, Hinata appeared in his face in a burst of speed. Hinata cocked her arm back and slammed her palm in Hiyashi's chest. Hinata watched as Hiyashi flew backwards and tumbled through the ground. Hiyashi regained his balance and wiped a bit of blood from his mouth. Everyone was staring, shocked at Hyuga Hinata. The shy and fragile little girl that was expelled from the clan all those years ago came back to fight her father and drew first blood out of him, with a swift but precise strike. Hiyashi regained his bearings and his Byakugan blazed to life. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. He already made one and Hinata had capitalized on it hard. She could have ended the match right there if she so wished. Hiyashi dashed forward once again and Hinata braced herself. Hiyashi went for a leg sweep, making Hinata jump up high and backwards. As Hinata was still mid-air, she twisted her body and channeled chakra to her sword seals on her wrists. Several senbon popped out in a small cloud of smoke. Hinata hurled all the senbon towards Hiyashi's joints. Hiyashi easily tracked the projectiles with his Byakugan. He simply bent down, placing both hands on the ground and smirked. Doton, Doryu Taiga, Great Mud River, Hiyashi said, as the ground beneath Hinata turned into a slippery mud substance. As Hinata landed on the ground, she slipped due to the ground being muddy. Now, Hiyashi thought to himself as he rushed Hinata to take advantage of her slip. As Hinata slipped to the side, she twisted her body and brought her right fist down. Her fist collided with the ground, breaking the earth and forming a crater. Hiyashi tumbled backwards from the shockwave and Hinata quickly regained her bearings. I never expected ninjutsu from you, father, Hinata replied, completely caught off guard by that. The Hyuga clan was known for their strict training regimen and jutsu pull. They relied solely on the Byakugan and their excellent taijutsu style. You should be happy, Hiyashi said, getting up and dusting his clothes. I realized that I would not be able to defeat you solely with my taijutsu, so I brushed up on a few ninjutsu last night, Hiyashi explained, and Naruto chuckled. Give him the threat of losing his position, and that alone forced him to learn Earth Ninjutsu, Naruto chuckled, while all the Hyugos were surprised. Elemental Ninjutsu was a big no in the clan, and now the clan head himself was displaying it. I was going to focus solely on Taijutsu as respect to the clan, but now, I see no point in this, Hinata explained. Daihake Kusho, large air pump, Hinata said, and pumped her arms with an abnormal amount of chakra. The result was a very powerful and fast compressed wind ball that before Hiyashi could blink, it was upon him. Hiyashi saw no other alternative as it was simply too late to even think about dodging. Kaiten, heavenly spin, Hiyashi said, as he started spinning and a large blue dome formed around him. The wind ball clashed with Hiyashi's ultimate defense and overpowered it, sending Hiyashi sailing through the air. Hiyashi maneuvered and easily landed on the ground. Hiyashi regained his footing and looked around for Hinata. Suddenly he felt something block his sun. Hiyashi looked up to see Hinata with her leg raised high up. Suten Kyaku, heavenly foot of pain, Hinata said, as she smashed her heel on the ground, breaking the ground and blasting Hiyashi away into the air. Hiyashi skated along the floor as he tried to slow down. He was breathing heavily and his clothes had small tears. The dust cleared and Hiyashi looked towards Hinata to see her with a determined face. The battlegrounds were completely destroyed and a large crater stood where Hinata had struck. Mizu no Muchi, water whip, Hinata said as she made a single half seal with her right hand. From the nearby lake, a single water tentacle formed, and before Hiyashi could comprehend what happened, the whip attached itself at Hiyashi's ankle and spun him around before throwing him towards a wall. Hiyashi crashed into the wall, making an indentation of his body, and fell to the ground. As I suspected, this battle was one-sided when the elders and Hiyashi's father fought, gripping his kimono hard. Hiyashi shakily rose from the ground, spatting blood on it. Hiyashi took a couple deep breaths before turning to Hinata, who was simply watching him. You should surrender while you're still conscious. I count at least 1 cracked rib and 2 broken. Half of your chakra points are close and your chakra stores are nearly empty, Hinata said. I will not surrender. I still have a few aces up my sleeve, Hiyashi replied before dashing forward. Hinata shook her head in defeat but retook her stance and waited for her father. Hinata watched as her father approached her and suddenly made a tiger hand seal. Ah! Hanabi, Hinata thought as she looked to the side and heard the piercing screams of her little sister. Now, Hiyashi thought to himself as he was suddenly upon Hinata, who was distracted by her sister. Thumb! Hinata received a direct Juken strike right to her chakra core. She let out a gasp and simply fell backwards to the ground with a single thumb. A small cloud of dust rose as her body collided with the ground. Once a failure, always a failure, Hiyashi said as he took deep breaths to regain his breathing. He killed her, Neji said with shock evident in his face. Everyone in the Hyuga clan was shocked to see that Hiyashi would go as far as to kill his own daughter. Then again, he already expelled her from the clan when she was a young girl, so this shouldn't come as a surprise. Poof! The Hinata that was on the ground exploded in smoke, making Hiyashi do a double take as he was about to leave. Congratulations, father! Hinata said, gritting her teeth as she walked from the middle of the crowd and onto the battlegrounds. You defeated my shadow clone, Hinata said with absolute anger. Hiyashi dared to hurt her little sister. You mean this whole time I was fighting your clone? Hiyashi asked in disbelief. The beginning it was me, but I got bored and replaced myself with a clone halfway through it, Hinata said, shrugging her shoulders and ignoring the shocked faces of everyone. You hurt my little sister, and I'm going to make sure you will never hurt anyone else in this family, Hinata said as Byakugan blazed and she took her stance. Before Hiyashi could even blink, Hinata was suddenly at his face with 2 fingers pressed strongly against his shoulder. Hiyashi let out a strained gasp as he felt some foreign chakra enter his system. Argh! Hiyashi screamed as he fell to the ground on his knees. Hinata jumped backwards and watched as Hiyashi nursed his right arm. To everyone's shock, including Naruto and Tsunade, Hiyashi's right arm started turning gray, starting at the shoulder joint and quickly spreading into his arm, down to his elbow and onto his fingers. What is this? Hiyashi stuttered as he tried to ignore the pain, but it was too much to simply discard. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. The foreign chakra that Hinata injected was overpowering his own. Hiyashi looked at his hand and watched as his fingers started to become gray and unresponsive to his movements. Once the whole arm was gray, it simply dangled from his shoulder, completely limp. Hiyashi's arm had become completely petrified in just a few seconds. What did you do? Hiyashi asked in desperation. I made sure you will never hurt anyone again, either by using the cage burst seal or not. I turned your arm into stone. The process is irreversible and you will never use it again, Hinata explained without a shred of remorse. My father was right. She's a monster. Hiyashi fought in fear as he stumbled to the ground. The Hyuga clan members were staring in shock and bewilderment at Hinata. She had just used the Juken style technique but made it far more deadly. With a single Juken strike to his shoulder, Hinata had transformed Hiyashi's arm into stone. You should consider yourself lucky. If I had chosen to hit your chakra core or heart, you would have been completely petrified, Hinata explained. How did she do it? Tsunade asked out loud, and only Naruto chuckled. He had felt the energy when Hinata had used it. Hinata infused Senjutsu chakra into Hiyashi with her Juken style. The Senjutsu chakra is too powerful, and if not controlled, that happens, Naruto said, pointing towards Hiyashi's now limp arm. Since I won this match, I am now the clan head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata answered, and no one dared to defy her. Not after what they had just witnessed. Hinata had turned living flesh into stone. My first act as Hyuga clan head is to abolish the cage bird seal, Hinata said, and the main house erupted in protest while the branch house was overjoyed. Enough! Hinata's voice echoed for declaring with enough authority to silence everyone. Hinata-sama, please, figure the ramifications when the elders pleaded to the new clan head. The plan to use Hanabi as a distraction and kill Hinata had backfired since they didn't expect her to be this strong. I already fought this through. The branch house were never your slaves, neither they shall remain to be. Naruto-kun, if you please, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded before making dozens of shadow clones. Each shadow clone took a branch member and in just a few minutes the cage bird seal was removed from everyone. I won't allow it, one of the elder said as he rose from his seat. I challenge you for the position of clan head, the elder said, and Hinata chuckled. I figured as much, but you'll be unable to do so as in just a few minutes all of the elders, along with my father, will be placed in jail, Hinata said, chuckling, getting confused faces from everyone. How so? Neji asked, joining the discussion as he reattached his headband to a now perfectly clean forehead. Because of me, a soft voice echoed through the clearing, and everyone turned towards the newcomer. Ha 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 ha, Hana? Hiyashi barely managed to get out as he and everyone else stared at the Hyuga staying in the entryway. Hello, dear, Hana replied with a low and soft voice, betraying none of the anger she held for him. Surprised to see me, Hana asked, smiling. But you can't be alive, Hiyashi said out loud, pretty much summing the thoughts of everyone else. We buried you, Hiyashi said in shock, making Hana chuckle. I too thought I was dead, but imagine my surprise when I wake up in the hospital after being in a coma for almost 14 years, Hana smoothly replied. Hana, Naruto, Hinata, and Tsunade had agreed to a cover story to hide Naruto's powers. What about the body we buried, one of the elders asked, confused by this whole ordeal. A simple fake body, Hana replied, and turned to glare at her husband. It looks like the poison you gave me didn't quite finish the job, Hana replied, and suddenly all eyes were on Hiyashi waiting for an explanation. He didn't tell you, did he? Hana rhetorically asked. My wonderful husband here and our beloved elders fed me a special drug to try and abort Hanabi, Hana said, and heard gasps from everyone including Hanabi. He was displeased as to how Hinata didn't meet his expectations and wanted a male heir. So unknowingly to me, he and the elders gave me daily doses of the poison, but I didn't give up. I gave birth to Hanabi and fell into a deep coma, Hana explained. The Hokage at the time knew that something was wrong, and simply faked my death, keeping me on life support until Hinata stumbled upon my room in the hospital and managed to wake me up, Hana explained. Is this true? Hiyashi Tsunade asked, glaring at the former clan head. I do not know what she speaks about, Hiyashi simply replied. Please, Hana snorted. One of the elders decided to gloat and explain everything to me moments before I supposedly died, Hana explained, pointing towards one of the elders, especially towards Hiyashi's father. Well, Tsunade said, trying to get answers from Hiyashi or any of the elders. When Hana first told Tsunade of her cause of death, she couldn't believe it. Do it, Tsunade said to Naruto, and he nodded, making his Sharingan blaze to life. Several chains erupted from the ground behind one of the elders, pinning him to the ground on his knees. The elder struggled to get free as he watched Naruto calmly walk towards him. Naruto kneeled at the same level of the elder and locked eyes with him. Sharingan into Byakugan. Genjutsu Sharingan, Naruto whispered as his Sharingan started spinning and hypnotizing the Hyuga elder. In just a few seconds, the elder stopped struggling and was simply drawn into Naruto's blood-red eyes. The elder's eyes became almost hollow, and Naruto knew that his genjutsu was in effect. Naruto got up and nodded for Tsunade to begin. Did you poison Hyuga, Hana? Tsunade asked towards the hypnotized elder. Yes, the elder replied in a monotone voice, shocking everybody around. And who else was involved in this plot? Tsunade asked, wanting to know every single accomplice. The elder was saying, but was cut off by another one of the elders giving him a Juken strike to his chest. Really? Tsunade asked in disbelief. You didn't want to go to prison, so you killed him, which is punishable by prison, Tsunade said, and the elder blinked as he hadn't thought his actions through. He just wanted to shut up Hiyashi's father. Looks like there is no honor among thieves, Hana said, as Naruto trapped the killer of Hiyashi's father and a genjutsu. Naruto made sure to stay to his side to prevent anyone else from attacking him. Who else was involved in poisoning Hana? Tsunade asked. All 5 of the elders, Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Aya, the elder replied, and blinked as Naruto terminated his genjutsu. Where is this Hyuga Aya? Tsunade asked, looking around. She's dead, Tsunade-sama, Ko replied as he stepped forward. Ko was one of the few of the main house that treat a branch house with respect. Now that I think about it, she died just a few weeks after Hana-sama, Ko explained. Of course she did, Hana sarcastically replied. No loose ends, right? Hana asked towards Hiyashi, who seethed. Hiyashi could do nothing as of right now. He had lost his clan, his power, his arm, and it looked like he also lost his freedom. All I wanted was a strong heir. Nothing like Hinata turned out to be at the time, Hiyashi angrily replied and turned towards Hana. She was like you, kind and soft. Such a person was unworthy of leading our clan, Hiyashi sneered. And look how good that turned out, Naruto pointed out towards his stone arm. It's all her fault! One of the remaining elders suddenly got up and ran as fast as he could towards Hinata, intent on finishing her off. Well, as fast as a 70-year-old male could. Hinata turned around and locked eyes with the incoming Hyuga elder. Senpo, sage arts, Hinata said, as her face became filled with dark purple markings. The markings extended from her diamond-shaped figure on her forehead and went down to her eyebrows, skipping her eyes, down her cheeks, and into her jaw. Her white eyes seemed to have an unusual silver glow to them. Seka no Mi, petrifying eyes, Hinata said as her eyes seemed to slightly give off a silver pulse. The incoming elder let a gasp as his eyes turned completely gray and started branching out into the rest of his head. The elder stumbled as his head had already been completely petrified and stopped walking. He moved his right arm forward as if to reach for something and stopped moving, completely turned into stone. Holy shit! Naruto yelled when he felt the burst of Senjutsu chakra that left Hinata's eyes. By using the natural energy all around her, Hinata is able to infuse anyone with Senjutsu chakra, effectively turning them into stone without them even realizing it. That is what I call a stare. Man, I got my own Medusa, Naruto chuckled, giving Hinata a thumbs up. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, turning around and all hell was unleashed. The branch house saw the elder being petrified by looking into Hinata's eyes, and when she turned around and looked towards them, every single member of the branch house stumbled as they quickly turned around to avoid looking into Hinata's eyes. In the process, they bumped into each other. While my stage mode is active, only people I choose get petrified. You can still look at me, Hinata explained, and watched as the members slowly got up from the ground, and one after the other, not being petrified, they lost their fear. Hinata turned back to face the remaining elders and main house. She slowly walked towards the statue in the middle of the train grounds. Is it not strange that one should die not by the hands of their enemies, but at the hands of their own blood? Hinata said sadly and walked towards her father. I was willing to forgive you for expelling me from the clan, but I couldn't after you almost killed my mother and sealed my little sister. You dug your own grave, Hiyashi, Hinata said sadly and walked away. My work here is done, Hinata said and turned to her mother. Hana gave Hiyashi a last look before turning and smiling at her daughter. Anbu! Tsunade called, and almost immediately free Anbu appeared in a poof of smoke in front of her. Take that scum to the prison, Tsunade said, pointing towards Hiyashi and the three remaining elders. Hyuga Hinata, Hana called out. I, Hyuga Hana, hereby challenge you for the position of clan head, Hana said, and everyone's jaw dropped. Everyone in the Hyuga clan thought those two were together in this. I accept, Hinata replied, smiling. And I forfeit, Hinata said, and everyone face vaulted. As the new Hyuga clan head, my first decision is to banish Hyuga Hinata from the Hyuga clan permanently, Hana said, and everyone was surprised. What was going on? Hinata had joined the clan, and now she was expelled again. Thank you, my Hina-chan, Hana said, hugging her daughter, leaning in to whisper. You found a very good man in Naruto. I hope you live a wonderful life, Hana whispered. Thank you, mother, Hinata said, breaking the hug. I'll come visit when I can, Hinata said, and Hana watched as her daughter left the compound with Naruto by her side, like he had always been. What are you all looking at, Hana retorted, replied, making every Hyuga member flinch. Just joking. It's time for us to turn a new leaf in the Hyuga clan, Hana began. I know that most of the former branch house holds grudges against the main house, but I hope you can let those grudges go, and I say the same to the main house. I will not tolerate any fighting in the clan. Do I make myself clear? Hana said, glaring at everyone, and watched as everyone quickly nodded. Good. Let's return to our jobs, Hana said, and everyone walked away. The training ground could be fixed tomorrow, and a suitable place for the elder statue would be found. A martyr never to be forgotten. Later that day, Hokage Monument. After that commotion the Hyuga clan had finally died down, the night quickly followed as well. Naruto was at the top of his father's head, calmly watching the starry sky. He looked down on the village and saw thousands of lights. From his position, Naruto could see the whole village. There you are, Naruto heard, and turning around to see Hinata approaching. It always surprises me how beautiful the village looks at night, Hinata replied, stopping next to Naruto. What did you call me for, Hinata asked. I just wanted to share this with my gorgeous girlfriend, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. Real smooth, genius, Naruto cursed himself and watched as Hinata simply laid her head on his shoulder. By the way, Hinata said, getting his attention. Earlier today you said something about having your own Medusa, Hinata said, and Naruto chuckled. It's a legend, but we have time, so, Naruto said before gathering his thoughts. According to the stories, a long time ago lived a princess that ruled over a country that was just as big as the Fire Country. People of their country used to praise their princess for her beauty. According to the legends, this princess was so beautiful that she was compared to gods themselves. One of the gods saw this as an offense to themselves. They decided to punish this princess for so foolishly being compared to gods. They cast a terrible curse upon her so that anyone that gazed directly into her would be turned to stone for all eternity. That's why I said that when I saw you do the same thing today, and you certainly are beautiful enough, Naruto said, smiling. You are right about one thing, Hinata said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'm yours, Hinata said, kissing him on the lips. And you're mine, Hinata said lovingly. It's now or never, Naruto thought to himself, gulping and gathering his nerves. Naruto split away from Hinata and kneeled on one knee. Naruto's heart was racing as he channeled chakra into one of his sword steels and a small, square box popped out. Hinata gasped when she saw Naruto kneeling and a small box in his hand. Is he? No. Don't faint now, Hinata thought to herself as she tried to keep her heart rate in check. Naruto opened the small box and Hinata saw perhaps the most beautiful ring she had ever seen. You were always with me since the very beginning, Naruto began. You were the first person to show me kindness and love. You were my first friend, my girlfriend, and now my greatest love. You were there when I was feeling alone and lost. You were there when I was called a monster, and you were there when I was thrown from stores and feeling lonely. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you, so... Hinata, will you marry me? Naruto asked to display his ring for her to see. You are such a knucklehead, Hinata replied lovingly, and making Naruto hesitantly raise his head to look at her. Of course I do, Hinata lovingly replied, and Naruto immediately got a smile that threatened to split his face. He slowly took the ring from the box and tried to place it on her finger. Keyword tried, as he couldn't stop shaking. With a hand from Hinata, he finally managed to do it. It's gorgeous, Hinata said, raising her hand to the air and watched as the ring sparkled under the moon's light. The ring wasn't too big or had any fancy cut or design. It had a symbol for yin and yang, with the yang symbol in light purple and the yin side in shining silver. I've never seen diamonds with such color, Hinata mused to herself as she leaned her head against Naruto's shoulder, and both of them sat on the ground looking at the sky. That's because they don't exist, Naruto said, and Hinata wondered what he meant. I created these two stones from scratch with my Rinnegan. I wanted the ring to be one of a kind, and no matter what differences or challenges we may face, we'll always be together like... Yin and yang, Hinata finished for Naruto, who nodded. I love you, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, and pulled Naruto into a deep, romantic kiss. And I love you, Naruto said, breaking the kiss and bringing his forehead to hers. Senju Hinata. And that is the end of chapter 47. Well, it was a death of Hyuga Hinata, but not in the way a lot of people expect it, you know? But yeah, let's now move on to chapter 48, which is The Choices We Make, Part 3. Here we go. Chapter 48, The Choices We Make, Part 3. Senju Compound. It was a beautiful day in Konoha. It was warm and sunny all over. The sun was coming up, shining upon Konoha as the merchants were opening their stores to start up a fresh new day. A few sun rays broke through the village's barrier and started waking up people inside the houses. This was the unfortunate event for Naruto. The room was dark, and a few beams passed through the window and hit him right in the eyes, waking him up from his slumber. He released a small yawn and tried to shift in bed, but realized that he couldn't move. He looked down and smiled at his princess, who snuggled next to him, resting her head on his shoulder. There was something about having Hinata sleeping on his chest that felt just right. One of the things he enjoyed most was waking up with Hinata next to him, feeling her warmth against his body, caressing her soft hair. She noticed that Naruto was looking at her with a warm smile. She returned the smile just before she closed her eyes again and placed her head on his chest, releasing a sigh of bliss and happiness. Naruto had proposed last night and Hinata had accepted, and now they would be together forever. It didn't get any better than that. Although the room itself might disagree. For starters, there were clothes everywhere. Naruto's vest and pants were near the door, which meant that they were the first to go. Hinata's jacket and bra were also nearby, although her pants and underwear were actually near the window. Only Kami knows how they got there. I'm so happy that I just want to run and jump everywhere, Naruto whispered, and Hinata giggled lightly. I know the feeling, Hinata replied. After everything we've been through, we are finally together forever, Hinata explained, and Naruto gently kissed her forehead. I'm the luckiest guy in the world, Naruto said. Are you crying? Hinata asked, smiling as she saw his moist eyes. Of course not, Naruto quickly replied. It's just that I got dust in my eye, Naruto replied, scrubbing his eyes. Hinata knew the truth very well. For someone who never had a family, he just got one of his own. You know, Hinata started as she looked up. We are going to need a new bed, Hinata said as Naruto sighed. Last night had been one of commemoration on their engagement, and they got a little carried away. It was your idea to try doing it while we were in sage mode, Naruto chuckled. Like you didn't love it, Hinata teasingly replied, kissing his cheek. Senjutsu empowers all of our senses, Hinata explained blissfully. And also our strength, and that is why we broke our bed, Naruto said, shaking his head, and watched as Hinata rose up and straddled him. The sheets fell to the bed, revealing Hinata's naked form. It's not like it's going to break again, Hinata lustfully replied. Such a tease, Naruto complained, and Hinata giggled. Are you going to do something about it? Hinata asked, giggling like a schoolgirl. Maybe, Naruto half lied and rose up to meet Hinata's lips. Naruto embraced Hinata, pulling her closer as Hinata ran her hands through Naruto's long, spiky hair. Their lips met with fierce passion. Naruto turned her around and gently lowered her on the bed, making him stand on top. Hinata hummed in delight as Naruto kissed her neck and... Yeah, I'm not rating that. Naruto-kun, if you don't hurry, you'll miss breakfast, Kushina said as she knocked on the door just before walking away. This sucks, Naruto frowned as he stopped his actions and simply lay on the bed. Maybe not, Hinata replied and got up. She started walking to the bathroom, swinging her hips in a sexy manner. Naruto could only stare at her and follow her movements. Right! We must preserve water, Naruto said in conviction before he got up and quickly followed Hinata into the shower. Water was a precious resource after all. Senju Compound Kitchen. The doors to the kitchen opened and everyone in there shifted their attention to the couple approaching. Both of them had huge smiles on their faces and everyone noted how Hinata seemed to be more clingy than usual. They had such a happy expression that it was intoxicating. Looks like someone had a good night, Trai said, wiggling his eyebrows. He was lucky enough that Tsunade wasn't there, otherwise he would already be buried in the ground. Better than good, Hinata said dreamily and raised her hand to show the purple and silver rain on her finger. Naruto-kun proposed last night, Hinata happily said, and sat down but was quickly surrounded by Kushina and Mito wanting the juicy details. About time, Naruto, Hashirama said, chuckling, making Hinata raise an eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean, Hinata asked. You don't know what we suffered with him always haunting us for advice. Where to propose, when to propose, what to say. It was a nightmare, Hashirama explained, and Naruto groaned. Hinata didn't have to know that. Really? Hinata asked, surprised, looking at Naruto. You should have seen him when he came to me to ask how I proposed to Kushina-chan. Mito chuckled, reminiscing of that particular moment. He began wondering what to say and when to do it. He looked like a headless chicken until he began to hyperventilate and proceeded to pass out, falling flat on the ground. Mito said, laughing. Father, Naruto complained, and Mito just chuckled. These are good memories once you remember, Naruto, Mito advised, rising up. By the way, good work on the Hyuga clan. I'm proud of you, Mito said, making Naruto smile. It went better than I thought. It's a good thing that the clan is still stable even without the caged bird seal, Toriyama said in afterthought. It's good we didn't tell them everything. Can you imagine Hiyashi's face if he told them that the Byakugan comes from the Sharingan? Naruto chuckled and began eating until he realized that everyone was staring at him, including Mito, who was about to leave. Is there something on my face? Naruto asked, confused about the stares. Hold on, Toriyama said. Back up, Hashirama added. What do you mean by the Byakugan coming from the Sharingan? Minato asked, summarizing everyone's questions. Oh yeah, I forgot. Me and Hinata never told you guys this, Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head, making everyone else sweat drop. No one else knew where the Byakugan came from because they never had access to both archives. Since I had access to the Uchiha's library and Hinata's to the Hyuga's, we stumbled upon several files and simply cross-matched them to find the origin of the Byakugan Eye, Naruto began. According to the files, a few hundred years ago, one lone Uchiha left the clan. It isn't clear if he was a pureblood or a half-blood one, but it doesn't matter at this point. He traveled the world until he fell in love with a woman he met during his travels. Everything seemed normal except for the fact that this woman had a genetic near blindness defect, Naruto said. They eventually married and had kids. The Sharingan gene got passed on to the kids and did what it did best. Dojutsus grant the user perfect vision regardless of use or age. Combining this with the genetic blindness gave origin to the Byakugan Eye. A less powerful dojutsu than the Sharingan, but far more powerful in vision, detail, and range. Naruto finished his explanation, and everyone simply nodded. So that means that the Hyugas were related to the Uchihas in some way, Mito said, and Naruto nodded. That sick of their asses had to come from somewhere, Toriyama said, making everyone chuckle. It's one big coincidence for one Uchiha to fall in love for this particular woman, Dry said in afterthought, and Naruto nodded. All bloodlines begin somewhere, either from the mixing of several genes or simply by one mutating into something viable. Survival of the fittest, Naruto replied, and everyone resumed their breakfast. By the way, Kushina said, gaining the attention of everyone. Have you two picked a date? Kushina asked Giddy. She couldn't wait for grandchildren to smother with affection. She just knew that a kid from Naruto and Hinata would be utterly adorable. Naruto couldn't just propose last night, and we didn't talk about it that much, but I do not wish for some big wedding ceremony. I just want our closest friends with Tsunade-sensei preceding the ceremonies, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded as well. They didn't wish for some big celebration of their engagement. A simple reunion with their closest friends was far more appealing and the point of it all. Otagakur. Deep within the Sound Village, everything was quiet. It was such silence that one may consider it creepy and unsettling. The streets were completely empty and not even birds were heard. Isn't it strange for a village being named the Sound Village when there was no such thing presently? No! A scream echoed through the empty halls of the main building in the village. Crows burst from the trees from the sudden sound spike. Entering the Otagake tower and proceeding down into the basements, one seemed to pick up some sniffling sounds. Walking down the halls and approaching the origin of the sound, we come into a pitch-black room. The walls were of brown stone. Torches along the walls provided some much necessary light. The whole base seemed to give off some dark and evil aura. The whole ambience seemed taken from some horror movie. As we approached the room, a small trail of blood was seen leaking from the room. It flowed through the floor and into the middle of the hall, and it showed no signs of stopping. The blood started pooling in the middle of the hall, and from the quantity of it, someone was dead. Peering inside, we find two figures in the room. One simply laid on the ground with her eyes a hollow white and her skin a ghostly white, like it had been drained of all of their blood. Above this figure stood another one kneeling next to the downed one. This figure had a white long-sleeve shirt which was open at the torso. He wore dark blue pants with a blue cloth hanging from halfway up his stomach to his knees. He also wore black arm guards that covered his forearms and stretched up to reach his upper biceps. He also wore a purple rope belt around his waist tied in a bow. He was Uchiha Sasuke, a genetic clone that Orochimaru had engineered from the original one. Sasuke was kneeling next to this person as he weakly gripped a sword that was pushed right through the figure's chest, directly through her heart. Blood continued leaking from the wound as it flowed to the hall. Why, Koto-chan? Sasuke cried as he looked to the dead eyes of his friend. He couldn't understand why she would attack him out of nowhere. She had long black hair, which is in a Hime-style cut, and black, pupilless eyes. Attire-wise, she wore a pale, green, form-fitting vest with an opening in the center which shows off her cleavage and her stomach, and a camouflage patterned scarf and skirt. I loved you, Sasuke said, looking away from her when realization hit him. He had just killed the only person he cared for in his village, the only person he loved. He couldn't fathom as to why she attacked him. They were good friends ever since they met a few weeks ago, and Sasuke knew he liked her more than a simple friend. Why? Sasuke wailed in grief as his Sharingan unwillingly flared to life. It was almost a cruel punishment that his Sharingan should flare. Punishment as the Sharingan would forever remember the scene that lay just before him. The scene with Sasuke driving a sword through his lover's heart and blood pouring everywhere. Sasuke swiped his cheek with his hand, trying to clear the tears. Sasuke's chakra spiked and his Sharingan flared to life. It had 3 tomoes. A chunk of chakra was fallen towards his eyes, and Sasuke's Sharingan started spinning and glowing. In the pitch black room, his Sharingan was the thing that definitely stood out. Blood red eyes with pitch marking, spinning and glowing. His eyes began to slow down and 3 tomoes were completely gone. A whole new pattern was revealed to the world. His eyes were black in the background with 3 blood-red intersecting ellipses. Sasuke's eyes had changed into the all-powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. What's this? Sasuke wondered out loud, looking down. Yet again, he could see his own reflection in the blood pooling on the ground. It seemed yet another cruel joke that he had to endure. That is the Mangekyo Sharingan. The next stage of the Sharingan, Sasuke, Orochimaru said as he stepped into the room and looked at the gruesome display. He couldn't help but smirk that his plan had worked so flawlessly. He knew that the girl had a crush on young Sasuke, and he simply had to play things right for it to work. Why? Sasuke asked, and Orochimaru got confused. Why did she attack me? Sasuke sadly asked, and Orochimaru frowned. It was good that he attained the Mangekyo, but he never expected Sasuke to bond with the girl to the extent of actually loving her. She must have had her reasons, Orochimaru simply replied, walking towards Sasuke and kneeling beside him. Come with me, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said, rising back up and walking towards the door when he noticed that Sasuke hadn't moved. Sasuke was still staring at the girl's corpse. What will happen to her? Sasuke asked. She will have a proper burial later on, Orochimaru replied, and watched as Sasuke rose and began walking towards him. I will help you forget the pain you are feeling, Orochimaru said, and Sasuke only nodded. Kabuto, Orochimaru said, and Kabuto stepped out from the shadows. Clean the room. I will proceed with the ritual, Orochimaru informed him, and Kabuto nodded. Orochimaru and Sasuke walked into another pitch-black room with strong wooden doors. The door cringed as it opened to reveal a seemingly empty room. Come, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said, opening the door and motioning Sasuke to enter, which he did without hesitation. Do you wish to forget the pain? Orochimaru asked with his eyes glinting. The goal he fought so hard to achieve was but a few minutes from his grasp. Yes, Sasuke simply replied, and Orochimaru nodded. Then do not fear or fight what is to come, Orochimaru said, and opened his mouth to unhuman proportions. From Orochimaru's body came a gigantic white snake composed of smaller white snakes. This was Orochimaru's true form. Orochimaru-sama? Sasuke asked, slightly shaken from seeing this big snake sliver out of Orochimaru's supposed body. Do not fear me, child, Orochimaru said as he coiled himself around Sasuke's body, locking eyes with the young Uchiha. Furo Fushi no Jutsu, eternal youth and immortality technique, Orochimaru said, and the world started changing. Sasuke and Orochimaru were no longer in the dark room, but they were in what seemed to be a vast place. The sky was dark purple, and looking down, the ground was nothing but a wall of pink muscles that seemed to spasm at random intervals. What's this? Sasuke asked fearfully. With this, I will accomplish my goal, Orochimaru said, chuckling darkly as the muscles began to curl up Sasuke's body. Sasuke tried struggling, but he was overcome by the muscles in just a few seconds. The muscles covered him completely, and Orochimaru smirked. After so many struggles and years of wait, he had finally achieved his goal. He had finally attained the Sharingan. Who are you now? Kabuto asked as he came into the room and noticed that Sasuke was standing frozen. On the ground was a gigantic white snake, and by the looks of it, it was obviously dead. Sasuke's Sharingan flared into existence and began spinning until it became the Mangekyo. Who do you think? With Uchiha now. Uchiha now had just returned from her appointed mission in Konoha. Her objective was to destroy the academy and kill every single student and teacher inside. All of that was to prove to Naruto that Tobi, or as she knew him, Uchiha Fugaku, that he was no prey. Now looked down at the crater that hid the Uchiha clan's hideout. She jumped down, arriving near the skeleton of what was once a very large animal if the bones were anything to go by. Where is he? Now asked towards the plant-like creature that rose from the ground as she entered the hideout. In the main hall, the white Zetsu replied. Although he isn't pleased with you, the black Zetsu added. Now replied as she ignored Zetsu and continued walking forward. I'll deal with him, now said, and went towards Tobi's room. Now passed through several Uchihas along the way and simply gave them a brief nod of acknowledgement. She arrived at Tobi's room and knocked on the door. Now was about to reach for the handle when Tobi phased right for the door and her, making her jump back in surprise. Without even giving her a warning, Tobi placed a hand on her shoulder and warped her away with him as well. They both arrive at another destination. Toby was the first to arrive and simply dropped now to the ground. "What's the meaning of this?" now asked Greener Teeth to her leader. Now looked around to pinpoint her location and noticed that she was near the border of the Land of Fire. More specifically, she was staying on the Valley of the End. Toby jumped away and landed on the statue of Uchiha Madara. Now rose from the ground and noticed that she was staying on the statue of Senju Hashirama. She looked towards Toby and noticed that he began to remove his mask and simply dropped it to the ground to reveal the face of Uchiha Fugaku. The Senju DNA'ing him did a good job, as he looked like he hadn't aged a day in 17 years. "I'm disappointed with you now, Chen," Fugaku replied as he sat down and watched as now Sai tensed up before relaxing once again. "You were never one to fail missions to begin with, but I never expected for you to fail them on purpose," Fugaku said, sighing and looking up. "Care to explain why you decided to forget the mission?" Fugaku asked as he locked his eyes with her. "I may be under your command, but I am not your tool to do as you please," now snarled at Fugaku. "You asked me to kill some innocent kids, which I would never do. I have my standards," now explained. "I see," Fugaku said, getting up. "I should have expected this from you. Your lineage was one of softness, after all. Your sister did the same thing when I asked something similar." Fugaku explained, chuckling, and watched as Nao got confused. "You didn't know, did you?" Fugaku mockingly asked. "Your sister was just like you. You, your sister, Mikoto, and even that cousin of yours, Obito. You were all too soft and kind-hearted for the Uchiha clan. I thought that making an example of your sister would solve that in you, but I was mistaken," Fugaku simply explained and watched as Nao tensed. "What do you mean by making an example of my older sister?" Nao asked, narrowing her eyes at Fugaku. "Exactly like that. She was a soft-hearted individual like many before her, and she was influencing you, the strongest of the clan next to me. You looked up to her like anyone would to their own older sister, and I couldn't have that, so I took steps. A simple poison in her food to make it look like she died of her eyes, not accepting her body," Fugaku explained, smiling darkly. "What?" Nao asked in shock. "You killed my sister just because she was kind?" Nao mumbled to herself. "Why?" Nao asked, although Fugaku had just given her the answer. "I want soldiers. I don't need anything else but soldiers," Fugaku simply replied. "Your sister became a liability the moment she started refusing the missions I gave her because she couldn't do them. But I had hope for you, Nao-chan. You, who were so fond of my son Itachi. I hope that you would outgrow that kindness that seemed to be instilled in your family and became what you were supposed to be, an Uchiha clan shinobi," Fugaku said, and watched as a lone tear ran down her face. "You killed my sister," Nao simply said, looking at the ground. "You killed the only thing I had left of my family," Nao sadly said, and suddenly looked up with her Mangekyo blazing. "I was a fool to follow you in the first place. I should have stayed by Konoha's side. The Uchiha clan was the strongest clan in Konoha. We were respected both for our power and loyalty. That is until you came around," Nao began. "You are nothing but a greedy man that led our great clan into nothingness, and eventually you will kill us all. Itachi-kun was right when he chose to stay by Konoha's side," Nao said, as her chakra flared and she took her sword from her waist. "You are nothing more than darkness, and I will be the light that shall defeat you!" Nao yelled as she pointed her sword towards Fugaku, who simply chuckled. "Foolish girl," Fugaku said, and watched as Nao jumped from the statue coming towards him. Nao arrived near Fugaku and made a downward slice, only to face right through him and hit the ground. Nao quickly repositioned herself, dodging a punch from Fugaku, and slashed across Fugaku's chest. Fugaku chuckled as he watched the blade phase through him. Once the blade left his chest, he simply caught the handle, outmaneuvered Nao, and then placed her in a chokehold. "Such a naive girl," Fugaku whispered into her ear as she struggled to get free. "There is no darkness without light," Fugaku replied as he let go of Nao, who stumbled forward to regain her breath. Nao looked back and quickly brought her arms up to block a powerful kick from Fugaku. now was sent flying and collided with Hashirama's statue. A few rocks were sent free from the impact and splashed into the water. Now caught, but quickly regained her breathing. She looked up to see Fugaku in the same place. Katon, Goryuka no Jutsu, Great Dragon Fire Technique, now said, as she sent a torrent of fire shaped in the form of a dragon towards her enemy. Kamui, Fugaku said, chuckling, as he absorbed the whole fire jutsu into his personal dimension. Katon, Bafuko Ranbu, Bomb Blast Dance, Fugaku said, as he needed chakra inside his body and converted it into fire. Using the fire jutsu he absorbed from now, he expelled a continuous stream of flames which spiraled outwards, creating a massive fire vortex. Nao's eyes widened at the magnitude of the jutsu. Fugaku had added his own jutsu and further increased his power by using her jutsu. Nao's eyes glowed and a purple ribcage formed around her. The fire jutsu clashed with her Susanoo shield but didn't even scorch it. Susanoo wasn't her ultimate defense for nothing. Yasaka no Magatama, Yasaka beads, now said as her Susanoo glowed and slightly increased in size. A couple arms sprouted from the ribcage, and as they spread apart, pieces of chakra floated in the air between them. Several dark purple beads were shot towards Fugaku at high speeds. When will she learn? Fugaku thought to himself in amusement as the gigantic beads collided with the statue, ripping out chunks of stone. Fugaku had simply used his Kamui to escape the attacks and jumped down into the water. Soitan, water style, now said as the lake started shaking and making Fugaku's eyes widen in disbelief. Sen Sotoraiki! 1,000 strikes, now shouted as the lake all around her started giving off steam. Right before Fugaku's eyes, hundreds upon hundreds of water tentacles started forming out of the water. Now, who still had her hands on the lake, smirked as the tentacles blurred towards Fugaku, who began evasive maneuvers. Fugaku was running for dear life. There were so many tentacles that they were even blocking his view of the statues. There were so many that they almost blocked out the sun, leaving Fugaku to fight in the shadows. Fugaku ducked under a tentacle and used his Kamui to avoid another one. Katon, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Technique, Fugaku said, and unleashed a torrent of fire against the water tentacles. He watched with great satisfaction as most of the water whips were vaporized. He quickly lost his smile when he noticed whips simply reform themselves from the water. I can't use my Kamui indefinitely, and there are too many whips for me to track, Fugaku thought, as he tried to think of a way to end this jutsu. Otherwise, he'd be forced to evaporate the whole lake, which would be impossible. He was shot from his thoughts when a water whip got past his defenses and hit him on the shoulder, making him stumble. Enough! Fugaku said, blurring through hand seals. Katon, Goyen Q! Great blaze ball. Fugaku exhaled a gigantic spear of scorching flames that vaporized and destroyed everything in its path. Everything around Fugaku was decimated and only steam remained. Fugaku looked in annoyance as every single water tentacle slowly reformed, but he caught a glimpse of Nao, who was still in the same position as she was when she began the jutsu. Fugaku quickly realized his jutsu's weakness. In order for it to work properly, the jutsu caster would need a large body of water nearby, but more importantly, this jutsu requires the caster to be stationary and feed chakra continuously so that any destroyed tentacle may be reformed. Fugaku smirked and quickly dashed towards Nao at high speeds. Several water tentacles tried to block his path, but he simply phased right through them until he was upon Nao. Fugaku arrived near Nao and immediately went for a straight punch, only for Nao to tilt her head to the side and jump away to safety. Fugaku watched as the water tentacles dispelled back into the river. That was one particularly annoying jutsu. To think you had water affinity as well. Just like Itachi. It looks like you were made for each other, Fugaku said in a mocking voice. While he was mocking his opponent, even he had to admire the potency and beauty of the jutsu. You think too high of Itachi-kun. I kicked his ass several times during our shinobi career, Nao said, smirking, as she had finally understood the timing on Fugaku's Kamui. She knew very well that his Mangekyo jutsu was simply stronger than her own, but like everything else, his Kamui had a weakness. And she found it when Fugaku chose to fight the water tentacles instead of simply standing by. Katon, Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique, Nao said, as she released several fireballs towards Fugaku, who simply shook his head in defeat. Fugaku used his Kamui and simply absorbed the jutsu into his dimension. Fugaku realized that the jutsu was taking longer to absorb than usual. She hid shuriken among the fireballs to delay my absorption. Clever girl, Fugaku thought to himself as he noticed now reappeared next to him in a blur of speed. Fugaku simply stopped absorbing the jutsu and allowed a few fireballs to hit him. Simple fireballs did nothing against him. Now swung her sword horizontally and watched in shock as Toby easily caught her blade between two fingers. Fugaku used her shock and punched her in the gut, making her gasp. I expected more from you, Fugaku said as he picked Now up from her neck and simply watched her struggle for air. Nao's eyes started glowing as she made her best efforts to look into Fugaku. Petrifying gaze, Nao said and caught Fugaku in her Mangekyo's strongest genjutsu. Fugaku was momentarily caught in the genjutsu, which allowed Nao to get free from his grasp. Nao jumped back as she nursed her neck and began taking deep breaths. Using the Mangekyo always took huge chunks of her chakra. Not bad, Fugaku said, chuckling as he easily broke the genjutsu. When will you realize that you can't win? Fugaku asked, looking straight at her. You should know better than to underestimate me, Nao snarled at her former leader. Nao took a single kunai and hurled it at top speeds towards Fugaku, who simply shook his head. He expected more from her. Fugaku stoically waited for the kunai to reach and simply allowed it to face right through his left eye. I win, Nao said, laughing weakly, and Fugaku raised an eyebrow in confusion. Arrgh! Fugaku suddenly yelled to the heavens and dropped to his knees. He quickly brought his hand to his face to try and stem the blood that was leaking from his left eye. Fugaku stared at the lake and into his own reflection, only to see a deep gash on his left eye. He couldn't even identify that it was an eye to begin with. Amaterasu, Nao said, taking advantage of Fugaku's shock as she enveloped him in a cloak of pitch black flames. She watched with great satisfaction as Fugaku rolled on the water in pain until he began to sink. I told you not to underestimate me, Nao said, smiling and taking deep breaths. She had won the battle with a simple henge and a shadow clone. Squelch! Nao gasped as her chest was suddenly pierced, a kunai from behind. She looked down to see the tip of the kunai protruding right from her chest, just above her heart. She coughed a large amount of blood and shakily looked backwards. Fugaku was standing there with a pissed off expression. His clothes and chunks of his skin were completely burned, but above all, his left eye was completely destroyed. Nao pushed forward, crying in pain as the blade left her chest. She stumbled forward and fell to her knees as blood started pooling on the water. I never expected you to make a shadow clone and transform it into a shuriken that you use as a Trojan horse to get into my personal dimension, Fugaku said, gritting his teeth. I should not have underestimated you. You are my second in command after all, Fugaku explained, and watched as Nao took deep and ragged breaths. It was foolish of you to challenge me, Nao-chan, Fugaku said. He would make her pay. She had wounded him, but above all else, she had destroyed one of the things he held more precious. She had blinded him in his left eye. Fugaku raised an eyebrow when he felt a genjutsu wash over the area. He looked in confusion towards Nao and watched as she disappeared into thin air as if she never existed in the first place. Fugaku smirked and looked to his right just in time to see Nao materialize herself. The wound on her chest was completely gone, but was replaced with a hollow white right eye. So you sacrifice your right eye to survive yet again, Fugaku said, chuckling. You lost your ability to use your genjutsu and your Susanoo. You are pathetically weak now, but if you want a battle, I shall give you one, Fugaku said, as his chakra spiked and the ground started shaking. The huge lake they were staying on started vibrating as waves were created. Mokuton! Whistle, Fugaku yelled as he clasped his hands together in the snake seal. Jukai Kotan! Deep forest creation! Fugaku added as thousands upon thousands of trees suddenly burst from the water. Nao's eyes widened at the sheer magnitude of the jutsu. The trees rose from the water and high into the sky. They pierced the mountain, dislocating huge chunks of it. They wrapped themselves around two statues, tearing them apart. Nao watched as the trees quickly approached her position, and she knew she had to do something quickly. now held her sword horizontally in front of her chest. She placed her left hand on the hilt. Katan, Hinoken Katan, flaming sword, now said as she ran her hand over the blade and watched as her sword suddenly ignite into whitish flames. She avoided looking directly at the blade due to the light being emitted. Now disappeared in a burst of speed. Katan, Kasai, Soashu, fire slash, now said as she flicked her blade forward. An arc of fire was released from her blade, cutting right through the incoming trees. Now smirked as she landed on a tree and started running up it, heading towards Fugaku. Now ducked and sliced away through the forest that had just grown. While the trees might be numerous and strong, they were no match against her heat blade that sliced them down like a hot knife through butter. Mokuton, Sashiki no Jutsu, cutting sprigs, Fugaku said as several sharp wooden spikes grew from the trees. Fugaku picked up a couple and with strength and precision, he hurled them all towards the incoming enemy. Now flexed her fiery blade once again. Katon, Shi o Senkai, whirling death, now said as she pointed her blade forward, towards the incoming projectiles. The blade's flames quickly grew in size. Now flexed her blade and released a vortex of fire that vaporized the wooden spikes. Now arrived near Fugaku and did a lightning-fast horizontal swipe just above his head. Fugaku ducked under the swing and watched as the blade left a trail of fire behind it. Fugaku jumped backwards and extended his right arm forward. Mokuton, Daijure no Jutsu, great forest, Fugaku said as his right arm suddenly transformed into wood. From his arms came out dozens of wooden tentacles that quickly wrapped themselves around Now. Now struggled to get free until she poofed in smoke to reveal a single wooden log in her place. There was no shortage of wooden logs around, not since Fugaku was willingly creating them. You're a coward, Fugaku. Fight me like an Uchiha instead of using power that belonged to the Senju. Where is your pride? Now snarled at Fugaku as she blurred through hand seals. Katon, Hi o Orekuru. Raging fire, now said as she unleashed torrents upon torrents of fire that spread through the whole forest. And by the way, quick vein, I apologize for butchering that jutsu name. All around her, the fire was consuming the trees that Fugaku had created. The water in the lake did nothing to ease the raging inferno that now had set. Chunks of wood snapped from the trees and hit the lake with large splash sounds. Fugaku jumped away from the falling trees and landed on the nearby branches. He swiped his arm on his forehead to wipe the sweat away from the massive heat that Now's inferno was creating. All around him, steam was being released as the water evaporated. Fugaku looked around for Now when he heard a whistling sound. He turned around just in time to avoid multiple blazing shurikens that came from his blind spot. As Fugaku was jumping backwards, Now materialized right next to him. Fugaku allowed Now's punch to phase right through him and hit that tree where he was standing. Fugaku moved to block another punch but quickly changed his mind and jumped back when he noticed that Now's hands had an orange glow in them. Fugaku looked back towards the tree that Now hit and noticed the black spot from her punch. This is my Kasai no Ken, Fire Fist, Now said as her other arm and legs started gaining an orange glow as several flames appeared around them. It looked like Now had her arms and legs on fire, although she didn't seem to be in pain. I will show you why I was considered the best in the clan in fire ninjutsu, Now said, as she dashed towards Fugaku, who braced himself. Such a waste of potential, Fugaku thought to himself, frowning. The girl held such power and potential even without the Sharingan, and yet he had to kill her for incompetence and disrespect. He wasn't feeling any guilt or regret, just pity. Hitama! Fireball, Now said, punching straight forward and unleashing a ball of fire directly towards Fugaku, who tilted his head to the side to avoid the flames. Now jumped in the air and spun around. Kasai no Nami! Fire wave, Now said as she released a wave of fire towards Fugaku, who simply allowed it to phase right through him. Now dashed forward and engaged Fugaku in a clash of fists and kicks. Fugaku used his Kami as much as he could to outmaneuver Now. Every single strike that Fugaku blocked or parried, he would regret it as he would get a piece of scorched skin as payment. Now slammed her foot on the ground and flexed her arms forward. Without even a single hand seal, fire sprouted from her palms, heading straight towards Fugaku. Mokuton, Moku Joheki, wooden wall, Fugaku said, slamming both hands on the ground. Several wooden pillars branched out from the trees and surrounded Fugaku, forming a dome around him. The fire wave clashed with the wooden walls. Fugaku activated calmly and sank into the ground. Now stopped her attack once she noticed that behind the wind dome was no one. She looked around and focused on her senses. Fugaku immediately appeared behind her and proceeded to kick her in the back. Now flew back and collided with one of the trees that quickly wrapped itself around her, restraining her movements. Katon, Kasai no Tate, fire shield, Now said as all of her skin started glowing orange. Now started swaying as her whole body erupted in flames, scorching the wood all around her and turning it into nothing more than ashes. Now freed herself from the trees and fell to the ground, taking deep breaths. Her chakra reserves were near empty and she wouldn't last much longer. Unbelievable, Fugaku said, looking at Now in shock. To think you would be this talented. How did you even lose against the Hyuga girl back in Kiri? Fugaku asked, curious. The amount of control she held of the fire was astonishing. That battle opened my eyes. I relied on my Sharingan too much back then, and my defeat only proved that. I thought myself to be undefeatable until I got a rude wake-up call. But I get the feeling that even with this, I wouldn't be able to defeat her should we ever meet again, Now said, smirking, as she looked towards her flaming arms. My last jutsu, Now thought to herself sadly. She was running on fumes. Amaterasu, Now said, looking towards her arms as they erupted in black flames. Her Sharingan deactivated from lack of chakra. Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw Now ignite her own arms in the black flames of Amaterasu. She's using a fire on her arms as a target for the Amaterasu flames. As long as she holds her jutsu, the black flames won't hurt her, Fugaku thought to himself. Now was really putting everything she could into the fight. Come, Now said. She waited for Fugaku to make his move. She knew that Fugaku would try and avoid engaging in taijutsu as of now. Fugaku might be many things, but a fool wasn't in his description. If you won't, then I will, Now says. She rushed Fugaku head on, intending to go out with a bang. Now tried a punch to Fugaku's jaw, only for it to phase through him. Fugaku watched as her Amaterasu empowered arm phased right through him. Once Now's arm had left him, Fugaku brought his knee to her stomach. Now buckled forward and gasped in pain. Now bit back the pain and engaged Fugaku once again in taijutsu. Blow after blow was getting past Now's defenses and hitting her. Fugaku tilted his body back and slammed his foot as hard as he could into Now's chest and watched as she tumbled through the trees. Fugaku smirked as the battle was over. He calmly walked towards Now as she knelt and took deep breaths. Her hair covered most of her face, sweat was pouring freely from her forehead, and her clothes were completely burned from her fire jutsus. Fugaku looked towards her arms and watched as the Amaterasu flames fade away. Now watched as Fugaku bent down and picked up her sword. There was nothing she could do about it. She had run out of chakra. She was tired. All she wanted right now was to die and simply be reunited with her sister and family on the other side. Now didn't even wince as Fugaku slowly drove her sword through her chest and heart. Fugaku rose up and brought Now with him as she stood pierced in the sword like some piece of meat on a wooden stick. Fugaku was completely affronted with her. Even in defeat and death, Now was smiling. I hope you keep that smile of yours when you meet the rest of your family, Fugaku said, and simply flexed a blade, letting Now's body fall to the water. Fugaku didn't waste any more time and simply swirled away. He had a Sharingan to replace. Now was slowly drifting away in the water. She was floating and looking at the beautiful blue sky. She was buried alive at this point, but she couldn't help but get a strange feeling that suddenly overcame her. She wanted nothing more than to be reunited with her family, but somehow she felt that it wasn't her time to go yet. Izanagi now fought to herself, using the remains of her chakra and the last of her eye. The wound on her chest healed and her eyes closed from chakra exhaustion. She slowly drifted away, carried away by the current. She didn't know if she would even survive, but she felt like she had to try. And that is the end of chapter 48, and now we'll move on to chapter 49, which is going to involve a fight between Sasuke and Itachi, so stay tuned for that. Let's now get into chapter 49, Two New Lights. Here we go. Previously, Izanagi now fought herself, using the remains of her chakra and the last of her eyes. The wound on her chest healed and her eyes closed from chakra exhaustion. She slowly drifted away, carried away by the current. She didn't know if she would even survive, but she felt like she had to try. Moments earlier, Itachi was hopping from tree branch to tree branch. He was returning from Konoha due to his talk with Naruto a couple of days ago. Itachi was invisible, concealed by the shadows of the night. With his body healed and back to perfect condition, he could use his full speed. Itachi placed a foot on a tree branch and launched himself forward at the top of his speed. He narrowed his eyes to block the air from drying up his eyes. He looked right only to spot a massive column of black smoke rising in the horizon. Since he had time, Itachi decided to investigate. It was night, and a fire in the middle of the night would definitely stick out, especially one of this magnitude. Valley of the End. What the hell happened here? Itachi mumbled to himself in disbelief. The valley was completely ruined. The two statues of both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were nothing more than broken rock on the ground. But what caught Itachi's attention was the massive forest that stood blazing in the middle of the valley. Gigantic trees, big as the statues themselves, were burning with white-hot flames. Chunks of trees snapped, hitting the water with large splash sounds. Itachi activated his Sharingan only to see chakra residue in the air. There was a battle here, and it wasn't long ago. Itachi jumped down from the valley and into the water, keeping his distance from the fire raging on. Smack! Itachi kicked something accidentally and looked down. An orange mask with a swirl pattern revolving around the right eye socket. Tobi's mask, Itachi said to himself as he bent down and picked up the mask, surveying his surroundings for the possibility of finding the masked man's identity. Itachi kept walking forward, analyzing the state of the valley. It had to have been a great battle for the valley to be left in such a state. He looked down at the river and noticed a small trail of blood flowing downwards with the river. Anyone else would miss it as it was so small, but not the Sharingan. Itachi hopped into the water and began walking down the river, following the current and the blood's trail. Itachi walked a few miles until he arrived near a small clearing where the river's flow had decreased significantly. Itachi looked around until his eyes landed upon a body lying down by the shore. Itachi walked towards the body. Just from a distance, he could tell that this person would most likely be dead. The clothes were completely torn. He could see burn marks on her arms and legs, and bleeding cuts all over the remainder of the body. As Itachi was closing in, he took time to note her clothes. The body had an attire consisting of a dark blue top with black gloves, black boots, black shorts, but what really caught his eyes was Uchiha Clan's symbol on her back. And Uchiha? Itachi asked himself in disbelief as he suddenly rushed the body. He arrived near the body and bent down, placing 2 fingers on her neck. She's alive, Itachi thought as he detected a very faint pulse. He gently turned her around and his eyes widened at the person lying down right in front of him. Now, Itachi breathed out. Naruto had told him that the Uchiha clan was still alive, but it was one hell of a coincidence for him to simply stumble upon one Uchiha just days after his talk with Naruto. Itachi moved her body further into the land and laid her on the ground facing up. Itachi placed his fingers on the middle of her chest, right above her heart, and released a small electric discharge. It was a technique taught to every single shinobi in the Corps and one of the basic medical ninjutsu. A small static strike directly into the heart to jumpstart a body if need be. Nao's body gave a small jerk as she started stirring. Itachi watched as Nao slowly opened her eyes only for a hollow white to appear instead of the black color he remembered. Did she sacrifice her eyes? Itachi mused and thought as he heard some gurgling sound coming from Nao. Who? Nao said as she started coughing. Are you? now managed to get out only to hear a small chuckle. What mess did you get yourself into this time, Nao-chan? Itachi replied, smiling down at his former comrade. There was quite a history between these two. Nao's eyes widened when she recognized the voice. She slowly turned towards the voice but saw nothing but darkness. Itachi-kun, Nao said, slowly chuckling until she began coughing again. Itachi moved now so that she lay perfectly flat on the ground. Don't worry, I will take care of you, Itachi said. Not that Nao could see it. Itachi went towards his pocket and removed a single free-pronged kunai. Without a moment's hesitation, he stabbed it on the ground, disappearing in a yellow flash with Nao in tow. Moments earlier, Senju Compound. I finally did it! Naruto yelled in joy of success. Naruto quickly sealed everything and swirled towards the Senju Compound. Hinata, Hashirama, Toyirama, Mito, Minato, Kushina, and Gaara, all of you in the kitchen in 5 minutes, Naruto yelled as he also ran towards the kitchen to set up everything. One by one, everyone walked towards the kitchen, although it wasn't just the ones Naruto called, as everyone was curious as to what the ruckus was all about. Dragons, Naruto said, gaining the attention of his group. Front and center, Naruto said, and watched as the members of the group stepped forward. I have a gift for all of you, Naruto said, grinning as he took out 8 scrolls and tossed one to each member of the group, keeping one for himself. What's this? Minato was curious about this gift. Unseal it and you shall see, Naruto replied, and Minato shrugged. Minato kneeled on the ground and unwrapped his scroll. Kai, Minato said as he slammed his hand on the scroll. Once the cloud of smoke had dissipated, on the ground laid a single egg. Although this wasn't some ordinary chicken egg, this eggshell was completely white and it was slightly bigger than a football. At least the omelet will be enough for all of us, Jiraiya joked, and everyone laughed until he saw the look of horror in Naruto's face. You gave us a big egg? Minato said, disgruntled. He was hoping for something a bit more, well, more for such a big fuss. While it is an egg, it's so much more than that, Naruto cryptically said, and watched as Minato glared at him. Just channel chakra into the egg and think of yellow. It will take a considerable amount, so don't worry, Naruto explained, and Minato did just that. Minato placed his right hand on top of the egg and concentrated. Minato's hand started glowing and everyone watched with anticipation of what would come from all this. 5 minutes later, and Minato was already starting to sweat from all the chakra the damn thing was eating. Suddenly, the egg stopped absorbing chakra, and Minato retracted his hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Now what? Minato asked towards Naruto. He did as Naruto said, but nothing was happening. Give it a few moments, Naruto said, and Minato nodded, sitting down. How could such a small thing almost empty him of his reserves? He had a lot of chakra, not as much as Naruto, but enough to put some Kages to shame. As Minato raised his head from being tired of waiting, the egg started shaking, breaking everyone from their boredom. Everyone watched as the egg started shaking even more and clawing sounds could be heard coming from inside the egg. A strange yellow pattern started forming around the eggshell, making everyone focus all their attention of said egg. Here he comes, Naruto said, and everyone's breath hitched as a piece of the eggshell flew away and what seemed to be a yellow claw stepped out. The egg shook once more and suddenly exploded, sending pieces of its shell flying everywhere. Everyone covered their face so they didn't get hit with the shrapnel. Once they uncovered their faces, everyone's jaw dropped at the creature standing in the middle of the kitchen. He resembles some form of a reptile, like lizards and, in some relations, snakes themselves. This creature's body was completely covered in yellowish, shiny scales, with 4 legs and a long tail. The creature had a long snout and an impressive jawline filled with razor-sharp teeth. He had yellow eyes as well, with a black vertical slit like those of a snake, but what really stood out was a pair of wings that protruded from its back. Is that what I think it is? Jiraiya pointing towards the creature in the middle of the room, who seemed to react to his outburst and gave him a toothy grin, showing his razor-sharp teeth and an impressive pair of fangs. A dragon, alive and in the flesh, Naruto said, pointing towards the dragon, who seemed to get what was happening and simply rose to stand on 2 legs and spread its wings. And is your partner from now and until the day you die, Naruto said, pointing towards Minato, who had a shocked face. But, Minato tried to argue, but Naruto quickly shut him down. No buts. He is key to your chakra and will only answer to you. He isn't your slave or pet. He's your partner from now on, so treat him with respect, Naruto said, and the dragon jumped into the air and landed on Minato's shoulders. He coiled around his neck until he began to lick Minato's cheek. I guess he's alright, Minato said, scratching the head of the dragon and making Naruto nod. His name is Yellow, a fitting name for the mighty Kuroi Senko. Yellow Flash, wouldn't you say? Naruto snickered and watched as the dragon growled slowly before laying his head down to probably sleep. I thought that dragons didn't exist, Tamari stated, looking at Yellow. They do now. They will take time to grow, Naruto explained. How big will they get? Tsunade asked Pelion when she remembered the legends. Big as a bijou, Naruto simply replied as he crouched down and unsealed his own egg. Everyone paled at the thought of having 8 dragons the size of mountains just simply strolling around Konoha. They were broken from their thoughts when he heard another egg crack and they turned around to see Hinata scratching the chin of a purple dragon. Growl! Tsunade turned her head again, this time towards Naruto, who was also petting a big silver dragon. Tsunade and the rest of the Senju compound, with the exception of the 8 dragons to the leaf, paled when they heard cracks all over the place. Not even 5 minutes later, there were 8 dragons in the kitchen running all over the place, like some kids on a sugar rush. Aw man, I want one too, Conqueror says he knelt in front of Naruto. No can do, limited edition only, Naruto chuckled. Please? Conqueror whined. Please? Silver mocked from the ceiling. Everyone looked up to see Silver with his claws dug into the ceiling. Oh, mine can already talk, Naruto said with sparkles in his eyes. And it looks like he got your traits personality-wise, Hinata said as she watched the Silver mock poor Conqueror. Things you should know about your partners. They have chakras just like you, and they bear the same affinities you have so they can work properly with you in combat, Naruto explained, and everyone nodded. Another thing, should any of them die, you will live on, but if you die, so will your dragons, Naruto said in a serious voice. The dragons were their partners and were bound to them by life. Where the hell are they going to live? Tsunade yelled, making everyone stare at her. The Senju-ness is strong in that one, Mito thought to herself, sighing. Do you think we can set them up in the summon world? Tobirama asked, making everyone ponder. Hey Fox, Naruto thought to himself.
Yeah.
Kurama replied as he yawned and stretched, popping a few joints. Is the summon realm all occupied? Naruto asked, making Kurama raise an eyebrow at his question.
Why do you ask?
Kurama asked, surprised by the question. Naruto simply looked up to the ceiling.
What the hell are dragons doing here?
Kurama yelled. I created them. I read a book about reptiles and another one from Legends, Naruto replied, grinning and making Kurama shake his head in disbelief.
There are a few lands unoccupied that they can use without much trouble,
Kurama answered, and Naruto proceeded to forward the information to Tobirama, who was already devising a small seal in the form of a tattoo to summon their partners into battle should they need them. We got company, Naruto says. He backflipped in the middle of the room and slammed his head on the ground. In a flash of yellow, Itachi and Now were standing in the middle of the room. I thought you were supposed to come to me, Itachi says. He found himself in his Senju compound. I may trust you, Itachi, but not far enough to jump towards you and into a possible ambush, Naruto replied. What the? Itachi said out loud when he came face to face with 8 dragons who were staying just inches away from his face, staring at him. His Sharingan flared to life, and that was until he noticed the rest of the room. Senju Hashirama, Senju Toyirama, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Mito, and Senju Kushina. Ba. Itachi tried to come out with the right words, but his brain seemed to be unable to process the events. At least he didn't faint like Tsunade and Hiruzen had back in the day. What can I do for you, Itachi? Naruto asked, breaking Itachi's line of thought. Itachi looked away from the Senju brothers and back to Now, who was breathing heavily. She won't last much longer. I can feel her life force slipping away, Naruto said as he took a good look at the Uchiha in Itachi's arms. I need your help once again. I need you to heal her, Itachi stoically said. Bah, a dead Uchiha is a good one, Toriyama simply replied, making Itachi frown. What did I tell you about having prejudice about the Uchihas? Hashirama grumbled. Besides, it's Naruto's choice if he wants to heal her or not, Hashirama explained, and Toriyama scoffed but nodded nonetheless. Why should I heal her? Naruto asked towards Itachi, who remained silent and with his head down. She has been working for Toby all along. She blew up a hospital in Kiri and almost killed Hinata, Naruto explained. She's in this state for fighting Toby. You should see the state of the valley at the end. Everything was destroyed. Even Madara's and his statue, Itachi said, motioning to Hashirama. They destroyed my gorgeous statue? Hashirama said as he hung his head. What do you think, Kurama? Naruto asked towards his partner.
It's your choice, Naruto.
Kurama replied seriously, wondering what Naruto would do. Even so, one good deed doesn't atone for a lifetime of wrongs, Naruto said. Don't make me beg, Itachi said in a low voice, making Naruto's eyes widen. He was willing to actually beg for Naruto to save her. Why would you lower yourself to that extent just to save her? Naruto asked curious, but Itachi remained silent. You love her. After all this time? Naruto asked like it was the most obvious thing in the world, and Itachi just nodded. Always, Itachi answered. She was with me from the very beginning. We were born a single month apart. We were childhood friends and rivals at the same time. We graduated from the academy together, got on the same team, took the tuning exams together. I fell for her because she treated me for the person I was. To her, I wasn't son of the head of the Uchiha clan or the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. To her, I was just Itachi. Itachi sadly said, and Naruto remained silent. I guess we are more alike than I thought, Naruto replied, chuckling, making Itachi look at him funny. I too fell for Hinata because she was with me from the beginning, and because no matter what the village said, she never treated me as the demon or Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. To her, I was always just Naruto. Besides, there was nothing I wouldn't do for her, Naruto explained, and started walking forward until he was near Itachi, who held Nao's head on his lap. Naruto placed 2 fingers on Nao's head. Naruto took a deep breath and opened his eyes to display his silver eyes with concentric rings around the pupil. Naruto's fingers started glowing, and Itachi watched as Nao's breathing became more stable. Her bones were reset to their proper locations, and even the cuts on her skin just sizzled away. Naruto got up and stepped back as Nao started stirring. Itachi-kun, I'm feeling much better. Where are we? Nao asked as she slowly rose to a sitting position. Itachi-kun, is it? Naruto thought to himself, chuckling. He knew deep down that he had made the right choice.
He's almost ready to meet him.
Kurama chuckled to himself before going back to sleep. We are in Konoha. More specifically, the Senju compound, Itachi replied, and watched as Nao suddenly stiffened and jumped to her feet. She opened her eyes, but only darkness greeted her. What happened to your eyes? Hinata asked, curious about the hollow white. I know that voice, Nao said, looking towards Hinata's direction. You're that Hyuga fighting Kiri, Nao said, getting into a defensive stance. She knew she was in enemy territory. It's Senju now. Naruto-kun has asked me to marry him, Hinata said, but Nao didn't seem much concerned about that. Relax, Nao-chan, Itachi said, placing a hand on her shoulder and making her instantly relax. You are among friends now, Itachi said, and Nao huffed. Hold still, Naruto said towards Nao as he approached her and put a finger on each eye above her eyelid. Relax, Nao said, but Nao remained stiff as a board. Is he going to take my eyes? Nao thought fearfully. She was in the wool stand and blind to make it worse. Naraka path, Naruto said, and Nao was shocked when she heard Naruto say the exact same words that Nagato had used to heal her eyes when she fought Hinata back in Kiri. Open your eyes, Naruto said, and Nao slowly complied. Her eyelids slowly rose and she was greeted with the face of Senju Naruto, but his eyes were not the Sharingan, they were the Rinnegan, glowing at full power. You have the Rinnegan, Nao muttered out loud. No thank you? No nothing? Just you're the Rinnegan? I'm hurt, Naruto joked, making Nao smile slightly, easing the ambience. That's Naruto right there. All serious 1 second and joking around the next, Kushina thought, smiling. Of course, Nao said, slapping her forehead. You're both Uchiha and Senju. It's obvious that you would have the Rinnegan. I wonder how Fugaku still hasn't thought of that yet, Nao muttered out loud. So it's true, Itachi said replied, making Nao turn around. Everyone is still alive, Itachi asked, and Nao nodded. Who is Toby? Naruto asked, causing Nao to turn around to look at him. Nao gulped as she stared at Naruto's Sharingan and knew that lying would probably be a bad idea. Uchiha Fugaku now replied, squirming under Naruto's gaze. Wasn't he the head of the Uchiha clan? Naruto asked, and everyone nodded. Another simple Uchiha with delusions of grandeur, Toyama grumbled. I knew I recognized his chakra from somewhere when he attacked with the QB 17 years ago, Minato replied, and for the first time, Nao looked around to see just who exactly was with her. Yondaime-sama? Nao said in shock and gulped when she saw who stood by his side. Senju Hashirama and his brother Senju Toyama, Uzumaki Mito, and Senju Kushina. How? Nao asked towards Naruto, who smirked. You should know the power of Rinnegan extends beyond life and death, Naruto simply replied. Of course, Nao said, smacking her head again. You're the perfect vessel for the Rinnegan. The Uchiha and Senju DNA in perfect balance. It figures that you could use it without any adversities, unlike Nagato, Nao said. Now, why don't you tell us everything you know about the Uchiha clan and the Akatsuki, Naruto asked, and yet again Nao felt that it wasn't a question she could refuse. 1 hour later. That's very useful information. Thank you, Nao, Naruto replied, and Nao nodded before turning towards Itachi. What now? Nao asked, and Itachi looked at Naruto. Nao turned around to look towards Naruto as well. Smack! Itachi gave Nao a chop to the neck, making her fall forward. Itachi caught her before she fell and slowly lowered her to the ground. The hell, Itachi? Naruto asked as he watched him knock Nao unconscious. I'm going after my brother. Can you make me a promise? Itachi asked, looking at Naruto and making sure he understood the seriousness in his voice. If I don't make it back, Itachi trailed off as Naruto understood what he meant. We will take care of her like family. You have my word, Itachi, Naruto replied, and Itachi nodded before shunshining away, heading towards the Uchiha hideout where he would meet with Sasuke and decide his fate. So, he was Itachi, Toriyama said, scratching his chin. I guess it wasn't so bad for an Uchiha, Toriyama replied, making everyone's sweat drop. Were Uchihas all that he fought about? Arasanin, you know what to do, Naruto asked, and Jiraiya nodded. I will contact my spies, Jiraiya replied, and everyone went back towards their dragons. A few days later, Uchiha hideout. If you wish to kill me, resent me, hate me, and survive in obscurity. Sasuke remembered as he approached the Uchiha hideout where Zetsu had told him Itachi was. Run, keep running and cling to life. Then one day come before me with the same eyes I possess. Sasuke fought as his Mangekyo flared and he continued his path. So you have come, Itachi said with his eyes closed. Itachi was sitting on some kind of throne and was looking straight towards Sasuke, who stood at his front. Sasuke was wearing the traditional Uchiha clan outfit, a dark blue vest with black pants. He had a black belt in which he had a straight single-edged sword strapped into it. On the back of his vest he bore the Uchiha fan. That's Sharingan, Itachi said as he opened his eyes. How much can you see? Itachi asked as his eyes fully opened to reveal blood-red eyes with 3 black tomoes. How much I can see, you ask? Sasuke rhetorically asked as he stopped walking, facing Itachi. With these eyes, I see your death, Itachi, Sasuke replied, looking Itachi dead in the eyes. My death, huh? Itachi asked out loud. You are still arrogant, Sasuke. You shouldn't underestimate your opponent, Itachi advised as he leaned back, closing his eyes. Then make it happen, Itachi said as he disappeared, and in a blur, he was beside Sasuke with the kunai drawn. Sasuke followed his movement with his Sharingan and quickly turned. Sasuke placed a hand on his sword handle and brought his blade to parry Itachi's kunai. Both weapons clashed with a clanging sound as both fighters struggled for victory. Sasuke broke the struggle and jumped back, going through hand seals. Katan, Gokyaku no Jutsu. Great fireball technique, Sasuke said, as he unleashed a massive fireball lighting up the room. Itachi bent slightly as he pulled several shuriken from his sleeves and hurled them towards Sasuke through the fireball. Itachi jumped to his side to avoid it. Sasuke was forced to cancel his jutsu when several shuriken came towards him. The fireball had obscured the vision of them. Sasuke's Sharingan glowed as he tracked every single shuriken and started blocking them with his sword. Not a single movement was wasted. It was like he was dancing. When Sasuke had finished dodging every single shuriken, Itachi was suddenly upon his face and kicked him in the stomach, sending Sasuke flying into the wall. Sasuke crashed into the wall and stumbled to the ground as he began coughing. Sasuke rose his head to look for Itachi, only for him to be punched and pinned to the wall by the same person he was looking for. This is the end, Itachi says. He brought his fingers towards Sasuke's eyes. Your light is mine, Itachi said as he ripped out one of Sasuke's eyes, making him yell in pain and clutch to his now empty eye socket. The curved seal on Sasuke's shoulder began activating. His body gained a brownish color and some kind of wing sprouted from his back. Suddenly the whole world started cracking, like some mirror had just been broken. All the damage to the room simply disappeared as both Sasuke and Itachi were staying in the same position as before it all began. It's useless, Itachi, Sasuke said, laughing. I am not a little kid anymore. My eyes can see easily for your genjutsu, Sasuke said as his Sharingan glowed. You really are confident, Itachi said, getting up from his throne. But for now, I will take your word for it, Itachi said until he looked towards Sasuke's Sharingan. Foolish little brother. I told you to come for me only when you gain eyes like mine, Itachi replied, walking down the stairs until he stood but a few feet away from Sasuke. And I do, Sasuke said, chuckling darkly as his Sharingan started spinning. I killed the only person I ever cared for, just for these eyes, Itachi, and with them, I will kill you for betraying our family, Sasuke says his Sharingan turned into his Mangekyo. His eyes had 3 intersecting ellipses that resembled an atom model. Foolish little brother, Itachi said as his own Sharingan started spinning and became his Mangekyo Sharingan, a 3-sided pinwheel. The problem was that Itachi's eyes didn't stop spinning, even after reaching the Mangekyo stage. Itachi's Mangekyo kept spinning and spinning, and Sasuke watched in horror as his brother's eyes started changing into an unknown pattern. With one large chakra pulse, Itachi's eyes stopped spinning, and Sasuke was gawking at the new pattern. Itachi's Sharingan had 3 intersecting ellipses, and above that, a 3-sided pinwheel. It was like a cross between Sasuke's and Itachi's own Mangekyo. How? Sasuke asked fearfully as he involuntarily took a step back. How can you have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Sasuke asked shakily. How, you ask? Itachi rhetorically asked, sighing. It was a gift from Naruto, Itachi simply replied, making Sasuke's eyes widen in disbelief. You swapped eyes with him? Sasuke asked in shock. It doesn't matter what I did, Sasuke. I'm righting my wrongs starting now, Itachi said, as his EMS started glowing. Cool. Do you mind if I join the party? Both Sasuke and Itachi were surprised by his new voice as neither of them felt another chakra signature nearby. Both of them turned to the location of the new voice only to find Orochimaru, of all people, leaning by a doorframe and hungry looking at both Uchihas. Sharingan, Sasuke said as he and Itachi took notice of Orochimaru's eyes. They were blood red with 3 black tomoe spinning around the pupil. How do you have the Sharingan? Sasuke asked, gritting his teeth, but was met with mocking laughter. Answer me, Snake! Sasuke yelled, but Orochimaru only chuckled. Amaterasu! Sasuke said as Orochimaru exploded in black flames. Still with the hot temper, I see. Sasuke heard and turned around to see another Orochimaru sitting on the throne. Sasuke looked back to the black flames only to find nothing but mud on the ground. What is it you came for, Orochimaru? Itachi stoically asked. He didn't care how Orochimaru got the Sharingan as long as he didn't interfere with his plans. Nothing much, Orochimaru said as he began walking towards both Uchihas, licking his lips in anticipation. I've come for my new light. Orochimaru chuckled until he took notice of Itachi's new eyes. Oh, you already have it, Orochimaru said, surprised that Itachi was wielding the EMS. Enough! Sasuke roared, making Itachi and Orochimaru turn towards him. "I'll kill you both for disrespecting the Uchiha clan," Sasuke snarled as he began going through hand seals. "Katan, Goryuka no Jutsu. Great dragon fire technique," Sasuke said as he unleashed several dragon-shaped fireballs towards their enemies. Orochimaru's eyes started spinning as he copied the jutsu and easily countered Sasuke with an equally powerful jutsu. "So, this is a Sharingan. Amazing." Orochimaru chuckled to himself when he felt the Sharingan automatically copy the jutsu. Orochimaru made a single tiger seal and looked straight towards Sasuke. "Junjutsu, Curse Seal Technique. Activate," Orochimaru said, and Sasuke was immediately on the ground screaming in pain and clutching his neck. "Sasuke!" Itachi said as he suddenly dashed towards Orochimaru, who smirked and waited for him. Orochimaru easily predicted Itachi's punch and tilted his head to the side, catching Itachi in an arm lock. A snake appeared behind Orochimaru and quickly bit Itachi on the neck. Itachi dispersed in a murder of crows. The crows started circling Orochimaru as they turned into shuriken, heading straight for Orochimaru from all directions. Orochimaru jumped high into the air, attached himself to the ceiling. In a flash, Sasuke was upon Orochimaru with his hands sparkling. "Chidori!" Sasuke yelled as he thrust his hand forward. Sasuke's hand went right for Orochimaru's heart, only for him to dispel into several snakes, which fell to the ground. "Tisk!" Sasuke scoffed as he looked down to find Orochimaru and Itachi's location. "Amaterasu!" Orochimaru said as black flames appeared on the ground in front of him. "Futon! Daitopa! Great breakthrough!" Orochimaru said, pumping his lungs with chakra and releasing a gust of wind that carried the black flames across the room. Orochimaru launched his jutsu and waited for the results. However, he didn't need to wait much as two colors rose in the background. Both Sasuke and Itachi were using their own Susanoo to block the black flames. Sasuke's Susanoo was deep purple and wielded a bow and arrow. Itachi's Susanoo was a strong orange, wielding a shield and a saber. "He has the Mangekyo as well," both Sasuke and Itachi thought. "Yasaka no Magatama! Yasaka beads!" Itachi said as another pair of arms sprouted from his Susanoo and began preparing ethereal orange beads to throw. Sasuke's Susanoo formed an arrow. Both attacks were launched at incredible speed towards Orochimaru, who jumped to the ceiling, breaking a stone and escaping the room. The room exploded as the attacks collided with the walls. Both Susanoo dropped as Itachi and Sasuke jumped outside of the room, following Orochimaru. As Itachi and Sasuke appeared on the roof, Orochimaru flexed his arms forward as snakes came from his sleeves and easily entangled both brothers. Itachi dispelled into a murder of crows, and Sasuke used his Susanoo to break free. "You've grown strong, Sasuke," Itachi said, looking at his brother, who scoffed and simply jumped to the side as the three warriors stood at equal lengths from each other. "Katan, Gokyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique," all three warriors said at the same time. 3 fireballs clashed in the middle as all 3 shinobi struggled for the upper hand. Sasuke closed his right eye in concentration before opening it and unleashing black flames to consume the existing fire. As the black flames disappeared, Sasuke's hand sparkled as he slammed it on the ground. "Chidori Nagashi," Sasuke said as a streak of lightning left his hand, heading towards Itachi and Orochimaru. Both warriors jumped back to gain some distance from Sasuke, who smirked. Sasuke looked up towards the sky and began laughing as thunder could be heard and heavy rain started falling. The heat air from all the fire jutsus and black flames had created a storm. The gathering of clouds had brought what Sasuke wanted: lightning. Sasuke's hands sparkled as he sent a lightning beam towards the sky, lighting up the clearing. "This is bad," Orochimaru said to himself as he knew very well what was coming. "So he managed to recreate Naruto's Kirin Jutsu," Itachi thought to himself, as his eyes started glowing and preparing for summoning his Susanoo. "Raiton! Kirin!" Sasuke yelled as he brought his hand down and the skies roared. A blue dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon rocketed towards the ground, targeting either Itachi or Orochimaru or even both. "Kuchios! Sanju Rashomon!" Orochimaru said, slamming both hands on the ground as 3 massive defensive walls appeared in front of him to block Sasuke's jutsu. Susanoo, Itachi said as the dragon connected with the top of the building, and in a flash of blue, the building exploded, blasting chunks of rock everywhere and leveling the battlegrounds to nothing but rubble. As the smoke started clearing, Sasuke jumped down to the ground level, taking deep breaths due to chakra usage. Sasuke scowled as he took notice that Itachi had summoned his Susanoo to defend himself, rendering his light jutsu useless. "You damn brat!" Orochimaru snarled as he dug himself out of the rubble. The walls he had summoned were enough to protect him from the initial blast, but not from the secondary explosion. Orochimaru's clothes were ripped apart and he was bleeding from several places. "I see you managed to copy my jutsu after all." All three warriors standing in the clearing slowly turned their heads when he heard this new voice. The new person had long, blonde, waist-length, spiky hair with bangs that framed his face and partially covered his right eye. He also had 3 distinctive whisker marks on each cheek. His blonde hair swayed with the wind, giving him a more menacing look. "Just great. The QB is here," Orochimaru thought to himself, gritting his teeth. He had come for Sasuke or Itachi's eyes, but he had never expected for Sasuke to have grown this much, and now Naruto had joined the picture. "Long time no see, Naruto!" Sasuke chuckled, and Naruto took in the person who had addressed him. Blood red eyes? Check. Arrogance and general aura of superiority? Check. Duck butt shaped hair? Check. Emo and brooding? Check. "That's Sasuke alright," Naruto thought to himself, analyzing Sasuke. Naruto's Sharingan left nothing unchecked. Medium S rank, Naruto concluded from his observations. Sasuke had grown stronger than he had expected. "Care to explain to me why you knocked me out?" now asked Sui towards Itachi, who gulped as he dropped his Susanoo. "What the hell are you doing with the Senju now?" Sasuke asked towards Now. "Fugaku tried to kill me, so I joined their side," Now said, pointing towards Itachi and Naruto. "Zetsu," Naruto called out of nowhere and got confused faces from everyone, that is, until Zetsu showed up. "You called Naruto-sama?" the white Zetsu asked as he rose from the ground beside Naruto. Everyone's jaw dropped when they heard the way Zetsu had addressed Naruto of all people. "You are to tell nothing to Fugaku of what occurred here today. Understood?" Naruto asked, and Zetsu nodded. "Off you go then," Naruto said, and Zetsu sank back into the ground. "Naruto," Itachi called out, gaining his attention. "What is she doing here?" "You gave me your word," Itachi said, narrowing his eyes. "I promised that I would take care of her, not that I would stop her from chasing you," Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders, making Itachi's eyes twitch. "Both of you leave. This is my problem to solve," Itachi replied as the Susanoo flared to life, making Sasuke and Orochimaru prepare themselves. "It's my problem too. I made the wrong choice back then, and I intend to fix it right now alongside you," Now huffed, as she walked and stood side by side with Itachi. "Shall we do this like the old days?" Now asked, smirking, making Itachi chuckle. Itachi is laughing? Sasuke thought in disbelief as he looked towards his older brother. Back in the day, a simple smile was the best he could get from him. Itachi dropped his Susanoo as his eyes reverted back to his standard Sharingan. Now grinned as she stood side by side with Itachi, just like the old days. Both Uchihas had their normal Sharingan blazing at full power and looking towards Sasuke and Orochimaru. "Like the old days?" Itachi asked, turning to Now, who grinned. "Like the old days," Now replied, nodding her head as both Uchihas disappeared from view. "I guess I'll stick around and watch," Naruto muttered to himself as he jumped to safety and simply observed the battle from afar. Orochimaru shed his skin to heal any damage he had suffered from Sasuke's right Tonjutsu. He looked around as his Sharingan tracked both Itachi and Now, but even then, there were nothing but blurs. He had yet to grow accustomed to his eyes. That was the reason as to why he could only use the Amaterasu flames as of now. Orochimaru's eyes shifted to his left as he looked towards Naruto, who was calmly sitting on the nearby walls, observing the battle with calculating eyes. Orochimaru heard Naruto say he would only watch, but shinobi aren't known for their honor. Orochimaru blinked as Now appeared right next to him. "Masai no Ken, fire punch!" Now cocked her fist back and slammed it into Orochimaru's stomach. He buckled in pain just as Now kicked him away, sending him sailing for the air. Katon, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Technique, Itachi said, unleashing a torrent of fire towards the flying Orochimaru, engulfing him in flames. Orochimaru tumbled to the ground, consumed by flames. I got you! Sasuke yelled as he took the opportunity of Itachi's jutsu. Sasuke appeared behind Itachi with his sword drawn, ready to impale his older brother. Clang! Sasuke's eyes widened when his sword was blocked by Nao's. She smirked and held her grip as Sasuke pushed forward in a battle of strength. Itachi burst into crows as both Nao and Sasuke disengaged and jumped apart. Enough! Orochimaru yelled as he dropped to the ground and opened his mouth. Mandara no Jin! Formation of 10,000 snakes! Orochimaru said as countless snakes started emerging from his mouth. Thousands upon thousands of snakes that rose high into the sky. All of them opened their mouths to reveal a sword at the tip. Susanoo, Itachi now both said as two towering ethereal samurais appeared. Their chakras spiked as sabers appeared in their arms and began slicing the snakes into nothing. Amaterasu, both Uchiha said, as a gigantic wave of black flames rained down on Orochimaru's attack. The Susanoos disappeared as everyone looked for Orochimaru. The snakes had all been disintegrated. Chidori Iso, Chidori Laser Spear. Out of nowhere, a lightning blade was shot from Sasuke's wrist, heading straight towards Nao. Itachi bumped Nao out of the way and got pierced right through his shoulder. Bastard! Nao snarled as she ran towards Sasuke. Itachi stumbled to the ground as he clutched his bleeding shoulder. I've been waiting for this opportunity. Orochimaru chuckled darkly as he rose from the ground in front of Itachi. Tsukuyomi. Orochimaru gasped as Itachi locked eyes with him, placing Orochimaru in his strongest genjutsu. Tsukuyomi World. The world around Orochimaru shimmered out of existence and was replaced by a sea of red and a black sun. Orochimaru found himself in a new world with Itachi staying right in front of him. This again? Orochimaru chuckled at Itachi's pathetic attempt of stopping him. This genjutsu no longer works against me, Orochimaru said. Then break it, Itachi simply replied. Kai! Orochimaru said as he flared his chakra, but nothing happened. He flared his chakra once again, but the illusion didn't even waver. He took a step back when he noticed Itachi calmly walking towards him with his EMS spinning. Even if you now possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, you shouldn't underestimate the power of an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If you think that all it does is prevent blindness, then you are mistaken, Itachi explained, still walking towards Orochimaru, who was suddenly strapped to a cross. The eternal Mangekyo has granted me one final power, Itachi said, smiling, while Orochimaru just stared in horror as several blades rose from the ground, created from nothingness. With the EMS, my illusions can achieve their final level. With my new eyes, I can turn any injury I do to you into a very painful reality, Itachi said, smiling, and Orochimaru's eyes widened. My strongest illusion. One that can trick the brain itself into thinking that the injuries are real and have them inflicted on the physical body. The highest level of illusion one can achieve. This, Orochimaru, is my Shinko Tsukuyomi. True Tsukuyomi, Itachi said as he picked up a blade. There is a downside, unfortunately, Itachi said, sighing, and Orochimaru seemed somewhat relieved. I can't hold the illusion for long like I could with my original Tsukuyomi. So, let's not wait any longer, Itachi said as he swung his blade. Back in the real world, both Orochimaru and Itachi were frozen, looking into each other's eyes without even blinking. Suddenly, a deep gash appeared on Orochimaru's cheek, letting blood leak out freely. Just as things couldn't get any weirder, Orochimaru's right eye exploded in a cloud of blood and flesh. Interesting, Naruto thought as he watched several cuts and gashes appear on Orochimaru's body out of nowhere. Nao and Sasuke were engaged in a heated taijutsu brawl. Sasuke's Susanoo could only brace himself against the onslaught of Nao's fire taijutsu, who apparently could melt almost anything. My dance, Nao yelled as her arms burst into black flames. Kuroi Hono no Mai. Dance of the Black Flame, now said as her Sharingan started glowing and she dashed forward, jumping to the side as a purple arrow flew by and crashed to the ground. Sasuke coughed as his chakra levels dropped and he was forced into a single ribcage Susanoo. He had been fighting for hours and his chakra levels were running low, while now had arrived just moments ago and had plenty of chakra to go around. Sasuke was forced to kneel as now punched the Susanoo, leaving behind her black flames as it began to eat away at his shield. Sasuke's Sharingan was glowing as he frantically searched for his opponent. Sasuke caught a blur and braced himself as now materialized herself in front of him and kicked him. Sasuke's Susanoo cracked and he was sent flying and crashed to the ground, making a crater. Now watch as Sasuke struggled to get up, his Susanoo dropping and blood leaking from his mouth and other wounds on his body. Arrgh! Now shifted her attention away from Sasuke and towards the origin of the scream. She looked towards Itachi as he took deep breaths to regain his breathing. Standing in front of Itachi was Orochimaru with one eye destroyed and several deep gashes all over his body. Orochimaru's right arm laid unmoving on the ground as he clutched it to stop the bleeding. Now smiled at Orochimaru's state as she approached Itachi and holstered him up by the arm. "If you think this is the end of me, you are wrong!" Orochimaru snarled as he vanished in the wind. Now an Itachi turned towards Sasuke, who still remained on the ground. "What now, Sasuke?" Itachi asked as Sasuke lifted his head towards his adversaries to display black eyes. The Sharingan had been disabled due to lack of chakra. Arrgh! Sasuke screamed in pain as Orochimaru appeared behind his back with a sword in his mouth. Orochimaru pierced through Sasuke's chest right through his heart. "I'm not leaving here empty-handed!" Orochimaru screamed as he slithered around Sasuke and brought his hand to his eyes. Rasengan! In a flash, Naruto was beside Orochimaru, slamming his orb of silver chakra into his chest. Orochimaru was blasted away from Sasuke before he could seal his eyes. He crashed into the walls and simply slid to the ground, unmoving. "Sasuke," Itachi said as he hurriedly approached his younger brother, who now laid on the ground, bleeding from his wound. Itachi kneeled beside his brother, placing his hand on top of Sasuke's chest to stem the blood flow. Itachi looked at Sasuke, who was coughing and taking quick and deep breaths. Why? Why did it have to end like this?" Itachi sadly asked. I don't know." Sasuke coughed, a mouthful of blood before continuing. "I just wanted my family back. I hated you most of my life for killing our family. Then I learned that they were alive. You betrayed them, and I vowed to kill you," Sasuke said, looking back. "I just wanted my family back. I wanted to be like it was before the whole thing happened. With the fangirls yelling at how awesome I was, with Sakura punching a blonde idiot," Sasuke said, smiling and making Naruto chuckle. "And with you as my big brother," Sasuke said with a lone tear streaming down his face. "Foolish little brother," Itachi said, bringing his forehead to Sasuke's. "I will always be your big brother, as you will always be my little one," Itachi said, and Sasuke smiled. "I'll see you around, Ni-san," Sasuke said as he let out his last breath and closed his eyes forever.
In the end, he was just a lost kid,
Kurama said as Naruto watched the end of one Uchiha Sasuke, a friend and an enemy. "What now?" Now asked as she turned away from Sasuke and towards Itachi, who seemed to be looking towards the horizon. "You know you can't return to Akatsuki with Tobi being Fugaku," Now said. "Let's go home, Itachi," Naruto said, approaching the man and placing a hand on his shoulder, healing his wound. "Your real home," Naruto said, and watched as Itachi sighed but nodded. "Gaton, fire style," Naruto said as he kneeled down beside Sasuke and placed a hand on his chest. Sasuke's body started glowing orange until he burst into flames, and in just a few seconds, he was nothing more than dust. "He's gone!" Now yelled as she ran back to Naruto and Itachi. She was after Orochimaru, but there was nothing left of where he crashed. Orochimaru is meaningless as of now. He will just crawl back to his lab and try to repair his body, Naruto said, and motioned now to come towards him. Let's go home, Naruto said as he touched both Uchihas. May you find happiness in the afterlife. Knowing you didn't find it here, Itachi thought, looking to the sky as Naruto and both Uchihas disappear in a flash of yellow, leaving behind the battlefield. Chapter 50. A Fated Meeting. Amagakur. Amagakur no Sato, otherwise known as the Hidden Rain Village. This is a small yet highly industrialized hidden village. Its architecture is composed of several metallic skyscrapers with road ducts connected to them and many power lines surrounding. As its name suggests, it rains almost constantly due to a storm above the village. All the water seemingly ends in a large lake that surrounds the village. History has always been grim for this village. Located in the middle of the 5 great nations didn't exactly help much either. While this location was excellent as it provided good trade routes that boosted the village's economy, it also had problems, and the main one was war. The Rain Village and many other small villages would always get caught up in the battles of the 5 great nations. Even if they chose to remain neutral, they were dragged into endless conflict until one side admitted defeat. This was what had happened during the last Great Ninja Wars. The Second Great Shinobi War had crippled the village as she stood between 3 of the great nations. Konoha, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, Iwa, led by Onoki, the Sandaime Tsuchikage, and Suna, led by their Sandaime Kazekage, and the wielder of the Iron Sand bloodline. Ame and their leader Salamander Hanzo was forced to participate in this battle, and during it, the Sannin were born. And then came the third and last Great Ninja War, a war that managed to involve all of the 5 great nations. Out of those 5, the Fire and the Earth country clashed with unprecedented fierceness, and Ame paid the price by being the battlefield. By the end of it, the Hidden Rain Village was in total chaos, thousands dead, and even more injured. The surviving became nothing more than war refugees, surviving as the years passed by. Eventually, Hanzo was removed from power by none other than Uzumaki Nagato, or as he is known, Pain. He defeated and killed Hanzo and every one of his followers, becoming the new leader of the Rain Village. Pain, the self-entitled god of peace, rules the Rain Village with an iron fist, and anyone who disobeys him gets killed. The Diva Path, or Yahiko's body being controlled by Nagato, stood on the tallest building in the village, Pain's Tower, as the building was called. From there, Nagato could see to the far ends of his village, right to the gates. It made him a higher power to anyone below as he stood watching over his village, untiring and unyielding. Good job. Pain turned around from his balcony on the tower to gaze at the owner of the voice. Toby was standing in the room wearing the usual black cloak with red clouds, as expected, his orange mask in place, with the right Sharingan glowing behind it. Toby, Pain said as he watched the man slowly approach him. With the zombie captured, we now have 5 of the 9 Bijus. Nibi from Kumo, Sambi and Rokubi from Kiri, and the Yombi and Gobi from Iwa, Toby said, and Pain nodded. The Akatsuki had already captured 5 of the 9 Biju. They had targeted these Jinchurikis since they had no backing from their village. Utakata, Roshi, and Han traveled alone through the elemental nations, making them easy targets for the Akatsuki members. The zombie was released, so Pain took him down and captured him. And Yugito had simply been ambushed in a mission, and thus giving the Akatsuki the Nibi. What will we do about the rest? Pain asked. The Hashibi will be harder to get since we will most likely have to go for the Raikage as well. Then we will need the Ichibi, Nanabi, and finally the Kyuubi, Pain said, and Toby nodded. Neither of those 4 will be easy to take. The Raikage will be a problem, and the Kyuubi brat has grown strong, Toby said, sighing. We already have the Kyuubi's chakra from that Fire Temple kid Sora, sealed in a statue, Pain neutrally said, but Toby chuckled. And you think Naruto will just stand by and watch us take the other Biju? For reasons I don't understand, he made his personal mission to stop us. You heard what he said at the meeting. He's going to hunt us down. Toby chuckled, but Pain remained unchanged. No one will stop my quest. Anyone that becomes an obstacle will simply be removed with extreme prejudice, Pain replied in his monotone voice until his Rinnegan began glowing as he focused on Toby. Even you, Toby. I know that you are not Uchiha Madara like you claimed, and frankly, I don't care as long as you stay out of my way, Pain said, and Toby chuckled. You forget your place, Nagato, Toby warned. I was the one that taught you how to properly control the Rinnegan. You should be more respectful to your betters, Toby said, with his Sharingan glowing a menacing red. Although, it doesn't matter since our interests are aligned, Toby said quickly, not wishing to push Pain too far from his control. For now, Toby added and thought, as he could always kill him should it be necessary and take the Rinnegan for himself. How are you planning on getting the remaining 4 Bijus? Pain asked, curious about Toby's plans. Toby began, but was interrupted when he felt Zetsu approaching. Strange, Toby thought, as he hadn't requested anything of Zetsu as of late. What is it? Toby asked, annoyed, since he was interrupted. I should tell you that Sasuke is dead, Zetsu replied, and Toby's eyes widened. What? Toby yelled in outrage. What happened? Toby asked, completely bewildered. He couldn't fathom how Sasuke could have died. Explain now! Toby yelled, glaring at Zetsu, who seemed to remain calm and unaffected. He died in his battle with Itachi, Zetsu simply replied, and Toby's jaw dropped. Take it from the beginning, Toby ordered as he calmed himself down. I cannot explain any further, Zetsu said, and Toby raised an eyebrow. And why not? Toby asked, irritated. Because Naruto-sama ordered me not to, Zetsu replied, and Toby scowled. The blonde had yet again interfered with his plans. Looks like things are coming to bite you in the ass, Pain said as he bit back a chuckle. The whole persona of Toby being Madara had begun crumbling down the moment Naruto revealed his grandfather back in the Chunin exams 3 years ago. Tisk! Toby sighed in annoyance. That blonde brat is always where he shouldn't be. Where is Itachi now? Toby asked, wanting to get some answer from him. He returned to Konoha, Zetsu replied, and Toby sat down as he began to nurse his temples. This isn't going well, Toby sighed. He had everything planned out until Naruto started making a mess of everything. Even now, almost 17 years of planning to get Sasuke just washed away with him getting killed. I could bring him back if you wish, Pain offered, and Toby sat up at the realization that Nagato could bring him back, although at the cost of becoming even more fragile. Where is Sasuke's body? Toby asked towards the white plant on the ground. Reduced to ashes, Zetsu simply replied. I guess it can't be helped, Toby said as he walked onto the balcony and overlooked the city. He was, in the end, just another pawn, Toby thought to himself. You were saying about the other Biju, Pain said as Toby refocused on their current objective. Since Itachi has betrayed us, that leaves one man shorter. I'll be heading to my hideout and I'll begin preparing the Zetsu army. We'll need all the numbers we can, Toby explained. Are you heading towards the mountain's graveyard? Pain asked, but Toby shook his head in denial. No, I will be at my main hideout. The one that no one besides me and Zetsu know about, Toby said, and Pain didn't seem pleased, not knowing where to find Toby. Until then, Toby said and warped away. A few days later, Toby watched as the Geto Mazo statue slowly funneled chakra into the white Zetsu. Several white Zetsu were being produced from the chakra generated from the Bijus. It seemed like a factory, and a highly efficient one at that. Biju had a limitless supply of chakra since, once empty, they would just refill given an appropriate amount of waiting time. How many? Toby asked towards the original Zetsu. Toby was simply watching the events unfold with a smirk. He was literally watching the birth of his army, one that, in time, would be big enough to topple the elemental countries if need be. We have 3,000 as of now, and I estimate we can achieve 5,000 by the end of the week, Zetsu replied, and although he couldn't see it, he knew that Toby was smiling behind that mask. Excellent, Toby happily replied. I trust they will obey only me, correct? Toby asked, and Zetsu nodded. Toby really didn't want his army to march into the battlefield only to be told to return home by Naruto. I will be at the other hideout in the meantime, Toby said, and swirled away. Mountain's Graveyard. Toby arrived at the base of his hideout and simply began walking towards the entrance. He was deep in thought and giddy at the prospect of having his new army that he wasn't really paying attention to his surroundings. Toby kept walking until his foot hit something. He looked down to see that he had kicked an arm, and a bloody one at that. What the hell? Toby said out loud as he took in his surroundings, only for his eyes to widen in shock, disbelief, and anger, all at the same time. This hideout was the place where the Uchiha clan were living, and the very same reason why Toby chose his other hideout to build his army. All around the entrance into hideout were bodies. Some of them were turned into stone with chakra written onto their faces, like they were petrified in an instant. Arms, legs, pieces they didn't know they belonged to the human body to begin with were sprayed around across the grounds. Pools of blood everywhere, and the stink of decomposing bodies filled his nostrils. Swords, kunai, and shuriken filled the ground, and the massive walls that surround the entrance. Even those old bones that were there, even before Mater had shown him this hideout, were nothing more than ash. And that was until he noticed just the amount of pieces there were. Toby estimated at least 100 bodies, and that was just counting the petrified ones. Toby approached one of them and gasped when he saw a free tomoid pattern in the rock. Toby quickly approached the entrance but noticed that it was blocked. When he approached it, he saw some messages still imprinted in the wall, burning in black flames. Compliments of the QB brat, Toby read in absolute anger and hate. The brat had somehow found out about his hideout. Oh, Naruto would pay very dearly for this. Years of planning, all gone in the blink of an eye. The Uchiha clan, years of training, supplies, 1 decade to prepare their plan, and everything just washed away. Arrgh! Toby yelled to his guys and cursed Uchiha Madara and his grandson. This wasn't a battle to begin with. It had been a massacre. 1 day earlier, Konoha. It was a beautiful and sunny day all over Konoha. The Hidden Leaf Village basked with sunlight. Merchants opened their stores, and various shinobi could be seen jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Up in the walls, several shinobi stood guard, watching the horizon for any sign of trouble. This is boring, Sunshin replied as he stretched his arms and popped his back. I hate surveillance gigs, he said. You complain too much, soldier. Eyes front, Ibiki ordered, and the Chunin immediately assumed a correct position. Heads up, Ibiki said, and the Chunin turned to him confused. Swoosh! Whoa! The Chunin cried as he stumbled due to some blonde shinobi blurring in front of him. Who was that? The Chunin asked as he already lost vision of him. The Chunin hadn't even sensed him approach and only caught a glimpse of yellow hair. Senju Naruto, Ibiki replied, making the Chunin's jaw drop. What is he doing here? The Chunin asked. Everyone had heard about the Senju clan heir. Morning workout, Ibiki said, and the Chunin gulped. At that speed? The Chunin asked, stupefied, and Ibiki chuckled. You don't get S-rank status by being lazy, Ibiki explained, chuckling, and made a head motion towards the Chunin, who took a step back as Naruto blurred by them again. That is insane! The Chunin cried in disbelief, and Ibiki chuckled again. Heads up, Ibiki said, but this time the Chunin caught a glimpse of a purple blur. The Chunin spun around until he dropped on the floor with his head spinning. And that? The Chunin asked. Senju Hinata, Ibiki replied. Senju? The Chunin asked, confused. I'm surprised you didn't know. The whole village already knows those two are engaged, Ibiki replied, only to smirk at Chunin's shocked face. Fred's only 17, the Chunin pouted. With Naruto and Hinata. How come you didn't wake me up? Hinata asked as she caught up with Naruto. Both of them were running on the walls around Konoha in their warm-up routine for the day. You look peaceful in your sleep, Naruto replied, looking back. How many laps do you have left? Hinata asked. Just the one, Naruto replied, and raised an eyebrow when he saw Hinata's smile. Race you home, Hinata said as she blurred away from Naruto and quickly disappeared from view. That's cheating, Naruto yelled as he picked up speed as well. At the Senju compound. I won, Hinata said, smirking as she watched Naruto arrive. You cheated, Naruto pouted. You want to say that to my face? Both Naruto and Hinata heard yelling coming from inside the compound. Both of them opened the door and walked inside to see a strange situation that, funnily enough, everyone saw coming. Both Toriyama and Nao were staring at each other with sparks flying across their eyes. Itachi was at the table and could only sigh at their antics. Senju Uchiha! Both of them yelled as the sparks intensified and their chakras spiked. Can't you keep her in control? Naruto asked towards Itachi, who gave him an "Are you serious?" face. I just got my life back, and I want to keep it, Itachi simply replied. Alright, knock it off, Kushina said, but both Toriyama and Nao didn't even move. Don't make me get my sword, Kushina replied, sweetly making everyone pale. Toriyama and Nao quickly stopped their antics and split apart. Just another day at the Senju compound. Poof! There was a cloud of smoke right in the middle of the room, gathering the attention towards it. When the smoke cleared, a single toe was standing in the middle of the room with a scroll in his mouth. A message from Arasanin, Naruto said as Tsunade walked towards the toad and collected the scroll. Jiraiya has found the Uchiha clan hideout. It seems Nao's information was right, Tsunade said as she destroyed the message and placed the location on a table. Of course it was, Nao said, crossing her arms. Jiraiya is waiting on us. Now what? Tsunade asked towards the dragons. We strike, Toriyama simply said as he got up. According to Jiraiya, the hideout has a single entrance that is located in the crater. We will have higher ground and we will be able to ambush them, Toriyama explained. Don't you think we might be rushing this? Tsunade pondered. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt, Toriyama said, as Tsunade had to agree. For those who were born and lived during the clan wars, they knew war better than anyone. So we will attack at night and Naruto will use his Kirin Jutsu? Makes sense, Minato said, nodding, making everyone blink and turn to him. What? Minato asked, confused, and Kushina just slapped her forehead. Sometimes I wonder why Hiruzen made you Hokage, Toriyama said, and pretty much summed everyone's thoughts. And once we ambush them, we will do what? Hashirama said, getting suspicious. We will kill them all, Toriyama coldly said, making Hashirama flinch at his tone. You're insane, Hashirama said with a shocked face. They were just following their clan head. Some of them might be good people like those two, Hashirama said, pointing towards Itachi and Nao. Both of them remained silent as they watched both Senju brothers bicker. We might have no choice, Naruto softly said, and everyone turned to him. You too? Hashirama said, shaking his head. You would slaughter nearly 300 Uchihas just like that? Hashirama asked in disbelief. Damn it, Hashirama! Naruto said, slamming his hand on the table, making everyone flinch. Don't take me for some naive kid. You know very well what Nao said about their plans. They have about 50 Mangekyous, Hashirama. 50, Naruto stated. They can conquer any village with the right plan and their numbers alone, Naruto explained. They can. It doesn't mean they will, Hashirama firmly said, and Naruto shook his head. And would you be willing to wait and find out? Naruto asked, and Hashirama remained silent. Itachi, what's your take on this? Naruto asked towards the silent Uchiha. I made peace with my clan a long time ago. Their fate is not mine to choose, Itachi simply said, and Naruto sighed. Bachan, Naruto said, turning towards Tsunade, who smiled in understanding. I'm the Hokage, Naruto. My primary concern is the welfare of the village. You are the leader of the dragons, so it's your choice to make, Tsunade replied, and Naruto nodded and watched as everyone looked at him, waiting for his answer. Kurama, your opinion, Naruto said and fought as he wanted one last opinion before making his choice.
I don't know what the fuss is about. You have already killed more than 300.
Kurama simply replied, but Naruto remained silent. But those kills were never premeditated. The Uchiha clan hasn't done anything yet. They may be arrogant or vicious, but that isn't cause for termination. It was all Fugaku. How would you justify killing 300 people who most might be innocent? Naruto thought, sighing.
That is war, Naruto. Most of the times neither side is right or wrong. They simply fight for what they think is right. They fight for revenge, power, land, money, and even love. It doesn't matter, and that is why my father and your predecessor tried so hard to bring peace, but in the end, he failed.
Kurama replied, and Naruto slowly nodded, his mind clouded by Kurama's words. Perspective is a funny thing, wouldn't you say? Naruto rhetorically asked, chuckling. Kurama just raised an eyebrow. Look at Nagato. I don't know what made him that way, but for him to chase peace so vehemently, he holds nothing back to reach his goal, and I can easily tell that Fugaku is simply manipulating him. To Nagato, peace is achieved by pain, when mankind knows each other's pain, and then they will understand each other and cease this pointless bloodshed. Then we have Fugaku's point of view, a man who simply wishes to rule the world. And finally, me. Naruto said, smiling as he looked up to see Kurama. I will bring peace to this world on my own. I will carry this world's hate and lead to a brighter tomorrow. I will bear the burden of my choices, and I will bring peace to the world in my own way. This world is but an orphan child, and I will unite under one banner, not through force or an illusion, but through love and understanding, Naruto said, as he made up his mind. He would bear the burden, and he alone would suffer with the pain and consequences his choices may bring. There will be no Konoha, no Kumo, no Iwa, no Kiri, and no Suna. There will only be one people on a lonely planet. There will only be one shinobi. Naruto finished as he looked towards Kurama, whose jaw was on the ground.
You...
Kurama stuttered as he tried to come up with the right words. Kurama chuckled as he looked towards the grinning face of Naruto.
Then I will help you on your quest, as will all of my siblings,
Kurama said as he brought his fist down for Naruto to bump it.
You have your answer, I see,
Kurama said, and Naruto tilted his head in confusion.
You are ready to meet him,
Kurama said. Meet? Naruto was about to ask who he was meeting with when he simply toppled to the floor unconscious. Naruto! Everyone on the outside world yelled as Naruto fell to the ground. Hinata was already upon him, ready to diagnose his jutsu, but everything seemed fine with him. His heart rate was stable, and his chakra network seemed to be running normally as well. Although everything was fine with his body, his conscious mind wandered off into the beyond and into unknown places. I see you decide to bring him before me, some old man says he watched the QB approach him with Naruto unconscious in his head. Kurama-kun, the old man added, lifting his head and displaying 2 silvery Rinnegan eyes. The old man floating in front of Kurama had deep wrinkles, a long beard, and short, light grayish colored shaggy hair that spiked up in the front with 2 distinctive parts of his hair, resembling horns, and a chin-length braid hanging in front of his left ear. He had pronounced eyebrow ridges with small horn protrusions above them. He also had a Rinnegan-like marking on his forehead. He wore a white, full-length cloak, Hayori, with a high collar revealing his necklace with 6 red magatama. On the back of his cloak was a reflection of a seal, which had the Rinnegan with 9 magatama in 3 rows beneath it.
Just like you said, old man.
Kurama said, giving the old man a toothy grin. That I did, the old man replied, chuckling as he watched Kurama lower Naruto to the ground. Naruto squirmed on the ground as he seemed too deep into some dream. First memory. Kasan! Kasan! A little kid yelled in glee as he ran through the halls of the palace where he lived. The little boy had short, spiky brown hair, but the most interesting fact about him would be his silver eyes, with several concentric circles around them. Slow down, Hagoromo-kun, some woman replied with a gentle smile. Hagoromo just grinned as he looked at the smiling face of his mother. She had very delicate facial features. She had long, sweeping, light-colored hair that touched the ground. Most noticeably were 2 horn-like protrusions which stuck out from her head, a trait shared with her son. Her eyebrows were cut very short, an outward symbol of royalty, and she wore a dark shade of lipstick on her lips and a dark shade of nail polish on her long fingernails. She wore the transitional high-colored hime kimono, which was adorned with intricate lines and tomoe running down the center and edges of the gown. Look! Look! Hagoromo hurriedly said as he sat down on the ground in the lowest position. Kaguya, the woman in front of him, and his mother just smiled at the bubbly actions of her son. Hagoromo took a deep breath as he concentrated. A small gust of wind was felt, and Kaguya raised an eyebrow as she watched her son start to levitate from the ground. It was nothing more than a simple inch at first, but he kept going higher into the air as the time passed. 1 minute later, and Hagoromo was already 3 feet off the ground. Careful now, Kaguya warned, concerned her son might hurt himself. I can go higher, Hagoromo said, desperate to prove himself. In a burst of air, Hagoromo rose nearly 10 feet into the air in a fraction of a second. See? Hagoromo said, smiling triumphantly. Ha! Hagoromo shouted as he lost his concentration in the midst of his own celebration. Hagoromo started falling, but instead of hitting the hard, cold floor of the palace, he found himself in his mother's arms. My bad, Hagoromo said, chuckling while Kaguya just smiled. Second memory. This is as far as you will go, a now older version of Hagoromo shouted. He looked like he had just passed his teens and became a young adult. Hagoromo was standing in the way of a colossal beast. The beast was titanic in size, with each limb being just big, if not bigger than beaches themselves. The beast possessed visible legs, which it used along with its right arm to stand, as its left arm was missing at the elbow. Its facial appearance consisted of a single ear on the right side of its head, while its mouth, which contained straight teeth and a nostril, moved to the left side, and several horns formed on various parts on its head, with 2 underneath its chin. All in all, it was a monster in every way of the word. It had no conscience and knew no end. Its only goal was to reclaim what was stolen from him, chakra. With a single swipe of its tentacles, entire continents were split in half. With a mighty roar, oceans were vaporized. Hagoromo was fighting the Shinju, or as most know it now, the Jubi. Rinbo, Hengoku, Hagoromo shouted as he slammed his staff on the ground and gigantic pulse of gravity was unleashed. The beast that could easily destroy the lands was flung back, tumbling through the ground, crashing and destroying mountains until it came to an end, and yet it seemed unhurt. To think you were unhurt against such an attack, Hagoromo says he took a deep breath. Sweat was pouring down his face as he stood his ground against the strongest beast alive. Senpo Myojinmon, Sage Arts, Gate of the Great God. Hakurama says dozens of red tories fell from above, pinning the Jubi to the ground. Large red gates pinned his tails, arms, and legs as the beast was momentarily trapped. This should buy me enough time, Hakurama says. He felt the beast struggle as his gates started to crack. Hakurama sat on the ground in a low position as he began to concentrate. Small rocks around him started levitating and a small gust of wind swayed by. Hakurama slammed his hands together and slowly began to drive them apart. A pitch-black spear started forming between his hands. A buzzing sound was heard as this black spear started to grow in size, reaching the size of a football until it stopped. Cho Chubaku Tensei. Big planetary devastation, Hakurama said, as he released the black ball and watched it sail through the air and high into the sky. The spear began glowing and the whole planet started cracking. Chunks of earth, big as mountains themselves, were ripped from the ground, giving birth to gigantic craters. The Jubi broke his restraints and pinned his tails to the ground in a desperate move to secure himself to the earth. Nissan, now! Hakurama yelled towards his brother, who was on the ground in a meditative position. Sealing style, Hakurama's brother says he slammed his hands on the ground. 17 trigrams divine seal, the brother said, as hundreds of purplish chains, almost transparent, rose from his location. These chains quickly made their way towards the Jubi like snakes. They slurred towards their target. The chains wrapped themselves around the Jubi and started siphoning their chakra into Hakurama, who gritted his teeth, feeling the heavy chakra enter his body. Rag! The Jubi yelled to the skies as the beast started shrinking. The beast form started wavering and the skin itself started withering away until it remained nothing more than a brown husk, depleted of life. Hakurama absorbed all the chakra of the Jubi and tumbled forward, using his arms to save himself and taking deep breaths. Hakurama looked up at the sky to see the new addition. A new planetary form had just been created, and inside it, the depleted husk of the Jubi, sealed away for all eternity. We won, Nissan, Hakurama says. His brother held him by the shoulder. Yes, we did, his brother replied, smiling as both left the battlefield. Third memory. We see Hakurama again, but this time he was already at an old age. He stood in the middle of a circle with several kanji in it. Around him stood the 9 Biju, so young as they had just been born from being split from the Jubi. Shukaku, Matatabi, Isobu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Saiken, Chomei, Gyuki, and Kurama. Hakurama started as the Biju listened in. You will always be together, even when you are separated, and one day you will become one, with different names, in different forms than you exist now. And unlike when you're within me, you'll be led down the right path. When the time comes, you will know what true power is. Hakurama says he released his last breath. All the Bijus bowed their heads to their father. You will seek someone worthy, and when you find him, bring him before me. Kurama remembered his father's request as he let out a lone tear. End of memories. Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes, still a bit hazy from the rush of memories, and caught his surroundings. He looked around and spotted Kurama behind him grinning like a madman. Naruto got onto his feet and noticing a flowing old man in front of him. Hagoromo, Naruto started as he took in the appearance of the man in front of him. Otsutsuki. Naruto breathed out in shock, looking at the sage of six paths saying right there in front of him. Is this some kind of joke? Naruto asked annoyed towards Kurama, who chuckled in return. I assure you, I'm very real, Hakurama replied as he stopped floating and stood on the ground. It's very nice to finally meet you face to face, Senju Naruto. Hakurama said, smiling as Naruto's jaw dropped. He had very good reasons for it. After all, Hakurama Tsuki, father to all ninjutsu and to all shinobi, was standing right in front of Naruto. It's an honor to meet you in person, Naruto chuckled nervously, bowing to the sage in respect. How are you here? If I'm not so bold to ask, Naruto asked carefully, as he didn't want to anger him. When I created all of my sons and daughters, I sealed my last chakra into Kurama, Hagura replied, and Naruto's jaw dropped. And I gave Kurama the task to find a worthy heir, one that shared my beliefs. I guess you could say it was poetic justice for you to bear the Rinnegan as well. Hagura chuckled while Naruto just nodded dumbly. You knew all along? Naruto asked towards Kurama.
Of course.
Kurama replied, puffing his chest in pride.
I kept this fact hidden and searched through the ages for the man my father said that would unite the world and bring peace. I thought that man was Senju Hashirama, but I was wrong and moved on. Then I thought that man would be Namikaze Minato, but he failed as well. But the moment I first met you, I could see through your eyes that you would be the one. Hashirama is a good man, but is soft and forgiving. Minato is exactly like him, strong, caring, and forgiving to a fault. Tobirama is the opposite of his brother, and Minato. He cares only for the protection of his own people, and he would do anything for them, regarding what damage he would cause to the others. You bear the best attributes from each of them. You would do whatever it takes to protect the people you care for, but you still feel bad for any pain you cause to the other side. Even now, you are pondering if you should kill the Uchiha clan. It's true that they may be innocent, but killing them would be a crucial strike against the Akatsuki and Toby. For some reason, you're able to see beyond that and make choices for the greater good, no matter the consequences. A true leader, Naruto. That is what you are. It is a curious thing, Naruto. But perhaps those who are pursued to power are those who have never sought it. Those who, like you, have leadership thrust upon them and take up the mantle because they must, and find to their own surprise that they wear it well.
You speak as if I'm a leader. Would a good leader be willing to simply lay waste to innocent men for the greater good? Naruto asked, and Hagoromo smiled. He reminded himself so much in that boy. All the struggles he had to endure because of his eyes and powers. We're all human, aren't we? Every human life is worth the same, and worth saving, Hagoromo said as Naruto turned to him. So should I just ignore the fact that they betrayed the village and went to work towards a man that killed thousands of innocent people? How do you know when it's right to kill, most likely, innocent people, Naruto asked, and Hagoromo smiled. That is your choice to make, Hagoromo said, and Naruto groaned. Give me some answers, old man, Naruto complained. You are older, wiser, and more powerful than me, Naruto said, but Hagoromo only chuckled. You are right on two counts. I am older, Hagoromo said, flicking a stream of his gray hair. And I am wiser since you are nothing but a knucklehead, Hagoromo said, chuckling, as Naruto's eyes twitched. But I am not more powerful than you, Hagoromo said, and Naruto's jaw dropped. But, but, Naruto stared at Hagoromo's outrageous claim. You created the moon. While I am strong myself, I could never achieve something like that, Naruto said, refuting the old man's claims. It always seems impossible until it's done, Hagoromo said, and Naruto pondered if he would be able to do such a feat. He was broken from his thoughts when Hagoromo started walking towards him. Hagoromo arrived near him and placed a hand above his chest. I can feel it, and you can as well. You are stronger than me, Hagoromo said, smiling, as he watched Naruto slowly nod and agreed with him. You still didn't answer my question, old man, Naruto said knowingly as the sage chuckled. My life ended many centuries ago, Naruto. It's your turn to watch over the world. I can show you the path, but only you can walk on it, the sage replied, and Naruto groaned. It looked like no one was going to give him straight answers. So, should I just kill them and be done with it? Naruto pondered. Is it the possibility of regret you fear? Hakurama asked, and Naruto slowly nodded. Real leaders must be ready to sacrifice all for the happiness of their people, Hakurama said, and Naruto chuckled. You are right. I would do everything for the happiness of my people, but what about the others' happiness? Naruto countered. We could stay here all day long arguing about philosophical points of view and never reach the right answer. Every choice you make will have its consequences. It's how you deal with them that defines who and what you are, Hakurama explained, and Naruto nodded. I will stick by my choices, and I will finish what you started. I will unite the world under a single banner, and the world will know peace, Naruto said, grinning, making Hakurama nod his head. It's time for me to leave, Hakurama said, smiling as he lifted his hand into the air. Specks of light could be seen emanating from his hand, who by now was almost see-through. I have nothing else to give other than these two things, Hakurama said as he took out his 6 Tomoe cape and placed it around Naruto. When he was finished, he picked up the staff and placed it in Naruto's hands. The staff is my greatest weapon, and the one that I wield in my fight against the Jubi, Hakurama said as Naruto grasped the staff tightly. Naruto hit the staff on the ground and watched as the ground shook and several ripples appeared on the water. Did you never find it strange that Bojutsu was the first art you learned and yet you mastered so quickly at such a young age? Hakurama questioned as he watched Naruto do some experimental swings with his new weapon. With a single swing, powerful gusts of wind erupted from it. Another swing and a cloud of fire rose from it. And the cape? Naruto asked, curious, while Hakurama just grinned. It makes you look badass, Hakurama said, while Naruto and Kurama's sweat dropped. I'm leaving, Hakurama says, his whole body started becoming transparent. The world is in your hands now. It's my legacy to you, Hakurama says. He exploded into shining particles of light. Let's go change the world into a better place, Kurama, Naruto said, and Kurama nodded, taking Naruto from this plane and back to his own world. Back in the real world. Only a few seconds had passed since Naruto had fallen unconscious on the ground, and the whole compound was a riot. Hinata and Tsunade were all over Naruto trying to diagnose what just happened. Minato and Toiran were scanning Naruto to see for any possible malfunction or possible overload from him having the whole QB. And that was when it happened. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes to reveal his Rinnegan glowing a silver color. As his eyes opened, a small shockwave was released, sending everyone tumbling backwards. Naruto smiled as he started getting up. Everyone watched in shock as a white cape started manifesting itself all around Naruto. He now wore a white full-length cloak with a high collar with several black magatamas. On the back of his cloak was a reflection of the seal, which had the Rinnegan with 9 magatama in 3 rows beneath it. As if things couldn't get any weirder, a metal staff started forming in his right hand. To some, it would seem like some piece of metal, but it was so much more. It was lighter but stronger than steel. Naruto ran chakra through his staff, and everyone watched as a broken circle appeared at one end while he rested the other on the ground. While moments ago Naruto seemed too confused on what to do or what to choose, this Naruto seemed to radiate peace and understanding. His eyes seemed to portray wisdom beyond ages. It was as if Naruto had been reconnected to a lost piece of himself. It looked like Naruto had found inner peace. So, Naruto said, breaking everyone from their trance. You won't believe who I just met, Naruto said, grinning. Naruto? Minato started as he looked towards his son. Where did you get that staff? Minato asked in shock. There wasn't much information regarding the Stage of Six Paths, but any shinobi worth his salt would at least know the legend that created chakra. I met him. Hakurama Tsuki, Naruto said, while everyone looked at Naruto in confusion. You know him as the Sage of the Six Paths, Naruto said, and everyone's jaw dropped. I know that feeling, Naruto says, his new staff disappeared into his sword seals as he sat down. I thought it was a prank from Kurama when I saw him in front of me, Naruto chuckled while everyone just listened in. Apparently the sage sealed some of his chakra into Kurama to be released when Kurama had found a worthy heir. I met him and talked to him. He advised and gave me his staff as a gift, Naruto said, and everyone slowly nodded like some robots in sync. We will strike at night. No survivors, Naruto simply said, and Hashima's eyes had widened at Naruto's choice. I won't be a part of this. Sorry, Hashirama said as he walked out of the room, making everyone sigh. Let's gear up and prepare, Tyrone said, and the remaining dragons nodded. Don't get caught and come out clean tonight, warned. I don't want to dime out of the Fang country, breathing down my neck for attacking his land tonight, said, and everyone nodded. What about Miko-chan? Kushina said sadly. She was like a sister to me, and I know that she would never go along with this, Kushina said, and now chuckled sadly. Mikoto is a submissive and broken woman, now began, and Kushina focused on her. Did you know that she has Mangekyo because she betrayed you? Now said, and Kushina was shocked. Betrayed me? Kushina asked, confused. But she never did anything to hurt me in any way whatsoever, Kushina explained. I know how, Minato replied, sighing. Now that I know that Tobi is Fugaku, everything is clear to me. Mikoto told Fugaku where you would be delivering Naruto, Minato said, and Kushina was shocked, but she knew that it was true. Kushina had only told Mikoto, her sister and most trusted friend. Mikoto was responsible for the attack on Konoha. Only I, Hiruzen and his wife, and a select few Anbu knew of your location at that time, Minato said, and Kushina sighed, wondering how Mikoto could betray her like that. I guess I'll find out what happened tonight, Kushina said, and Minato nodded. Send word to Jiraiya about our plans tonight, said, and Minato nodded, placed a scroll on the toad, and watched him dispel and smoke. At night, Mountain's graveyard. It was a surprisingly clear night. There were no clouds making a perfect starry sky in the Fang country. It was also a full moon, shining brightly high in the sky, illuminating the grounds. Outside the Uchiha's hideout was complete silence. There was no wind or any type of animals. It was the calm before the storm. Naruto was sitting on the edge of the walls that led down into the crater where the hideout stood. Behind stood all the dragons with the exception of Hashirama, who chose not to participate in this. Naruto's hair swayed in the wind as the moon shone in the sky. To anyone else, it would look like a terrifying picture. Naruto sitting down with Master Shinobi behind him. About time you arrived, Ero-sanin, Naruto said as Jiraiya arrived near them in the Shunshin. I was far away already. I didn't want to stick around while I wait for your decision on what to do, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto nodded, rising up. Byakugan! Hinata shouted as her eyes flared to life, several bulges appearing around her eyes. Hinata sat down. She concentrated slowly on expanding her range so she could gaze inside the hideout. The hideout is massive. There are hundreds of chambers, hallways extending for miles, Hinata explained. But there is only one exit, right? Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded, confirming. What about their numbers? Naruto asked, wanting to know if the Uchihas were all present. 342, Hinata answered, and Naruto nodded. It was slightly below their numbers when the clan was supposedly slaughtered a decade ago. According to now's intel, they have at least 5 members capable of using Susanoo. She didn't know anything about the others' powers because they kept to themselves, Naruto mused himself. I'm going in, Naruto said, and everyone nodded and went to do their part of the plan. Naruto's part was to infiltrate the hideout. Naruto took a deep breath as he restrained his chakra levels to their lowest level, and with his level of control, only a skilled sensor would be able to pick him up. Naruto jumped down and quickly approached the main entrance. It was blocked by some gates, but Naruto could easily pass them with his comway. All clear, Hinata said through his intercom. Hinata would guide Naruto's movements through the base and warn him against possible enemies. Naruto nodded and phased through the door and into the hideout. Like Jiraiya has said many times, enemies never looked up, so Naruto kept his stance as he made his way through the hallways. The first junction is 20 meters upon your next left, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded, making his way towards the first strategic point in the hideout. Naruto focused and noticed that no one was around. He placed a hand on the ceiling and watched his kanji float from his hand, embedding itself onto the wall, until disappearing completely from view. Naruto made a tiger seal and noticed as the seal slightly glowed before vanishing again. First seal is in place, Naruto replied in a low voice for the intercom. Naruto continued on his path, avoiding potential cluster sites and easily sneaking around any Uchihas that came around. It wasn't like they were expecting anyone to sneak in. Naruto phased through the ground beneath him and he came into another room. Naruto clung to the ceiling as he looked down to see some Uchiha resting on the couch. Naruto could feel that the Uchiha was still awake, although he was near the place where Naruto would need the next seal. What? The Uchiha was about to yell when his screams were muffled by a swirling sound. Naruto had used his Kamui and, in a blink of an eye, had sent the Uchiha into his dimension. On the outside, a clone of Naruto had taken the Uchiha out of his dimension and promptly dealt with him. Fifth seal and ready, Naruto said as the seal glowed and disappeared as well. Naruto nodded himself on a job well done and quickly sank into the walls as a couple of Uchihas stepped into the room. Where the hell is Ryu? Some Uchiha groaned. Maybe he's in the hall, the other replied, as both Uchihas went searching for him. Naruto sighed in relief as he didn't want to set off any alarms. Yet. Naruto made his way towards the last place and cursed his luck as the last place was crawling with Uchihas. Naruto counted at least 20 since the last place seemed like some living room or social room. How the hell am I going to plant a seal? I can't warp them all at once, Naruto cursed to himself. The plan wouldn't work without every seal being in the right place. Henge, Naruto muttered to himself as he transformed himself into Uchiha he had just killed him a few moments ago. Naruto sank to the outside of the room and simply walked through doors like some ordinary member. Naruto approached the wall and very discreetly applied the seal without anyone noticing. There you are, Ryu. Naruto heard someone calling and turned to see two Uchihas approaching. Are we still on for tonight? The Uchihas asked, and Naruto cursed his luck. He just had to run into the people that were looking for him. Hinata-chan, tell my clone to read the Uchiha's mind I just sent, Naruto silently said for the intercom. Tonight? Ryu, Naruto said as he tilted his head to the side in confusion. Don't tell me you forgot, the Uchiha asked in disbelief. Naruto was wondering what else to say when he felt a rush of information. Oh right, the poker game, Ryu said, making both Uchihas chuckle. I hope you're ready to lose, Ryu smirked. Alright then, we will see you tonight at midnight, one Uchiha said as both of them walked off and Naruto sighed in relief. Naruto walked out of the room and once he was outside of everyone's view, he simply swirled away out of the hideout and arrived near Hinata and the others. Close call, Naruto said out loud. All the seals are in place. Let's get the rest of the plan going, Naruto said. Hinata-chan, you're up, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded as she took a deep breath and she sat down. Not even 5 minutes later, Hinata had entered stage room with purple markings on her face. Senpo, Seka no Ami, Sage Arts, Petrifying Rain, Hinata says, heavy rain started to fall. Mito, place a barrier around Hinata-chan since she's vulnerable when using this jutsu, Naruto said towards Mito as he looked towards Hinata who sat on the ground completely still. Naruto channeled chakra into his right hand and sent a beam into the sky. From the dark clouds of rain, several thunders roared as they lit up the night sky. Everyone turned to Naruto in confusion as his Kirin Jutsu wasn't part of the plan. Just in case, Naruto said, and everyone did their part. We are ready, Toyarama said, and Naruto nodded as he brought his right hand and made the tiger seal. Activate, Naruto said. Deep inside the hideout, the seal started glowing and the ground started vibrating slowly. Only a few seconds later, the whole cave started shaking. This place is caving, some Uchiha said as specks of dust fell from the ceiling. Everybody out! The Uchiha yelled, and everyone started running outside so they couldn't get crushed to death. Little did they know that inside was still safer. We made it, Uchiha said as he jumped outside, taking deep breaths. Rain? The Uchiha muttered as he looked to see heavy rain and thunder. Some luck, the Uchiha thought to himself as the hideout decided to cave when it was raining. Are they all out? Naruto asked towards Hinata, who nodded. Naruto made another tiger hand seal and activated an explosive tag he left at the entrance of the cave. With a loud explosion, the only entrance to the cave had been completely sealed off. Arrgh! Uchiha yelled, making everyone look towards him. Sabaku Taiso, Giant Sin Burial, Gaara said as several Uchihas were enveloped by sand that rested beneath their feet. With the confusion on the hideout caving, they didn't notice that the whole earth beneath their feet was actually sand. The Uchihas were simply crushed to death. We're under attack! Uchiha yelled, placing everyone on high alert. Every single Uchiha had their Sharingans blazing and were looking for their enemies. Ah! Arrgh! Another Uchiha yelled as he fell to the ground, trying to scratch something off his arms. Get out! Get out! The Uchiha yelled in despair as he watched his rider begin to turn gray and unresponsive. Everyone watched in shock as their friend squirmed in the ground until he remained completely immobile and gray, turned into stone. Arrgh! Another one yelled as his arm began to turn gray as well. The Uchiha fell to his knees as he tried to ignore the pain. Another Uchiha decided to take matters into his own hands and took out his blade. In a burst of speed, he sliced the dying Uchiha's arm off. The arm fell to the ground as it turned completely into stone. Arrgh! The Uchiha, whose arm just got cut off, continued screaming as he started turning gray. It appeared cutting off his arm didn't even slow it down. It's the rain! Another Uchiha said as he noticed that the rain had chakra in it. Take cover! The Uchiha yelled and no one questioned him. Some summoned their Susanoo shield, others took cover behind some rocks or the bones that were on the ground, and the others rose some kind of mud walls to shield themselves from the rain. We managed to take out almost half, Toriyama said. They were still watching from above the walls. Hinata's rain guard stand took out almost half of the members since they were all caught off guard. Let's finish the rest. Me, Toriyama, and Minato will go in first, Naruto said, as both Blondes and Toriyama jumped down, landing in the crater. The whole ground was riddled with Hirashin seals, and as such, the remaining Uchihas never knew what hit them. Hirashin Giri, Flying Thunder God Slash, Toriyama says. He appeared next to Uchiha with his Raijin no Ken Thunder God Sword extended. The Uchiha's head simply slid down his neck and hit the ground with a thump sound. The head hit the ground, but Toriyama was already gone. Rasengan, Minato said as Uchiha was blasted back. Another Uchiha took the opportunity to attack Minato, but only sliced air as Minato appeared behind him and slit his throat. Naruto flashed in the middle of 5 Uchihas who felt him appear. The Uchihas raised their swords in kunai. As the Uchihas were prepared to strike, Naruto flexed both wrists as long black metal blades erupted from both his palms. Naruto extended both blades forward as he spun around quickly, killing all 5 Uchihas at once. Before the blood could even touch him, he was already gone. I know that you are there. Come down, Mikoto said, with her Mangekyo glowing and a red ribcage around her. Mikoto watched as one shinobi jumped down from the roof and landed in front of her. The shinobi bore blood-red samurai-style armor with a dragon symbol emblazoned in the chest plate. The shinobi had long red hair and had an equal-colored mask covering her face. You can take your mask off. I know who you are, Kushina, Mikoto sadly said, and watched as the shinobi's mask fell to the ground, revealing Kushina, who had a sad expression as seeing a person she considered a sister. I don't know how you are alive, but it's good to see you again, Mikoto said, smiling. Did you really tell Fukaku where I was giving birth? Kushina said with a neutral face. Mikoto only nodded. Why did you do it? Kushina asked, frowning. I thought we were like sisters, Kushina said. What would you choose, Kushina? Mikoto asked, but Kushina was confused. Minato or Konoha? Mikoto added, and Kushina remained silent. I chose to stay by my family's side, but now I regret it, Mikoto sadly said. You can put all this behind and come with us. It's not too late, Miko-chan, Kushina desperately said, and Mikoto gave a hollow chuckle. Always a forgiving heart, Mikoto said, smiling as her eyes glowed and her Susanoo increased. An arm sprouted from her Susanoo and a red saber appeared in its hand. Futon no Yoroi. Wind armor, Kushina says. Her body became surrounded by a ghostly white aura. Mikoto swung her sword, but caught only arrows. Kushina was long gone. Her wind armor drastically reduced wind resistance, allowing Kushina a large boost in physical speed. Wind slash, Kushina said as she channeled chakra for her katana, giving it a blue hue. Kushina flicked her blade and released a blue wave. Mikoto brought her saber up and simply broke it like nothing. Makoto Susanoo raised her saber and was about to swing it down when several gold chains sprouted from the ground, wrapping itself around her arm and pinning her Susanoo to the ground. Miko-chan, stop this! Kushina pleaded, but Makoto just smiled sadly as she blurred through hand seals. Katanka Gyaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Makoto said, taking a deep breath and unleashing a torrent of flames. The flames washed to the ground, but only hit Kushina's afterimage. Kushina's sword glowed a bright blue as she reappeared next to Makoto Susanoo and sliced his arm off. The Susanoo's arm fell to the ground and simply faded from view as another one was born. Makoto dropped her Susanoo as the chains fell to the ground and retracted back into Kushina. Kushina flexed her blade forward and channeled a large amount of chakra for her body. Dragon dive! Kushina said she exploded from her location, flying forward at blinding speeds towards Makoto. Makoto's smile sallies from Mangekyo pattern seemed to change. Kuronosu, god of time. Makoto fought herself as her eyes pulsed. She saw Kushina begin to slow down until she stopped. Makoto looked around and even the rain seemed to stop and hover in the air. All around her, everything came to a halt. I'm sorry, old friend. I hope you can forgive me. Makoto sadly said. She placed herself right in front of Kushina's sword. Why do you wish to die? Naruto asked as he suddenly appeared next to both women. Makoto's eyes widened when she saw Naruto. How can you move? My ability can slow down time to the point that everything stops, Makoto said, surprised. I can do something similar, so I easily felt what you were doing. Naruto chuckled, and Makoto was surprised to see another time-related ability. You didn't answer my question, though, Naruto said, and Makoto lowered her head. I deserve it. After everything I did, all the lives that are lost because of me, I just want to lay it behind me and rest, Makoto sadly said, and Naruto not allowing Makoto to make her own choices. Thank you, Makoto said. She stopped her jutsu, and Kushina pierced Makoto's chest with her sword. No, Kushina said in shock as she delivered a fatal blow to Makoto. She didn't understand what happened. One moment Makoto was far away from her, the other she was right at the tip of her blade. Why? Kushina asked, sobbing as her friend lay at the death's gates. It was my choice, Kushina-chan, Makoto said, smiling as a trail of blood ran down from her mouth. Do you forgive me? Makoto barely managed to get out. She could feel her life slipping away. Of course I do, Miko-chan, Kushina said, and Makoto let out her last breath. Kushina lowered her friend's body to the ground and looked at Makoto, who had a gentle smile on her face. Naruto! Kushina screamed, and in a flash, Naruto was by her side. What happened? Naruto asked, fainting confusion. Bring her back! Kushina says, tears ran down her face. No. Naruto simply replied, closing his eyes. As much as it hurt him to see his muttering tears, he wouldn't change Makoto's choices. What? Kushina roared, getting up and saying at Naruto's level. Bring her back! Kushina ordered, but Naruto remained still. Kushina jumped towards Naruto in rage, who simply held her as she weakly punched his chest. Please bring her back! Kushina pleaded, and Naruto shut his eyes to stop tears from coming out. I know it's hard, but she chose this fate. Accept it and honor her memory, Naruto said, and simply held Kushina as she cried openly. A few minutes later, Kushina had calmed down, and both mother and son split. Feeling better, Naruto asked with a small smile while Kushina just stared at Makoto's dead form. It's done, Tyrama said as he arrived near Naruto. He looked around to see that the Uchiha clan had been decimated. What about the bodies? Tyrama asked. If your opponent is of a choleric temper, seek to irritate him, Naruto said, and Tyrama raised an eyebrow. Leave them behind as a message to Fugaku, Naruto said, and Tyrama shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't care less. No, Kushina softly said. I want to bring Miko-chan with me and give her a proper burial, Kushina said, and Naruto nodded, smiling as he tossed Kushina a sealing scroll. The Uchiha clan, one of the strongest clans in the whole Elemental Nations, one of the founding clans of Konoha, possessing of hundreds of members and bearer of the Sharingan bloodline, had been massacred in a few minutes. And that is the end of chapter 50. We can now move on to chapter 52, or no, not 52, 51. Sorry, these chapter numbers are a little bit out of order. Yeah, but chapter 51 is next. But quick question, do you think what Naruto did was right? Let me know in the comments below. And we're actually going to get into the potential consequences of that as we go into the Jonin exams arc. So here we go. Chapter 51, into Kumo. Hokage's office. What a beautiful day, Tsunai murmured to herself as she began her daily work in the office. She had to ride back in town for the next foreseeable weeks. The Uchiha clan had no repercussion whatsoever, and It was a sunny day to end it all. If not for the amount of paperwork already sitting in front of her, it would have been one perfect day. Tsunade-sama, Shizune said, making Tsunade raise her head. You have a message from Kumo, Shizune said, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Tsunade thought to herself, chuckling as she read the letter. I shouldn't be surprised in the end. It's been almost 20 years since the Third Great War ended. Crumble. Tsunade hummed in confusion as she saw small specks of dust falling from the ceiling. She started feeling some vibrations and looked at her cup to see some ripples in her morning sake. Suddenly her office started shaking to the point she had to secure herself with chakra to avoid falling from the chair. What the hell? Tsunade asked to no one in her confusion. Konoha wasn't in any act of falling, so why would an earthquake appear all of a sudden? Tsunade quickly ran to the window and was met with some shock when she gazed at the horizon. A swirling black spear appeared on the horizon, drawing everything to it. The wind, trees, and even clouds seemed to shift and spiral around it. Hokage-sama! Sunjin burst through the door yelling at his leader, but she was already gone. Are they going all out? Tsunade thought to herself. She ran towards the training ground. She had to put an end to it, and fast. Moments earlier, training ground 0. Cling! Cling! Sounds of metal clashing with other metal rang throughout the battlegrounds. In the middle of training ground 0, two shinobi were clashing with unprecedented fierceness. Neither one willing to forfeit or back down. The training ground 0, one of the most reclusive of the training grounds, reserved only for high-level training clashes, whose access was granted only by the Hokage's direct order. Senpo, Sage Arch, Hashirama said, and green marks started appearing on his face. The marks formed a loop around his eyes going into his cheeks, and they had 2 concentric circles on his forehead. Hashirama's eyes turned to golden ones and felt like they were radiating power. Bokujon Haijutsu, Hashirama says. He did a snake seal and the ground started shaking. Hashirama looked towards Naruto, who was also spending a chakra for his own jutsu. Jukai Kotan, Nativity of World Trees, Hashirama shouted and flexed his arms forward, making trees burst from the ground. Hundreds upon hundreds of trees suddenly popped from the ground and started heading towards Naruto, destroying everything in their path. Enton, Inferno style, Naruto says. He pumped his lungs with air, and his Mangekyou started glowing. Goka Mikyaku, Great Fire Annihilation, Naruto said, unleashed a gigantic-sized wave of black flames upon the incoming wind barrage. Naruto unleashed fire so hot that it scorched the earth and the trees were instantly vaporized upon contact. Naruto's eyes glowed as the Susanoo formed itself around him. A silver scythe appeared from the ribcage as it sliced off a wood branch that tried to flank Naruto from the side. Naruto dropped his Susanoo and canceled his fire jutsu and watched as Hashirama's jutsu was reduced to nothing more than black ashes on the ground. Mokuton, Kaijukai Korin, advent of the world of flowering trees, Hashirama said, as more trees were born from the ground. The trees grew into huge heights until they started blooming into beautiful pink flowers. They were exactly like roses, beautiful yet deadly. As the flowers bloomed, a thick, yellowish mist enveloped the whole field. The flowers had released their pollen that spread through that battlefield. Anything that inhaled even the smallest amount of it would be rendered unconscious. Katon Goen Rasengan, Great Flame Rasengan, Naruto said, as he unleashed his attack in the middle of the forest. Hashirama was forced to jump into safety as the ground around him erupted in a maelstrom of fire. A tornado of fire raged on the training grounds, unleashing scorching winds and vaporizing everything around it. Hashirama had sweat rolling down his face due to the heat being unleashed, but Naruto didn't seem to be affected by his own creations as he stood in the middle of it, enjoying the inferno he had unleashed. Aren't they going a bit too far? Now asked Gulpin as she watched a friendly spar between Senju Naruto and Senju Hashirama. Toirama, Minato, Kushina, Mito, Hinata, Itachi, and now, we're all watching a clash of both powerhouses safely behind a barrier. Although, if the battle were to escalate, not even the barrier could stand in their way. Well, Toirama started, bringing his hand to his chin. Hashirama is pissed about Naruto's choice to eliminate the Uchiha clan, Toirama said as Itachi sighed. Yasaka no Magatama, Naruto said as the Susanoo evolved from the base ribcage and into a more built form. A form worthy of a warrior. Several ethereal beasts formed between Susanoo's arms and were hurled towards Hashirama at great speeds. Mokutan Hobi no Jutsu, Wood Expulsion. Hashirama says a dragon-faced dome rose from the ground around him. Hashirama's wooden dome creaked as the beasts dug themselves within the wood. Even though they were thrown with an impressive speed, Hashirama's jutsu managed to block them. Senpo Mokutan, Shin Susenju. True several thousand hands, Hashirama shouted, clasping his hands together as a titanic, many-handed statue appeared. The whole train grounds quaked as the statue burst from the ground and stood in front of Naruto. The statue had such magnitude that it put the beach to shame. It easily toppled mountains in terms of height. I think you might be right, Toriyama said, looking at the monstrous wooden statue in front of him. Toriyama felt like an ant before the statue in front of him. This was Hashirama's most powerful jutsu, one that could cripple even Bijuu and the very one that destroyed Mater Susanoo back during their last battle. We should leave, now Hurley said, as she couldn't even see the top of the statue from her position on the ground. To think Hashirama could have this level of power. I agree, Toriyama said, and no one needs to be told twice. Damn, he's going all out, Naruto thought to himself. He chuckled at the good time he was having. It wasn't every day he was forced to use his most powerful jutsus. Kurama was simply watching a show from his host's body. The last time he saw the one thing, the statue picked him up like some rag doll. Juriotan, gravity release, Naruto said, pointing his right hand in the air. Purple chakra started swirling in his hand. Moments later, a pitch-black spear formed on his palm, the size of a football. Around the spear, a series of white rings started spiraling, orbiting the black spear. The rings started aligning themselves into a one disc-like shape around the orb. It seemed that Naruto had a black planet in his hand, with planetary rings around it, either that or a black hole. Dai Rasen Ringu. Great spiraling ring, Naruto said as he released his jutsu, which simply levitated, heading straight for the statue. The moment the black sphere touched the wooden statue, all hell broke loose. The train ground exploded in a maelstrom of blackness. Fierce winds raged on, pulling everything towards the black spear. Piece by piece, Hashirama's wooden statue started disintegrating and was simply absorbed into the black hole. Any strike that the statue might do was simply redirect and pull into Spear's gravitational pull. Mito had her eyes wide at the magnitude of the jutsu. She gawked as the barrier in front of her seemed to stretch towards the black hole. Not even 1 second later, the barrier fell as the black tornado raged on in the battlegrounds. Trees were uprooting, huge chunks of earth were simply turned to dust due to the gravitational pull of the jutsu. Even the clouds swirled towards the epicenter of the jutsu. Every single spectator was hanging for dear life. They bolted away the moment they saw Naruto start their jutsu, and even though they were almost a mile away, they could still feel the pull. The jutsu started expanding and quickly growing in size, eating away the terrain. Suddenly, just like it had begun, the black vortex imploded and disappeared completely. Every spectator breathed down in relief as they regained their bearings and started approaching the battlefield. Someone had to tell those two to stop the battle, or they might accidentally level Konoha. If not for the barrier, a good chunk of Konoha might already be gone. Unbelievable! Now Sir in shock at the devastation lying in front of her. The wooden statue was nowhere to be seen, and the once green battleground was nothing more than a crater, 100 meters deep. They spotted Naruto at the edge of the crater and made their way towards him. And I thought I was strong. Those two are on a whole different level now, thought to herself in shock. Hashirama's skill with the wood element dwarfed even of Fugaku's mastery. Mito started wearily. Where is Hashirama? Mito asked, worried as she didn't see her or feel her husband anywhere on the battlegrounds. Naruto used his calmly and simply dropped Hashirama on the ground, unconscious. I had to warp him into my dimension, otherwise he wouldn't survive, Naruto said, and Mito thanked him, bending down to check up on Hashirama. He really must have been pissed to fight you to the point he passed out, Minato chuckled, while Naruto just shook his head. It was better this way. Let him release his hate on me, Naruto said as he watched Tsunade arrive at the training field with an expression that promised pain. What? Tsunade had eyes bulging out at the state of the train ground, if it could be called that at this point. What the hell were you thinking, taking things to this level? Tsunade roared while everyone cringed at the sound spike. It had to be done, Naruto simply replied and gulped as Tsunade approached them. You could have destroyed Konoha with your spar, Tsunade said, putting emphasis on the word spar. We know what we were doing, Bachan. You worry too much, Naruto said, waving Tsunade's concern off. I will even sweeten the deal, Naruto said, making Tsunade raise an eyebrow in surprise. On Miotan, Yin Yang release, Naruto said as his eyes turned silver and started glowing. Jikan no Suna, Sands of Time, Naruto said, flexing his right arm towards the destroyed train ground. Everyone's jaw dropped as the train ground seemed to be reverting back to its initial state. The crater started filling itself with rock. Trees were born out of nowhere and rooted to the ground. As the crater closed, a vast sea of green filled the grounds. The train grounds were back as if nothing had happened to begin with. Amazing, Now breathed out as she watched everything revert back. Such mastery of yin yang release, Itachi thought to himself, analyzing Naruto to the detail. He had just used the rawest form of chakra manipulation, and yet he seemed normal, like Setjutsu was just another one. To him, perhaps it is, Itachi mused and thought. There you go, all back to normal, Naruto said, and Tsunade only nodded dumbly as she heard the birds chirping in the trees. Maybe I had too much sake already, Tsunade thought to herself, as she turned around and simply walked towards her office. That must be it, Tsunade thought, confirming her beliefs. What about him? Toriyama asked, pointing towards his passed-out brother lying on the floor. He's just unconscious. I will take him home and let him cool off, Mito said, holstering her husband and disappearing in a shunshin. Later that day, every Konoha civilian was running like wild chickens when they saw that huge black tornado rise on the horizon, but so close to the village. They fought another beach who was about to attack their home once again. Everyone breathed in relief when the black thing disappeared and everything returned to normal. Say, can we talk? Now asked as she approached Hinata. Everyone was gathered around in a Senju compound. Hinata rose an eyebrow in interest when she saw Uchiha now approaching. Things have been a little rocky between the two ever since Now started living there as well. Sure, Hinata replied, not really sure what else to say. Hinata watched as Now nervously approached and sat beside her. Now fidgeted with her fingers, not sure where to begin. Both of them just sat down in awkward silence. Sorry, Now said just above a whisper. Now didn't know why she couldn't apologize to Hinata. It's not like she did anything wrong, well, except for trying to kill her. Come again? Hinata asked as she didn't understand what Now had said. Sorry for trying to kill you, Now still looking down and avoiding Hinata's eyes. Hinata just smiled and turned towards Now. Okay, Hinata replied, and Now did a double take. What? Now asked, surprised by your reaction. Just like that? You said you were sorry, and you already helped us, so no harm done. Besides, everyone deserves a second chance, Now replied, smiling. Now was suddenly so overjoyed that she jumped forward and hugged Hinata with all her might. This is awkward, Hinata thought to herself when she heard sniffling sounds coming from Now. Are you alright? Hinata asked with concern in her voice. She never expected Now of all people to cry on her shoulder. Now always seemed like nothing ever affected her. Yes, thank you, Now said, breaking the hug and cleaning her red and puffy eyes. It's just, my life was a nightmare ever since I was born. My parents died when I was still young. I was only 4 years old and I can barely remember their faces. My sister did the best she could to take care of me, but it wasn't the same. Now began looking to the ground while Hinata just listened. I didn't want to let them down, and I just trained and trained to be the best, to make them proud. I never had any friends at the academy since I was so engrossed on being a shinobi. The only kid that would even come close to me was Itachi-kun. I was overjoyed when we both graduated from the academy at the same time and got onto the same team together, Now said, smiling fondly at her memories. We both belonged to Uchiha clan, but I only met him at the academy. He was the son of the clan head, and I was just another random Uchiha. I walked through the compound's walls, and I felt like I was invisible to everyone else. No one seemed to care about me. Yet, Itachi treated me like a normal person. Those 3 years were the best I ever had. I finally had a friend in Itachi. He always kept to himself, but I managed to get a few smiles from him from time to time. Now said, and Hinata chuckled softly. We grew into friends and rivals at the same time. We both wanted to grow strong, and we pushed each other, sparring almost daily. Eventually, we took the tuning exams together, and we both aced it. The bastard managed to win against me in the last round, though. I left him with a few good bruises, now said, pouting softly. Then, everything went downside again. Itachi was recruited into Anbu 6 months later, and I was left all alone again. My sister was often on long-term missions, and I did what I did best. I drowned myself in training once again. The years went by, and eventually I was promoted to Jonin. Sometimes I caught glimpses of Itachi at the compound, but for some reason he always disappeared, like he wanted to push me away. I only understood why he did it when Fugaku told us the plan to escape Konoha. Itachi had been keeping assistance from me so he could more easily do his mission. Every member of the clan was replaced by a clone, and I watched as Itachi slaughtered everyone. He was branded a traitor and left Konoha to live as a missing shinobi. I could clearly see the pain he was in when he finished his deed. I wanted to find him and tell him that he didn't kill anyone, but Fugaku never let me. Just 2 years after we left Konoha, my sister died, and I was left completely alone. Even worse is that we were in the middle of the civil war in Kiri, a war that Fugaku himself had started to weaken the Mist Village. I was alone for years, going on mission after mission, coming home exhausted only to fall asleep immediately. The next day, another mission would be ready for me to take. I kept doing missions, and I grew stronger and stronger as my eyes developed, awakening new powers, until I was given that mission in Kiri where I met you. Now said sighing. It was just another mission for me. One of so many I had already done before. But I lost. Now chuckled. That was my wake-up call. You opened my eyes, and I began training once again in the hopes we would meet again and I could repay the favor. After the whole Kiri fiasco, the Uchiha clan was forced out of Kiri with the rebels taking control of the village. We were relocated, and a few weeks later I was given another mission. To blow up Konoha's academy and kill everyone inside, Now said, and Hinata gasped. I did come to Konoha to do the mission, Now said, and Hinata was shocked that Now would even consider such a thing. We even crossed paths in the middle of the street. Now chuckled slowly, and Hinata remembered that event when she had felt some familiar chakra. I infiltrated the academy and was walking through the halls when I heard someone named Iruka giving a lecture on the Hi no Ishi, the Will of Fire, Now said, and Hinata chuckled inwardly. Of course, it had to be Iruka lecturing the Will of Fire. He said that everyone in Konoha was like a big family. Everyone took care and protected each other. I wanted to believe in that so much, since I never had anything like that after my parents died. I chose not to complete the mission and returned to give Fugaku the news. It was then that I learned that it was him that killed my sister, Now said, gritting her teeth. I thought my sister died when we swapped eyes, and I blame myself for it. I wanted power so much that I forced my sister to trade eyes, and she paid the price. But it was Fugaku all along. He killed her because she wouldn't follow his orders anymore. I got so mad. Fugaku had taken the last person I had in my life. I fought him to avenge my sister, but I was defeated and left to die. But Itachi, of all people, found me and brought me here to my new home, Now said, smiling. I just don't want to be alone anymore, Now said, and Hinata quickly hugged her again. You are not alone anymore, Now-chan, Hinata said, as Nao's eyes began watering again. You have a new family now, and you have Itachi back again. Hinata said, and both split apart. Thank you, Now said. Now gave her a real smile, like she hadn't smiled like that in years. Say, Hinata began, and now focus on her. Have you confessed to Itachi yet? Hinata asked, and now blushed, looking away. Hinata just giggled at her newest friend, easing the ambience. No. Now started out her answer. Why not? Hinata asked, confused. What if he doesn't like me? Now asked slowly. She couldn't handle rejection right now. He was willing to beg Naruto to save you, Hinata replied, smiling, and now was surprised. Itachi might not have inherited his clan's arrogance, but he had pride in his own way. And for him to be willing to beg so she could be saved? You think he likes me? Now asked, slightly blushing. She felt like she was a schoolgirl again. Like she had felt when she told her older sister she liked Itachi a few years ago. I know he does, Hinata said, and now nodded. What should I do? Now asked, panicking, and bringing her hands to her warm cheeks. She never had any female friends to talk about things like this, and talking to her older sister wasn't exactly the same thing. This is what you will do, Hinata said, and she whispered into Nao's ears. With Naruto and Itachi. Naruto and Itachi were eating peacefully together at the kitchen when Itachi suddenly shivered. You alright? Naruto asked when he noticed Itachi suddenly shift uncomfortably in his chair. I feel like something bad is about to happen, Itachi said, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. Suddenly the kitchen door opened and both Hinata and Nao walked in, giggling like crazy. That can't be a good thing, both Naruto and Itachi thought to themselves, gulping as they watched the two girls approach. Up, boys, Hinata said, and both Naruto and Itachi rose from the table. Hinata's voice didn't leave much margin for disagreement. Now, Chan, Hinata said, gaining her attention. Activate your Sharingan and do as I do, Hinata said, and walked forward until she was face to face with Naruto, who was wondering where this was going. Now nodded as her eyes changed into blood red as she focused solely on Hinata. Hinata looked Naruto dead in the eyes as she cutely bit her bottom lip in anticipation. Hinata reached for Naruto with her hand, brushing his golden hair out of the way, her hand softly caressing his right cheek, getting a small purr due to his sensitive whiskers. Hinata smiled as she wrapped her arms around his neck and felt Naruto's own arms wrapping themselves around her waist, pulling her closer. Hinata could feel his hot breath. They were but an inch apart. Of course. Ramen, Hinata thought to herself, smelling his breath. She leaned in, closer and closer, until their lips grazed together. Hinata looked Naruto in the eyes as she closed her own. She leaned in firmly, yet seductively, and their lips met. Hinata could feel Naruto's quick inhale pulling air from her lungs. Naruto pulled her closer, holding her tightly, feeling the race of her heart, the softness of her lips, and her intoxicating smell. Hinata had completely forgotten about Nao, as both of them were in their own world. Their lips started pulling apart, but both remained in each other's arms. Their breathing came out in short and in quick gasps as the world around them began to slowly come back into focus. Wow, Naruto breathed out while Hinata just hummed in his chest, until she remembered the purpose of all this. Hinata cleared her throat, trying to clear the ambience after such a public display of affection. Thump, thump. Both which she has fell to the floor with a small trail of blood on their noses. Those two are made for each other, Naruto replied, chuckling. Yes, they are. Can you picture the awkward position they'll wake up in? Hinata chuckled evilly as she eyed both unconscious Uchihas on the ground, with Nao lying on top of Itachi. Naruto looked down at his waist. Then he looked at Hinata, who raised an eyebrow, and finally looked back to his steaming bowl of ramen. Having decided on his choice, he took Hinata's hand and dragged her away. Where are we going? Hinata asked, confused, as she was being led by Naruto somewhere. We're going to have sex, Naruto simply said. Okay? Hinata replied, confused, while Naruto nodded his head. You can't kiss me like that and not take responsibility. Next day. Hokage's office. Thank you all for coming, Tsunai said, as she looked at the 5 shinobi in front of her. Senju Naruto, Senju Hinata, Tenten, Naruto Shikamaru, and finally Rock Lee. All 5 Chunin were saying in perfect stance in front of their leader. Yesterday, I received a letter from Kumo with a very interesting proposal, Tsunade cryptically said, raising a few eyebrows and a particular bushy one. Kumo sent us a letter inviting us for Chunin exams as they decided to host them, Tsunade said, and Naruto was surprised. I've never heard of the Chunin exams. Are they like the Chunin exams? Naruto asked curious, and Tsunade smirked. The Chunin exams are a very special event, even more so than the Chunin exams. The Chunin exams are only hosted once in every 5 years, and only when there have been long times of peace, Tsunade informed, and Naruto nodded his head. It's been almost 20 years since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, and Kuma decided to host this event and sent us a letter inviting us. While these exams might seem like any others, I assure you they're not. Only the strongest of the Chunin are sent into these exams. The contestants are the strongest and most influential of each village, and most likely, they will occupy positions of power later on, Tsunade explained, and everyone nodded, convinced to do their best in the exams. Suits you well, Naruto, Tenten began drawing Naruto's attention to her. You were always one shying about becoming Hokage. Maybe, Naruto replied, and everyone did a double take. Maybe? Hinata asked in disbelief. You gave up on being Hokage? Hinata asked shocked. She never even suspected such a thing. Not gave up per se. I just realized the truth, Naruto began, and everyone listened. At first, I wanted to be Hokage so that everyone would acknowledge me, but I already have that. Then I wanted to be Hokage to protect the whole village, and I realized the truth when I went to the mist. I don't need to be Hokage to protect everyone I care for. Being Hokage is just a bonus, really. I have everything I need right now. I'm respected and acknowledged. I have friends, family, and my beautiful wife, Naruto said, and everyone just stared at him. What happened to the blonde loudmouth that always shouted about being Hokage back at the academy? What do you know? The brat is growing up, Tsunade smiled to herself. Hinata smiled since she felt the exact same way. After being expelled from her clan, she gained her mother back, a new family, and now she had her husband. My husband? Hinata thought to herself, giggling in her mind and bringing her hands to her cheeks. Anyway, I chose 2 3-man teams. First team will be Tenten, Rock Lee, and Naruto Shikamaru. And the last team will be Senju Naruto, Senju Hinata, and a third member who will be arriving shortly, Tsunade explained. Yosh! I shall show Kumo the flames of youth! Lee suddenly shouted with fire burning in his eyes. Naruto-kun, I challenge you! Lee roared, pumping his fist and making Naruto take a step back. How about no, Naruto said. Damn you, Naruto-kun, and your hip ways! Lee said, crying anime tears. Everyone just chuckled at their antics. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered beneath his breath. So our third member is Shino-kun? Hinata asked, but Tsunade shook her head in denial. I offered him the chance to participate and bring back Team 8, but he's busy with his clan, Tsunade said, and Hinata nodded. It was a shame, as it had been a while since she had last seen Shino. Only us? Naruto rhetorically asked. I thought more of her age group would want to participate, Naruto said in retrospect. Neji is already a Jonin, so he was already out. Tamari, Kankuro, and Ino became full-time apprentices under Anko and Ibiki in the interrogation and torture department. Gar said something about working with Fu and their bijus. Shoji, Kiba, and Shino were busy with their clans. You were all that remains, Tsunade explained, putting down the sheets. Don't worry, Bachan. We'll kick some ass, Naruto said, giving her a thumbs up and making her shake her head. Shikamaru, Tenten, Lee, you are dismissed. Naruto-chan and Hinata-chan, you stay and wait for the third member, Tsunade said, making Naruto glare at her. He could hear Tenten giggling all the way out at Naruto's nickname. When Naruto was alone in the office with Tsunade and Hinata, he turned to his grandmother. You have any more intel on the Akatsuki's movements? Naruto asked. He felt the Anbu's chakra signature, and they were the ones he trusted. Jiraiya has his spy network after remembrance, but they are hard to track down. They are all S-rank shinobi, you know, Tsunade asked, and Naruto nodded, sighing. They already have 5 of the 9 bijus. Only the Hachibi from Kumo, me, Gar, and Fu remain, Naruto said, and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. How do you know that? Tsunade asked, curious. I'm connected to the statue, and I can feel their chakra inside it. I would summon the statue and release them, but I want to destroy their Rinnegan first, Naruto explained, and Tsunade nodded. That will have to wait, Tsunade said, until she remembers something. About your new teammate, Tsunade began, gaining the attention of both Naruto and Hinata. Keep an eye on him, Tsunade advised, and both of them were surprised by such an expression. Why? Naruto wondered. He's from Root. He was appointed by Danzo to, and I quote, protect the Senju heir in Kyuubi Jinchuriki at all costs, Tsunade said. Interesting, Naruto hummed, scratched his chin. Danzo knows I can handle myself, Naruto said. I wonder what you are up to now, Naruto added, thinking about the one-eyed mummy. Enter, Tsunade said, raising from her chair as a door opened. Both Naruto and Hinata turned around to see who would be the first member of their team in the Jonin exams. He had short black hair and black eyes, which contrasts his very pale skin. He carried a small backpack with his brush, scrolls, and ninja ink in it. He wore a short black jacket with red straps. He also carried a tipless tanto on his back. The rest of his outfit consisted of a high-collared midriff shirt, black pants, shinobi sandals, and gloves with his index and thumb fingers exposed, most likely to facilitate the use of his drawing-based techniques. Welcome, Sai, Tsunade said, greeting the newcomer and approaching him. This is my grandson, Naruto-chan, and my apprentice, Hinata-chan, Tsunade said, and Naruto's eyes twitched at his name once again. It seemed that he would live it for the rest of his life. Sai walked in with a neutral face without a care in the world. Hokage-sama, Senju-sama, Hinata-sama, Sai said, slightly bowing his head. Nothing of that, Sai-kun. Hinata waved off the formal greetings, getting a smile from the boy. Pleasure to meet you, Sai said, shaking Hinata's open hand. Ugly. Everything froze after that comment. Even the handshaking motion came to a halt as everyone blanked to try and come up with another possible word that might have been mistaken for. In the end, no one thought of any plausible alternative, and Hinata immediately retracted her hand. On second thought, Hinata-sama seems good, Hinata replied, her eyes twitching, while Naruto on the other hand was trying to suppress a laugh, much to her irritation. You're lucky she isn't violent, otherwise you would already be buried, Naruto thought to himself, chuckling. And of course, the Senju heir. A pleasure, Sai said, shaking Naruto's hand as well. Dickless. Now, Hinata wasn't violent, but Naruto did have a short fuse. Naruto's eyes twitched as his Sharingan almost came to life. Sai, Tsunade called, making him turn and give her the same smile. Do you want to die? Tsunade rhetorically asked. Because that is how you die, Tsunade said, nodding her head while Hinata held Naruto back from frying Sai. Now that the introductions are over, Tsunade said, chuckling weakly with Naruto and Hinata giving Sai side looks. The exams are in 2 weeks. I'll have blue and green as your joining senseis to the exams, Tsunade said, and threw Naruto a knowing look. With the Akatsuki out there, a wandering Jinchuriki was like a free piece of meat, although Naruto could take care of himself. Rendezvous tomorrow at dawn, Tsunade said, and everyone left. Tsunade sat down at her desk and went to pick up her cup of sake when the cup suddenly cracked. I have a bad feeling about all this, Tsunade thought to herself, gulping down the sake and bearing down her superstitions. Next day, Konoha Gates. Are you all ready? Blue Toriyama asked towards the 6 shinobi in front of him. Hinata, Naruto, and Sai formed one team, while Shikamaru, Lee, and Tenten were with the other one. Accompanying the 2 teams was the Blue Dragon Toriyama and the Green Dragon Hashirama. And you are? Tenten asked the masked man. I will be acting as your joining sensei during the exams while Blue takes Naruto's team, Green replied. What is up with the mask? Tenten asked, suspicious. The mask serves its purpose. Our identity is an S-class secret only known to Hokage and our group, Blue explained, and Tenten hummed and fought. I heard about the Dragons of Konoha. They're supposed to be this elite group that takes only the most dangerous and difficult missions for our village. They report only to the Hokage, Tenten said. Troublesome. Just ask Naruto. He's the leader of the group and one of the highest ranking officers in the village, even higher than the Anbu commander, Shikamaru explained, making Tenten's eyes pop in surprise. Her neck snapped towards Naruto so fast that it nearly broke. Is he serious? Tenten asked, pointing towards Naruto, her arms shaking. He is, Naruto simply replied. Naruto flexed his arms around his silver armor. On his back was his trusted fan, and in his comic dimension, his staff. On his wrist, several sword shields with kunai, shuriken, the works. In fact, both Naruto and Hinata were in their standard dragon uniform. You may say they grew attached to it as it provides so much more armor than the regular chainmail. So, who is Blue? Tenten asked. Sorry, Tenten, S-class secret, Naruto replied, and Tenten pouted. Blue placed 2 fingers in his mouth and took a deep breath. Blue unleashed a loud whistle that ran across the gates of Konoha and high into the skies. 4 dragons suddenly dropped from the cloud banks and plummeted towards the ground at neck-breaking speeds. As they arrived near the ground, they flapped their wings, creating a cloud of dust and blocking everyone's view. They landed on their respective owners' shoulders. You cold? Blue Dragon asked. Tenten's jaw dropped at the creature staying on his shoulder. Blue's scales and eyes were the color of sapphires, an intense blue that refracted the light. His talons and spikes on his neck, back, and tail were a dull blue. Like all dragons, he had white, sharp, knife-like, meat-shearing teeth. His body stature could be inferred as very aerodynamic and built for flying. Keep your eyes open in the sky for possible ambushes, Blue Tarama said, as the dragons left their owners and returned to where they belonged, the skies. Is that a dragon? Tenten asked in disbelief. She had only heard of dragons in books and fairy tales, but to see one here, alive and talking, was another story. Perks of the group, Blue Tarama said, smirking behind his mask, and Tenten just pouted. The little thing, although had a feral look, looked adorable to her. Let's get on with this, shall we? Green Hashirama grumbled as everyone nodded and left the gates, walking towards Kumo, where the joining exams would take place. Danzo-san would want to know about this, Sai thought to himself, watching the dragon disappear into the sky. Middle of the road. Still grumpy about it, Naruto asked towards Green, who remained silent, making Naruto sigh towards him. He didn't know what else to do. Sure, Hashirama was angry at Naruto's decision to wipe out the Uchiha clan, but he should have understood. I don't understand why he had to wipe out the whole clan, Green said, looking at the sky. It wasn't even a battle to begin with. It was a slaughter. Maybe you are too blind to see it, Blue Tarama said, making Green Hashirama turn towards his younger brother. You grew up with Madara as a brother of sorts. Maybe you are too close to his clan to make the right calls, and we both know that it cost us back in the old days, Blue said, while Green sighed. Madara? Shikamaru thought himself, not paying attention to the conversation. Both Naruto and Hinata caught Toriyama's reference to Madara but let it slip, as no one seemed to take note of it with the exception of Shikamaru, which opened a single eye. You are too soft, brother, Blue said, sighing. Why are you so against it? You want peace, don't you? Naruto asked in a serious voice. Naruto knew how much Hashirama had struggled to find peace, and yet he wasn't able to make sacrifices. But not at the cost of lives, Green replied. And that is why you never reached it, Naruto simply answered. That's cold, Green said, but Naruto disagreed. Realistic, Naruto countered. There is only one answer to peace, and some people just can't be in the new world, Naruto explained while Green sighed. He's right, you know, Shikamaru rhetorically asked, and everyone turned towards him, surprised to see him talk of all people. Troublesome. One bad seed can wreck a whole crop, Shikamaru yawned, as he began cloud watching again. I'll refrain from judging until later on, Green said. So, are we good? Naruto asked, and Green nodded, making Naruto grin. I still want a dragon, Tenten pouted, making Naruto chuckle. Kumogakur. Kumogakur, the hidden village of the Light Country founded by the very first Raikage. The village is located in a range of tall mountains and is literally hidden in the clouds. The Raikage works in a large blue structure built into the tallest mountains. The mountains provide a natural defense against any incursion as their shinobi have higher ground. This place hasn't changed one bit, Green says he looked around the village. The village's structure was exactly how he remembered it. You speak as someone who hasn't come here in many years. You don't seem that old, Shikamaru lazily pointed out. Stop overanalyzing every word I say. It's freaking me out, Green said, annoyed by the Nara's behavior. What he didn't know was that both blue and green had sparked Shikamaru's curiosity, and that was never a good thing for Nara. Hi. Shikamaru waved him off as he yawned loudly. Damn kids, Green fought himself, crossing his arms in surrender. Yosh! Lee yelled with fire in his eyes. Let's show them the flame! Lee dropped to the ground as Blue had hit his neck, effectively knocking him out. What did you do to Lee? Tenten yelled as she rushed to her fallen teammate. He was loud and annoying, and the exams only start in 2 days, Blue said, and walked off into his room at the hotel. Everyone had their own separate rooms, with Naruto and Hinata sharing their own. 2 days later, first exam of the joining exams begin. That is the end of chapter 51. Now we can move on to chapter 52, which is called the first stage, which is the second chapter in the joining exams arc. So here we go. Chapter 52, the first stage. Steps were heard echoing along a dark corridor. The walls were made completely out of dark stone and was almost pitch black, if not for a couple torches that provided some needed light. The person walked around calmly through the halls, completely undisturbed by some background noises that could be heard. The person stepped forward into some light, allowing some features to be displayed. The man appeared as a frail old man who was walking with a cane in his left hand. He had black shaggy hair and his right eye was bandaged. He had a X-shaped scar on it over his chin ever since his youth. He wore a white shirt with a black or dark gray robe over top of it, covering from his feet to just over his right shoulder. The robe conceals his right arm, which is bandaged and covered with 3 big golden braces. The man kept walking forward until he reached what resembled a reception desk. It seemed somewhat strange to find a reception desk in what clearly resembled catacombs, but he didn't seem surprised. Danzo-sama, what can I do for you? The man behind the desk asked, bowing to the elder. I wish to speak with one of the inmates, Danzo simply said in a monotone tone. Of course. Which one? The receptionist asked, and Danzo approached him, whispering the inmate's name. I'm afraid that he's under special circumstances. Hokage-sama has forbidden any visitor, the receptionist explained weakly. I trust that won't be a problem, right? Danzo asked, his voice betraying none of his displeasure. Although his voice was calm, it was far enough to scare the poor receptionist to death. Of course not. Right this way, receptionist said, gulping, leading Danzo towards the right cell. Here we are, the man said, and Danzo stepped forward, peering into the cell. Leave us, Danzo ordered, and the receptionist quickly obeyed. Proceeding to bolt from there, Danzo shifted his attention back to the man inside the cell. The man was clad in a simple gray jumpsuit. The particular thing about this man was that he was missing his right arm. What a pitiful state you're in, Hiyashi, Danzo said, and the man inside the cell opened his eyes to reveal the Byakugan. Come to gloat, Danzo? Hiyashi asked weakly. He was a broken man. Everything he ever fought for had been stolen from his hands. Hardly, Danzo replied before taking a good look at him. Hiyashi was held in the corner, concealed by the shadows. I've come with an offer, Danzo explained. Really? Hiyashi asked suspiciously. And what could you possibly offer me? Hiyashi asked, somewhat amused by the man's attempts. You should be more grateful. So now I want to ship you away to the blood prison, Danzo said, and a shiver ran down Hiyashi's spine. As to my offer, how about you get your clan back and enact justice against those who put you in here, Danzo offered, but was met with a laugh. Hiyashi was laughing loud like some crazy man. You are delusional, Danzo. How exactly do you wish to accomplish such a feat? Hiyashi asked, amused. You still have faithful followers from the main house that occupy several positions of power in the village. All I ask is your and their cooperation, and in return, I'll give you your freedom back, Danzo offered, and Hiyashi was about to laugh again when he saw the serious face of Danzo. You are serious, Hiyashi said, surprised. I don't joke, Danzo replied, and Hiyashi started thinking. What are you planning? Hiyashi asked seriously. All the laughter and amusement were gone. I shall tell you if you accept my terms, Danzo replied. I accept, Hiyashi said, and Danzo nodded and simply turned away, flicking something over his shoulder towards Hiyashi. What's this? Hiyashi asked as he snatched a small ball. It seemed like a food pill. Your freedom, Donata said and walked out, leaving Hiyashi to his choices. Hiyashi lost sight of Donata and returned his gaze back to the pill in his hand. Making his choice, he swallowed it with a shred of hesitation and waited for the effects. Hiyashi's chest started warming up and suddenly he clutched his chest as pain shot through his body. Ah! Hiyashi screamed as he felt his chest heaving up, making it almost impossible to breathe. Several guards rushed towards Hiyashi's cell, but they were too late, and simply found him lying on the ground, completely unmoving. One of the guards opened the cell and crouched beside him. He's dead, the guard replied, checking his pulse. He took notice as to how his single hand was clutching his chest. Most likely a heart attack. Inform the Hokage and take him away, the guard replied. Donata smiled from the reception desk as he looked towards the receptionist and his Sharingan glowed, erasing any evidence he ever stepped foot in the prison. Senju Compound. Everything was rather quiet inside the Senju Compound. It was to be expected since the last of the inhabitants, this being Naruto and Hashirama, had gone to Kumo. Naruto was going to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams, while Hashirama and his brother Toriyama would pose as their senseis. The living room in the Senju Compound was simple, outfitted with a couple of individual couches and 2 larger ones. A few plants in the corners and a couple of paints on the walls made the room livelier. 3 bookcases were also nearby the wall, providing a couple of books for passing time to anyone who that so wished. Some books were about the Senju clan, their history and deeds for the history, while others branched out from geography to general fiction. Dry had been denied, rather painfully might add if you ask him, his humble request to display his magnificent work on said bookshelf. Everyone in the compound was already of age, so having porn on the bookcase should be allowed. These were his thoughts when he approached his princess to reward him with a well-placed chakra-enhanced punch. At least Tsunade had allowed him to place his first novel to tell the utterly gutsy shinobi, so it wasn't all bad. Tsunade walked into the compound and simply made her way straight towards the living room. Her only thoughts were plopping down on one of those soft couches and maybe taking a nap, or something. It had been a frustrating day to say the least, and this time it wasn't paperwork that plagued her dreams. No, this time it was the damn council meetings. At first, she had the decency to not send a shadow clone in her stead. First, it was a request for a funding petition by the head nurse with both Shizune and Hinata's signatures on it. Hinata was smart enough to only sign when she was away from the village. Shizune, however, wasn't so lucky and was on the receiving end of a tired and pissed Senju. Next problem were those damn civilians always complaining about their rights. Tsunade shook her head, pushing away stressing thoughts as she entered the living room and was greeted with an interesting sight. She looked over to the couch where now was calmly sitting with Itachi's head on her lap. She was running her hands through his hair while Itachi had his eyes closed, enjoying the moment. My, Tsunade said with clear amusement, making both of them jump at the sound of her voice. They were so entranced with each other that they didn't sense her entering the room. Who would have thought that now would be the one to tame the great Itachi Uchiha? Tsunade said, chuckling. You're one to talk, now snorted. Senju Tsunade, the legendary slug princess of Konoha. Tamed by a pervert, now replied in amusement, making a Senju choke. You have something to say? Tsunade roared, making now jump from her couch and stare at Tsunade. Yes, I do, old hag, now replied smirking, sparks flying across their eyes. I was having such a good dream, Itachi thought to himself as he sat upright and watched Now and Tsunade bicker until he decided enough was enough. Now, enough! Itachi's voice echoed through the room with enough authority to make both women flinch. Oh! Now Aku with stars in her eyes as she rushed Itachi. I love it when you take charge, Now said, hugging Itachi, while Tsunade gaped like a fish out of water. I don't even want to know, Tsunade thought as she looked over to both Uchihas and then to another couch. You don't intend to cuddle or do any display of affection, right? Tsunade wondered. It was common sense to keep public displays of affection somewhat restrained, but Uchihas were strange people. You are safe, Hokage-sama, Itachi said, while Now pouted but remained by his side. You don't have to call me down here, Itachi. Besides, officially, you're still a missing shinobi, Tsunade explained, sighing in comfort as she plopped down on one of the soft couches. Respect is due where respect is due, Itachi simply replied in his traditional monotone voice. By the way, Tsunai started, what do you both intend to do now? Tsunai asked, curious. Honestly, I have no idea. I planned from the beginning to die at Sasuke's hands. I didn't count on living much longer than that because of my illness, Itachi said, and felt now grip his arm tighter. She didn't even want to consider losing Itachi. I have a proposition for both of you, Tsunai said, smiling. Proposition? Now asked, confused. Yes. What is your favorite color? Tsunai asked, smirking, while both Uchihas just stared at her like she was crazy. Kumo. Saying that Naruto was excited was an understatement. The man was downright thrilled. He had enough adrenaline pumping through his veins to kill a normal person. The reason for all this excitement? Dozens of competitors stood in his front. Naruto had counted at least 20 different forest protectors, some from villages he hadn't even heard of. It was interesting to say the least. While these exams were non-traditional as they were only hosted every 5 years, the amount of competition was similar to that of the Chunin exams. Jonin did get access to higher paying missions, so maybe that was the reason. Maybe it was the honor and fame of being a Jonin, the elite of the village. On the other hand, Jonin missions were far more difficult and risky. Hinata was amused at Naruto's expression. Any more and he would be practically bouncing like some 5-year-old kid on a sugar rush. She was surprised when she saw the amount of competition. Tsunai did say it was a big event, even bigger than Chunin exams, but Hinata had underestimated it. Her Byakugan flared as she did a quick checkup of the competition. Only after a quick glance she could accurately guess just who would most likely pass the earlier stages of the exam. Judging by chakra levels alone, everyone seemed normal with a few having bigger reserves, barring high Jonin level. Although she and Naruto easily dwarfed anyone in there, and she had big reserves, but Naruto's amount was insane. He was almost blind to look at with her Byakugan focused on him.
I don't see what the excitement's all about,
Kurama said from within his mind.
I sense no one of worth in here.
It's not just about fighting powerful opponents, Kurama, Naruto explained. Think about the jutsus we'll see, the different taijutsu styles and weapons, and maybe some bloodlines, Naruto replied giddy while Kurama's sweat dropped. It's starting, Hinata whispered, and Naruto quieted down almost immediately. His attention was drawn to the man walking to the stage. He was a fairly tall, dark-skinned man with a slightly bulbous nose, shaggy white hair which covered his left eye. He wore a high-collared sleeveless uniform with loose-fitting pants, bandages on his wrist, and the one strap over one shoulder flak jacket of a Kumagaki shinobi. He supported a bored look that reminded Naruto of Kakashi. I've seen him somewhere, Naruto muttered to himself. He was Raikage's bodyguard during our Chunin exams, Hinata said. I remember him now. I wonder how everyone else is doing around here, Naruto said out loud, but was shushed by Hinata as Darui was about to speak. My name is Darui, and I'm in charge of Jonin exams. I will be explaining how the exams will work, so pay attention as I will only say this once, Darui said, and everyone quieted down. Much like Chunin exams, these exams will be divided into 3 sections. In the first stage, we'll be doing an evaluation of personal and team skills in different areas. The second stage will be an objective-driven race with competitive action between the teams. The third and final stage will be a tournament much like a Chunin exams. Any questions? What are the promotion specifications? Some shinobi yelled from the crowd. Only participants that reach the first stage are eligible for promotion, Darui explained. Any more questions? Darui asked, but was met with silence. Very well. Proceed to the barracks for testing, and good luck to all of you, Darui ordered, and watched as the crowd quickly dissipated. At the barracks, Naruto's team arrived at testing grounds where the first stage was taking place. He could feel chakra being unleashed in waves and sound of metal clashing. He figured it was some kind of physical test. What a drag. This was the random thought of the person sitting behind the counter at the barracks. She seemed to be scribbling something on some piece of paper and had an obvious bored look. They put me, a Jonin, to do this shit? The red hair thought to herself inside when she felt another team approach. State origin, team number, and members, the red hair asked, not even bothering to raise her head to see the contestants. Konoha, team number 24, members Senju Hinata, Senju Naruto, and Sai, Hinata said, and the red-haired female instantly rose her head to see Hinata's long, dark blue hair and her white eyes. Hinata? The red-haired female said, surprised to see her. Karui? Hinata asked in surprise. Haven't seen you since the Chunin exams, Hinata said, and Karui nodded. And you brought Naruto as well, Kari said, greeting the blonde who waved. So, how's life around here, Hinata asked, while Naruto sat on the ground knowing very well where this was going. Sai looked at him with a puzzled expression. You'll see, Naruto muttered, and pointed towards Hinata and Kari, who were already deep into their conversation. They were talking like they were old friends. Sorry about Yugito-chan, though, Hinata said, and Kari gritted her teeth. Those zombie bastards will taste the tip of my blade, Kari snarled, and Naruto rose an eyebrow. If you are talking about Kakazu and Hidan, then it's too late. I've already reduced them to ash, Naruto said, and Kari was surprised to hear that they had both been killed. You killed them? Kari was skeptical, but Naruto nodded nonetheless. She wanted to be the one to exact revenge and justice on them, but Naruto had already gone to them first. In the end, it didn't matter. They got what they deserved. Serves them right for taking Yugito-chan. Thank you, Kari thanked Naruto, knowing that Yugito had been avenged. Anyways, Kari said as she started writing the details in her notebook and took a small disc with a number on it. Here's your number. Wait for your turn and good luck. See you around, Hinata replied, and Naruto's team walked off and into the testing grounds. Testing grounds. Naruto, Hinata, and Sai entered through the stone gates and arrived at some huge arena. There were huge stone walls surrounding the earth grounds. To Naruto's left, there was what seemed to be an obstacle course. Behind that was a small forest, and Naruto could sense tons of booby traps spread all around the trees and the ground. Welcome, the examiner said as 3 contestants stopped near him. The first stage of these exams consists of an advanced obstacle course, testing you in speed and strength. Additionally, you'll be tested in taijutsu, genjutsu, ninjutsu, and any other categories you choose for additional points. The final part will be a team exercise which consists in infiltrating an outpost located in the forest. The examiner explained, pointing towards the small forest not too far away. Teams with the highest points proceed to the second stage. Sounds simple enough, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded. Which additional categories are available? Sai asked with a smiling face, which seemed to scare the crap out of the examiner. Anything really. I myself am well versed in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Any other categories will be tested by my comrades, the examiner explained, and Sai nodded. Senju Naruto, the examiner called, and Naruto stepped forward. Your objective is to go through the obstacle course, collect a small flag at the end, and return as fast as you can. Jutsus and or chakra enhancement are strictly forbidden. A sensor is monitoring these evaluations, and any infraction means instant failure of these exams. Understood? The examiner warned, and Naruto nodded. When you're ready, the examiner said, and Naruto stepped onto the line. He did a quick overlook of the obstacle course, and it seemed pretty straightforward. Naruto bent slightly forward, bending his knees and waiting for the examiner's signal. He shifted his attention to some blue-haired shinobi on the right side with his eyes closed and making a ram seal. Start! The examiner said. When the sound of the timer's button hit Naruto's ears, he shot forward, leaving a dust trail behind. A split second after the start, and Naruto had already arrived at the first obstacle. A simple wooden horizontal bar, raised 1/2 meters from the ground and followed by 3 more in quick succession. Naruto jumped forward like a lion pouncing on his target. He placed both hands on the wooden bar for support. He curled his arms and propelled forward using his arms. Having calculated the required amount of strength, he landed right past the 4 wooden bars, concluding the first obstacle in a single movement. Time 1.5 seconds. Naruto didn't rise to his proper height before landing. He curled himself again and blurred forward, his armor cringing, its metal plates flapping together with each step he took. Naruto raised his head slightly as he spotted his next obstacle, a solid 10 feet high wooden wall that he assumed he had to climb. Naruto made a small push and jumped far enough for his right hand to latch itself to the top. The examiner's jaw dropped when Naruto lifted himself up with a single arm. Even the censor was surprised by the amount of strength displayed. Raising himself completely from the air with a single arm and without proper grip was nothing too easy to accomplish. Naruto grinned to land on the other side of the wall and proceeded. Time 3 seconds. Naruto arrived at some vertical ladders, but these were made of rope instead of solid wood. Not thinking much about it, Naruto jumped as high as he could and lashed himself onto the ropes, proceeding to climb out without any difficulties. His coordination was perfect. Time 6 seconds. As Naruto arrived at the top, he spotted long circular wooden beams, almost as large as tree trunks, laying down into the ground level. Naruto carefully analyzed the round and slippery surface, and any slip-up would mean falling hard onto the ground. Having this in mind, he quickly ran down and arrived at the final obstacle. The final obstacle was nothing but a single rope that Naruto had to climb vertically. Naruto jumped onto the rope and began to easily climb it. He was certainly strong enough to lift his own body weight with a single hand. He arrived at the top and snatched the flag he needed before sliding down the rope and laying on the ground. Time 7.8 seconds. With the flag in its position, the final piece of this obstacle course was a simple race to the point of origin, without needing to go through the obstacles again. Naruto bent forward and shot forward, leaving a cloud of dust. Every step he took, the ground would crack from the strength he put behind each step. Naruto didn't stop near the examiner and simply continued running at full speed, until he crossed the examiner. He came to a halt, leaving the dust trail behind him as he finished the obstacle course. The examiner waved his hands wildly to clear the dust. Final time, 9.5 seconds. Congratulations, Naruto-san. You just moved to the second spot, the examiner said, pointing towards the electronic board, where Naruto's name ranks second in the obstacle course with 9.5 seconds, only surpassed by Rock Lee with 8 seconds. Can't say I'm surprised. The guy's workout is insane, Naruto thought to himself. Looks like hard work does be a genius. Naruto chuckled out loud. I don't see the genius, Hinata said with a straight face. Hinata-chan, Naruto whined while Hinata giggled at his antics. Sai simply observed the interaction between the couple. They certainly weren't your usual married couple. Sai, Naruto said, and Sai turned to Naruto, making a shiver run up his spine. Enough of that smile, it's freaking me out. It feels like you were going to kill me in my sleep, Naruto said, and Sai dropped his smile, getting a neutral face. Naruto sighed someone and walked to the examiner's side and allowed Sai and Hinata to take their turn. Hinata did her best, but had a downside of most of her strength being enhanced by chakra. Still, she managed to easily secure the 5th place, with Sai taking 10th place. Having completed the first exam of the first stage, the examiner led them towards some testing dummies for a taijutsu test. Second part of this exam is to go through the dummies, while performing your taijutsu katas as fast as you can. Say your taijutsu style for reference, the examiner said, and Hinata stepped forward this time. Gentle fist taijutsu style, Hinata said, and the examiner happily wrote it down, stepping aside as Hinata stepped forward. She looked around them, counting around 5 dummies who were about to receive a very cruel punishment. Is chakra allowed now? Hinata asked, and the examiner nodded. When you're ready, the examiner said, and clicked on his timer. Hinata disappeared from her position and began running for her katas. She didn't even seem to be touching the dummies. She did her katas with such grace that the proctor almost thought she was dancing. She appeared next to the examiner only for a split second later, just in time to see all dummies crack at once. They burst into pieces and simply fell to the ground completely destroyed. Nothing bigger than half an arm had remained, as the dummies seemed to have been severed in all joints. Amazing, the examiner said, while Hinata smiled at her success. She looked over at the scoreboard and watched as her name appeared in first place. Sai went next, and this time, Naruto's eyes were solely focused on him. Both Naruto and Hinata had read Sai's file, but it didn't say much besides that he had serum skills and used ink-style jutsus, whatever that was. The only thing Naruto ever used ink for was seals. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the style that Sai had employed. It was ruthless, for lack of a better word. Each strike had a purpose behind it. There were no feints or anything else. Every strike was either to cripple or kill the opponent. It was a bastardized version of the Anbu style, a far more deadly version. Naruto went next, and although his style wasn't as refined as Hinata's, he still got the job done, finishing in second. Next portion is Genjutsu, the examiner said, and Naruto nodded, his Sharingan blazing to life. Naruto displayed some of the Genjutsu he knew. It wasn't really his thing. Unlike Itachi, Naruto preferred to attack the enemy's body instead of his mind. The only Genjutsu he had actually even borrowed to properly train was Tsukuyomi, so that he could awaken his Susanoo. But that didn't stop him from claiming the first spot as well. Just because he didn't like it, it didn't mean he wasn't good at it. Both Hinata and Sai went next, but they managed to score even lower than Naruto. He didn't blame him though. Genjutsu was such an unpopular area that the few that had decent control were already a threat. I mean, look at Itachi. He can defeat an enemy using only Genjutsu. He doesn't even need to move from his place. Last section of this evaluation before the team exercise is Ninjutsu, the examiner said. Finally, the good part arrives, Naruto said, rubbing his hands together, while the examiner was tempted to take a step back when he saw the crazy glint in his eyes. And it wasn't a Sharingan he had seen. Yes, the examiner coughed into his hand to suppress the shiver. You need to display a few non-elemental jutsu along with at least 2 natures, the examiner said, and Naruto didn't even give the chance to Hinata's side to step forward. He was just that excited. What's first? Naruto asked. You decide, the examiner replied, and was surprised when he saw a spinning ball of silver chakra in Naruto's hand. Rasengan, Naruto said, and the examiner nodded, writing something about excellent shape manipulation. Shaokun Jutsu, Naruto said, placing his hands in a T sign. A single clone popped into life. Naruto looked at the examiner and he nodded. Shadow Clone Explosion! The clone that Naruto created suddenly exploded, ripping a chunk of the ground. Very good. What are your chakra natures? The examiner asked. I have all 5 of them, Naruto said, and the examiner stopped writing to look at Naruto. The examiner blinked as Naruto simply nodded. Anyways, please perform some jutsus for our nature, the examiner said, and watch as Naruto perform a single horse hand seal. Katan, Goku Mikyaku, Great Fire Annihilation. A barrage of fire was expunged from Naruto's mouth. It scorched the ground, decimating what little had remained from the previous wood dummies. Yes, excellent, the examiner replied weakly after witnessing the devastation. It seems fire nature is good. How about some light nature, and this time keep below S rank, the examiner said, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders but complied anyway. Raiton, Ryudan, Lightning Dragon. Naruto's hands sparkled with blue electricity as a dragon erupted from his palms. The dragon roared before boring towards Naruto's target and exploded, leaving behind a crater and sparks flying everywhere. Very good, Naruto-san, the examiner said, and Naruto stepped away, looking at the scoreboard where his name had claimed the first spot, and with a very healthy lead above the competition. Hinata went next and claimed the second spot, just a few points behind Naruto. Sai, the examiner called, and Sai stepped forward. Both Naruto and Hinata focused their attention solely on the third member of their team. Sai was an enigma to say the least. He was always throwing around that creepy smile of his, and he never engaged in a conversation with them. Sai just sat there, watched them unrelentingly like some statue. Root shinobi were supposed to be the ultimate soldiers, trained from birth in the way of the shinobi, reduced to heaps of sweat with their training methods, hardened with blood and pain. They felt no fear, no regret, and no remorse. They were but tools to serve their master in his endeavors. They were prepared to lay down their lives for a master with no hesitation whatsoever. Naruto was broken from his thoughts when he heard the proctor ask Sai to display his ninjutsu. Naruto raised an eyebrow as Sai sat on the ground and took a simple scroll, a brush, and a ball of what Naruto figured to be ink. Sai slowly dipped his brush in the black ink, and in the blink of an eye, he had painted a line on the scroll. Choju Giga, Super Beast Scroll. Sai made a single hand seal, and the drawn tiger on the scroll rose slightly, jumping from it and laying on the ground. The tiger snarled at the proctor, who fell on his butt when he saw the painting come to life. He may be a shinobi, but he had not expected that. Good, the examiner said as he rose to his feet. He searched for the tiger and found him eating the wooden dummies who were mangled by a tiger's vicious jaws. Sumi Bunshin no Jutsu. Ink clone, Sai said, and the tiger spelled into a puddle of ink on the ground. The ink suddenly started moving, clustering together into a large pool. The ink pool started rising from the ground and taking the shape of Sai. Interesting, the proctor murmured to himself as he scribbled down on his board. So that's his ink jutsu, both Hinata and Naruto thought at Sai's performance. He surely was very dynamic and versatile, but his creation seemed somewhat fragile. Before we proceed to the team exercise, do you wish to be tested in anything else for extra points, the examiner asked, and everyone shook their heads in denial. Well, actually, I do have another category I would like to be evaluated in, Naruto suddenly said, stopping the proctor in his tracks. Which is Bojutsu, staff arts, Naruto said, and Hinata was surprised that he would bring that up out of everything else. She wondered why he didn't want to be tested in Funjutsu, but maybe he had forgotten. The examiner hummed and thought as he thought of someone who could give Naruto what he wanted. Kumo shinobi were primarily skilled in Kenjutsu since a blade was sharper and more effective than a staff. A sword can cut while a staff does not. This statement would be true for a normal staff, and certainly not the one that Naruto had in his possession. I will be right back, the proctor said, and simply left without any explanation, leaving Naruto to seem to wonder what had happened. A few minutes later, the proctor returned with another shinobi by his side. He was a young, dark-skinned shinobi with short, spiky white hair and dark eyes accentuated with lines curving upwards from the corners. He wore a dark outfit consisting of an overlong shirt with a hood with red bandaged handguards, Kumagakure shin guards, and a black forehead protector. He carried a long sword on his back and had a lollipop in his mouth. Naruto? The shinobi asked in surprise. Omoi, long time no see, Naruto said, greeting the fellow shinobi. You know each other, the examiner asked, and both shinobi nodded. We both participated in tuning exams 4 years ago, Omoi said while Naruto nodded. I see, the proctor replied. Omoi is here to test you in Bojutsu. Since we have no foremost expert in this area, you'll be sparring against Omoi's Kenjutsu, the examiner explained. If you aren't an expert, how can you evaluate my skills? Naruto asked, curious. I may not be an expert in weapons, but I know enough to understand when someone is skilled or not. Besides, Omoi is one of the best swordsmen in Kumo. Judging from your battle with him, I can evaluate your skill level easily, the proctor explained, and Naruto nodded. The space around Naruto started swirling, and not much longer he had a staff in his right hand. Naruto twirled the staff in his hand, slamming it on the ground, creating a small shockwave from the strength behind it. Omoi raised an eyebrow when he felt the earth vibrate slowly as Naruto slammed his staff to the ground. This is purely a weapons demonstration. No crippling or killing strikes, understood, the examiner asked, and both participants nodded. Omoi took out his sword and gripped it tightly with both hands. Naruto picked up his staff, raising his right arm above his head and lowering his left. He hadn't used his staff since he had mastered the art, and that was nearly 8 years ago. Hajime, the proctor said, and both shinobi dashed forward. Both weapons means with a loud clang. Small orange sparks were released as the sword's sharp edge grazed against Naruto's metal staff, as both shinobi struggled. Being stronger, Naruto was able to push Omoi backwards. Naruto quickly withdrew his staff, spinning behind his back and striking towards Omoi once again. Omoi parried Naruto's flurry of attacks as best he could, but even he was starting to be overpowered. The amount of attacks and the fluidity at which they came was unreal. Naruto wasn't as rusty as he thought himself to be. Omoi stumbled backwards but managed to regain his footing. He looked up just in time to see Naruto in the air. Omoi jumped to the side as Naruto slammed the tip of his staff to the ground, breaking the earth and embedding the staff in it. Using his staff as support, Naruto swirled around and slammed his foot into Omoi's chest, sending him tumbling to the ground. Naruto dug the staff out of the ground and waited for Omoi to stand. Both shinobi dashed forward and their weapons met once again. Kumo Ryu, Mikazu Kigiri, Cloud style, crescent moon slice, Omoi said as he swung his blade in a single large crescent moon shaped arc. Naruto tilted backwards and caught the trail of chakra left by the blade. Naruto jumped backwards and flexed his staff forward. The staff suddenly expanded, growing exponentially in size. Omoi never expected the range of Naruto's staff to suddenly increase this rapidly and was unable to dodge. Omoi was struck on his right shoulder, hard enough to send him spinning through the air and landing rather hard on the ground. Omoi rose from the ground, breathing hard and clutching his right shoulder in pain. From his face, Naruto could easily tell he was unprepared for that attack and that his shoulder was most likely dislodged. That is enough, the examiner quickly yelled when he saw the devastating strike Omoi had received. Maybe I got carried away, Naruto chuckled weakly while Hinata just shook her head. Report to the hospital, the proctor said towards Omoi. I can fix him, Hinata said and approached Omoi. Let me see, Hinata said, and her hands glowed green. She analyzed the extent of the damage. Your shoulder is dislocated. This might hurt, Hinata warned, while Omoi just groaned. On free, Hinata warned, and Omoi nodded. 1, Hinata said and suddenly pushed his shoulder backwards. Omoi gave a yell of pain when he heard his bones snap to place. It was over just as it had begun. I thought you said on free! Omoi gritted his teeth, but sighed in relief as Hinata's hands glowed green once more and his pain diminished. Expecting pain only increases it, Hinata simply replied, smiling sweetly. Damn medics, Omoi groaned and fought. Sorry about that, Naruto said, but Omoi waved him off. Congratulations, Naruto-san. You took second place, the proctor said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow as his attention was shifted to the first name on the scoreboard. First place, Saratobi Hiruzen. I didn't know the old man took the joining exams, Naruto said with surprise in his voice. These exams really are ancient. Sandaime-sama isn't that old, Naruto-kun, Hinata chided while Naruto just chuckled. Anything else before the team exercise, the proctor asked, and this time he was met with complete silence. He waited for a few seconds, but no one changed their minds. The last exercise of the first stage is the team exercise, the proctor said, and led the team into a nearby forest. It was a small force, but a very dense one. It was obviously prepared for this exam. Now, the proctor started gathering the attention of everyone. The purpose of this exercise is to retrieve a scroll which is located in a small wooden cabin deep within the woods. Along the way, there will be several traps. Deadly ones, I might add, the proctor warned, and everyone nodded. Once you have the scroll, you will make your way back here. As always, the quicker you do it, the more points you will get awarded. Understood, the proctor asked, and everyone nodded. Do all team members have to participate? Naruto asked curiously. Of course, it's a team exercise after all, the proctor replied confused while Naruto smirked. When you are ready, the proctor said, and then watched as Naruto's team stood at the edge of the forest. This is what we will do, Naruto said, and gathered both Hinata and Sai. You will both stand guard here while I'll go get the scroll, Naruto said, and both team members blinked at him. I'm sorry? Hinata asked, thinking she might have misheard him. You heard what the proctor said. All team members must participate. However, he didn't specify which role, Naruto replied, while Hinata just shook her head. She already knew what he was going to do. Fine, Hinata replied, and Sai simply went with the flow. Go! The proctor yelled, and the three members dashed forward. As they arrived near the first set of trees, both Hinata and Sai stopped running and took cover behind them. Naruto kept running, his Sharingan taking every detail of the surrounding environment. His ears heard whizzing sounds, and he turned his head to the side. Dozens of kunai were flying towards him at high speeds. Naruto smiled and kept running forward. His eyes started glowing and his Kami was activated. What the proctor asked in shock as he watched Naruto keep running and the kunai simply passed through him. Once the kunai were over, his Kami was disabled and Naruto kept on running. It was a straightforward exercise whose point was obviously to trap detection. Naruto lifted his head and saw the small wooden cabin just a few yards away. He smiled and kept on running until he heard a sizzling noise. He looked down and saw the path was riddled with explosive tags. Naruto chuckled and used his Kami and kept going forward. Explosions rocked the ground, and large clouds of smoke rose into the sky. The proctor cringed when he saw Naruto being consumed by the explosions, but was again surprised when he saw him running out of the smoke cloud, completely unharmed. Naruto's eyes caught a ceiling tag at the cabin's door. It was another trap with an explosive tag, but this one it needed to be disarmed. Otherwise, it would blow up the cabin, scroll included. Naruto smirked and simply phased right through the door using his Kami. I'm done here, the proctor conceded and threw his board at the ground. He gave up trying to understand Senju Naruto. Naruto saw the scroll on the small table and simply took it. He flashed towards Hinata and all three members rushed out of the forest. Time, 42 seconds, the proctor said, shaking his head. He pointed towards the display and saw Naruto's team ranking first, but the second team nowhere near. The second best time was nearly 5 minutes. Are we done? Naruto asked, and the proctor nodded. Yes. Meet here at 8 for the announcement of which teams will proceed to the second stage, the proctor said, and watch the team leave. They had broken or achieved first place in every single category, barring the obstacle course, but he didn't blame them. When he himself saw some green creatures shouting something about flames of youth, he even considered retirement at 30 years old. Later that evening, everyone had gathered to find out the teams that would proceed. They met up with Lee, Tenta, and Shikamaru, who seemed to also be waiting for the results. How did it go? Hinata asked. Although clearly not as good as you, Tenta replied, pointing to the scoreboards. Lee managed to score enough points and Taijutsu in the obstacle course to be able to proceed. You know Shika. He played his cards and ended up right in the middle of the competition, Tenten said, and Hinata chuckled. At least we all get to go to the second stage, Naruto said, and everyone nodded. Oh well, see you all tomorrow for the next exam. Amagaker, Pain's Tower. Are you sure this is wise? Konan asked towards the only person in the room. Her voice was neutral and perfectly calm, betraying none of her worrying thoughts. In the back of the room, concealed by a shadow, stood a person with a single visible eye. The person was a fair-skinned man with chin-length red hair, with the most notable trait being his single Rinnegan. He didn't look healthy, as he seemed to be severely malnourished, with his ribcage and bone structure openly visible. He had chakra receivers implanted into his back, one in each of his shoulder joints, smaller ones in his forearms, and 2 metal-like screws under his collarbones, near his shoulder joint. This person sat on some machine that appeared to be some type of mechanical walker. It's a dangerous game you are playing, Nagato, Konan warned, but Nagato seemed determined on his course of action. It needs to be done, Nagato simply said. Konan was about to reply when a familiar swirling sound came into the room. From the vortex, Toby or Fugaku walked into small rays of light coming through the cracks of the room. What are you doing here? Conan asked, her voice back to its neutral tone and her eyes narrowing in slight apprehension. Although she seemed mostly calm on the outside, she was prepared should Toby try anything foolish. Suit up, Toby said, throwing Nagato something whitish in color. Nagato picked up what Toby had thrown, and his eyes widened when he realized what it was. This is... Nagato replied, but was interrupted by Toby. I need you at full strength for this. Chapter 53. Just my luck. Why do these things always happen to us? Naruto wondered out loud. He released a long sigh as he looked at the dark sky. It was a full moon, and its light shone across the vast forest. The leaves rustled with the night's cold air, and Naruto sighed again. He looked towards Hinata, who seemed to be deep in thought, looking at Sai as if to solve a puzzle. Naruto shifted his eyes towards the last member of his team, one root shinobi by the name of Sai. Sai was the reason for Naruto's troubles, as he was currently on his knees on the ground. His pupils were dilated and his face neutral. He seemed to be staring into nothingness. What am I going to do with you? Naruto asked rhetorically, nursing his temples and shaking his head. Earlier that day, Naruto-kun, Hinata said in a low voice, trying to hide her blushing face. Everyone is staring, she said, lowering her head and avoiding gazing upon the crowd. She hid her face in her long hair as she suddenly looked around. Naruto just chuckled and held her tightly by her thighs. Hinata was currently sitting on Naruto's shoulders as they made their way towards the second stage of the exams. The sight of two very strong and popular shinobi walking around in different villages was enough to bring attention to them, but their current position only increased it. They are just jealous, Hinata-chan, Naruto replied, tilting his head up to look at Hinata's red face and chuckled. Hinata glared at him, well, as much as she can glare in the end. It's not funny, Hinata pouted, seeing your fierce glare got her nowhere. You know that I, unlike you, don't like being the center of attention, much less with foreign people, Hinata mumbled. I don't like being the center of attention as well, Naruto replied. Please, Hinata snorted playfully. You and me both know that you enjoy the spotlight. Maybe a little, Naruto said, and Hinata smiled but got to thinking. Although, Hinata started in a suspicious tone, narrowing her eyes, you have been unusually affectionate today. Not that I'm complaining, but what brought this on? Hinata asked, curious. Nothing in particular, Naruto replied, shrugging his shoulders. Just a talk I had with Kurama earlier today. Flashback. Everything was quiet in the room. The sun was beginning to rise in the horizon, and the darkness in the room started dissipating with the sun shining through the windows. Naruto stirred as the room became brighter and gradually opened his eyes. He shifted in the bed until his eyes landed on Hinata's sleeping form. Naruto smiled at her peaceful face and slowly turned so that he could observe her more comfortably. He brought his hand to her cheek and brushed her hair away. She's so pretty, Naruto thought to himself, gently running his fingers over her rosy cheek. Hinata seemed to feel his touch and leaned in for closer contact. Naruto smiled at her actions even though she was still asleep.
Cherish every moment with her,
Naruto heard and turned his attention to the end of the bed where Kurama was curled in a small ball with all of his tails. I already do that, Naruto replied, and Kurama opened a single eye. But what makes you say that? Naruto asked, curious. Kurama had never given him much advice or even mingled much in his relationship with Hinata.
Just a piece of advice,
Kurama said, yawning and displaying his teeth.
You have no idea what it's like facing eternity alone,
Kurama said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow at the bitterness in his voice. You have 8 siblings, Naruto said, confused by the topic.
You know nothing, Naruto,
Kurama snorted. I know everything about your story, Naruto began, and Kurama's eye twitched at his naivete. I know that Hakurama created you and your siblings from Jubi. Naruto would have kept talking if it wasn't for Kurama's roar. Shh, keep it down, Naruto whispered as he looked towards Hinata, who remained sleeping.
How long ago do you think this all happened?
Kurama asked. A couple centuries? Naruto wondered, and Kurama chuckled at his answer.
It has been almost 19,000 years since I was born.
Kurama replied, and Naruto was surprised. There had been ninja for a while, apparently.
Since it was fun when we were all together growing up, the first few centuries, I was actually happy when we were all together. But then, you came.
Kurama retorted angrily, rising up from the bed with all of his tails.
You shinobi and your endless lust for power.
Kurama barked, and Naruto was surprised by the amount of hate coming from his voice.
You drove us apart, forced us to split so that we weren't caught and enslaved like we are now. You forced each one of us to take their own path and to survive in loneliness for fear of our own survival. You have no idea what it's like living for millenniums all alone, walking this earth without nothing to look for, always on watch for your people. You never knew how many times I thought about death, knowing very well I would never get it.
Kurama sighed and lied back down.
I don't know why that sneak seeks it so vehemently. Eternity is nothing but a curse. In the end, you will eventually tire just like I did. But I, for one, will never die or perish. I will linger and live on, even after your kind disappears from this earth.
Kurama said, and Naruto never thought about things like this. Well, you got me, Naruto said, grinning while Kurama just shook his head.
I'm old, Naruto. Very old.
Kurama began.
As I told you, I am around 19,000 years old. I watched times of peace and prosperity and times of war. I watched as kingdoms fell and no one's rose to take their place. I watched as man ventured himself across the ocean, deep into the mountains, and high into the sky. But above all, I watched as humans began nurturing their energies and began using them. It took time for my father's teaching to spread across the globe. I watched humanity live peacefully with the help of chakra, but then they realized its full potential. The potential for war. Mankind was created with a hole in their hearts, a hole that no possession, power, or knowledge could fill. And in their infinite greed, man dreamed of expanding his dominion over the entire earth. That is how the first chakra wars began, that led into the clan wars, finally culminating into what we know today. You said I had you.
Kurama chuckled bitterly.
You will perish to time, while I will live on. I'll endure the fall of man and the rise of the next species. I will linger on in darkness and in doubt as nightfall in winter that comes without a star. I will dwell, bound to loneliness, under the fading trees until all the world is changed and its long years of life are utterly spent. Maybe then I can rest in peace.
Kurama finished, and Naruto was simply staring at him. You should focus on the present and, like you said, cherish every moment. Instead of sulking about the past and future, you should enjoy the present, no matter how short it may seem to you. Naruto replied, and Kurama snorted at his speech. And maybe I'll find a way to keep you company through the ages, Naruto grinned, while Kurama just chuckled.
I'll hold you to that,
Kurama said before walking out and leaving behind a thoughtful Naruto. And a flashback. What mess did I get myself into now? Naruto thought to himself as he, Hinata, and Sai made their way towards the second stage of the Jonin exams. Naruto wondered what it would like to be able to live forever, watching as everyone else perished and he remained behind, untouched by time, immune to diseases, being forced to adapt as the world changed around him, choosing sides when Konoha was no longer standing. Naruto may be a lot of things, but he wasn't naive. He knew that the way of shinobi would come to an end eventually. Naruto could only wonder what would follow. Would the knowledge to form chakra simply fade away to give way to singular energies? Would mankind simply forget about chakra and live on as regular civilians leaving behind the shinobi way? Naruto had a lot to think about if he wanted to keep Kurama's promise. Although he knew one thing for certain. If he was going to fulfill his promise of keeping company to Kurama for the ages, then he would have to find a way to have Hinata by his side. Second stage location. Naruto's team arrived at the location of the second stage of the Jonin exams. He looked around and the place seemed a little deserted, too deserted for his own taste. Naruto noticed his team was the only one there. He looked up to the sun to check the time and rechecked the paper he was given. They were certainly in the right spot. They were in a deserted plain with nothing but a mountain in front of them and an abyss on the other side. Naruto's curiosity got the best of him and he went towards the abyss and looked down. They were a few hundred feet above the Raikage Tower. "Welcome," Naruto heard and turned around to see some Chunin running towards them. "You're exactly on time. If you follow me to the edge of the mountain, I will explain the next stage," the Chunin said, and Naruto, Hinata, and Sai suddenly followed him to a small wooden shack at the bottom of the mountain. Naruto curiously looked up but couldn't see the edge of it. The cloud bank blocked his view of the top. Now the next stage is rather simple. This is what we call the Crystal Peak Mountain. On top of this mountain are 20 flags. Each team can only take one. Your objective is to go up or around the mountain and make your way to the Forbidden Forest on the other side, as Shin explained, and everyone listen carefully. In order to pass the stage, you will need to collect at least 2 flags and find a tower hidden in the forest. You have a time limit of 5 days. Questions? The Chunin asked. "You said we need 2 flags," Hinata said, and Chunin nodded. "We can take only one from the top, which means the other will have to be removed from the other teams, correct?" Hinata asked. "Yes," the Chunin began. "You can either climb to the top and immediately secure a flag for yourselves and take the other, or you can simply find your way around the mountain and take 2 flags from another teams. The choice is yours," the Chunin explained, and Hinata nodded. "Engagement rules?" Sai asked. "Every team for themselves. The only requisite is that the whole team is alive when you reach the tower, with 2 flags, of course," the Chunin said, and Sai gave him his creepy smile. Right, the Chunin said, clearing his throat. "Anything else?" he asked, but all of them shook their heads. "Very well. Each team was given a random spot on the bottom of the mountain. The test will begin momentarily," the Chunin said, and stepped aside. "What should we do?" Hinata asked towards her teammates. "This is the highest mountain in the world. With an altitude of around 10,000 meters, 32,000 feet, to normal civilians it would take weeks to train and more weeks to actually reach the top," Naruto mused. "Even if we are shinobi, climbing a mountain without making sure everyone knows the dangers would be foolish," Naruto explained. "But if we climb to the top, we can secure ourselves a flag," Sai said. "Taking into account that no one has reached it before," Hinata added, and Naruto nodded. "I guess we'll make a run to the top. The edges of the mountain are extremely slippery, so use caution with your chakra. The temperature will drop severely as we go up. Everyone knows the thermal code jutsu, right?" Naruto asked, and got nods from both Hinata and Sai. "As we go up, oxygen concentration will start to decrease, so coat your lungs with chakra to compensate, and finally be very careful for random bursts of wind that can detach you from the mountain and send you to your deaths." "Everyone understand?" Naruto asked, and got nods once again. "Good. Let's go then," Naruto said, as the team positioned themselves at the bottom of the mountain, waiting for the go signal from the Chunin. "Hajime!" the Chunin yelled, as a loud bell echoed through the air, and Naruto and his team immediately jumped onto the mountainside, channeling chakra to their feet and sticking to it. They shot upwards at high speeds, intending to secure a flag for themselves. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Tsunade sighed as she took a sip from her sake. She shook her shoulders, trying to get rid of her stiffness as she picked up another report. She started reading when her eyes widened. Autopsy report, performed by Takashi Taro. Assistant Rin Takara. Date, June 13th of the 91st Shinobi year. Time, 4:30 p.m. Summary report. Name, Hyuga Hiyashi's coroner case. 2014-542. Date of birth, January 8th, age 44. Gender, male, bloodline, Byakugan. Evidence of treatment, NA. External examination. The autopsy began at 4:30 p.m. on June 13th of the 91st Shinobi year. The subject is wearing gray pants and shirt consistent with the traditional garb of a Konoha prisoner. The clothes are in good condition given that the subject's incarceration was recent. The body is that of a developed 44-year-old man measuring 176 centimeters 70 inches and weighing 66 kilograms 145 pounds. The body shows scar tissue and many other wounds that never properly healed, which is consistent with the subject's medical file. Medically amputated right arm. Internal examination. Skeletal system. The subject displayed numerous broken bones all over the body with particular focus on arms, legs, and ribs. The ribs 7 to 12 show multiple fractures. Cardiovascular system. The heart weighs 300 grams and possesses normal size and configuration. Upon further analysis, a small blockage was found in the coronary arteries. This prevented proper blood flow into the heart, preventing the heart muscle from receiving oxygenated blood. Opinion. Normally, a block of this size should not be deadly for the body of a professional shinobi. I infer that the lack of proper nutrition and general living conditions of the prisoner may have led to furthering this problem. Cause of death, acute myocardial infarction. State, body destroyed according to protocol. Unbelievable, Tsunade muttered, reading the report 3 times to make sure she missed nothing. Shinobi with active chakra networks don't get sick unless it's a really deadly disease. It's one of the perks of being a shinobi, Tsunade mused and thought. And even though he was a clan head with very few missions, he should still be in shape. She couldn't grasp how this could have occurred. She could only do one thing. She took a deep breath and shouted across the Hokage Tower, "Shizune!" Back with Naruto. 2 hours had passed since Naruto's team ventured themselves into the high mountain. Their climb had been rather dull since they didn't come across any other team. The starting points at the foot of the mountain were random and separate for each team, so it wasn't completely out of the ordinary. They had just passed the halfway mark and they could already feel the shortage of breath due to lack of oxygen. Not to mention the freezing temperatures didn't exactly help. In the end, they were shinobi, the strongest warriors available in the world. Even to a decently trained shinobi, these conditions were nothing but bothersome. While they could delay them, they surely wouldn't hinder them. Naruto had begun using his thermal coat to keep his body temperature at acceptable levels. He scanned his surroundings and saw nothing but snow all around them. He turned towards Sai, who also had his thermal coat on. His attention shifted towards Hinata, who was right in the middle of the ground with her Byakugan activated. That was when Naruto felt it. "Hinata-chan!" Naruto called, but Hinata didn't turn her head. She didn't need to, with her Byakugan on. She just gave a small nod of acknowledgement. "I can see you don't have your thermal coat on. Aren't you cold?" Naruto asked curiously. "Not really. It feels nice, actually," Hinata replied, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Naruto thought curiously. "Nearly negative 30 degrees and she says it's nice," Naruto thought, shaking his head in amusement. Boom! Naruto, Hinata, and Sai immediately halted their progress when he heard a loud explosion rain through the air. They tried to pinpoint the location of the sound and shifted their attention towards the left, which they could see a large column of smoke rising. "Looks like we are not alone in this," Hinata said as she stretched her Byakugan range towards the smoke. "One team down," Hinata said as she watched one team racing down the mountain with an avalanche on their trail. It was quite amusing, actually. She knew that they wouldn't die with a simple avalanche, but watching them stumble down the mountain was far too amusing to pass up watching. "Do you have eyes on Shika's team?" Naruto asked, and Hinata refocused her Byakugan, increasing her range and scanning the whole mountain for their friends. "They are climbing the mountain as well," Hinata replied. "They're on the other side and just past the 4-mile mark. We are the closest team to the peak," Hinata said and chuckled, getting a curious look from Naruto. "Just our luck. We got the steepest path on this mountain," Hinata said, and Naruto chuckled as well. Sai remained there, feeling almost like a third wheel with the exception he felt nothing of sorts. A couple hours later. "Welcome to the top of Crystal Peak," some of the Kuma Shinobi greeted Naruto's team as they arrived at the top. Looks like we're the first to arrive, Naruto said, and the shinobi nodded. Man, what a view, Naruto said, looking around, and could see nothing but pure white around. The mountain was so high that they stood above the cloud bank. It looked like a blanket of pure white with the sun shining in the blue sky. I almost feel tempted to jump on the clouds, Naruto laughed, and Hinata shook her head. I wouldn't recommend that. It's a long way down, the Kumo shinobi smirked. Here is your flag, the shinobi said, handing a small black flag to Naruto. Good luck on the rest of the stage, the shinobi said, and everyone nodded. At least we'll be faster on the way down, Hinata said, as she and her team jumped and started running downwards towards the forest. I have a suggestion, Sai said, breaking her conversation and gaining their attention. Choju Giga. Super Beast scrolled, Sai said, and he drew something on his scroll. With a loud screech, 3 black and white birds shot from the scroll. They flapped their wings, creating a small gust of wind, and rose into the air. It'll be faster, Sai said, jumping on top of one of the birds while he waited for Naruto and Hinata to join. Sounds good, Naruto said, jumping on top of one while Hinata took the last one. With a loud screech, the birds plummeted downwards at blind speeds. How come you didn't offer this when we were climbing? Naruto placed a hand in front of his eyes to shield the wind. Didn't remember, Sai simply said, and Naruto's sweat dropped and focused on controlling the bird. The Forbidden Forest. So this is the famous Forbidden Forest of Kumo, Naruto said, as he and him arrived at the entrance of the forest. I'm impressed, Naruto said, crossing his arms as he scanned the forest in front of him. He did admit that the forest did have a certain ominous feeling to it. The forest itself seemed shrouded in darkness, and a cold breeze swept by. Naruto's team ventured themselves into the forest and watched in fascination as the entrance seemed to close itself behind them, as if trapping them in the forest forever. Genjutsu, Hinata whispered loud enough to her team to hear. They both nodded in agreement, feeling the subtle change in their chakra networks. An enemy team? Sayas placed a hand on the hilt of his tanto. He scanned his surroundings very carefully, trying to ascertain any danger. No, Hinata replied for Byakugan activated. It seems it's been here for a while, Hinata explained. Probably one of the many traps placed here just for the stage, Naruto offered, and both agreed as they moved forward. The forest seemed taken from a horror movie. The forest was thick with trees so high that it dwarfed them. The light barely seemed to penetrate a cloak of leaves at the top. On the ground, there were some type of black flowers, while every other flower was dead, their leaves withering away. Impossible terrain blocked with rocks and forms that seemed a natural occurrence. A sound rang through the forest, a small owl hooting. This is really one creepy place, Naruto shivered. Scared? Hinata teased. Oh, sure, Naruto replied sarcastically. This coming from the one who launched a full water dragon inside our bedroom to kill a spider, Naruto said deadpan while Hinata huffed. They are mean little buggers. Besides, it worked, didn't it? Hinata asked while Naruto just shook his head. Suddenly, Naruto turned and flung a kunai to his left. The kunai sailed through the air at blinding speeds. One could almost hear the whistle. Thump! Naruto looked around and noticed his target. A beast, 8-eyed, 8-legged, jet black, hairy. A gigantic black spider with legs measuring up to 10 feet, poisonous green liquid dripping from its veins, and a kunai embedded deeply in its skull, between its multiple black, pupilless eyes. Scared? Naruto teased while Hinata smiled and shook her head in defeat. What did I tell you? Naruto turned back to Hinata and pointing towards the animal. This place is creepy, he said, and Hinata just shook her head. Can you locate the tower? Sai asked, and Hinata nodded, sitting down and crossing her legs. Her chakra flared and the veins of her face bulged out. She focused and extended her Byakugan range. She saw past a tree, past the blockade of thorns and rocks, past the river that split the forest, and reached the outer edge of the forest. There are hundreds of those things here, Hinata said in a gasp. She watched her Byakugan as a pack of nearly 10 of those spiders dismembered other animals. And just as many snakes of equal size. Great, Naruto replied in a sarcastic voice.
You could burn it down,
Kurama offered while Naruto chuckled at his opinion. I could, but I doubt that the Raikage would be pleased, Naruto replied. Found it, Hinata said, breaking Naruto from his conversation. The tower is about 10 miles southeast. I also spotted a couple of teams around, setting up traps and ambushes. 2 teams have flags on them, Hinata explained. Which team with a flag is closer to the tower, Naruto asked, and Hinata extended her arm pointing in some direction. Lead on, Naruto said, and Hinata jumped forwards. Not even half an hour later, Hinata motioned and everyone halted their progress. Naruto activated his Sharingan and could see 3 chakra signatures half a mile away. What's the plan? Sai asked as he observed the enemy Kumo team from the trees. Spring the trap, Naruto smirked and brought his hands in a T shape. Kage Bunshi no Jutsu! Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones appeared next to the original Naruto. 2 of them were enveloped in smoke to reveal a Sai and a Hinata. Without a word being said, the clone team jumped forward as if not noticing the traps. Enemy Shinobi won, the Kumo Shinobi yelled, and his team sprang into action. Shit! It's the team from Konoha, the Kumo Shinobi yelled as they took out their kunais and flung them. Hinata reared her right arm and pushed it forward, releasing an impressurized ball of wind that simply swept the kunais away. Right on! Sanaborto! Thunderbolt! The hand of one of the Kumo Shinobi started sparkling as they were enveloped in a blue aura. As he shouted the name, dozens of sparks were unleashed upon Naruto and his team. Naruto picked up his fan and released a gust of wind, dispelling the Kumo's lightning attack. Damn! The Kumo Shinobi muttered. The Kumo team picked their swords up and rushed forward to meet Naruto, Hinata, and Sai head-on. As they cleared their distance and the clash seemed unavoidable, Naruto smirked and the clones dispelled, leaving behind a white cloud of smoke. Where are they? One member asked to another. I don't. The shinobi didn't manage to reply as he fell to the ground with a thump sound. What His other teammate fell to the ground, and the last member was left all alone against 3 shinobi of Konoha. He didn't get much time to think as he felt a small pinch in the back of his neck and everything went black. Once the smoke had cleared, the original Naruto, Hinata, and Sai jumped into the clearing. Nice job, Naruto said, and Hinata thanked him, pocketing her favorite senbon. There were 3 missing senbon from her stash. Those 3 were presently attached to the neck of the Kumo Shinobi, 1 senbon for each. Here is the flag, Naruto said, picking up the flag, making their count 2. Hinata-chan, find us a good place to rest and we'll continue on tomorrow, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded, using her Byakugan to scan the nearby area. Clang! Naruto heard a small metal noise and turned just in time to see Sai unsheath his Tanto. He wondered what he was doing with his sword out, and his eyes widened when Sai approached the Kumo team and raised his arm. Smack! It was just a blur to Sai's eyes. In a moment, he was about to end the Kumo team, and in the other, his hand was in a vice grip at the hands of Naruto. What do you think you're doing? Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes at his teammate. Finishing the enemy, Sai simply replied, his hand still gripping his Tanto. Why do you want to kill them? Naruto asked. They are unconscious and we have their flag. Kumo is not allied with Konoha. The exams give free reign upon the battles and thus no backlash. They are enemy shinobi who one day may pose a threat to Konoha, Sai simply replied, looking intently in Naruto's eyes. This is just a competition. There is no need for blood. Lower your weapon, Naruto said. Then I shall make it clean, Sai countered, and Naruto resisted the urge to facepalm himself. There is no need for deaths, Naruto said in a serious tone, but Sai seemed unrelenting. It is best to kill the weed before it grows, Sai said. I'm the team captain. Lower your weapon, that is an order, Naruto ordered, and Sai nodded. Yes, sir, Sai said, slowly lowering his arm and sheathing his Tanto, his face emotionless, giving nothing away. Naruto released a grip on his arm and went to join Hinata. Damn brute shinobi and their emotional conditioning, Naruto thought as he released a long sigh and turned to his teammate. Come, Sai. Let's make camp and rest for a night, Naruto said. Middle of the night. The night came quickly and darkness enveloped the forest. The trees already made the forest dark during the day, but at night there was nothing but pitch black darkness. Sai looked up at the ceiling of trees to see a few rays of moonlight break the cover and provide some much needed vision. Sai shifted his attention to his surroundings. At the bottom of the tree, both Naruto and Hinata lay to sleep while Sai kept guard. He looked towards the edge of the small clearing and spotted the ninja wire glistening under the moon. A few feet away, explosive tags attached with wire as well. Sai got up and silently opened his pack. From it, he retrieved a single scroll which contained the information of his mission, given to him personally by Danzo. He slowly unwrapped the scroll to get the mission description, but was surprised by the lack of it. When he read what the mission entailed, his eyes widened and his mouth opened in shock, but no sound came out. Dispose of Senju Naruto and Senju Hinata. Flashback. The place looked like a pit. Sai looked around to see multiple wooden bridges, one above another. Sai walked to the edge and looked down, only to find darkness at the bottom. Suddenly he heard footsteps and noticed Shimura Danzo approaching him, flanked by two shinobi, one on each side. Sai immediately got onto his knees. Danzo-sama, Sai said, bowing his head in greeting of his master. Welcome, Sai, Danzo said, and Sai slowly raised his head. It was customary to never meet the eyes of their master unless addressed first. I have a very important mission for you, Danzo replied, and Sai nodded. His face, although seemingly emotionless and natural, portrayed determination and attention. Tomorrow you'll be called to the Hokage's office, where you'll receive your mission, which will last nearly a month. You will be the third member of one of Konoha's teams that Lady Tsunade will be sent to join exams in Kumo. Understand so far? Danzo asked, and Sai nodded. The exam will have the same structure as the Chunin exams. The first stage will be some sort of basic skills evaluation, the second stage will be a survival exercise, and the last stage will be the tournament, Danzo explained, and handed Sai a single scroll. Your mission is specified on that scroll, which you are only to open during the second stage of the exams, preferably when you are alone. Understood? Danzo asked. It shall be done, Danzo-sama, Sai replied, pocketing the scroll. I'm sure I don't need to explain the importance of every mission I give, correct? Danzo asked, taking a deep breath and looking firmly at Sai. En route, you have no name. You have no feelings, you have no past, you have no future. There is only the mission, Sai recited, and Danzo nodded at his apprentice. You are dismissed, Danzo ordered, and Sai bowed his head once again before walking away and disappearing into the darkness of the tunnels. Permission to speak freely? Danzo shifted his attention towards his right. The shinobi to his right wore a short black jacket with red straps on the shoulders. He also wore a red short kimono under the jacket with a black sash, a pair of black gloves, dark colored pants, and regular shinobi sandals. Granted, Fu, Danzo replied, and focused on what the shinobi had to say. Do you think Sai will be able to accomplish the mission? Fu asked while Danzo hummed. Naruto has grown strong, far too strong to be controlled. That is the problem with strong shinobi and the reason why most defect from their villages. Young Naruto may not believe it, but power and fear are the absolutes of this world. And when some shinobi reach power beyond their leaders, then it gets very complicated. What do you think Naruto would do should Lady Tsunade ever issue an order that would oppose his beliefs? Do you think he would abide by her orders if they conflict with his own gains? Danzo asked, but Fu remained silent. Shinobi are nothing but weapons, and I do not wish for one that will not obey me, Danzo explained. And what about Lady Hinata? The shinobi to Danzo's left asked. He was a fairly tall and lean-built man. He had fair skin and short, spiked, dull black hair. His glasses were built into the mask, obscuring his eyes, and he was also heavily clothed. He wore a short black jacket with red straps over his shoulders and a high-collared all-black outfit with a red sash around his waist and what appeared to be an apron over his pants. Yes, Torun. Senju Hinata, formerly known as Hyuga Hinata, the son daughter of the former clan head Hyuga Hiyashi. Danzo chuckled slowly. Naruto did a remarkable job with her. She may seem shy, serene, kind, and very fragile, but she's just as much of a princess as I am, Danzo replied in a thoughtful manner. While she doesn't possess the raw power and strength that Naruto does, she is just as deadly. You saw what she did to Hiyashi, her own father, and one of Konoha's strongest. In fact, in some points, I do believe the girl to be more dangerous than the boy himself. Naruto is loud and brash, Senju attributes, and in the end, I should be glad they didn't inherit the Uchiha ones. The girl, on the other hand, Danzo mused, she is smart, objective, and decisive. Necessary traits for medics, after all, Danzo explained. She wouldn't just jump into war like him. If I know her as well as I think I do, she would stick to the shadows and wait for the best moment to strike, like a true shinobi. Her beauty alone would get her anywhere she wished, and with her talents and my training, she would be a Hokage to remember, Danzo said wishfully. I do not fear the one who jumps into battle without thought. I fear those who hide in the shadows, the man behind the man behind the man. And she just strikes me as a person who would be the mastermind, hiding in the shadows and working with peons. But alas, she shares the same philosophy of her husband. Danzo finished in silent defeat. She would have been great en route. If both of them are like that, what makes you certain that Sai will accomplish the mission, Fu asked, and Danzo chuckled darkly. Even a Kage falls to a kunai. And a flashback. I have my orders, Sai thought, as he saw the scroll in front of him disintegrate into speckles of dirt. He looked towards Naruto and Hinata, who were sleeping near the tree, and with the stealth training he had, he put his plan into motion. He, slowly and quietly as the night, started unpacking the necessary items for the mission. He took out and unsheathed his tanto, laying it on the ground. From his pack, he took a single vial, which had some skull etched on the label, some kind of poison. And finally, a single strand of some kind of wire, transparent and almost invisible to the naked eye. The girl would die from the poison. Even if she was a first-class medic on par or better than Tsunade herself, she would die in her sleep. Sai picked the wire and poison and jumped onto the tree, staying right above her. He took out the wire and held it right above her mouth. Sai took the poison and dropped a single drop on the wire. Sai watched in anticipation as the purple drop slowly made its way down the wire. Once it reached its destination, it simply fell from the wire and directly onto the lips of Senju Hinata. Hinata seemed to have felt something in her mouth as she licked her lips and rolled to the side, like nothing had ever happened. Sai rolled the wire up and took out his tanto. Poison wouldn't work on Naruto due to him being a Jinchuriki. In fact, short of taking out his head and piercing his heart, killing a Jinchuriki was no easy task. But this one was asleep. Sai pointed his tanto at his target and leapt from the tree. The tanto glistened under the moonlight as Sai pointed at Naruto. The tanto pierced through Naruto's ribcage and embedded itself deeply into his chest, severing the carotid artery. Naruto's eyes shot open and his mouth opened, but no sound came out as he died instantly. Sai got up and left his sword in Naruto's chest as he approached Hinata. He brought a single finger to her neck to search for a pulse. He found none. He let out a breath that he didn't know he was holding as he made his way to his backpack. He took out a single scroll and drew a bird on it. Go to Danzo-sama, Sai said, and the bird shot into the sky with two simple words. Sai turned around to collect his veins and disappear from the forest. This is a new low even for Danzo. Sai heard and froze on the spot. He turned towards the origin of the sound and saw nothing but a pair of glowing red eyes with three black tomoe spinning. Sai quickly turned to the bodies of Naruto and Hinata only for them to shimmer out of existence. Genjutsu, Sai whispered to himself. Since when? Sai asked as he gripped his tanto that somehow was still on his back. The owner of the Sharingan eyes walked out of the shadows and into the moonlight. Naruto and Hinata stepped into the clearing completely unharmed, but with annoyed expressions on their faces. How long, you ask? Naruto asked, smirking slightly. My dear friend, Hinata smiled. You have been under our genjutsu before we left the Hokage Tower in Konoha, Hinata said, and Sai was shocked. Tsunade-sama warned us about you, and I didn't wish to take any chances, Hinata explained. Naruto's eyes glowed, and Sai gulped, feeling lightheaded. Sai dropped his tanto and fell to the ground on his knees. His pupils were dilated, and he seemed to stare into nothing. Just my luck. Why do these things always happen to us? Naruto wondered out loud. He released a long sigh as he looked at the dark sky. It was a full moon, and its light shone across the vast forest. The leaves rustled with the nice cold air, and Naruto sighed again. He looked towards Hinata, who also seemed to be deep in thought, looking at Sai as if to solve a puzzle. What am I going to do with you? Naruto asked rhetorically, nursed his temples and shaking his head. We still need him alive to complete the stage, Hinata said, warning Naruto to not take any rash actions. I'll keep him under my control and make him drop the exams when we reach the tower, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. What about Danzo? Naruto asked. I suggest we let things run its course until we can come up with something, Hinata suggested, and Naruto nodded. Sai, can you run? Naruto asked, and Sai just nodded. Good. Let's hurry back to the tower then, Naruto said, and all three of them left the clearing. At the tower, Naruto, Hinata, and Sai arrived at the tower 2 hours later. Sai's conscious mind was being kept locked within a genjutsu, and now he was nothing more than a puppet, waiting for his orders. Welcome to the hidden tower, a shinobi at the door greeted Naruto's team. Do you have the flags, he asked, and Naruto handed him his 2 black flags. Very well. You may proceed inside and wait for the task to end. There are rooms available for you to rest, the shinobi explained, and everyone nodded. I wish to drop the competition, Sai suddenly said, and the shinobi stumbled in surprise. What? Are you sure? He asked. Yes, Sai simply replied. Fine, I guess. Senju Naruto and Senju Hinata will proceed to the third task. Good luck, the shinobi said, and watched as the team disappeared inside. Once Naruto, Hinata, and Sai found their room, Sai disappeared into Naruto's dimension where he would stay for the next month. Next day, Root headquarters. Danzo was working in his office when he was interrupted by a loud screech. He looked up to see a black and white bird flying towards him. Danzo took out a simple scroll and watched as the bird crashed into it and formed words. Mission accomplished. I never doubted him for a moment, Danzo smiled to himself. Fu, Torun, Danzo said, hitting his cane on the ground. In front of him dropped his most loyal followers. Begin Operation Phoenix, Danzo said, and both shinobi nodded, disappearing from view. Soon, Danzo chuckled darkly. Konoha will burn, and a better one will rise from the ashes. And that is the end of chapter 53, and we'll now move on to chapter 54, which is Problems Arise. Here we go. Chapter 54, Problems Arise. Hidden Tower, Forbidden Forest. Welcome back. Both Naruto and Hinata looked up to see a familiar white mask with blue patterns. The man was clad in samurai-style blue armor with white fur adorning his shoulders. Your room is this way. Blue led Naruto and Hinata deep into the tower and towards the room where they would spend the following days. Extending his senses, Naruto felt no one nearby. Where is Hashirama? Is he waiting for Shika's team? Naruto asked. If Shika is that pineapple-haired guy that seems bored by everything but seems driven to find what lies behind our mask, then no, Toriyama answered, sighing. That boy was getting on his nerves, more than that green freak. What happened to the good old shinobi? Toriyama cried, anime tears in his head. He went to the Valley of the End for a quick stop, Toriyama explained, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. What for? Naruto asked. Fix his statue, Toriyama groaned while both Naruto and Hinata laughed. I figured he wasn't very happy about the fight's collateral damage, Naruto chuckled, while Toriyama just shook his head. Meh, Toriyama shrugged and looked around for something. Where is your teammate? The pale-faced one, Toriyama asked, and immediately noticed the dark looks on both Naruto and Hinata. What happened? Toriyama sighed, feeling a headache coming around. The bastard tried to kill us in our sleep, Naruto gritted his teeth. He still didn't make up his mind on what to do with Sai. On one hand, he tried to kill them in their sleep. On the other, he was a fellow shinobi of the Leaf, albeit a root one. Why did I even ask? Toriyama muttered in his breath, nursing his temples. Any idea why? Toriyama asked, but Naruto shook his head. It happened a couple hours ago, and he's currently taking a nap in my dimension. I still haven't had the time to interrogate him, Naruto explained, and Toriyama nodded. We are here, Toriyama said as he stopped near the door, halfway down a long corridor. I got you to share the bedroom, and since Sai is sleeping away, then I'll just release the other room to the other participants, Toriyama said, opening the door and entering the room. It was a simple room, for lack of better words. A small window provided vision to the forest, a small bed big enough for both Naruto and Hinata. Next to the bed was a small bedstand, and on the wall was the dresser. Naruto walked towards the door inside the room and noticed that it led to a small bathroom. Seems good enough, Naruto said, and Toriyama nodded and started walking out. By the way, Toriyama suddenly said, stopping by the door. Do you want any help in your training during this month? Toriyama asked, and Naruto looked towards Hinata, who shrugged her shoulders and shook her head. Guess not. You and Hashirama can focus on Shika's team. They need it more than us, Naruto said, and Toriyama nodded, walking out. What are we supposed to do now? Hinata asked, but Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Dropping to the bed, his armor rattling at the action. Naruto closed his eyes but didn't go to sleep. He merely went to a meditative state in order to think about his problems and promises. Next day, Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes and noticed it was already morning. He shifted on his head and noticed an empty spot next to him. He blinked and cleared the blurriness to notice that Hinata wasn't in the bed or in the room for that matter. He sat on the bed and noticed a small slip of paper on the stand. Went for my morning workout. Love, Hinata. I wonder why she didn't wake me up, Naruto wondered and thought, until he heard the door open and saw Hinata walking in. Her clothes were wet and she had sweat running down her face. Even her hair seemed somewhat sticky. Morning, Hinata said as she entered the room and noticed Naruto awake. Morning, Naruto replied, eyeing Hinata with curiosity. She took out a towel and approached Naruto and gave him a small kiss, making Naruto cringe his nose. You stink, Naruto said, and Hinata just giggled. Why did you go out so early? Naruto asked, curious. I plan on working on a few techniques today, Hinata replied, as she separated from Naruto and started heading towards the shower. Nothing like cold water hammering your sore muscles. Want help? Naruto asked, but Hinata quickly turned around. No, 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 Hinata said, wiggling her index finger at him. These will be my secret jutsus for the tournament, Hinata explained. Really? Naruto asked, raising his eyebrows, his curiosity sparkled. Can't I get a few at least? Naruto innocently asked. If they work as I suspect, I'll have 2 more S-rank moves in my repertoire. One defensive and another offensive, Hinata explained, and Naruto nodded. S-rank? Naruto asked, and Hinata simply nodded. What about you? What do you plan on doing today? Hinata asked. Nothing seems appealing, Naruto replied, and Hinata smiled as Naruto draped himself on the sheets and dug his head into the pillow. But anyways, I'm going to Konoha to do a bit of research, Naruto said, and Hinata blinked at his words. Research? Hinata asked sweetly, and Naruto nodded, but when he noticed the dark look she got, his mind suddenly clicked. No. Naruto waved his hands defensively in front of him. I mean, I'm going to the library in the Senju compound, not the hot springs, Naruto quickly replied, in silent relief as Hinata smiled again.
Whipped.
Kurama said from his mind, making Naruto chuckle weakly. Good boy, Hinata smiled and patted Naruto's head. Am I a dog or something? Naruto thought, sweat dropping while Kurama was rolling on the floor, laughing his ass off. Maybe I'll talk to Sai as well, Naruto said. Let me know how that goes, Hinata said. Naruto nodded and watched as Hinata headed off to the bathroom. Naruto sighed and dropped to the bed again, looking at the ceiling. What am I going to do with you? Naruto's thoughts wandered towards Sai as Naruto got up, dressed, and with a simple Kamui, he swirled into his own dimension. Naruto's Kamui dimension. Naruto arrived at his dimension, and it was the same way he always left it. What a bleak place, Naruto said as he arrived at his dimension. He never did much about it with the exception of a wall where he had a few weapons in case he ran out. The sky was pitch black. There was no wind, no animal sounds, nothing but silence. His dimension was comprised solely of cement cubes that seemed to hang in the air, all of them separate from each other. There was no sun, no north or south pole, no up or down. Naruto walked to the wall he built and noticed the weapons he had. Several Fuma shuriken, or for those that don't know, large 4-bladed shuriken. Naruto could release them directly from his dimension and into the enemy. His chokuto that he hadn't used in a while also hanged on the wall, but his two main weapons hanged in the middle of it, staying side by side. On the left was the staff that Hagoromo had given him, and on the right was his fan, an heirloom passed down between the heads of the Uchiha clan until Uchiha Madara had deserted from his clan. Nonetheless, it was passed down to Minato and later on himself. Naruto shifted his attention towards the final member of his team. Sai was bound by ropes and was staring at him neutrally. Comfy? Naruto asked, but Sai remained neutral, staring at his soon-to-be torturer with seemingly dead eyes. Naruto lost his happy attitude and adopted an equally blank look. Naruto crouched until he remained at eye level with Sai, cold blue eyes staring unflinchingly at Sai. Sai, determined to never lose, stared with equal strength and vigor. Both seemed driven to make the other flinch. Seconds turned into minutes, and Naruto got tired and simply stopped the stare and got up. Sai released a breath he didn't even know he was holding. "You are not going to break me," Sai said, and Naruto suddenly turned around. "Nice to see some participation from you," Naruto replied, chuckling as Sai returned to his blank look. "But don't misunderstand me. I have no intention of breaking you," Naruto said, and almost laughed when Sai's jaw threatened to drop. It was normal protocol to try and break prisoners for information. Even Genin knew that. "If I wanted to break you, I would simply hand you over to Ibiki for some mind play, or perhaps drop you at Anko's house," Naruto said, chuckling, and smiled when he noticed that Sai seemed to shiver at the mention of Anko. "Oh yes," Naruto almost hissed. "When dear Anko-chan was through with you, you would be singing like a canary and be the embodiment of Dickless, my friend. I've seen some of her patients, and it isn't pretty," Naruto explained. "I mean, have you seen her snakes?" Naruto rhetorically asked. "She has more snake poisons than Konoha has of antidotes, and you know how sadistic she can be. Always searching for a volunteer," Naruto said, and noticed Sai's pulse started to quicken. "But since I don't have any intention of breaking you, you are safe from them," Naruto said, and Sai sighed in relief. "But not from me," Naruto replied, glaring at Sai with his Sharingan glowing. "People always give too much credit to pain," Naruto explained, waving his hands dismissively. "It's true that under certain conditions, pain can be very persuasive, but root agents are supposed to be strong-willed, emotion-free, and have the mindset of perfect soldiers, right?" Naruto rhetorically asked. "I mean," Naruto began dismissively, "you are supposed to feel no fear, no compassion, no love, no regrets, and no self-preservation. You're supposed to carry orders to the letter, and should your master ask you to slit your throats, you would do so with no hesitation," Naruto drawled, getting a sour flavor in his mouth. "I've even heard of a secret medical procedure to disable the nerve clusters in the brain, disabling any feeling of pain whatsoever," Naruto explained. "I myself am a mind person. No matter what you do to a person's mind, they'll never physically die. You might see someone turn into a vegetable, but that only happens to amateurs of the mind arts," Naruto began. "But the thing almost everyone overlooks, even some excellent shinobi like Inuichi, is that the mind is not a book, to be opened at will and examined at leisure. Thoughts are not etched on the inside of skulls to be pursued by any invader. The mind is a complex and many-layered thing. It is true, however, that those skilled in the mind arts are able, under certain conditions, to delve into the minds of their victims and to interpret their findings correctly," Naruto explained, and noticed a bead of sweat running down Sai's head. "You can resist, of course. Those strong-willed always offer some type of resistance towards any invader. However, under the right circumstances and with proper, shall we say, precision, any mind crumbles," Naruto finished smiling. "Danzo wants the perfect soldier. Let's see if you truly are one then," Naruto said, and he sat on the ground, crossing his legs, and staying directly in front of Sai. Sai tried to think of anything to help himself. His curse seal only stopped him of physically talking and therefore not blocking anyone from entering his mind. The moment Naruto's eyes glowed, Sai fought desperately for a counter. His first thoughts were of running away, but he was currently wrapped in ropes with chakra disruption seals, making any molding impossible. Sai did the only other thing possible and snapped his eyelids shut, blocking Naruto's gaze. Sai foolishly let out a sigh of relief until he heard Naruto's chuckle. The problem is that the chuckle came not from the outside, but from inside his own mind. He had been compromised. Inside Sai's mind. Naruto arrived into Sai's mind and immediately started shifting through the memories. He began with those buried deeper, meaning Sai's oldest memories of his early life. "Welcome back, sir," a woman with brown hair and simple clothes answered. Naruto narrowed his eyes at her since he would recognize her anywhere. She was the nurse in charge of the orphanage of Konoha. He went way back with her back when he still lived in that hellhole of a place. "I trust you have what I want?" the man replied, and Naruto chuckled when he noticed him. A man walking with a wooden cane, X-shaped scar on his chin, with white bandages across his right eye. Shimura Danzo. The woman nodded and stepped aside to reveal some black-haired and very pale-skinned kid behind her back. "Shall we do this somewhere more private?" Danzo asked, and the matron nodded, leading Danzo through the cold halls of the orphanage. He stopped near a door and waited for the matron to unlock it. "Ha ha ha ha! You'll never catch me!" Danzo, the matron, and the kid turned to the sound spike to see another kid being chased around the orphanage. The kid had spiky blonde hair, deep blue eyes, and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he noticed his younger self appear in the memories of Sai. "I never realized that Sai went to the same orphanage as me," Naruto mumbled in his thoughts. He didn't remember ever seeing him, but apparently he did. "Go away, demon brat!" the matron snapped, and young Naruto froze in his steps when he heard the matron's voice. He nodded meekly and quickly hurried away from the halls. "I still wonder why Hokage-sama lets him live," the matron sighed, shaking her head while Danzo narrowed his eyes at young Naruto. "I don't suppose you want to take him as well?" the matron asked, somewhat hopefully, while Danzo pondered. He could take the cutie brat and make him the perfect tool for the village, but he was too high profile for that. He will never strive with the amount of hate he receives, Danzo thought before making his decision. "Him, I cannot. Hiruzen is too closely attached to him," Danzo simply replied. "A shame," the matron replied and opened a door to reveal 4 other kids. "So, 5 in total?" Danzo asked, and the matron nodded, walking inside and opening some drawer. She retrieved multiple files and handed them over to Danzo. 5 is the total we can negotiate. Any more and the other nurses might notice, the matron replied, and Danzo nodded, handing her a small envelope. The matron greedily accepted the package and quickly opened it to reveal a stack of money. "Do we have a deal?" Danzo asked, and the matron quickly nodded her head. "Alright, kids. You are being adopted by this fine man. Treat him with respect and obey him. Understood?" The matron glared at them, and the kids all nodded their heads in acceptance. "Yes, he told me, son," the kids chorused together, and they were led away by Danzo. Naruto shook with rage when he realized that the matron had been selling kids to Danzo. In the aftermath of the Kyuubi attack 17 years ago, many people died and the influx of orphans almost broke the orphanage. It was ripe for the taking, Naruto muttered and promised to have words with her. Naruto released the memory and started scavenging for the next one. This time, they were in some underground facility. Naruto watched as some root instructor lined up several kids in a perfect line. All the kids seemed older, around 6 years old, and they were in a perfect stance. "Next," the instructor ordered, and Naruto watched as a pale-skinned kid he remembered from the orphanage stepped forward. "You will be named Sai. Yesterday you didn't exist, today you don't exist, tomorrow you won't exist. Is that clear?" the instructor asked with a stern tone. "Yes," Sai replied with a small smile tugging the corner of his lips. Smack! The instructor reared his head and backhanded Sai across the face. Sai grunted in pain as he fell to the ground, clutching his bloodied lips. No smiles, no emotions, no weaknesses. Is that clear? The instructor asked, glaring at the kid on the ground. Yes, Sai barely replied for the pain. The same goes for the rest of you, the instructor ordered. Yes, sir, the rest of the kids chorused together. Honestly, Naruto said, shaking his head as he let go of the memory and focused on another. Happy birthday, some gray-haired kid yelled, handing Sai some book. What's this? Sai wondered as he lightly shook the package. Open it, the gray-haired kid said, shaking his head in amusement. It's a sketchbook. Sai's eyes lit up in happiness when he noticed his gift. Now I can draw a picture of you and me in here, Sai replied, making the gray-haired kid blink in confusion. Thank you, Shin Nissan, Sai yelled as he lunged forward and hugged Shin. Then you have to show it to me when it's done. Deal? Shin asked, and Sai quickly nodded in acceptance. Never realized he had a brother, Naruto mused. I don't really understand Danzo's training. The instructor punishes any emotion and then these two happily show them? Naruto said out loud as he scanned his memories for the next one. The scene changed into a desert terrain. Both Sai and Shin were staying face to face in full gear. Danzo was standing on a nearby cliff, watching the two brothers. I'm ordering the two of you to fight to the death. If by tomorrow one of you isn't dead, then I shall kill you both, Danzo ordered and Shin away. Naruto watched as the two brothers battled it out, with Shin trying to kill his brother. Sai, however, surprised Naruto, as he didn't fight back, unwilling to harm his brother. Naruto finally understood Shin's actions when he fell to the ground, coughing up blood. You are too gentle to make it out alive, Shin gritted his teeth, struggling to explain. Brother, Sai muttered with a shocked face. But you're the one who will live, Shin said as his eyes started to dim. You must kill your emotions, otherwise you won't survive en route, and this job will kill you, Shin said, and Sai could only nod as tears ran down his face. I really wanted to see his finished drawing. These were Shin's final thoughts as he closed his eyes and died. What a crappy life, Naruto muttered to himself as he finished reviewing Sai's thoughts. Naruto withdrew from Sai's mind and watched as his hollow eyes regained their black color. Naruto was happy he didn't show him his Rinnegan because he was even more confused on what to do now. After reviewing Sai's memories, he noticed that Sai knew nothing about Danzo's plans. For him, it was a simple mission. Danzo went to the length of hiding the mission description until the very last moment. Danzo knew that if Sai had his mission from the get-go, Naruto and Hinata might suspect him and thus compromise the mission. Sai, Naruto called out, but the only sign of acknowledgement was a raised head from Sai. His face may have been neutral, but his eyes betrayed him. They showed deep sadness, regret, and at some level, acceptance. Sai, who do you serve? Naruto asked, somewhat curious. Lord Dan... No, Sai started, but suddenly started shaking and squirming against his bindings. Sai took deep breaths and he started to gasp and his tongue burning, like someone had lit it on fire. Naruto watched as several black markings surrounded his body, and Sai suddenly found himself completely frozen, unable to move a single limb, much less even blink. A seal? Naruto thought in shock as he watched it spread across Sai's body. Naruto approached him and started rummaging through his memories until he came across a reference to what happened to him. A simple paralysis seal key to Danzo to prevent information leakage. Naruto thought as he knelt in front of Sai and slowly opened his mouth and pulled his tongue outside to reveal a small black seal imprinted on the moist tissue. Fuinkai. Seal release. Naruto pressed 2 fingers against the black tattoo and channeled enough chakra to break the seal for good. The seal started sizzling into smoke until nothing remained. As the seal faded away, so did the black markings spread across Sai's body, returning him his movement. So Danzo is your master, correct? Naruto asked, and Sai simply nodded. He realized it was futile to hold against Naruto. he could just rummage through his memories and get every answer he wished in the blink of an eye. And who commands Lord Danzo? Naruto asks. Senju Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sai replied, and Naruto smiled. So then, logically, you work and take orders from the leader of the Leaf Village, correct? Naruto rationalized, and Sai nodded. And yet you tried to kill me, the Senju clan head, and Hinata, one of, if not the best medic in Konoha, Naruto explained. What does that mean to a servant of the Leaf Village? Naruto asked. A traitor, Sai whispered in disbelief. It was an order from my superior, Sai explained. Then logic dictates that said superior is a traitor to the Leaf, correct? Naruto asked, and Sai nodded once again. Sai had betrayed the beliefs he had been trained to die for his whole life. If you knew that killing us will constitute an act of treason, then why did you choose to do it nonetheless? Naruto asked, and Sai frowned for the first time. In root, you have no name, you have no feelings, you have no past, you have no future. There is only the mission, Sai replied in such a tone that suggested that this creed had been ingrained deep in his brain. That is why you betrayed the Leaf. You feel no emotions, you don't know the difference between right and wrong. You follow orders without question, even if they go against your own beliefs, Naruto explained, but Sai remained silent. Naruto approached him and placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Don't worry. We will discuss this again when we go back to the Leaf. I'm placing you in a stasis until then, Naruto said, as Sai closed his eyelids and went into a deep sleep. Senju Compound's library. Naruto arrived at Konoha a few seconds later and made his way towards the library. Since Hinata wasn't there, he had to find a biology section, but this time for human beings. His jaw dropped at the size of that section in the library. Shelves upon shelves ranging from human anatomy, skeletal system, tissue systems, and cellular biology. It completely outshined the biology section on reptiles. It was a testament on how much research had been made on the human body. It shouldn't be surprising after all. Hundreds of people have searched ways to improve and stretch the levels of a human body. To stretch the strength, speed, power, in order to create a perfect body, a perfect weapon, a perfect shinobi. Even though hundreds were researching on how to break these limits, very few actually managed to even dent the barriers. Senju Tsunade, for instance, created her seal that drastically improved cellular regeneration on the cost of losing a few years of her life. Cells don't divide indefinitely. They have a limit, and when this barrier is stretched beyond their limits, the user's life expectancy diminishes. Another genius, although crazy, sadistic, and with no regard for human life, also fitting the description, is Orochimaru. People think he is evil, and they are right, but no one can refute that he is one of the best medical minds ever born. Like everyone else, Orochimaru searched to stretch the boundaries of the human vessel and came up with his own cursed seal, infusing Senjutsu chakra into the user. But like most people, Senjutsu chakra is extremely difficult to control. Of all the shinobi population on Earth, there are only 6 people that can withstand and use Senjutsu chakra, and of those, a mere 3 are perfect sages. Naruto himself was also searching for something similar, and while he didn't have the vast knowledge like Tsunade, Hinata, or Orochimaru had, he had something that none of them had. He had the Rinnegan, and with it, perfect control over yin and yang chakra. He didn't need vast knowledge to achieve what he wanted, simply because anything he thought of, anything he imagined, he could create. This is going to take time. Naruto sighed, breaking himself from his thoughts and started searching for the books he wanted. Naruto-chan? Is that you? Naruto heard and turned slightly to see Tsunade approaching. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in Kumo? Tsunade asked, confused at the sight of Naruto in the library. Just came by to browse for a couple of books. By the way, me and Hinata qualify for the 3rd round, Naruto replied as he continued searching for the books. Never doubted you, Tsunade replied, proud of her grandson. What about Sai and the others? Tsunade asked, and immediately noticed the frown on Naruto's face. Shika and the others have yet to finish the second stage, and Sai, well, he tried to kill us in our sleep, Naruto said, sighing. What? Tsunade roared. It was a mission from Danzo. The whole protect the Senju heir in Kyubi Jinchuriki was a ruse to hide his true intentions, Naruto explained. I don't know what he attempted to accomplish with having me and Hinata of all people killed. When I get my hands on that pale freak and his mummy of a master... Tsunade laughed evilly, cracking her knuckles. It wasn't Sai's fault, Naruto simply replied, frowning again. Don't tell me you're defending Sai now? Tsunade asked in near disbelief. Attempted murder of a clan head was the highest level of treason possible, second only to attempts on the Hokage himself, and carried out immediate execution. I searched for his memories as he's just an emotion-conditioned tool, Naruto replied sadly. To him, it was just orders, nothing more. I have no use for shinobi who are willing to betray their comrades on orders, Tsunade replied, and Naruto seemed taken aback by her attitude. A bit harsh, wouldn't you say? Naruto asked. I could say the same for you. You are not one of showing pity to your enemies either, Tsunade said a bit harshly. Like I said, he isn't an enemy. He's a comrade, Naruto persuaded. One that tried to smother you during your sleep, Tsunade huffed in defiance. What is up with him? Tsunade thought to herself. Naruto didn't show neither mercy nor pity to his enemies. So what drove him to defend Sai of all people? One that couldn't even feel emotions to begin with. Just forget it, Naruto waved off the discussion. We will deal with him later when I return from the exams, Naruto said. Fine, Tsunade said in reluctance. What about the old mummy? Tsunade asked. Sai didn't know anything about his plans. Like I said, he was but a tool. Sai didn't even know about his mission until the very last second, Naruto explained. I don't know what Danzo's playing at, but you should keep an eye on him and his activities. Don't underestimate me, Naruto-chan. I may be a medic and a woman, but I didn't get chosen for Hokage because of my pretty face, Tsunade explained, smiling mischievously. I always have an eye on him, and if you want to know, he's been rather quiet these last few days, Tsunade said. I would never dream of underestimating you, Bachan, Naruto replied, chuckling. So, what are you doing up here? Tsunade asked suspiciously. Naruto didn't come to the library unless he was working on some new technique or something else concerning his overpowered eyes. Tsunade's eyes roamed around the shelf and noticed the books he had already picked up. Her blood ran cold as she noticed the exact titles Naruto was picking. Memories buried deep in her head rose for the first time in many years. Flashback. Yo, Orochibaka, enough with the books and let's go! A young, smaller, and less wrinkled version of Jiraiya yelled to his other comrade, Orochimaru, who was currently sitting in his chair. Countless papers, books, and her sketches spread across his table, sighed in annoyance. I can never get anything done with those two around, Orochimaru thought to himself as he slowly twisted his neck to see Jiraiya waving his hand in a come-on motion. Next to him was Tsunade, who was leaning against the wall, an annoyed expression on her face. Enough with this, Tsunade replied, leaving the wall and quickly approaching Orochimaru. She arrived next to him and peeked over his shoulder to find out exactly what he was working on and what had him so focused. She noticed sketches on the human nervous system, notes on cellular division, and many are spread across the table with seemingly no apparent order to them. She shifted her attention and her eyes landed on the books, stockpiled on the table. Human body biology, oxidative medicine and cellular longevity, mitosis and meiosis, cellular immortality, immortality, myth or reality. Orochimaru? Tsunade said, looking from the books to the neutral Orochimaru. You can't be serious, Tsunade said in surprise mixed with shock. Maybe, just maybe, there is no purpose in life. Orochimaru started annoyed that he was constantly interrupted. But if you linger a while longer in this world, you might discover something of value in it. Is that what you think? Tsunade asked. That there is no point in being alive? Quite the contrary. Orochimaru chuckled, looking at Tsunade's confused face. I treasure life more than you know. It's fear that holds us back from reaching new heights. Why isn't simply immortality the next step in our evolution? Orochimaru rhetorically asked as he started packing everything up. It's human nature that people won't realize the true value of something unless they lose it. And I, for one, do not wish to lose it to begin with, Orochimaru said as he finished packing and turned to Tsunade, who had a puzzled face. Is this research because of your parents? Tsunade softly asked and watched as Orochimaru nearly flinched. Don't look too much into it. I am merely doing this for my own benefit, Orochimaru said as he walked, and Tsunade reluctantly followed. Why? Tsunade seemed unable to stop her mouth from moving. I want to obtain all the jutsu and gain a true understanding of everything in this world, Orochimaru said, and with that he exited the room. And a flashback. Naruto? Tsunade called, leaving behind the affectionate name in order to portray her worries. You are old enough to make choices on your own. Tsunade started, and Naruto looked at Tsunade confused. I lost a very dear friend to what you are searching for right now. He lost himself in that research, and no matter how hard I or Jiraiya tried, he was lost to us. He became so immersed into his research and his final goals that he forsook everything that made him human to begin with. You're talking about Orochimaru, right? Naruto asked, and Tsunade nodded. I will never become like him, Naruto firmly replied, and Tsunade smiled. I know that you would never think of becoming like him. I'm just telling you to be careful with what you're researching for. It's easy to lose yourself, Tsunade warned, and Naruto nodded. I have faith, though, Tsunade said, placing a hand on his shoulder, that if anyone can crack the key to it, it'll be you. Tsunade smiled and walked off, leaving a very confused and pensive Naruto. Meanwhile, in Kumo, while Naruto was talking with Tsunade, Hinata was working hard on new techniques she had envisioned. 2 more S-rank level techniques for repertoire if they worked as she wanted. Currently, she was sitting in a small pool of water of her own creation. She was working on reaching the highest level of water manipulation possible. Several water tentacles raised ever so slowly from the pool and started flailing wildly around her, without even grazing her skin. Hinata opened her eyes and concentrated on her own hand. Her Byakugan activated as she refined the control to the highest level possible, controlling the water inside her own body. Her right hand started softening, becoming somewhat translucent and gaining a light blue color. Just as her hand started becoming more and more water-like, her control somehow slipped, and her hand abruptly regressed to her normal color, although a bit dehydrated. Nearly 2 months of this, and I can only do it momentarily. Hinata frowned and fought, but she wouldn't give up. Hinata hissed at the pain as she submerged her hand in the pool and surveyed it with her Byakugan, checking for any damage she might have caused. Whatever technique she was working on seemed to be highly dangerous. She took a deep breath and was ready to begin again when she heard a loud shout break her concentration. Hinata! When Hinata heard the scream, she immediately recognized it was Shikamaru's voice. It sounded far too desperate than she would have liked it. Hinata immediately dropped her control, splashing water on the ground as she blurred towards the sound of the voice. To any bystander, she was nothing more than a purple blur. Her Byakugan blazed to life as she tracked Shikamaru's position to just a few corners away. She nearly gasped as she arrived near his team. His team seemed to have been through hell, their clothes completely ripped to pieces. With her Byakugan, she already noticed a few cracked bones in Shikamaru and Lee. They were all dirty, burn marks, and even blood splattered across the remainder of their clothes and skin. But the worst of it was Tenten. She was nearly unconscious, using Lee for arm support. Tenten was nearly dragging her feet through the ground as Lee did his best to carry her, but seemed completely spent. Tenten seemed to be hanging by a thread, her left arm completely missing, cleaved just lower than the shoulder joint. She had some type of tourniquet to hold the blood flow. While she had seen most types of injuries during her medical training, it was the look of complete despair on Shikamaru's face that frightened her. Flags? The Kumo Shinobi at the entrance asked. Out of the way! Shikamaru yelled as he pushed Johnny out of the way just as Hinata rounded the corner and arrived near them. Quick! Heal her! Shikamaru stressed as Lee lowered her to the ground, right in the middle of the tower's entrance. Tenten was breathing very harshly and her eyelids were threatening to close. I need you awake for this, Hinata said, and Tenten managed a small nod. What happened? Hinata asked, trying to ascertain the injuries while she performed a quick diagnosis. We were ambushed as we arrived here, Shikamaru started, as he sat on the ground, exhausted. She was poisoned by one of those big spiders and we didn't have an antidote. While this poison was immediately deadly, we need you to heal her. As we arrived at the tower, we were ambushed by 2 sand teams, Shikamaru gritted his teeth. I was already low on chakra, and Tenten was compromised by the poison. Lee was forced to open the gates to fight them. The poison was slowly working and made her a static target for them. And you know how good Suna Shinobi are with wind jutsus. She caught a wind blade that cleaved her arm like it was butter, Shikamaru explained, and Hinata nodded. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Hinata says. Another clone popped into existence and immediately sat on the other side. The Hinata clone was performing a few gashes along Tenten's body, not on vital spots. What are you doing? Shikamaru asked in shock when he saw more cuts appear on Tenten, clearly due to Hinata's work. The poison is clawing her blood. I need to extract it before I move on, Hinata quickly replied with a look that said to stop distracting her. If she wasn't a shinobi, the poison alone would have finished her long ago. A very poisonous green liquid started pouring out of the newly made cuts. With her free hand, Hinata made a strange seal and the suction seemed to increase, making Tenten squirm under the pain. With a quick Juken strike to the base of her neck, she was paralyzed from the neck down. Sorry, Tenten, but I can't have you squirming and messing up my work, Hinata replied when Tenten seemed to try to glare at her. Don't worry, you'll pull through, Hinata replied, smiling at Tenten, who sighed in relief. Her Juken strike also disabled the nerve cluster, preventing any pain from going through. Once the poison was extracted, Hinata performed a quick healing jutsu across her whole body, closing any open wounds. Her hands started glowing white, instead of the traditional healing green. Her hands traveled from her head, along her neck and ribcage, down to her legs and ending on her feet. What are you doing? Lee asked, curious about the different glow than he usually saw when he was treated. I'm stimulating her bone marrow to vastly increase blood cell production. It's instantaneous, unlike the blood replenishing pill. I need her stabilized to heal her arm, Hinata explained, as Tenten's breathing seemed to slow, as her heart rate also slowed. Her blood level was dangerously low. A few more minutes and she would have been gone, Hinata explained, and Shikamaru sighed in relief. It doesn't matter anymore, Tenten whispered, but everyone heard her. What do you mean by that? Shikamaru asked. I lost my left arm. I'm a cripple, and a shinobi wanted that, Tenten said with her eyes moist. Don't you dare, Shikamaru warned. We didn't drag you and nearly killed ourselves for you to simply give up. Besides, it's not the end of the world, Shikamaru said, trying to cheer the girl up. It is for me. I'm not a particularly strong shinobi. Everything I wanted was to become a jonin, and I'm not made for civilian life, Tenten almost yelled. Enough! Hinata yelled as she cut the discussion. Stop talking and pushing your body. Your heart rate is going up again, and I don't want to tax your body any more than it already is, Hinata warned, and Tenten reluctantly nodded but couldn't help but to let out a sob. I've been working on a medical technique that might heal you, Hinata smiled warmly. Really? Tenten asked with her hopes rekindled. Hinata nodded her head and Tenten smiled. Troublesome. All this fuss when you could have just said that earlier, Shikamaru said as he leaned against the wall nursing his ribcage. Please. A snore was heard and everyone's attention was shifted towards the owner. He had a wide frame with neck-length black hair and a bandana with his village's forehead protector. He wore the standard Iwagakure shinobi uniform, complete with a flak jacket and a shirt having no right sleeve. Even I know that medics can't heal what doesn't exist, the Iwata shinobi said. Out! Shikamaru said firmly when he noticed Tenten's mood drop again. A bunch of tree huggers getting killed in the forest is just too much for me to miss, the shinobi explained, licking his lips in anticipation. Before he could even blink, Shikamaru closes the distance between them and clocked him right between the eyes. The shinobi fell backwards, clutching his face. Bastard, he groaned as he built himself to his full height, trying to intimidate Shikamaru, who stood his ground. Enough, Taiseki. A new voice broke the incoming fight. This voice, although had a harsh tone, was clearly female. She had short, black hair and pupilless, black eyes that are accentuated by her eyelashes running upwards at the corner. Her garb was similar to that of her teammates. Fine, Kurosuchi Taicho, Taiseki spat at his team leader. He held a small grudge against Kurosuchi since she was the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. Kurosuchi always had her way, and to make things worse, she was stronger than him. Shikamaru sat back down, but maintained his eyes on the newly arrived Iwa team. He's right though, Kurosuchi said, gaining their attention and turning towards Hinata. Even you can't heal something that doesn't exist, Kurosuchi said with a feral grin. We shall see, Hinata mysteriously replied. I thought I didn't want trouble, Lee asked towards Kurosuchi, who shrugged her shoulders. It's hard not to hate any of you, and watching one of you being crippled for life is too amusing to pass up, Kurosuchi simply said, and was interrupted by a small yank of her vest. She turned around to look at her last teammate. What's up, Ren? Kurosuchi asked when she noticed a look of slight apprehension of her teammate. She had long, brown-colored hair, which she tied in such a fashion as to form a ball on top of her head, using what appears to be a knitting needle, while two large locks with darkened tips framed the remainder of her face. Her attire consisted of a short, sleeveless dress, further adorned by the presence of numerous bandages that encircled various portions of her body, including her waist and thighs. Maybe we shouldn't antagonize them, Ren said, looking wearily at Hinata, who was still busy with Tenten. What's wrong with you? Taiseki spat towards his other teammate. While she wasn't as strong as him, she was still able to hold her own. What could possibly have her stuttering like someone afraid of her own shadow? My, aren't you a charmer? Shikamaru muttered beneath his breath, but Taiseki heard anyways. No, stop! Ren almost yelled as she tried to halt Taiseki's advances on Shikamaru. You are acting strangely, Kurosuchi turned to Ren, clearly waiting for an explanation. It's her, Ren said, pointing towards Hinata. Kurosuchi raised an eyebrow in confusion, but looked towards the Hyuga girl anyways. What about her? Kurosuchi asked. Her chakra levels are through the roof. They're way bigger than Tsuchikage-sama himself, Ren stuttered. Is that it? Kurosuchi asked in disbelief. Because having a high amount of chakra means nothing. Besides, Grandpa isn't getting any younger. Even I am almost at his level in chakra reserves, so what's the big deal? Kurosuchi asked, annoyed at her teammate's actions. It's not just her chakra reserves. I can't place it, but there's something about her that is strange. You could say that it's her presence. It's unnerving, Ren explained, and Kurosuchi just shrugged her shoulders. Are you dying anytime soon or not? Taiseki asked towards Tenten, who huffed in defiance. She was feeling much better. Whatever Hinata was doing was clearly working very well. Maybe you need a little help. Taiseki grinned as he stepped forward, and Shikamaru jumped to his feet. Taiseki remained unintimidated and continued walking forward until he felt a hand land on his shoulder and squeezed rather painfully. He hastily turned his head back only to look directly at two blue eyes, staring coldly at the Iwasa shinobi, but what caught his attention was the leaf symbol on his forehead protector. You fuckers keep popping everywhere, Taiseki spat, as he wriggled out of Naruto's grasp and swiftly turned around, glaring down at Naruto. Now, Naruto began with a smile tugging the corner of his lips. Why do you have to be so rude? Naruto asked, amused by the shinobi in front of him. Taiseki was clearly taller than him and with a broader frame, but his attempts at intimidation were ridiculous. Look who it is, Taisuke spat. It's the spawn of the Yellow Flash. I heard you have quite the sum in the bingo book. Taisuke smirked until he remembered his details. He swiftly turned to Hyuga Girl on the ground and studied her features. Now I know why Ren had her panties in a twist. She's Hyuga Hinata, isn't she? Your beloved. Taisuke smirked and Naruto raised an eyebrow as Hinata let out a quiet chuckle. Testosterone spill in aisle 9, Hinata muttered quietly to herself. Cute, Taisuke replied towards Hinata's cheek remark. You will have plenty of time to collect our bounties during the tournament, Naruto said, but Taisuke didn't even reply. What is this I'm feeling? Ren thought to herself, her curiosity piqued. She looked towards the blonde-haired shinobi in front of her, and he seemed, for lack of a better word, strange. She wasn't getting any weird vibes from him, but she recognized him from the bingo book as an S-rank shinobi. It simply wasn't possible for a Kagero shinobi, or even any shinobi at all, to have no presence at all. It was like he didn't have any chakra at all. He felt like a civilian, and yet here he was, partaking in the joining exams and staying up to her team's muscle. He had no discernible aura around him, not even a slight waste of chakra. Feeling the curiosity growing, she concentrated and decided to look deeper. She relaxed and extended her senses using her sensor ability that made her the tracker she was. She picked up a small tune. It seemed like static at first, but as she dug deeper, the static noise changed into a humming sound, slowly increasing in strength. Naruto noticed that someone was poking around and ever so slowly turned his head from Taisuke to gaze upon the intruder. He looked at her somewhat confused face, as if she was trying to solve a puzzle. More specifically, Naruto himself. So she's measuring me, Naruto hummed and thought as he watched her, interested in her reaction. There was a reason why he always had his chakra strained to his best ability. Normal shinobi wouldn't pick him up, and neither would sensors unless they concentrated on their target. The reason why he always restrained his chakra was because, to some, it could be overwhelming. Aye! The standoff between Naruto and Taisuke immediately came to a stop, as both Taisuke and Kurosuchi turned to the source of the high-pitched scream. Ren was on the ground shivering, her eyes wide with horror, mouth rigid and open, the fist clenched with blanked knuckles, and the nails digging deeply into the palms of her hands. It was the kind of scream that made your blood run cold. Kurosuchi immediately rushed her teammate and knelt beside her. What's wrong? Kurosuchi immediately asked, and noticed that Ren was staring at Naruto with glassy eyes, wanting to look away but unable to. What did you do to her? Taisuke shouted as he grabbed Naruto by his armor and brought him up to his eye level. She took a look at my chakra and that happened, Naruto simply said. My chakra can be overwhelming to some, and sensors usually take the full blunt of it, Naruto explained, but Taisuke only sneered. He's a monster, Ren managed to say, her words intermittent and her state bordering on shock. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. Don't worry about her, Naruto replied as he slowly pushed Taisuke back, freeing himself from his grip. It was just a shock. She'll be fine in a couple of minutes, Naruto explained. I don't understand what is so special about you, Kurosuchi huffed. You're not a sensor, so unless they start releasing chakra, you won't know, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. After the whole ordeal with Ren and Naruto, things started calming down, although the tension was still palpable. I'm fixing your arm now, Tenten, Hinata said, and Tenten slowly nodded. She watched as Hinata removed the tourniquet and immediately gave a Juken strike to the arm, making every muscle contract and stem the blood flow far better than the cloth wrapping. Naruto kneeled next to Hinata. I can patch her up discreetly, Naruto whispered to Hinata, but she shook her head. Can't risk it, Hinata replied. I've been working on a new technique based on the seal that Tsunade Sensei developed, Hinata said, pointing to her forehead. Now this I want to see, Kurosuchi arrogantly stepped forward, not enough to be considered a threat, but enough to get a good view of what she would do. The clone in front of Hinata dispelled as the original Hinata gained several purple markings around her face. They radiated from the diamond-shaped seal on her forehead, escaping her eyes and down her cheeks. Ren let out a gasp when her aura seemed to skyrocket. Senpo, Sage Art, Hinata said as she opened her eyes with her Byakugan blazing. Shosoku Saisei no Jutsu, ultra fast regeneration technique, Hinata whispered as she placed her hand at the exact place of the wound. Her hand started glowing deep purple, somehow matching her markings on her face. Everyone held their breath in expectation of what was to come, but neither could anticipate what they would witness. The muscles slowly started easing their stiffness. The arm regained its natural color. The dead pieces of flesh simply fell to the floor, making Lee empty his stomach. Everyone watched in disbelief as a whitish substance started growing out of the remaining portion of the arm. It didn't fall to the floor, but instead it continued growing outwards, reaching around a foot in length. The white substance started changing form, taking the shape of cylinder with the edge being slightly bigger. Anyone even remotely aware of the human body and anatomy would recognize just exactly what the substance was. It was the humerus bone. Tenten gulped when she saw a new bone sticking out of the flesh of her arm. She felt nothing, not even a tingling sensation, but she guessed it was due to the fact that she didn't feel her body from the neck down, courtesy of one Senju Hinata. Since the bone had been regenerated, Hinata took another breath as the purple glow intensified, forcing Tenten to close her eyes due to the proximity. The flesh around the bone seemed to want to stretch, but in fact it was multiplying, and rapidly. Several tentacles of flesh burst and wrapped themselves around the bones. As the flesh grew around the bone, a light rosy layer started covering the red flesh, giving it the appearance of a fully functioning arm. Once the flesh had reached the arm joint, two new bones started growing at the same time, almost parallel to each other. They are the radius and ulna bones of the forearm. In the blink of an eye, the muscle covered the bones, being topped by skin. From the end of the forearm, several new bones grew and started manifesting 5 protuberances. They started extending, each one being covered individually by flesh, thus giving the appearance of a left hand. Everyone had their jaws on the ground as the process finished and the nails finished appearing on her fingers. Tenten noticed the purple glow lowering and opened her eyes. Her eyes suddenly popped out of her skull when she noticed that her arm was just like new. She started looking from her new arm to Hinata rather fast. She opened her mouth to say something, but no sound came out. That took a lot more from me than I thought. Hinata gasped, taking a few deep breaths as the pearl markings faded away. She got up feeling lightheaded, stumbled, but she was quickly grabbed by Naruto. You alright? Naruto asked, concern in his tone. She had just pulled some serious technique. I am, Hinata replied, her breathing stabilized. Performing this jutsu on others is far more demanding than on me, Hinata explained and looked towards Tenten, who looked like she was sobbing in happiness. You are right, Hinata said, turning towards the Iwa team who had their jaws on the ground. I can't heal what doesn't exist, but it doesn't mean I can't regrow another one, Hinata replied cheekily. Whatever, Taisuke said and went off with his team quickly after him. Ready to try your new arm? Hinata asked, and Tenten quickly nodded. Hinata kneeled beside her and fixed her Juken strike. Tenten's body seemed to relax from the stiff state. Her new fingers started twitching as Tenten rose her arm into the air. Just like new, right? Hinata asked, and Tenten nodded. Hinata helped Tenten back to her feet and went to deal with Shikamaru and Lee. Wow, Tenten whispered, flexing her arm. She couldn't see any visual differences. It felt just like her old one. You used this technique like someone who already had practice, Naruto narrowed his eyes. I hope you aren't doing this if this jutsu has dangerous ramifications for you or the patient. Tsunade Sensei's technique does cost the user a few years of their lifespan. However, mine doesn't. By using Senjutsu, I can use that energy to regenerate just about anything, including vital organs without sacrificing life expectancy. I can pretty much heal anyone as long as they are still alive and stable enough, Hinata explained, and Naruto's mind went back to what he had read. Senjutsu? Naruto hummed to himself. Could that be the answer? No. If it was, then Orochimaru would have discovered it long ago. 1 week later, Root's headquarters. Danzo was peacefully sipping on his tea, thinking how well his plans were going. If everything went as according to plan, then he would reach his goal within the next 3 weeks. He was broken from his thoughts when a swirling sound started manifesting itself in front of him. As the swirling stopped, a man with a flowing black cloak adorned with red clouds and an orange mask stood in front of Danzo. "You lied to me," Toby said rather softly. "I am pretty sure I don't know what you speak of," Danzo replied, opening his single visible eye. "Don't play games with me!" Toby shouted, slamming his hand on the metal table. The sound reverberated through Danzo's office. Danzo sighed and noticed a small slip of paper on his table. He carefully picked it up and opened it. Left bracket, Nara Shikamaru vs Taisaki. Match 2, Senju Naruto vs Ren. Match 3, Akira vs winner of Match 2. Right bracket, Match 4, Senju Hinata vs Kurosuchi. Match 5, Rock Lee vs Tenten. Match 6, Masuyo vs Sadao. They're alive? Danzo asked out loud when he noticed both Naruto and Hinata's name on the tournament grid. "You are more naive than I thought," Toby spat. "Sending an assassin against those two? Pathetic," Toby said, and Danzo narrowed his eyes at him. "You put a wrench in my plans even further. If I remember correctly, you asked me to deal with them since you weren't capable of it," Danzo replied in his neutral tone. "Besides, does it matter at this point? They played us both for fools," Danzo said. "What are you going to do now?" Toby asked. "I will continue as planned. I've come too far to simply withdraw," Danzo explained, getting up from his chair, his teacup falling to the ground. "I hope you know what you are doing," Toby warned. "Our plan maintains, correct?" Toby asked, and when Danzo nodded, he swirled away. "Damn it," Danzo thought as he called his 2 servants and went for an adjustment of plans. Where the hell is Sai? And that is the end of chapter 54. We will now move on to chapter 55, which is called Quarterfinals. So let's get right into the chapter right now. Chapter 55, Quarterfinals. "Welcome," the Raikage's deep and strong voice echoed through the arena. The arena, while much like the one in Konoha, was significantly bigger, almost a quarter-mile in length with towering walls surrounding it, and of course, plenty of sitting places for the crowd. "Welcome to the Jonin exams," Raikage continued, seeing that the noise had started dimming and everyone's attention was focused on him. The Jonin exams were one of the biggest events possible in any of the great shinobi villages. This was much bigger than the Chunin exams. The village hosting the Jonin exams received a large increase in their economics and politics. The Jonin exams was, after all, a very important event. Only the best and brightest of each village were sent to these exams. Each village sent their best men and women and displayed them to the world. Much like the Chunin exams, this one was a substitute for war. The main reason as to why these exams were so much bigger than their counterpart was for the spectacle. The competitors in the Chunin exams were only genin, mostly charging straight forward without any strategy, chucking kunais and shurikens wildly at their enemy, throwing wild punches and blind kicks until one finds their target. No, these exams were very different. Every competitor was a Chunin, strong and qualified enough to pass the first 2 stages. Of the dozens of competitors, only the cream of the crop were chosen, only the best of the best. Most of these Chunin had vast battle experience, and like the main point of this tournament, they had arrays of ninjutsu perfect for entertaining the crowd, particularly one filled with leaders and daimyos who might fund Kumagakure. "Today, you are all in for a special treat," the Raikage shouted with a twinkle in his eyes, making the audience slightly chuckle. "We have 2 teams from Konoha, one from Iwa, and another from our very own Kumo," the Raikage explained, and noticed that the crowd understood as he carried on. "They have proven themselves worthy of stepping into the arena, and without further ado, I present you the contestants of the Jonin exams," the Raikage shouted, and the crowd started clapping as every single participant entered the arena. "A strong introduction," The Raikage nodded in acknowledgement to the voice to his right as he sat down. The man sitting at the Raikage's right was none other than our very own Ero Sanin, as a certain blonde teen called him. Behind Jiraiya stood both blue Toriyama and green Hashirama posing as bodyguards. It's a shame that the Hokage couldn't attend, the Raikage said, testing waters for the reasons behind Tsunade's absence. You know how it is. Being Hokage is a full-time job, where even sleep sometimes is evasive, Jiraiya explained, and the Raikage seemed to murmur something in agreement. Though you don't seem to miss the Tsuchikage, Jiraiya carefully threw out, interested in Raikage's opinion. I understand the Mizukage not being here since no Kiri team qualified, but we have one from Iwa, Jiraiya explained. He's gotten old, Raikage said offhandedly. It's time for him to pass the torch on to the next generation, but you know him as well as I do. He's a stubborn old man, Raikage said, and Jiraiya simply chuckled in agreement. It's starting. Look sharp, you fools! Every competitor in the arena turned their attention towards the arriving Kumo Shinobi. The man had dark skin and a muscular build, as well as white hair and a goatee. On his right shoulder, he had a tattoo of the kanji for iron, and on his left cheek, he has a tattoo of a bull's horn. He wore oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored forehead protector. He also had his village's standard one strap over one shoulder flak jacket and a long red rope belt tied around his waist. The standard Kumo hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. B! Naruto exclaimed, surprised to see the last remaining Jinchuriki outside of Konoha. Long time no see, 9-0, B replied, lifting his right fist, and Naruto hastily fist bumped him. This chakra, Kyuki thought when he felt a small sample of Naruto's chakra seep into his host. Could he be? Kyuki wondered, taking a closer look at the Ninetales host. So, are you the examiner? Naruto asked, and B nodded. Gather up and look sharp, everyone, B ordered, and the contestants lined up perfectly facing the crowd, who roared in applause. Welcome to the final stage of the Jonin exams, fools, B said, and A's eyebrow twitched in the Kage seat. The first match is Taiseki of Iwa against Nar Shikamaru of Konoha. The remaining contestants, please empty the arena and wait your turn, B said, and everyone vacated the arena, save for Taiseki and Shikamaru. Good luck, Shika, Naruto said, and Shikamaru nodded. Yeah! Kick his ass! Tenten yelled from the balcony. Please, Kurosuchi scoffed. We have done our research about you, Nar Shikamaru of the Nara clan. Medium ninjutsu skills, subpar taijutsu, and non-existing genjutsu. Taiseki will tear him apart, Kurosuchi explained. Perhaps, Naruto said half-heartedly. Kurosuchi raised an eyebrow in surprise as reply before shifting her attention to the arena. She's right, you know, Hinata whispered loud enough for only Naruto to hear. Shika-kun doesn't stand much of a chance against a bulky ninjutsu user like Taiseki. Have a little faith, Naruto smirked, and Hinata raised an eyebrow in doubt but nodded nonetheless. Arena. Taiseki of Iwa versus Nar Shikamaru of Konoha, B said as both opponents stood facing each other a few meters away from each other. B walked up to them, staying halfway from both of them. Both contestants ready? B asked as he raised his arm. Yes, both Taiseki and Shikamaru replied, neither taking their eyes from their adversary. Bikit Doton, Ishi no Yari, Earth Release Stone Spear. Before B could even finish announcing the start of the match, Taiseki had decided that he had waited long enough. With a free, quick hand seals, he slammed his hands on the ground. The ground rumbled slightly as the earth was torn apart, and from the opening, several razor-sharp spears made of hardstone were hurled towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru was momentarily stunned, not expecting Taiseki to start the match instantly. He stumbled backwards and jumped to his side to avoid the raised spears coming his way. He ducked beneath one spear and dropped to the ground, tumbling to his left to avoid the rest, but not before getting grazed on his right cheek. Shikamaru brought his hand to his face to clean a trail of blood from the small cut. Before he could even properly raise himself, Taiseki was already on top of him, with both hands clasped and raised in the air. Shikamaru quickly jumped backwards and watched as Taiseki missed him by a few inches, slamming his fist onto the ground. Shikamaru was still airborne when a piece of stone shot from the ground and hit him in his gut. Shikamaru coughed as he fell to the ground, but managed to regain his balance. Looks like Taisuke won't give me a chance to use my jutsu. What a drag, Shikamaru thought to himself as he continued to run away from Taisuke, who seemed relentless in his pursuit of the leaf Chunin. Shikamaru looked towards to see Taisuke slowly gain terrain, and he had to think of something quickly if he wanted to survive and possibly win against his opponent. Shikamaru took a couple of smoke bombs and immediately dropped them to the ground. Taisuke halted his progress as his vision was caught in pitch black smoke. He carefully looked around and instantly ducked just in time to see a few kunai zip past him. Doton Doyuheki, Earthfall, Taisuke said as he kneeled to the ground and raised a stone wall around him. It was the right choice since several kunai embedded themselves in the wall and promptly exploded, tearing the defensive wall apart, but inflicting no damage on Taisuke. Taisuke took a deep breath and slammed a single hand on the ground, sending vibrations through the terrain, enough to cover the whole arena floor. The vibrations spreading through the whole arena carried enough information to pinpoint Shikamaru's location in the midst of a smoke bomb that was already starting to dissipate. Without waiting any more time, Taisuke shot himself forward, rushing towards his adversary's position. Shikamaru's eyes widened when he saw Taisuke exiting the cloud of smoke, rushing at him like some enraged bull. Shikamaru kneeled on the ground and placed his hands together, forming a seal for his shot manipulation. His shadow had just started twitching whenever Taisuke's fist connected to the ground. Shikamaru was repelled backwards from the blast wave but regained his footing quickly. None of that shadow stuff, Taisuke said, as he rushed Shikamaru once again, who braced himself for his opponent. Taisuke knew that he outclassed his opponent in taijutsu by far. Taisuke sent a straight punch, and Shikamaru quickly brought both his arms up together to block it. Smack! Shikamaru was blown backwards from the force of the punch and hit the arena wall, leaving a small indentation as he fell to the ground. Shikamaru coughed and tried to regain his breath, only to have a small shadow being cast over him. He quickly looked up to see Taisuke in the air and aiming his fist at him. Taisuke's arms shot forward and went straight towards Shikamaru's face. Bunshin? Clone? Taisuke's eyes widened when his fist went right through Shikamaru's form as it dissipated into nothingness. Taisuke's fist connected with the ground as he regained his balance from being tricked. The whole floor around Taisuke started glowing as several buried explosive tags started sizzling. Boom! Shikamaru emerged from the ground on the other side of the arena and watched as the cloud of dust slowly started settling down. Once the smoke was cleared enough, Taisuke's form was seen standing in the middle of the explosion, his arms crossed over his head. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed when he saw Taisuke's skin give a small shimmer of light, almost sparkling. Iwa no Yoroi, rock armor. Taisuke smirked as he flexed his muscles, not even a small scratch or blemish on his skin. With the crowd. Damn! Naruto muttered under his breath as he watched Shikamaru's match. Things were looking up for his fellow shinobi of the leaf. Told ya, Kurosuchi grinned as she cheered for her teammate. He'll come up with something, Naruto replied, not taking his eyes from the arena. Shikamaru's breathing was labored as his chakra reserves were going down fast. All the running around and setting up traps to slow down his opponents was finally catching up to him. Shikamaru crouched on the ground. Since he gained distance from his opponent, he once again tried to activate his jutsu to bind his opponent. Dotun, Doryu Joheki, Earth-style Rampart. Taisuke slammed his hands on the ground when he noticed Shikamaru's shadow blurring its way towards him. The ground between both shinobi erupted and broke apart. Chunks of rock stood from the surface, several holes were formed, everything to disrupt and make it difficult for Shikamaru's shadow to travel towards him. Misai Gakur no Jutsu, camouflage jutsu, Taisuke whispered as his form started to shimmer and he disappeared from view. With his scent and shadow gone, invisible to the naked eye, Taisuke started stalking Shikamaru like a hungry lion. That isn't good, Shikamaru thought to himself when he saw Taisuke make himself invisible and completely disappear from view. Shikamaru took a whiff of the air, but his opponent's scent was nowhere to be found. Shikamaru was concentrating on trying to find his opponent when he noticed a sudden shift in the air. He felt a very strong and very hard fist connecting with his jaw as Shikamaru was sent flying through the air until he hit the ground with a resounding thud. Shikamaru shakily got up and braced himself for the next hit. He knew that he only needed a small window to win the match. Without wasting much time, he took a scroll from his pouch and immediately spread on the ground. He slammed his foot on the kanji, ran on it, and a fountain of water burst from it. Shikamaru concentrated chakra on the scroll as the water poured out of it, and in an instant, it had covered the whole arena floor. Shikamaru waited for the water to calm down and started watching the surface for any ripples. Blop. Shikamaru immediately threw himself to the right as Taisuke's fist connected with the ground. Taking opportunity on Taisuke's slip, Shikamaru brought his knee upwards and slammed into Taisuke. Shikamaru winced when he felt the hardness of Taisuke's rock armor, but that was sufficient to disrupt his invisibility and momentarily stun him. Shikamaru quickly jumped backwards and started flashing through hand seals. Taisuke quickly recovered from the blow and started searching for Shikamaru, but it was too late, as Shikamaru had finished his jutsu. Genjutsu, Shikamaru said, as Taisuke focused on him. Kokuganyo no Jutsu. Journey into Black Darkness. I'm really sorry if I butchered the pronunciation for a Japanese name for this jutsu. Taisuke's whole world started darkening until it was replaced by a black void. Deprived of all sight, Taisuke started panicking, and that gave Shikamaru enough time to complete his plan. Kageme no Jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow quickly shot from his position and in no time connected to Taisuke's still form, binding him to Shikamaru's moves. Concede, Shikamaru ordered as he disrupted his genjutsu and forced Taisuke to bring a kunai to his own neck. Taisuke struggled against his opponent, but Shikamaru managed to hold him in his place. Fine, I concede, Taisuke spat as the shadow hold loosened. Winner by surrender, Shikamaru of Konoha, B said, and the crowd erupted in cheers, especially the Konoha section of the competitors. With the crowd. Yeah! Both Tenten and Raku yelled loudly as Shikamaru made his way towards the stands and dropped down to his seat. Unbelievable, Kurosuchi muttered when he saw Taisuke getting defeated. I told you he would come up with something. He isn't one of Konoha's greatest minds for nothing, Naruto said, turning his head to look at Shikamaru, who seemed to be dozing off. You're all good, Shika-kun, Hinata said as she finished patching up Shikamaru. Although, you will be sore tomorrow. I intend on doing nothing tomorrow, Shikamaru replied as he dropped his head down and closed his eyes to sleep while he could. He had already figured out the winners of the next matches, so why bother watching? Senju, Naruto, and Ren, please come to the arena for the second match, B shouted from the arena floor, and both contestants nodded. Naruto got up on top of the metal railings and leaped downwards, laying gracefully in the middle of the arena with his armor rattling. He brought his right leg up and slammed his foot on the ground. The whole arena shook from the impact as the water from the previous match dissipated and the whole arena was flattened. Show off, Hinata shook her head when she heard the shocked breath from the crowd. And he says he doesn't like the attention, Hinata muttered as she leaned on the railings to watch the next match. With the Kages. Now this I want to see, Ace said as he leaned forward, diverting all attention to the ensuing match between Naruto and Ren. Really? Dry asked with surprise in his tone. Of course, A replied, never looking away from the arena. He was already very strong when we fought together 3 years ago. A reminisced that battle. Being a Kage, stamping papers was the closest thing to action you did all day. I wish to see how much he has grown. Then, I believe you'll be in for a show, Dry replied, as both grinned and they looked towards the arena. Second match of the tournament. Senju Naruto of Konoha against Ren of Iwa. Both contestants ready, B asked, and both Naruto and Ren nodded. Begin, B said, and jumped backwards. Ren immediately jumped backwards to gain some distance from her opponent and began staring back at him. Interesting, Naruto thought to himself as he watched Ren stand in front of him with a determined face. His Sharingan flared to life to further analyze his opponent.
What's so interesting about her? She's the one that almost fainted when she felt your chakra.
Crom replied through his mind link. You forget that she most likely felt you as well. But look closely at her, Naruto said, and Kurama acknowledged him and looked intently at Ren.
I don't get it,
Kurama said, and Naruto shook his head. Her clothes seem brand new, and yet they have tears. Her eyes betray how tired she is. Her skin looks pale, her knuckles show fresh wounds, Her legs and arms show cuts that she didn't have last time. Do you see my point now? Naruto asked, but Kurama remained oblivious. She may be the one who almost fainted from a chakra, and yet here she is. She worked hard all month long, it seems. I don't like to brag, but I do have a reputation. She seems nothing special, and yet she seems very determined to win, Naruto concluded. If there was one thing that Naruto valued, it was hard work and determination. Having made up his plan for the match, Naruto slowly bent his knees and leaned forward, taking both a defensive and offensive stance. He was going to take this from the beginning, wanting to know what Ren could do in battle. Naruto shot forward at moderate speed, slowly closing the distance between himself and Ren. Ren saw Naruto close the distance between them rather fast, and swiftly pulled a couple shuriken, hurling them towards the incoming threat with deadly accuracy. Ren watched as the shurikens closed in on her target, and just as they were about to make contact, Naruto's figure seemed to blur and disappear from view. Ren blinked as Naruto disappeared from her field of vision, and immediately her heart sped up from a mix of panic and adrenaline itself. Ren threw herself to the right, rolling on the ground as Naruto appeared behind her, with his right leg lifted and poised to strike. Seeing that he missed, Naruto regained his balance and shot towards Ren, who braced herself. No time for shuriken this time. Ren gulped and got up, taking a defensive stance with both arms in front, shielding her face and upper chest. Naruto's fist collided with both her arms, and she buckled from the power behind it, but held on. Naruto threw a right hook, and Ren brought her left arm to block his strike. Naruto caught her left arm and hoisted it into the air. He spun around and flung her towards the arena walls. Ren twisted her body mid-air and prepared for impact. The wall made a sickening crunch as Ren's feet dug themselves into the stone from the power behind the throw. Ren dug herself into the wall in silent relief, knowing that she broke nothing. Ren launched herself from the wall and started going through hand seals while still mid-air. Her eyes caught Naruto still on the ground. She looked him in the eyes and noticed that his Sharingan was spinning rapidly. She finished her sequence as she landed on the ground and placed both hands on the floor. Doton, Dose, Kiryu, Earth Dragon, Ren said as rock and stone exploded from the ground and into the air. Like being pulled by some imaginary force, the rocks and stones merged together, taking the form of a long snake with a big snout. The stone dragon coiled before shooting forward towards Naruto. Ren lifted her head from the ground to see the progress and was shocked when she saw her Earth Dragon clashing with another one, exactly the same size and rock composition. His Sharingan. He copied my jutsu, Ren thought, remembering his spinning eyes as she performed the seals. Ren's eyes widened when Naruto unleashed a blast of fire that tore straight through both Earth Dragons and was coming towards her. Doton, Doryu Heki, Earth Wall, Ren said, raising a stone wall in front of her to shield her from the attack. The stone wall buckled and started cracking as the fireball impacted it, but managed to hold on. Ren was working through hand seals with the cover to smoke when she saw a small blue light in the midst of it. Rasengan! The voice came but a split second before a small blue spear appeared from the middle of the smoke and smashed against her shoulder, pinning her to the ground and making a crater from the impact. Naruto's eyes narrowed when Ren's form started turning brown and crumbling into the ground. Rock clone, Naruto thought as Ren's clone disappeared into fine dust. Naruto summoned when he felt his feet getting dragged down into the earth. Doton, Ryusa, quicksand. Ren changed the composition of the earth beneath Naruto's feet, trapping him into a quicksand trap. The more Naruto struggled, the more he sank until he was neck deep. Pretty good trap, Naruto thought as his form vanished with a yellow flash, teleporting to his Shiki seal he had left on her when they exchanged blows in the beginning of the match. Ren must have sensed him because she turned around swiftly, only to meet with a strong fist right to her jaw. Ren was sent flying and crashed to the ground. She groaned as she got up and dusted her clothes off. She nursed her jaw that was already showing signs of swelling. With the crowd. Figures he could use that blasted Hiroshi and Taisuke spat. He's toying with her. Kurosuchi grumbled when she noticed Ren fire attack after attack only for Naruto to shrug them off or launch his own and overpower her. You're wrong, Hinata said softly. Enlighten me then, Kurosuchi huffed. Naruto-kun is very strong, Hinata started, and although he may deny it, he is proud of himself. He has yet to find someone to truly give him a challenge, and even I admit that I don't stand a chance against him. Hinata chuckled, and Kurosuchi raised an eyebrow at that. Naruto-kun likes to fight. There is no doubt in my mind about that. Because he's so strong, there are very few battles he's ever taken seriously. When fighting a battle against weaker opponents, he tends to judge them before the battle. If he sees them as worth it, he gives them a chance to give it all they got, to stand their own against him. Otherwise, he just knocks them out, Hinata said. That strikes me as arrogance at its finest, Kurosuchi simply said. Perhaps, Hinata agreed, but that is what he's doing right now. He must have felt something special about Ren to make him give her a chance, Hinata explained. You're right. He could have knocked her out the first time they crossed fists, and yet he didn't. He's giving her a chance to show off. Besides, isn't that the whole point of this tournament? To show off enough skill to be promoted to Jonin? Hinata rhetorically asked. She's right, you know, Shikamaru stood with his eyes so closed. Kurosuchi didn't reply and just kept watching the match in silence. Why? Kurosuchi asked. One of the mysteries that makes Naruto-kun special, Hinata said, giving a small smile. Arena. Ren was jumping through the arena, running and dodging small fireballs that Naruto kept shooting. She landed on the ground and felt Naruto's chakra spike. She merely jumped as far as she could from her position just in time to avoid a massive fireball that he released. Close call, Ren thought to herself, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Ren took a deep breath to relax when she noticed that Naruto seemed to stop and just stare at her with his red eyes. That's it! Ren thought with glee. Why didn't I think of that? Iwa Bunshin no Jutsu! Rock clone! Ren said she spat multiple globs of dirt to the ground that took her form. That should keep him busy while I work on it, Ren thought as she sent the clones to attack and distract Naruto long enough for her to start the plan. Just as Naruto dispatched the last clone, Ren had finished her plan. Her plan seemed to have taken the form of a small paper spear in her hand. At first, the sight of paper ball looked similar to that of a smoke bomb, but it wasn't. Whatever it was, she hoped it would do the trick against her opponent. Ren took the initiative and dove forward, intending to meet Naruto head-on. Naruto smiled when he saw her approach and took a defensive stance. Naruto parried her punch and replied with a kick to her sternum that she simply sidestepped. Naruto used her shift and backhand Ren hard in the face. Kawarimi no Jutsu! Substitution Jutsu! Ren muttered beneath her breath, swapping her body and letting that small paper ball take the damage. Flash bomb. Let's see then. Naruto chuckled and thought when he saw the paper ball appear in Ren's place. Just as his fist hit the paper spear, it lit a blaze, releasing a bright flash of light that illuminated the whole arena and temporarily blinded Naruto. Yes! Ren nearly shouted when she saw Naruto forcibly close his eyes and momentarily stumble. Naruto shook his head and brought his hands to his forehead, lowering his forehead protector to the front of his eyes. It was a solid plan from Ren's part, to save him the eyes of an Uchiha. Naruto stayed still for what seemed to be mere moments until Ren noticed several red markings on his cheeks and 2 concentric circles on his forehead. Ren gasped and took a step back when she felt his chakra spike. She gulped as she felt his aura. It radiated so much power that it seemed insane. Focus, Ren. Ren snapped from her shock when she heard Naruto's voice. The battle has just begun. Show me your worth, Naruto said, and Ren renewed her efforts. With the crowd. Really? Hinata thought in disbelief. Senjutsu? I wonder what she has to make you push her to this level, Hinata thought, with her curiosity sparkling as she watched the battle. Arena. Don't waver, Naruto said as he parried another strike and punched her back. Push forward, Naruto stressed. Ren coughed as she crouched on the ground and took several deep breaths. Naruto allowed her to regain her breathing and motioned for her to come. Ren had a look of fierce determination as she got up and ran forward once again. Her chakra stores were wasted. Taijutsu and weaponry were her last resort. Her kunai clashed with metal sounds against Naruto's. Naruto saw Ren's breathing starting to get shallower and her heart rate slowing down. She's spent, Naruto thought, as he kicked her away and she stumbled but regained her balance. Ren sensed Naruto appearing behind her with his Hirashin and threw her elbow backwards. Naruto easily caught her elbow and placed a kunai at her throat, signaling the end of the match. I never stood a chance. Ren slid to the ground, taking deep breaths. Her chakra stores were depleted. She was tired, bruised, and defeated. True, Naruto replied honestly, but you did your best and there is no shame in it. Besides, you were a very good censor, better than me, and with enough practice, I think you will reach the same level as Senju Toyarama, the second Hokage, Naruto replied, and Ren's jaw dropped. Really? You think so? Ren asked hopefully. Nobody in her village had given her hope to her talents. She didn't have raw power, and her other skills besides sensing seemed nothing special. Censors are severely underrated, Naruto started. Having the ability to sense chakra is very useful. Feeling what the enemy is doing, feeling the opponent molding chakra before the technique is actually used, knowing what the enemy will do beforehand is extremely important. Chakra sensing is similar to Sharingan in that regard, in reference to predictive abilities. During this battle you may not have noticed, but I saw you reacting before I did my jutsus, even if you didn't notice yourself. That just means you are a natural sensor, and that is very rare. So, trust me, evolve your gift until you can do it without concentrating, and train until it becomes second nature. Believe in yourself, Naruto finished. Winner of the match, Senju Naruto, B said, and the crowd erupted in cheers. It had been a great match between shinobi of two very conflicting villages. Naruto approached her and extended his hand for her to take. Ren looked up to see Naruto offering his hand. His eyes had revolved back to the usual blue. She was spent, and he didn't even seem tired. Thanks, Ren muttered as she took her hand and stood up. Ren, of the Gu Shiken clan, Ren said, shaking his hand. Naruto, of the Senju clan, Naruto replied, and the crowd cheered.
What was this all about?
Kurama asked, narrowing his eyes in Naruto's mind. I've caught a glimpse of what she could be, but I can only do so much, Naruto cryptically answered as he watched Ren being taken away by the medics. Besides, I'm finding peace one step at a time. With the crowd. That was kind of him, Kurosuchi said with confusion mixed with interest. Damn him, Kurosuchi muttered in thought. Now she was conflicted. She came to Kumo determined to give Leaf Shinobi a hard time since they are from the Leaf, and now this one gives Ren something she never had. Incentive. Hope. Naruto-kun is kind and stoic and strong. Yes! This is what youth is all about, Lee yelled with fire in his eyes. Yosh! I will strive and become as kind and strong as Naruto-kun! Lee shouted to the heavens, pumping his fist in the air while Tenten just shook her head at Lee's antics. Who do you think he is? Hinata asked with a raised eyebrow. Some unemotional weapon for the Leaf? And Lee-kun is right. I'll have you know that he is a very kind person, Hinata huffed. Taisuke huffed and crossed his arms. I guess, Kurosuchi replied, bringing her hand to her chin. Although the bingo book does portray him as rather ruthless and some kind of monster, and after what he did in Curie, I can't but doubt his kindness. He is ruthless, but only to enemies and those who bring harm to those he holds dear, just like anyone else really. Even someone of the purest of hearts feels anger when someone he loves is hurt or threatened. He did have a god complex, and just between you and me, Hinata started conspiratorially, whispering to Kurosuchi's ear, I think he still does have one, only toned down a lot. But sometimes it gets the better of him, and he starts rambling about how he's God Almighty, and how he'll bring swift retribution from above. Hinata chuckled. Really? I'd pay to see that, Kurosuchi laughed, thinking of Naruto preaching to his enemies. Then again, can you really blame him? Kurosuchi asked, and noticed the confused face on Hinata as she continued. I mean, Konoha no Raijin, Konoha's thunder god, and Shinobi no Kami, god of shinobi? You do have a point, Hinata hummed. But usually, I'm there to cool his head, Hinata said. Which head? Kurosuchi smirked, and Hinata blushed red at her comment. Tenten and Lee's jaw dropped, and even Taisuke opened his eyes and blinked at her comment. Pervert, Hinata muttered. Hey guys, Naruto said as he arrived and noticed everyone looking at him with strange faces. What happened? Naruto asked when he noticed Hinata trying to hide her face in her hair. Nothing, Hinata replied very quickly. Right, Naruto drawled, but everything returned to normal quickly. Anyways, B gave me a break before my next match, even though I told him I didn't need one, Naruto said. Yes, Kurosuchi began with a normal face. I think your stamina does come in handy, Kurosuchi said, and Naruto looked at her very strangely while Hinata just wanted to hide in a corner. Unbelievable, Taisuke said, shaking his head. Fraternizing with tree huggers? Give it a rest, Taisuke, Kurosuchi replied harshly, and Taisuke simply huffed and closed his eyes again, ignoring the rest of the chatter around him. We will now begin our next match. Everyone heard B's voice from the arena. Akira and Naruto come to the arena. Well then, see you in a couple of minutes. Naruto pecked Hinata's cheek and went down to the arena. They say shy girls are the wildest, Kurosuchi whispered, trying to hide her smile. Hinata just groaned and turned to the arena. She was already missing times Kurosuchi ignored her. Arena. Akira of Kusa against Senju Naruto of Konoha, B said as both shinobi stood in front of each other. Both ready, B asked, and got nods from both Akira and Naruto. Naruto blinked when he saw Akira licking her lips and winking at him. Okay, Naruto thought in confusion.
She wants a D,
Kurama said with his eyes bulging out. The what? Naruto asked, but was broken from his chat by B. Begin! Just as the match began, and before Naruto could even do anything, Akira started untying her cloak and simply let it slide down to the ground. What the hell? Naruto blurted out. Naruto was gawking openly at his opponent who had a smirk on her face. Akira was a young woman around 20 years old with charcoal black eyes and long flaming red hair tied in a single ponytail with twin bangs framing her face. Although it wasn't her hair and eyes that caught Naruto's attention, but rather her uniform. Or lack thereof. She was wearing nothing more than bandages around her chest that, from the bulge it had, meant she was very well endowed. The only other item of her uniform was a rather short, even for its name, red with yellow flames jean shorts, so tight that they left nothing to the imagination. With the crowd. Oh my! Kurosuchi laughed when she saw Akira strip herself out of almost all clothing. That's a peculiar tactic, Hinata muttered, but continued watching the match. Arena. Best Jonin exams ever! Jiraiya shouted from the Kage box, making Naruto's sweat drop. Naruto turned his attention towards B, who was looking intently at Akira with a small trail of blood dripping from his nose. Oi! Naruto smacked B's head, snapping it from his dreams. Aren't you supposed to be watching a match? Naruto asked. My, Akira began with a small smile tugging her lips. Aren't you handsome? Akira said, licking her lips and crossed her arms across her chest, lifting her breasts higher. Having gone over his initial shock, Naruto just blankly stared at her. Seduction won't get you very far, Naruto said. Why not? Akira pouted, biting her lower lip. I'm married to someone I love very much. You will have to try a lot harder if you want to win this match, Naruto said blankly, crossing his arms around his chest armor. Oh well, Akira sighed before smirking again. I guess I'll have to try a little harder. Akira smirked, and Naruto prepared himself when he felt her mulling chakra, possibly to some technique. Kobito no Kisu, lover's kiss, Akira muttered, placed her hand on her lips and blowing a kiss towards Naruto. Naruto just stared blankly at Akira as she sent him a kiss. What a strange opponent. I'm half tempted to knock her out and be done with this, Naruto thought to himself, as he waited for something to happen. Suddenly Naruto felt himself starting to heat up. What the hell? Naruto says his heart rate started going up and he himself felt drawn to her. Naruto gulped and started breathing hard as his blood started going places it shouldn't be during a battle. Kai! Naruto muttered, flaring his chakra slightly. It's not a genjutsu, silly, Akira smiled sweetly. Now, why don't you surrender and we will go have some fun, Akira said in a soft voice. It sounded almost like a whisper. Kurama, what the hell is happening? Naruto asked his partner. He felt so compelled to do as she said and wanted nothing more than to jump her right now.
Oh, this is golden. She's got you by the leash already.
Kurama laughed, rolling in his cage. Kurama! Naruto growled, but Kurama didn't seem to bother.
It's very simple, Brett. It's just...
With the crowd. Pheromones, Hinata said when she noticed Naruto struggle with himself. And lots of them. How can you tell? Kurosuchi asked. I'm a medic. We have been trained to identify chemicals and other products by their smell alone. To everyone else, and depending on the pheromone itself, it can smell good, horrendous, or nothing at all, Hinata explained. Since Naruto-kun is in that state, it's obvious she picked the right one against him. You seem to be taking this very well, considering Naruto is almost drooling over her, Tenten pointing towards Akira in the arena. It's a natural reaction from the human body when exposed to pheromones, Hinata shrugged her shoulders. Besides, I can do the same thing she's doing without pheromones, Hinata grinned. Arena.
It's very simple, Brett. It's just pheromones.
Kurama said, wiping the tears from his eyes. Oh, Naruto replied stupidly. I'm an idiot for not thinking of that, Naruto shook his head.
No argument there,
Kurama said, but Naruto decided to ignore his comment. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself and disable his sense of smell, effectively nullifying the chemical. His breathing returned to normal as his heart rate slowed down. Naruto opened his eyes and noticed that Akira was wiggling her finger in a come-to-me motion. Naruto faked still being under the pheromones effects and simply put on a goofy smile on his face and started walking towards Akira, one step at a time. Akira smiled as Naruto arrived in front of her and closed her eyes, leaning forward to kiss him until she felt something cold on her neck. She opened her eyes in confusion until she saw a kunai pointing right at her throat. It was a good plan. My Sharingan can only see chakra normally, and since I wasn't looking for airborne chemicals, I missed them, Naruto smirked. And it would most likely have worked if not for my partner. Partner? Akira asked in shock. She had never lost against any male, and even managed to get females to drool themselves into unconsciousness. QB explained your little plan, and I simply stopped smelling, Naruto said, and Akira's eyes widened until she dropped her head. My pheromone release failed, Akira hung her head. That sucks. Let me go! Jiraiya yelled from the Kage box, struggling against both blue Toriyama and green Hashirama who were holding him from jumping the arena. She is in danger! Hang on, my love! I shall come for you! Jiraiya yelled from the balcony, making everyone sweat drop at the pervert's antics. Maybe you should tone your ability down now that you lost. My godfather's already crazy as it is, Naruto said, shaking his head in disbelief. Where's Tsunade to make him behave? I guess, Akira muttered. She stopped producing pheromones, and Jiraiya blinked before coughing to hide his embarrassment. Jiraiya Kage was simply holding his stomach in laughter at Jiraiya's actions. Truly the greatest pervert of the elemental nations, A choked out. Winner, Senju Naruto of Konoha, B said, with the crowd. Hey again. Naruto was cut off with Hinata jumping him and smashing her lips against his with a fiery kiss that ended sooner than she wished. What was that for? Naruto asked. Just because, Hinata said with her arms around his neck. So it's not because of the match I just had, Naruto said, chuckling. Nope, Hinata replied innocently. Were you jelly? Naruto asked with a teasing tone, making Hinata quickly shake her head in denial. Oh, you were, Naruto teased. Say it, Naruto ordered playfully. No! Hinata stood her ground, barely restraining a smile. Naruto's hands quickly went to her stomach, and he began tickling her. Stop it! Hinata giggled as she tried her best to stop Naruto. Say it, Naruto said. No! Hinata replied with tears swelling up in the corner of her eyes. Get a room, Tenten coughed, breaking the couple from their actions. Hinata smiled and winked at Naruto before turning to face Tenten. You are welcome to join in, Hinata said, and Tenten spluttered before going so red she nearly fainted. Hinata! Tenten shouted from embarrassment. You're lucky. How come Neji doesn't do sweet stuff like that? Tenten whined. Naruto hummed and turned towards Tenten. Did you remove his appendix? Naruto asked. Appendix? Let me rephrase that, Naruto began with a grin. Did you remove the stick up his ass? Naruto asked, and Tenten's jaw dropped. Naruto-kun, Hinata chided, but Naruto just laughed. You know how Neji Nisan was raised. He will never do stuff like this. At least, not in public, Hinata explained. Tenten replied, but was interrupted. Kurosuchi and Hinata to the arena, please, B called from the arena. Let's give them a good match, Hinata said, and Kurosuchi nodded. I intend to. Kurosuchi smirked as both walked to the arena for their battle. Arena. Kurosuchi of Iwa against Senju Hinata of Konoha, B said, as both contestants arrived at the arena and faced each other. Ready, B asked and got nods from both. Begin. The moment B started the match, Hinata blasted forward towards Kurosuchi, wasting no time to engage her opponent. Kurosuchi started running away, knowing very well the golden rule against fighting her opponent. No matter how unskilled the opponent may seem, never engage in taijutsu against a Hyuga. Kurosuchi remembered the words of her sensei. Yotan, Seikagakyo no Jutsu. Law release quick line jutsu, Kurosuchi said, and again I apologize if I butchered that name, expelling multiple globs of quick lime against the approaching enemy. Suiton, Tipo Dama, water bullet. Hinata fired multiple water bullets from her mouth, one bullet for each globe of quicklime that Kurosuchi had thrown. The water collided with the quicklime and quickly hardened it, making it worthless. Nothing more than simple flying chunks of rock. Hinata dodged the hardened quicklime and jumped into the air, meeting with Kurosuchi with a raised leg. Suten Gyaku, heavenly foot of pain. Hinata performed a falling axe kick. Kurosuchi sidestepped and jumped away as Hinata's foot crashed into the ground, making the whole arena shake from the impact and leaving a crater behind. Holy cow! Kurosuchi's eyes popped out of her skull. The blast alone would have killed me, Kurosuchi muttered in shock, as she saw the dust clear and Hinata stood in the middle of the crater, cracking her knuckles. Hinata dashed forward, and Kurosuchi did the only thing that came to mind when she noticed the crater. She ran, for her life and bones. Alright, come on Kurosuchi, think. Kurosuchi racked her brain for some type of strategy against the incoming Hyuga girl. Kurosuchi knew that she couldn't engage in taijutsu against the Hyuga. Their taijutsu was deadly enough, but now factoring in that monstrous strength, and she had a ridiculous opponent to defeat. It would only be a matter of time before she was tired and Hinata would catch up to her. Any sneak attack won't work as well. She will see me coming from a mile away with those blasted eyes, Kurosuchi frowned as nothing came to mind, and here she was thinking she had done proper research on her opponent. Doton, Doryusu, Earth Spears. Kurosuchi placed both hands on the ground. Several spikes protruded from the earth and shot forward, intending to skewer Hinata. Kurosuchi muttered some profanities beneath her breath as she watched Hinata dodge the spikes with grace. No stumbling, no faltering, and no lost momentum. She seemed like a juggernaut at this point. Kurosuchi performed another Earth Jutsu and watched as an Earth Dragon rose behind Hinata and charged against her. As the Earth Dragon reached Hinata, she recoiled her right fist and slammed it head-on against the Stone Dragon. With a deafening bang that echoed through the walls, Hinata's fist drilled through the dragon as it was all but disintegrated in a matter of seconds. Without wasting a step, Hinata's form seemed to blur, as she appeared right in front of his son Kurosuchi, who braced herself. Kurosuchi was immediately on the defensive, dodging most of the attacks since blocking was a dangerous game against the Hyuga. Suiton, Mizurapa, Wild Water Wave, Kurosuchi fought, launching a wave of water from her mouth and aiming straight at Hinata's eyes, in an attempt to momentarily stun her and take hold of the match. Kurosuchi was shocked when Hinata closed her eyelids before she had even opened her mouth. The water splashed harmlessly in Hinata's face, and she continued her relentless assault with her eyes closed. Her Byakugan allowed her to see everything around her, even with her eyelids closed. With a fast chest thrust, Kurosuchi was flung back and tumbled through the ground. What the hell? Kurosuchi stormed out loud as she shakily got up and took deep breaths, pushing the sane feeling away. I can see chakra with my eyes. I saw you molding a water technique before you even opened your mouth to use it, Hinata explained, and Kurosuchi grumbled and began running for hand seals. Predict this! Kurosuchi shouted as she finished with her sequence and took a deep breath. Yotan, Yokai no Jutsu, melting. Kurosuchi released a large amount of lava from her mouth that spread into a broad, thin sheet as it traveled through the air. She arced her technique upwards, making it come down from above against Hinata, and thus making it impossible for Hinata to jump away. Hinata watched the lava blanket block the sun from view, with her being beneath it. Kaiten. Hinata started spinning as a blue dome of chakra appeared around her form. The lava simply dropped down on the blue dome of chakra and started sliding down the sides onto the ground. Kurosuchi's eyes widened and she was forced to take evasive actions as her own technique was used against her. Due to Hinata's rotating defense, the lava was being repelled all over the arena, across all directions. Kurosuchi jumped backwards, keeping away from the range. Hinata stopped spinning as Kurosuchi noticed that she was completely unharmed. A perfect circle formed in the lava with Hinata being in the center of it, without a single scratch or burn mark. Hake Kusho, Air Palm. Kurosuchi bent down as a blast of air grazed her hair. She looked backwards and saw the blast of air hit the arena walls, chunking it heavily. She didn't have much time to ponder on the power of the air palm as Hinata reached her. Hinata threw a left hook and Kurosuchi quickly brought her left arm to block it. Kurosuchi gripped Hinata's attacking arm by the wrist and twisted it, trapping it tightly beneath her armpit in an arm lock. Kurosuchi's other fist started gaining red hue as she powered it up with fire chakra, getting ready to strike. What the hell? Kurosuchi blinked as Hinata's trapped arm seemed to turn into a bluish, somewhat translucent color. Hinata's arm simply slid off of her arm lock like it was made of rubber. Kurosuchi's eyes widened when Hinata's arm seemed to blur, and before she could do anything, she was already in mid-air with several stinging sensations through her arms and chest. Kurosuchi landed on the ground with most of her chakra points blocked. She didn't get to think much of what happened as unconsciousness took hold of her. "Winner, Senju Hinata of Konoha," B said, and the crowd cheered once again. Konoha was already free for free. With the crowd. "Yosh!" Lee yelled, pumping his fist into the air. "I'm getting all pumped up!" Smack! "Stop it!" Tenten shot back, smacking Lee on the head. "You keep yelling, I'm knocking you out before we have our match," Tenten warned, and Lee got a terrorized face before cowering under Tenten's wrath. So that's her new technique. Naruto thought about Hinata's arm turning blue and joy-like. It almost seemed like a thicker version of water, some type of substance. He caught only a glimpse of his Sharingan and couldn't study much of it. I wonder if she can change the density, Naruto wondered, but was broken from his musings when Hinata arrived. Nicely done, Naruto congratulated her, and Hinata just nodded until she was distracted by the yelling pair of Tenten and Lee. "Tenten-chan," Lee began, "you must see the flames of youth! Yosh!" "Lee, rock Lee and Tenten to the arena, please," B called. "Yosh! Just go!" Tenten grumbled and watched as Lee nodded vigorously and jumped off from the stands. Tenten turned towards Naruto and Hinata. "I just wish I had a normal team," Tenten said with a sigh as she made her way to the arena. "Alright," Naruto started, gathering the attention of his fellow contestants. 1,000 Rio that Lee wins this match, Naruto said, and everyone's sweat dropped. 1,000 Rio that Tenten wins, Hinata countered, with her eyes sparkling mischievously. "You seem confident," Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. "Perhaps," Hinata said. "There's nothing against helping other contestants," Hinata said, and Naruto's eyes widened as she dangled a vial of poison from her hand. She threw it at Naruto, and his eyes bulged out when he noticed the flask was empty. "Run, Lee! Run!" Arena. Rock Lee of Konoha against Tenten of Konoha. Both contestants ready, B asked, and both Tenten and Lee nodded. "Begin!" Yosh! Social Ryu. Twin Rising Dragons. Rock Lee was in the middle of his celebration when Tenten jumped in the air with two scrolls twirling alongside her. Kunai, shuriken, senbon, sickle, almost every sort of weapon one could think of that had sharp edges began raining down on him. Lee was broken from his flask and began evasive maneuvers. Lee jumped backwards to away several kunai and banged themselves on the ground. Lee smashed his foot on the ground and making several pieces of rock jump into the air. With a remarkable feat of dexterity, he managed to kick all the stones, sending them flying straight towards the still airborne Tenten. Tenten saw the incoming stones and immediately intercepted them with weapons, either destroying them to dust or simply diverting them from hitting her. Her attention turned from the stones and towards Lee, who seemed to be gone, his stone attack successfully distracting Tenten. Tenten noticed a shadow being cast above her and tilted her head backwards to see Lee arriving at her height. With a flick of her wrist, she sent a single kunai flying towards Lee, who didn't expect it. Not good enough, Tenten frowned and thought when she noticed her kunai slashed through his arm, tearing the green jumpsuit but not enough to graze his skin. Tenten dropped her technique and fell to the ground and started running through the arena with Lee after her. Konoha Senpu! Leaf Whirlwind! Lee launched a flurry of low and high kicks that had Tenten on the ropes. Tenten sidestepped a straight kick and jumped backwards as Lee performed a rather roundhouse kick. Lee regained his footing and jumped forward once again. Tenten slapped both hands together as if clapping and started spraying them apart, showing a small metal glint between her palms. Lee ignored her actions and continued forward. He sent a straight kick and Tenten sidestepped it and wrapped her arms around his outstretched leg. Tenten took out a kunai and slammed it on the ground, driving so deep it nearly buried the hilt. What? Lee asked, bewildered, when he stumbled to the ground and noticed his right leg hadn't moved. Around his leg were several wire strings, wrapped around his leg and a kunai buried on the ground. He didn't dwell much on this as Tenten began unleashing another rain of weapons, this time against a stationary target. Even a taijutsu master like Lee couldn't move every single part of his body when his leg was trapped to the ground. Lee swiftly caught a kunai midair and started using it to deflect the incoming projectiles. Clang! Thump! Clang! Clang! Weapons clashed and fell to the ground, with small thump sounds. Lee raised an eyebrow when Tenten's wheel weapons came to a halt. He was surprised to see her taking deep breaths, but had a small smile on her lips. That was when he felt it. Lee looked towards his right shoulder and noticed a small gash on his green suit, this one deep enough to graze his skin. All my weapons had poison. It's only a matter of time now, Tenten said, and watched as Lee frowned, but suddenly his mood changed completely. I'm sorry, Guy-sensei, but I cannot lose here, Lee whispered as he began unwrapping the bandages around his arms. Tenten gulped and braced herself, knowing very well what was coming next. Kaimon, Kyumon, Seimon, Shomon, Tomon, Kai! Lee yelled as his body exploded with power, breaking through the ninja wire and ripping the ground apart. With the crowd. That was a very bad move, Naruto frowned when he noticed Lee open the gates. How come? Ren asked from her seat. It seemed she had returned from the medics and chose to watch the remaining matches. Tenten-chan managed to hit him with one of her poison weapons. It only grazed him, so it would take a few minutes to knock him out. Opening the gate sends your body into overdrive. The poison will spread much faster this way. I doubt he can even finish his attack, Hinata explained. How come? Ren asked. My poisons are the good stuff. Arena. The wind was rustling and Tenten had to shield her face from the scorching heat. Lee's body had veins bulging out everywhere. His skin was blood red and even his pupils seemed to become a hollowed white. Suddenly Lee coughed and kneeled on the ground. I cannot lose here, Lee struggled to say and shot forward. His fists had an orange aura around them. Tenten took out a simple looking scroll and spread it on the ground. Without wasting any time, she challenged chakra through her hand and slammed it into the scroll. Summoning Iron Protection Wall. Tenten summoned a large segmented iron dome around her, much like the shell of an armadillo. Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock! Lee shouted as he arrived near the iron walls and unleashed the full might of his attack. Countless punches, so fast they set the air around his fists ablaze by sheer speed and friction. Tenten's defense managed to hold on until Lee upped his attack and the iron armadillo started buckling under the pressure. Lee coiled his fist and slammed it as hard and as fast as he could. The ground caved as the iron walls exploded outwards. Boom! The arena was covered in a layer of dust and everyone held their breath in anticipation. As the clouds of dust started disappearing, the first to be spotted was Rock Lee, who was on the ground, face down, unconscious. His clothes ripped apart, and his hands and wrists showed burn marks. B was about to say that Tenten had won the match until he spotted her. She was in the same state as her teammate, clothes in bad shape, and burn marks spread through her whole body. She was sprawled on the ground, completely unmoving. Since both participants are unable to proceed, I declare this match a draw, B said, as the crowd cheered as both Lee and Tenten were carried away by the medics. With the crowd. Naruto hummed and fought. How does that leave our bets? Naruto asked, turning towards Hinata, who shrugged her shoulders. You know that she would have lost if it weren't for your poisons or luck in grazing him, right? Naruto asked. Perhaps, Hinata simply replied, but luck is part of the battle. Masuyo and Sadao, to the arena please, B called, and both Kusa Shinobi made their way down. How long will they be out? Naruto asked. I don't know about Tenten, but the poison I gave her should have Lee down for at least a couple of hours, Hinata explained, and Naruto nodded. Since both participants are unable to proceed, I declare this match a draw, B said from the arena, and Naruto swiftly turned to him. Already? Naruto asked, shocked, as he watched both Kusa Shinobi being carried away on the stretchers. They used a jutsu apiece, and neither one managed to dodge the other, so they knocked each other out, Hinata explained. It's quite my luck. Since the last two matches were draws, I'm already in the finals. Hinata grinned. Lucky girl, Naruto muttered. I still have the lazy ass to fight. I know, Shikamaru replied. What a drag. And that is the end of this chapter and this fanfic read video. I hope you guys enjoyed Legacy Chapters 53 for 55. This fanfic has always been really good, and again, I hope you guys enjoyed these chapters of the Joining Exams arc. Again, I am going to finish this year, and I'm going to move on to something else, because I cannot keep doing this. I need to move on to something else. Even though I love this fanfic. I've been working this for way too long. Anyways, I hope you guys, again, enjoy the content. It's going to be coming pretty soon as well. Shouts to our patrons and my Twitter our patrons, Gabe Tool and Night Slasher. If you want to watch those shouts like these, or the ability to see my scripts early for videos, or my actual videos early, you can go to my Patreon, which is linked in the description. Shout out to my social medias are on screen, and that's it for this video. This has been your boy, the MSA Sound. Peace for Ha. Cue that outro.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.